Introduction. They entered. Their sidearms were conspicuously displayed at their waists, accompanied by 3 equally prominent Poké Balls on the other side. The man at the forefront sported a short beard and walked with an air of confidence. Li Wu heard Zhou Ying refer to this man as Dad. It dawned on him a small official's offspring. Then, Li Wu overheard several police officers surrounding the area address the man as Director. With due respect, Li Wu silently resolved to omit the small from his thoughts. After a while, the teachers from the school arrived. Zhou Ying's father puffed out his broad chest. His square face darkened, and he began to deliver a stern reprimand. How are you educating your students? How can such scoundrels infiltrate the school? Chapter 1. Rebirth. Name, Yang San. Gender, male. Physique, 8. Average human health value is 10. Skills, none. Evaluation. Battle level 3. A prolonged life of cultivation has rendered you even weaker than battle level 5. Yang San gazed at the information displayed in the virtual frame before him, his left eyelid twitching uncontrollably. The scene rewound 3 hours. At 11 a.m., under the bright sun, in a rented room permeated with a peculiar biochemical aroma, a disarray of dirty clothes, foul-smelling socks, and instant noodle containers lay scattered about. Awakened from a beautiful dream by hunger, Yang San, with his hair in disarray, began to scavenge. Half an hour later, he suddenly recalled that he had indulged in the last cup of instant noodles during his cultivation the previous night. Gazing silently at the noodle container beside his bed, his eyes brimmed with a sense of grievance. After struggling for nearly half an hour, Yang San resolved to step outside, lest he starve. Amidst the sound of slurping, Yang San contentedly set down his bowl of braised beef noodles, finally feeling alive again. On his way home, he carried 2 large bags filled with spoils from the supermarket. As he approached the crosswalk, he noticed there were no cars, yet only 10 seconds remained should he cross. Without putting down his bags, it might not even be enough time. They say pedestrians have the right of way. He decided to go for it. As he reached the middle of the road, the red light illuminated. Screech. Bang. Amidst the cacophony of screeching brakes and collision sounds, Yang San traced a perfect arc through the air. He stared at the sports car before him, wishing to unleash a torrent of invective. What happened to yielding? Did the dog eat it? The scene was chaotic, with screams echoing, calls to the police ringing out, and selfies being snapped. Something felt amiss. Why was no one helping? In the backdrop, Yang San lay in a most ungraceful manner, leaving a trail of instant noodles scattered about. The next day, a headline blared, "Eating instant noodles can be fatal," overshadowing some celebrity scandal. Meanwhile, our bewildered Yang San sat on a bus, glancing this way and that, pondering, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? After a brief moment, he finally collected himself. Was he not crossing the street when the accident occurred? A wave of toothache washed over him, recalling the so-called pedestrian right-of-way. If fate allowed him to encounter that driver again, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Alas, this is not right. I'm met with a tragic accident. Yet here I am. What is this situation? A rebirth? A transmigration? Hastily, I rummaged through my pockets and discovered a mobile phone and a wallet. What a peculiar phone. An iconic Nokia N85, and the wallet still contained my original identification card. Creak. Bang. Another sudden brake jolted Yang San forward, colliding with the seat in front of him. Clutching his head, Yang San felt a throbbing ache. The sound had begun to haunt him. Just as he contemplated unleashing a few expletives, he noticed a stylishly dressed woman rushing towards him, panicked as she sought refuge beneath the seat next to a geeky young man who had similarly met with a heating collision. This somewhat familiar scene stirred a flicker of memory within Yang San. Creak. Bang. Fortunately, he was prepared. Yang San took delight in witnessing the geek once again make intimate contact with the seat ahead. Indeed, one's joy often springs from the misfortunes of others. A few burly men clad in black suits and dark sunglasses boarded the bus, scanning the interior incessantly. Suddenly, the driver bellowed, "Return. Either swipe your card, drop coins, or get lost. What are you staring at?" Yang San observed the now visibly agitated men in black disembarking from the bus, while the driver grumbled, "If you can't afford the bus fare, don't pretend to be from the Matrix." This was a scene reminiscent of a popular sitcom. Yang San finally recalled the situation, turned his gaze towards 2 individuals beside him who were engrossed in self-introductions. Indeed, they were Zhanbo and Wan Yu, the quintessential beauty and the nerd. "This is Yang San." "Yang San, meet Wan Yu," Zhanbo said, scratching his head awkwardly. "I met Yang San at the airport. I almost got lost, and he helped me out." "Lost? Quite the nerd indeed." Yang San looked at Zhang Bo in disbelief. I am here on a treasure hunt. Yang San instinctively responded upon hearing Wan Yu's words. Where's the treasure map? What map? Wan Yu asked, her expression adorably bewildered. Didn't you say you were hunting for treasure? How can you embark on such a quest without a map? I only brought this, Wan Yu said, producing a map. It's just a world map. Zhang Bo took hold of the so-called treasure map, utterly perplexed. Oh, what a flood of memories. Yang San observed the scene, recalling that in his previous world, the fifth installment of the beloved game was about to be released. These were indeed rare archaeological artifacts. Young Sun, Zhang Bo, noticing that Yang San had finally re-engaged, quickly exclaimed, What should we do if we've boarded the wrong bus? Then let's get off at once. Just as Yang San finished his sentence, he remembered that at the beginning of the first installment, Zhang Bo and Wan Yu had similarly boarded the wrong bus, which took them to the outskirts. How could one possibly trust someone who could get lost at an airport to navigate public transport? Indeed, Yang San had boarded the bus with Zhang Bo. It was his first visit to Shanghai, and he had picked up Zhang Bo at the airport. Zhang Bo had claimed to have grown up there, so Yang San thought it wise to follow along, albeit somewhat confused. Gazing at the desolate outskirts, Yang San felt a slight pang in his trigeminal nerve. Sir, your go-kart is enormous. Wan Yu exclaimed with unbridled curiosity. What? A go-kart? I've never driven one, the man replied, his accent heavy. Yang San, Zhang Bo, and Wan Yu managed to board the go-kart thanks to Wan Yu's innocent and charming demeanor. Thud, thud, thud. Listening to the conversation among Wan Yu, the uncle, and Zhang Bo, accompanied by the rhythmic sounds reminiscent of a tractor, Yang San surveyed the serene surroundings and suddenly felt that this was quite pleasant. Thud, thud, clatter, clatter, clatter. What was that intrusion? Oh no, the machine has stalled, the uncle remarked as he glanced around. Is everything all right, uncle? Is it because Zhang Bo is too heavy? Yang San disregarded Zhang Bo's disgruntled expression and suggested, Shall we throw Zhang Bo off and see? It's the usual problem tomorrow, it'll bring the ox to pull it, the uncle said nonchalantly, while Wan Yu turned about, her face brimming with curiosity, intrigued by someone's words. A car! A car! Hey! Hey! Zhang Bo and Wan Yu once again flagged down a vehicle, which happened to be a wedding car. Brother, I beg you, just take us to the village ahead. The uncle's go-kart is broken, Wan Yu pleaded, batting her eyelashes and deploying her charm. Girl, are you trying to have fun at my expense? With my temper, he'll tell you this because of your skill, he'll agree to help you. Let's go, the wedding car driver, true to his fiery temperament, acquiesced. The four of them hopped back onto the tractor, which was now moving at a much faster pace. Wan Yu and the uncle sang along to the uncle's catchy tune, Pull, 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 while Yang San occasionally chimed in with moving to the beat, Let's take some medicine, enjoying the playful banter. Zhang Bo, on the sidelines, felt utterly exhausted watching them. Suddenly, a BMW zipped past, startling the four of them. Goodness, that must be doing at least 150 kilometers per hour. Yang San wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Chase after it. Chase after it. I love that fiery spirit. Let's go. Yang San quickly steadied the tractor, and indeed, they began to race against the BMW. 0101, respond if you hear me. A BMW is approaching at a speed of at least 120 kilometers per hour, followed closely by a Mercedes. They are racing, please intercept. Wait, there's also a tractor behind them, which is even more impressive, and signaling to change lanes it intends to overtake, a police car by the roadside remarked as it observed the trio of vehicles whizzing by. Street racing is frowned upon, and soon enough, the BMW, Mercedes, and tractor were brought to a halt. An officer approached Yang San and his companions. That driver is definitely drunk. Do you really think he's stuttering? I mean, you young folks are so trendy choosing to ride in a tractor instead of a Mercedes for a wedding. Are you trying to get yourselves killed? At this moment, Yang San's mind suddenly pinged with a ding. Your great universe system is now online. Please proceed to load. Then, a virtual pop-up appeared before Yang San's eyes. Your system has arrived. Would you like to load it? Below are two options, yes and yes. Is there a difference between these two choices? Yang San's expression darkened slightly. Ding. There's a distinction. One is in Chinese and the other in English. Host, your intelligence balance is insufficient. Please recharge. Yang San's face grew even darker. Indeed, rebirth comes with its own advantages. But what on earth is this great universe system? Couldn't they have chosen a different name? It sounds far too juvenile. After a while, Yang San, still with a dark expression, reluctantly nodded. The system is beginning to load. Please do not pause. Where's the pause button? Did you swallow it? As he observed the buffering bar that seemed to stretch on indefinitely, Yang San suddenly realized that they had arrived at a wedding venue. Yang San, are you alright? Your face was twitching just now, Jean Bo and Wan Yu inquired, their curiosity piqued. Yang San's face twitched again, if only he could twitch theirs. Ignoring the two, he alighted from the vehicle. Outside, he was greeted by the familiar scene of the love apartment, along with the recognizable figures of Hu Yifei and Zheng Xiaoxian, which lightened his mood considerably. Guided by the intertwined affections of Yifei and Xiaoxian, the group entered the wedding venue. With Yifei, Xiaoxian, and a multitude of tasks left unattended, Yang San decided to temporarily disregard Zhang Bo and Wan Yu. He grabbed a drink and retreated to a quiet corner, waiting for the system to finish loading. Ding dong, the great universe system has loaded successfully. Welcome. Yang San silently contemplated the system. All those novels in his past life were not read in vain. However, upon gazing at the virtual interface before him, his expression darkened once more. Chapter 2. Moving into the love apartment. Yang San watched as the virtual frame flickered insistently. Ignoring it for the moment, he searched for a system manual. Was it too much to ask for a proper guide? Surely this couldn't be a half-baked product? System, what capabilities do you possess? Yang San pondered curiously. Ding dong. This system enables the host to traverse various film and literary worlds. By completing tasks within these realms, you will earn points, which will be used in the shop to acquire both the imaginable and the unimaginable. Is there a beginner's gift pack? Ding dong. Due to the host's relatively poor survival skills and somewhat thick-skinned demeanor, a beginner's gift pack has been specially dispatched. Ding dong. The beginner's gift pack has been sent. Please check your inventory. Yang San's expression darkened again, so it was only given when he didn't ask. And what did it mean to be thick-skinned? What did it mean to be lacking? This temper of his. Open the inventory. Yang San noticed another frame, inside which lay a square package that appeared quite splendid, though the large beginner label somewhat marred the ambience. He silently willed it to open. Ding dong, you have received 100 points. Ding dong, you have acquired a random skill. And then it was over. Truly a beginner's experience, Yang San thought as he silently opened the shop. The shop was replete with items, categorized into skills and objects. Delving into the skills first. 1-line reading, 100 points. 100-line reading, 10,000 points. Photographic memory, 100 million points. Basic culinary skills, 100 points. Advanced culinary skills, 10,000 points. Culinary master, 100 million points. Basic Tai Chi, 100 points. Advanced Tai Chi, 10,000 points. Tai Chi Gomets, 100 poi. Gazing at his meager 100 points, Yang San felt a wave of despair wash over him. Turning his attention to the items, he was relieved to find a plethora of both expensive and affordable options, such as toilet paper, 5,000 rolls, 1 point. Toothbrushes, 3,000 pieces, 1 point. Glock pistol, 10 points with 100 rounds of ammunition. Atomic bomb, 99,999,999,999 points. Iron Man Mark III suit, 1 million points. Yang San estimated that 1 point was approximately 10,000 renminbi. The pistol only cost 10 points should he purchase one for self-defense. He also possessed a random skill. Let's see what it is. Upon opening his personal panel, he discovered a new skill in the skill bar, advanced singing. Quite impressive. Indeed, it was worth 10,000 points, akin to unexpectedly earning a fortune. Yang San, there you are. Hurry, the wedding is about to commence, exclaimed Jean Bo, suddenly appearing and tugging at him. As Yang San and Jean Bo arrived, they caught sight of Lu Ziqiao and Chun Meijia engrossed in each other's affection. To their surprise, someone was even taking photos and asking questions. Dais and villagers, we are so happy to be here, Yang San observed the mock priest on stage, struggling with his broken English, utterly speechless. Breathe, watching Wan Yu wipe her tears, a thought flickered through Yang San's mind. Life is but a play, reliant on one's acting skills. Taizhu Wang, do you want the girl to be your wife? Lu Ziqiao asked the groom with a serious expression, albeit in a distinctly Chinese-accented English. Yes, Ido. The groom's English appeared to be equally lacking. Ernyo Tian, do you want the man to be your husband? Yang San realized he had overestimated Lu Ziqiao's command of English. I do, the bride declared with a radiant smile. Okay, now you can Lu Ziqiao looked perplexed, struggling to remember how to say exchange the rings. Fortunately, the groom came to his rescue as they exchanged rings and embraced tightly. Lu Ziqiao quickly interjected, okay, music and flowers, and then discreetly slipped away. After the couple embraced, they looked around, confused. Where was the priest? Was that it? Was that the procedure? Just as they were about to depart, Chairwoman Zhou Xian appeared. It turned out the landlord had granted the newlyweds a wish. Our wish is that this apartment be named Love Apartment from now on. At last, the farcical wedding came to a close. Yang Sin turned to Jean Bo and inquired, "Is your sister close with that chairwoman?" "I don't know." "Why?" Jean Bo seemed still in a daze. "Love Apartment? One, you came here to seek treasure, so she will definitely stay. If your sister lives here, you will too. Since I just arrived in Shanghai and only know you two, we might as well live together," Yang Sin contemplated, thinking it essential to reside in the Love Apartment. Right. I want to live here," Wan Yu exclaimed with excitement. "Oh, I'll have my sister ask about it." Meanwhile, Chun Meijia had approached Zhang Xian, reading from a small note. "Excuse me, are you the chairwoman of the residence committee of the apartment under the street office? Who came up with such a lengthy title?" "Vice chairwoman," Zhang Xian emphasized. "Very well, vice chairman, since he is no longer a priest. Can we check in now?" Chun Meijia inquired eagerly. "Of course. Half rent, all utilities waived?" Chun Meijia seemed even more expectant. "Absolutely." Zhang Xian responded affirmatively once more. "How wonderful!" Chun Meijia exclaimed, excitedly embracing Zhang Xian before bouncing off in anticipation. "Wait a moment." Zhang Xian suddenly called out to Chun Meijia, "Your boyfriend speaks English remarkably well." Cow, 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 cow. It seemed as though a flock of crows had flown by. Meanwhile, Yang San and the others approached Yi Fei to express their intention to move in. Yi Fei promptly summoned Zhang Xian, and the five of them gathered in room 3601. However, the apartment was a four-person suite, and Zhang Xian and Yi Fei were to share a room, leaving only two available. Jean Bo would certainly room with Yi Fei, and it would be awkward to displace either Yang San or Wan Yu, who were the newcomers. Yi Fei pondered this dilemma, glancing at the mischievous Zhang Xian. Perhaps, she thought, they could push Zhang Xian out? That would resolve the situation perfectly. "I'll take a room to myself," Jean Bo suggested. "Since Wan Yu and I are a couple, and Yi Fei and Zhang Xian are a pair as well, I might as well move to room 3602, since there's another room available," Yang Sin contemplated. "That works. The priest couple also plans to move in, so you can all stay in room 3602 together," Zhang Xian, blissfully unaware of his near eviction, responded cheerfully. In the days that followed, Yang San, Jean Bo, and Wan Yu settled in with the assistance of Yi Fei and Zhang Xian. Yang San also discovered that this world differed somewhat from the one he had known. Some people were absent, certain songs were missing, and films and anime had vanished. Yet, there were also many unfamiliar individuals, songs, movies, and anime that he had yet to encounter. This rhythm of mingling in the entertainment industry was daunting. He preferred the simplicity of eating and sleeping, a life that suited him well, and he hoped it would not change. He began to grasp the functionalities of the great universe system, which would initiate a world-hopping event at midnight every so often. Each world would present a single task, and upon completion, one could return with the specific intervals remaining uncertain. Notifications would be sent 24 hours in advance before each transition. The backpack, however, posed a challenge, as items from the real world could not be stored within it. Fortunately, items from the cinematic realm could be accommodated, or it would have been rather useless. Moreover, the advanced singing skills were indeed valuable, encompassing various styles such as bel canto, pop, and even theatrical singing techniques, alongside some instrumental skills. That evening, they all gathered to bid farewell to Taizhu and Ernyo, who were departing for their honeymoon the following day. The group arrived at the famed Xiaonangua, a place frequently mentioned on television. Boasting a respectable mid-to-high-end status, they could not afford anything overly extravagant. The cuisine was delightful, and the seven of them dined for over 4,000 yuan. Observing Taizhu's twitching lips as he paid the bill, Yang San and the others chuckled quietly to themselves. They had already agreed to split the cost, with the mathematical genius Lu Zhan Bo calculating the per capita expense. Ernyo should have received the money by now, and upon seeing her smile as she tucked her phone away, he decided it was best not to inform Taizhu. Thus commenced the second half of the evening. Karaoke. "Today, you shall marry me," Taizhu sang passionately while gazing deeply at Ernyo. Ugh! Yang San felt overwhelmed by the abundance of love displayed, struggling to digest it all. They couldn't be allowed to revel in such delight. As soon as Taizhu concluded his song, Yang San hurriedly seized the microphone and declared, "Tonight we celebrate. Taizhu and Ernyo will embark on their honeymoon journey tomorrow. Here, I have composed a song for you." With that, he picked up the guitar from the karaoke room and began to play. "Yang San can write songs?" Yifei and Xiao Xian exchanged bewildered glances. The prelude is quite melodious, and I have indeed never heard it before. It seems Yang San truly possesses the talent for songwriting. Wan Yu pondered, her anticipation growing as she looked at Yang San. It was evident that Yifei, Xiao Xian, and especially Taiju and Erniu were all eagerly awaiting Yang San's performance. I who cannot grasp love, always watch it slip away. Happy souls abound in this world. Why can't I be one of them? It was beautiful, though something seemed amiss. Find one who is dearly loved, a cherished one to adore, to bid farewell to singleness. A passionate, infatuated, heartless, and unfeeling soul, to inflict upon me my scars. Indeed, this song speaks of solitude, yet was penned as a gift for newlyweds. Truly, Yang San is remarkable, one you realized first. Taiju and Erniu quickly grasped the situation and pounced on the nausing Yang San, playfully wrestling him to the ground amidst the cheers and applause from Yifei, Xiao Xian, and the others.
Chapter 3. Guanggu's arrival the following day. Yang San awoke from a drunken stupor, clutching his splitting head, having indulged excessively the night before. Hearing from Xiao Xian that Liu Ziqiu and Chen Meijiu were coming over today, he hurriedly got out of bed. The loft apartment was indeed considerate, sending gifts his way. He could easily discern that the lively tone of Liu Ziqiu was already present. Had they arrived? Had he overslept? Yang San tidied himself up and stepped out the door. Dismissing his overthinking as mere paranoia, it was just a hot water bottle, albeit an outdated model. Xiao Xian stood frozen, holding the hot water bottle, caught in indecision about whether to give it or keep it. Yang San noticed Liu Ziqiu's left eyelid twitching as he smiled and introduced himself. Hello, father. I am Yang San, having just moved in a few days ago. We shall be roommates from now on. Liu Ziqiu surveyed the drowsy yet handsome young man before him. Having another person to share the rent was certainly a bonus, though he mused that it would be even better if he were not so strikingly handsome. Hello. I am Liu Ziqiu, also known as Xiubu. You may call me Elbu. I look forward to our future interactions. Hua Yifei then jumped in with a shout. Where's your girlfriend? I have a hot water bottle to give her. Yang San, who had yet to brush his teeth, quickly donned a forced smile and dashed into the bathroom. Hua Yifei was indeed as formidable as her reputation suggested, possessing both sharp wit and a sharp tongue. Xiao Xian and Ziqiu quickly stepped aside, disappearing into the morning's chaos, claiming they were visiting upstairs and downstairs. Upon exiting the bathroom, Yang San discovered that Wang Yu and Zhang Bo had arrived at some point, with Wang Yu on the phone ordering KFC, though the conversation was rather astonishing. Hello. I would like one order of KFC. Nothing else, just one order of KFC. Yang San felt a pang of sympathy for the KFC attendant on the other end. Wang Yu, she is asking what you would like to order, Zhang Bo interjected hastily. Otherwise, at this rate, how long will it take to finish? I usually only look at pictures. How can I remember so many names? It's too taxing on the brain, she replied. A strong argument, indeed. I recall many of their advertisements. Let us start with 5 orders of violent chicken popcorn, Zhang Bo declared confidently. I'll treat everyone to spicy hot pot. The place downstairs is quite good, economical and affordable, Yang San interjected, keen to disrupt the genius's ordering plans. Who knew when the food would arrive? Or if it would even be edible. Agreed. Agreed. Yifei and Xiao Xian chimed in, dragging Yang San along as Wang Yu and Zhang Bo looked momentarily stunned before quickly following, calling out, wait for us. Ultimately, at the spicy hot pot stall, they unexpectedly encountered Liu Ziqiu, who had indeed come to buy hot pot but had forgotten his wallet, leaving him at the mercy of the owner. Had they not come down, who knew how it might have unfolded? That day, as Yang San returned from outside, he had not yet entered when he heard a voice from the living room exclaim, Love. Apartment. Yes, this is it. You haven't taken a wrong turn. This is the place. Guests had arrived. Surely, it was Guanggu making his entrance. As Yang San entered, he observed Ziqiu engage in conversation with a handsome young man strikingly reminiscent of the tennis prince, Qian Zhenji, while Chen Meijiu stood by, laughing in a rather infatuated manner. Ziqiu blinked and introduced the young man to Yang San, stating, Yang San, this is Guang Yu from Yokohama. Here to look for a place to stay. Yang San silently regarded Guang Yu and Lu Bu, pondering whether they were not adversaries. Would a conflict arise? If it did, on whose side would Meijiu stand? Why was he even contemplating such matters? Ziqiu's demeanor made Yang San uneasy, prompting him to quickly pull Yang San aside and whisper. This little Japanese is here to rent a place. He mistakenly booked the Eisen apartment and ended up here. We should trick him into joining us, otherwise, splitting the rent among three for a 4-person room would be too costly. What do you think? We could take him for a ride and split the profit. Clearly, they were from opposing factions. Yang San mused that luring him in was feasible, but perhaps exploiting him was too much. Once he moved in, they would be friends. Wouldn't he just retaliate if he realized they were unafraid? Ziqiao rubbed his stomach, feeling a twinge of discomfort, and involuntarily shivered. Yang San took a seat and solemnly began to deceive. So, Guanggu, welcome to China. I heard you rented the Eisen apartment. Yes, what's the matter? Guanggu replied, somewhat taken aback. Haven't you heard of the Eisen apartment? It offers a plethora of attentive services, not only providing personal pets but also ensuring robust security measures. Their management is truly characterized by fairness, transparency, and a lack of secrecy, Yang San intoned in a low, deliberate manner. Meijia curiously inquired, isn't that a good thing? Guanggu envisioned it with a sense of yearning, while Ziqiao appeared anxious, opening his mouth to interject. Yang San winked at Ziqiao, signaling him to remain calm. For he was about to unveil his piece de assistance. Of course, if you don't mind the company of mice, cockroaches, spiders, and termites. They tend to prefer scampering onto your bed in droves. As for security, they have installed multiple high-definition pinhole cameras in various rooms to monitor your safety in real time, reportedly. The ones in the restroom are the best, Yang San continued, observing the growing unease among the trio. Lastly, regarding management, due to the poor sound insulation between floors, any conversation in your room will be clearly heard by everyone across 7 stories. You understand, right? Seeing Guanggu on the verge of collapse, Yang San inquired with genuine curiosity, are you planning to move to the Eisen apartment? I would be glad to accompany you. I have yet to witness such an extraordinary place, and it would be a perfect opportunity to broaden my horizons. No, no. I absolutely refuse to go. Guanggu instinctively shouted, his eyes reflecting sheer terror. What am I to do? I have just arrived in China, unfamiliar with the surroundings. Where shall I reside? Despair began to envelop Guanggu. Ziqiao hesitantly remarked that he might have meant to say he was lost in an unfamiliar land. Yang San cast a glance at Ziqiao, dismissing his concern. Don't worry about that. I still have my ultimate move to unveil. In truth, you can stay with us. We happen to have a room available in our suite. The apartment is quite sought after, and we place great emphasis on personal privacy. We will not intrude upon each other's rooms, and should you require solitude, a simple closing of the door guarantees a serene atmosphere. Furthermore, our neighbors are quite amiable, and we often gather at the bar downstairs for meals together. Guanggu was astonished, exclaiming, really? I can stay here? That's wonderful. Arigato. Yang San discreetly gave Ziqiao an approving gesture, to which Ziqiao promptly responded, well done, I knew you could. As for Meijia, she merely smiled vacantly throughout the exchange. Having resolved Guanggu's situation, Yang San was in high spirits. After reveling at the bar for a while, he made his way to room 3601. Only to find the living room illuminated by candlelight, with chilled red wine on the table. Zhangbo and Wang Yu were savoring exquisite music while enjoying their wine and steak, creating an enchanting atmosphere. Is this Chopin's second piano concerto? Yang San suddenly interjected, startling Zhangbo and Yifei, who nearly exclaimed in surprise. Are you having a feast? Mind if I join? Without awaiting a reply, he took a chair and positioned himself in the center, prompting Yifei to nearly leap up to chastise him. Wang Yu, feeling a bit challenged, retorted, I have never been intimidated by music, her eyes igniting with competitive spirit. What are you doing barging in? I never noticed you were so oblivious, Yifei shouted. Let's sleep strong, Wang Yu confidently asserted. Prepared for a challenge, she indeed seized the moment. Rachmaninoff's second piano concerto, second movement. Yang San declared, unyielding. Wang Yu glared at him, signaling to Zhangbo for another round. Zhangbo, looking bewildered, nodded to the next choice. Zhou Hisei's Castle in the Sky. Excellent. Wang Yu scores another point. It's now 2-2. Let's continue. Zhangbo seemed to be surrendering to the chaos. Richard Clayderman's Wedding in Dreams. 3-2. Tchaikovsky's Prayer of a Girl. 3-3. The tension between Yang San and Wang Yu escalated, leading to the decisive 7th round. Really, go. The theme song of Doraemon was answered promptly by Wang Yu, who then began singing along rhythmically with Yang San. Zhangbo stood to the side, lost in thought. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Suishang Diao. We shall compete with them, unleash our ultimate skills, Ifei exclaimed, finding life filled with surprises. Zhangbo activated the family karaoke setup, and the trio began to sing. This time, Yang San refrained from taking the lead, allowing Zhangbo and Wang Yu to duet. The love of the boatman. Yet Zhangbo seemed to struggle with the performance, as if he were reciting rather than singing. Wang Yu, however, excelled. Her vocal parts were melodious, while Zhangbo's were powerful. How did you manage to sing Zhangbo's parts too? Zhangbo attempted to join in multiple times, but to no avail, left in a state of despair. Ultimately, it was only when Yang San took the microphone that Wang Yu relinquished her control, initiating a new round of competition. During this time, Zhangbo could only assist with song selections. Gazing longingly at the two, growing increasingly disenchanted as the half-hour wore on. Wang Yu, you sing remarkably well. You're nearly catching up to me, Yang San remarked without a hint of modesty. During this time, the two had engaged in a friendly competition, performing songs in a myriad of languages, including Cantonese, Mandarin, English, Japanese, Korean, and even Minnan dialect. It was evident that they were evenly matched. Wang Yu truly lived up to her status as a music academy student. Is that so? I have a particular fondness for this style of rock music. I even formed a band once, Wang Yu said with palpable delight. What about the other members? Zhangbo finally interjected. Well, Brittany is pregnant, Avril has moved to Canada, and one of them married David Beckham. Yang San had suspected as much, but upon hearing it, he nearly spat out his wine in astonishment. What a formidable group! He noticed that Zhangbo was left speechless, having satisfied his appetite and thirst. Yang San exuberantly resumed singing, feeling invigorated and content, before retreating to room 3602, leaving the two young souls to their own devices. Chapter 4. Life is full of surprises. Yang San cheerfully returned to room 3602, exclaiming, Oh, today is brimming with surprises. There, she found Ifei sprawled on the sofa, one hand pressed against her chest, gasping for breath, while Xiaoxian stood nearby, cautiously holding a glass of water. I never imagined you were this kind of person. Xing Xiaoxian, what have you done to Ifei? Yang San declared with an air of righteous indignation, pointing a finger at Xing Xiaoxian. Her expression one of obvious disapproval. Xing Xiaoxian stammered, his face a mask of terror. What have I done? I can't recall. Have I lost my memory? Yang San, how dare you show your face here? You've ruined my meticulously crafted plans, Ifei shouted angrily upon seeing Yang San. Naturally, Yang San refused to admit anything. Plans? What plans? What have I ruined? I just saw you today, for goodness sake. You still have the audacity to speak? Zhangbo was finally ready to act like a man and prepare for battle. Who knows, he might even carry on our family line tonight. Why did you have to come and create chaos? Ifei continued, her voice rising in frustration. And you, Xing Xiaoxian, instead of being a proper radio host, you've taken to spying on others. Have you lost your mind? Ifei unleashed a torrent of words, while Yang San, finally managing to process the situation, curiously gazed at Xing Xiaoxian. You went spying? Well, you really know how to focus on the crux of the matter. No. I didn't. Xing Xiaoxian, concerned about his reputation, began to panic. After a moment of contemplation, Yang San settled onto the sofa, addressing Ifei and Xiaoxian. So, is it true that Zhangbo and Wang Yu are on a date? Or did Ifei coerce Zhangbo into it? I had no idea. I wondered why there were candles and red wine involved. And Xiaoxian, you discovered Mei Jiao in a room with a man with an unusual accent. And while you were preparing to investigate further, Ifei mistakenly thought you were spying on Mei Jiao and kicked you. Ifei and Xiaoxian attempted to clarify what had initially seemed straightforward, but now their understanding was somewhat muddled, and there was an unsettling feeling that something was amiss. Nonetheless, Ifei decided to overlook the details for now. What do we do now? Zhangbo is likely in a dire situation. Let us talk about Mei Jiao first. That man with the peculiar accent must be our new roommate, Guanggu, from Yokohama, Japan. His Chinese isn't very good. Mei Jiao is probably just helping him unpack, not engaging in a secret rendezvous. Yang San believed it best to clear the air, as gossip could be detrimental to everyone involved. As for Zhangbo, I think it's simple. He should pin Wang Yu down for bed slam, and that might just work. Pin down Wang Yu? Ifei dismissed the thought painfully. If Zhangbo could do that, would he need my help to set up a date? Besides, they might end up losing their friendship entirely. Not a big deal. Next, I'll lay everything out for her, telling her that I know all about it. She should stop deceiving herself. The the sea of suffering is boundless. And turning back is the way to salvation. Then she walked away without looking back, allowing her a moment of calm, during which she would realize that impulsiveness is a devil, and that all of this is but a fleeting cloud. At that moment, Yang San seemed to radiate an aura reminiscent of a mystic. Yifei and Xiaoxian gazed at Yang San with expressions akin to those of caregivers for the intellectually challenged. Yang San, where on earth did you learn this? Xiaoxian inquired. Isn't this how the domineering CEOs on television behave? Zhang Bo is simply too weak. Perhaps if he learned from them, it might prove beneficial. Yang San replied with an air of certainty. Just then, Zhang Bo unexpectedly entered the room. Great, it's finally over. I was so tense. Zhang Bo. What are you doing here? The battle isn't over yet. How could you have left? Yifei exclaimed, startled, fearing that Zhang Bo was abandoning the fray. Didn't you tell me to walk away without a backward glance? Zhang Bo curiously pointed to the intercom. Oh, did you hear what was said earlier, Zhang Bo? Did you actually follow through on it? And you emerged unscathed? Yang San and Xiaoxian exchanged astonished glances. This can actually work. What was the effect? How did Wang Yu react? Yifei queried, her curiosity piqued. Do girls nowadays really favor such tactics? Or have I simply become too old-fashioned to keep pace with the times? I'm not certain. Wang Yu appeared quite hesitant, as if she wanted to say something. Zhang Bo recalled, reflecting on Wang Yu's demeanor. Just then, Wang Yu entered room 3602. Yang San suddenly felt a twinge of fear, as if caught in an act of wrongdoing. So, you are all here. I have something I wish to say to Zhang Bo, Wang Yu expressed. A hint of embarrassment in her voice. All right, we shall excuse ourselves. Upon hearing this, Yifei felt a surge of hope. It's fine, it's fine. Everyone knows now, and I should be honest with all of you. Yifei and Xiaoxian grew increasingly perplexed. Wang Yu continued. Zhang Bo's words made me realize that I should not lie to friends. All of this is but a fleeting cloud. I am even more bewildered, however. I feel I have heard this phrase somewhere before, Xiaoxian remarked, while Yifei confessed, I still don't understand. What is it that I should comprehend? I sincerely apologize everyone. My full name is Lin Wang Yu, and my father is the chairman of Lin International Bank. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxian's eyes widened in astonishment. Lin International Bank. Are you referring to that? Lin International Bank. Meanwhile, Yifei nearly fainted, only to be steadied by Zhang Bo's quick reflexes. Yes, I was supposed to attend a music academy in New York, but my father insisted that I go on blind dates with others. Wang Yu's voice grew increasingly agitated. With whom are you set to meet? The son of Gates? Or Buffett's nephew? Yang San inquired, his curiosity piqued. I don't know. All I know is that their family is involved in oil extraction in the UAE. Wang Yu responded. At this point, Yifei, who had just regained her composure, felt it slipping away once more. Zhang Bo quickly reassured her, sister, remain calm. I did not wish to go, but my father insisted on sending someone to fetch me. In a moment of impulsiveness, I purchased a plane ticket and arrived here. My father is searching for me everywhere. I had no choice but to conceal my identity from you all. I have never had freedom. This is my first taste of true independence, and I refuse to marry someone I have never even met. Wang Yu had evidently been holding back for quite some time, and she finally let it all out in one breath. I have expressed everything that needed to be said. I will certainly find a job on my own, pay my own rent, and not be a burden to you. Wang Yu, I have been studying since childhood, and the day I met you was indeed the day I truly began my journey toward independence. Therefore, I can comprehend your feelings. Rest assured. We do not know the wealthy heiress Lin Wang Yu. We are only familiar with the Lin Wang Yu who sells pirated goods. Zhang Bo suddenly seemed to have an epiphany, articulating a heartfelt speech that moved Wang Yu to embrace him, exclaiming, Thank you, Zhang Bo. Yifei wore an expression of sheer astonishment, vigorously applauding Zhang Bo. At that moment, Mei Jiao and Guang Gu, hearing the commotion outside, made their entrance. You're all here, she exclaimed. Let me introduce you. This is Guang Gu, a marvelous individual from Yokohama, Japan, who is a manga artist. Yang San observed Guang Gu awkwardly standing there, glancing around at unfamiliar faces. Guang Gu, this formidable woman is Hu Yifei, a university lecturer. The two gentlemen embracing are Yifei's brother, Liu Zhangbo, a computer genius, and the lady is Lin Wang Yu, a rare and innocent soul. As for this cheeky fellow named Xing Shaoxian, he is the apartment's women's committee chairman, and you'll need to consult him regarding your accommodation. Reactions to Yang San's introduction varied. Yifei felt quite pleased with her designation as a strong woman. Meanwhile, Zhang Bo and Wang Yu hurriedly separated. Feeling a tinge of awkwardness, Xiaoxian appeared somewhat bewildered, sensing that something was amiss. You're all here. What do you think of my new hat? Ziqiu suddenly burst through the door, tossing a green hat onto his head with a proud inquiry. Broccoli! Yifei and Xiaoxian exclaimed simultaneously, astonished. Yang San and the others exchanged confused glances, wondering what the joke was. Am I really that out of touch with current trends? Why do I feel the need to say me too? Today truly is filled with surprises, as another figure, a police officer, entered, saluting and inquiring, who called 110? Called the police? What has happened? What have I missed? Ziqiu pondered, a flurry of thoughts crossing his mind. What? We didn't call the police. I simply intended to catch someone in the act and had even begun that yet. Why call the police? Yifei and Xiaoxian exchanged incredulous glances. My father has called the police to catch me. Oh no, my independent life has even begun, and it's already coming to an end. Wang Yu was on the verge of collapse, tears welling in her eyes. Is there a fire? Did I blow out the candles? Wait. Is calling about a fire to 110 or 120? Zhang Bo's imagination was running wild. Someone has called the police? Quickly, tell me what happened. Had I known, I would have come out sooner. It appears to be quite the spectacle. Should I fetch a bag of popcorn to enjoy while watching? Is one bag enough? Or should I get two? The gossiping spirit in Meijiao was already ignited. It was I who ordered takeout. Guanggu exclaimed with delight. Chinese takeout is remarkably swift. I just ordered it a short while ago, and here it is. Takeout. Yifei, Xiaoxian, and the others looked at Guanggu in astonishment, unable to restrain their inquiries. Yang San held his head in exasperation, vigorously rubbing his temples. I knew it would turn out this way. After much effort, I finally elucidated the sequence of events to the police, leaving them with a warning. As Ziqiu and I discussed, in China, one must dial 110 first. And I did not misdial. Guanggu was still perplexed as to why the delivery had not arrived. Liu Ziqiu! The crowd bellowed at Ziqiu, who had broccoli atop his head. Before they surged forward, pinning him down and delivering a playful beating, while Guanggu remained lost in thoughts about his missing meal. Following a bout of general mischief, the earlier awkwardness dissipated, and our bonds grew significantly closer. Indeed, sharing a common interest beating people can truly strengthen relationships. Meanwhile, Yang San lay on his bed, preparing for his inaugural journey through time and space. Chapter 5, Entering Mr. Zombie. Ding dong. Welcome to Mr. Zombie, where tasks await. Ding dong. A world task has been issued. Eliminate the zombified Mr. Ran. Task reward, Turbo points. Standing dumbfounded in a desolate forest, Yang San's expression darkened further upon hearing this news. Eliminate Mr. Ran? Are you certain I want to be the one to perish? I refuse this task. Is that permissible? System, why didn't you clarify this earlier? How about I eliminate you instead? Ding dong, in the realm of the system, only completion of tasks or death can conclude them. Death? If I die here, will it be for real? Ding dong, death equates to task failure. You may spend 10 points to revive. What if I lack points? Upon hearing this, Yang San realized there was a possibility of revival. But what if I have no points? Ding dong, then congratulations, you are truly dead. Congratulations indeed, this world is perilous. Shall we return home? Dingling, the living must avoid the dead. This phrase sounded rather peculiar. Wait, that was the system. Who uttered it? Yang San hurriedly scanned his surroundings and soon spotted a bespectacled Taoist leading a group, leaping towards him while ringing a bell. But why was that group bouncing about? Suddenly, Yang San grasped the situation. This was a corpse procession. Such scenes are common in films, and the bespectacled individual must be the four-eyed Taoist. At that moment, the Taoist also noticed Yang San, his gaze sharpening as he drew a pitchwood sword, brandishing it in a defensive manner. Who is this vile creature? Yang San understood that the four-eyed Taoist was startled by his presence. It is true, those who conduct corpse processions typically traverse remote mountains and forests, rarely encountering people, let alone ghosts. I must clarify my situation quickly, lest I be mistaken for a ghost and wrongfully harmed. Fear not, deist. I am Yang San. Just returned from studying abroad to visit my family. I stumbled upon a bandit camp and, in my haste to escape, lost my way in this wilderness. I have wandered for quite some time and am fortunate to have encountered you. I implore you to assist me in finding my way out of this forest. Yang San spoke with such earnestness that his tongue stumbled slightly, daring not to utter a single jest. Fortunately, while aimlessly wandering, his clothing had become quite tattered, otherwise he might have found himself in a more challenging position to explain. The four-eyed Taoist scrutinized him closely, confirming he was indeed human. The sword in his hand lowered somewhat, as the tattered attire revealed a youthful appearance. After all, how many modern people are not delicate and fair of skin? There seemed to be no malice, thus the pitchwood sword was finally sheathed. Even if his words were not entirely truthful, they likely held some semblance of reality. If you are unafraid of my customers, I can escort you. You appear unarmed, yet you dare to venture into these deep mountains and forests. Encountering ghosts is one thing. Even wild beasts could pose a threat to you. The four-eyed Taoist was not one to abandon those in need. His previous words were not mere jest as he reached into his pack and offered a flatbread to Yang San. Are you hungry? Please, have a bite. Yang San expressed his gratitude hurriedly and devoured the food voraciously. One must go through the motions, after all. Surprisingly, while it was a bit tough, it still possessed a unique flavor. However, if I had to eat this every day, I would rather perish. After a night of silence, Yang San accompanied the Taoist of Four Eyes on their journey over the next few days, traveling by day and resting by night. Having someone familiar with the terrain as a guide was indeed advantageous. Despite the winding path, they encountered no supernatural beings, which attests to the Taoist's remarkable skills. During this time, Yang San gritted his teeth and purchased a basic level of Baoji Kuang from the market. This world is fraught with danger. It is wise to have a skill at one's disposal. As the saying goes, literature can bring peace through Taiji, while martial arts can stabilize the universe with Baoji. Although Taiji is more renowned, there is another saying, a decade of Taiji without stepping outside, yet Baoji can kill within a year. Thus, it stands to reason that Baoji is comparatively more lethal in the early stages, even if it may not be effective against zombies, at the very least. It offers a fighting chance. Each morning, Yang San diligently practiced several sets of Baoji Kuang to hone his skills. Is that Baoji Kuang you are practicing? The Taoist of Four Eyes inquired as he observed Yang San's movements. Indeed. Fortunately, I learned a bit overseas from a master. Yet, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. I couldn't manage against the bandits. What do you think, dearest? Yang San replied while continuing to practice. My skills in martial arts are mediocre. But tonight we shall reach my senior brother's place. His martial prowess is quite commendable. Perhaps he can impart some teachings to you. The Taoist recognized that Yang San was merely a novice. Facing 2 or 3 adversaries presented no significant challenge, but should the numbers increase, coupled with weaponry, it would be commendable for Yang San to escape unscathed. Is he the Taoist Lin you mentioned earlier? That would be splendid. Previously, I practiced boxing merely for physical fitness, but encountering bandits has unveiled the naivety of my former thoughts. Yang San wiped the sweat from his brow and accepted the game from the Taoist. This world does offer some good provisions. They are abundant in the mountains. It's so difficult to find such in the real world. And even if one were to find it, who would dare to consume it? It could very well be a protected species. Indeed, the world is chaotic, rife with demons and anomalies. It is best to refrain from venturing out without sufficient skills. The Taoist of Four Eyes, having traveled far and wide, sighed, reminiscing about past experiences. Suddenly, a ringing sound echoed. Yin beings may borrow the path, while young beings should retreat. The Taoist led Yang San to a charitable house and halted. This shall suffice, he declared. Yang San knocked on the door, reassured that there would be someone on guard at night. He hastened to knock insistently. At last, he would not have to sleep outdoors. Who is it? At this late hour, came a voice from within, accompanied by Yang. Wen Kei, open the door. I am your uncle, the Taoist called out upon hearing the voice. Wen Kei, hurry and open the door. Your uncle of Four Eyes has arrived, and go to the kitchen to prepare something to eat. A commanding voice echoed. Wen Kai promptly opened the door and, upon seeing his uncle along with a young man his uncle's new disciple exclaimed, Uncle, before assisting the guests into the mortuary. Then bustling off to the kitchen, Yang San followed the Taoist into the living room, where he spotted a middle-aged man who bore a striking resemblance to Lin Zhou Ying. Preparing to step out. Four Eyes, you have arrived. Come, sit and rest for a while. Ah, is this your newly accepted disciple? Greetings, Master Lin. I am Yang San. Yang San promptly introduced himself and recounted his origins. Upon receiving a note from Master Zhou, Master Si Mu remarked on the chaos of the world and the decline of human integrity. Young brother Yang, you may rest assured and reside in the ancestral hall for the time being. During our leisure, we can engage in some sparring and exchange insights. I hold great admiration for the 8 Extremes Fist of Ding Qian-kun. Master Zhou, with his noble character, demonstrated his consideration for Yang San's dignity. In the ensuing days, Yang San diligently practiced several routines of the 8 Extremes Fist each morning, subsequently engaging in sparring with Master Zhou's senior disciple, Zhou Ying, while Master Zhou observed and provided guidance. Despite their practice of the Maoshang martial arts, Master Zhou's higher caliber and vision allowed him to assist Yang San without difficulty. During the remaining hours, Yang San meandered through the town, savoring the cultural essence of the Republic era. One evening, as Master Zhou, Master Si Mu, and Yang San were enjoying tea and conversation in the parlor, a sudden scream erupted from the mortuary. This is not good, something has happened. Master Zhou and Master Si Mu swiftly reacted, rushing towards the mortuary, with Yang San hastily following behind. Upon arrival, they witnessed a chaotic scene of corpses in disarray, with Wan Kai desperately dodging amidst the turmoil. Master! Uncle! Help me! Suddenly, a zombie lunged forth. Master Zhou reached out, executing a precise shoulder throw. Just as he prepared to deliver a follow-up strike, he heard the zombie exclaim, Master, don't hit me, it's me. Recognizing the unfolding narrative, Yang San felt a thrill of anticipation. Master Zhou, upon closer inspection, realized that it was Qiu Sheng attempting to prank Wan Kai again, this time masquerading as a zombie. We'll settle this later, Master Zhou shot Qiu Sheng a glare, offering an apologetic smile to Master Si Mu. First, we must subdue these zombies. Master Si Mu, discerning the gravity of the situation, joined the fray. They leaped into the midst of the chaos, with Master Zhou deftly tossing Wan Kai out of harm's way. Yang San quickly supported Wan Kai, realizing that despite the apparent force, Master Zhou had applied precise technique, ensuring that Wan Kai would only feel a sting in his backside. Master Zhou clasped his hands together, mimicking a sword stance, and after biting his finger, he shouted, Excellent. His posture was flawless and his aura commanding. By the way, Master Si Mu, what are you planning to do with that clenched fist? Master Zhou couldn't help but chide, after all these years of training. Have you squandered your skills? Had you been more diligent under our master's tutelage, you wouldn't be relying solely on rudimentary corpse controlling techniques to get by. Embarrassed, Master Si Mu quickly adopted the sword stance and joined Master Zhou in the fray. They executed the 7-star step, their sword fingers darting with precision. Each strike to the zombies' foreheads rendered them immobile, and in a matter of moments, they subdued several of the undead. However, being reliant on these customers for his livelihood, Master Si Mu exercised restraint, while Master Zhou, unburdened by such concerns, left the zombies in various states of dismemberment. The sight was painful for Master Si Mu, who implored Master Zhou, allow me to take over, you should rest. If you continue, my fellow disciple's funeral expenses will be depleted. Yang San and Wan Kai spectated with great interest from outside, commenting on how one zombie lost an arm to Master Zhou, while another had a leg broken. What will be left for Qiu Sheng after this? They mused. As the events unfolded, Qiu Sheng shivered in the shadows, hastily removing his makeup before slipping away. Wen Kai, chuckling softly, seemed to lament something lost. At last, upon witnessing Uncle Zhou and Daoist Si Mu tidying up the horde of corpses, Yang San and Wan Kai rushed in to assist in arranging the lifeless figures into neat rows. It was evident that lingering here was untenable. I must depart swiftly. Si Mu adjusted his somewhat disheveled attire, preparing to take his leave. Uncle Zhou and Yang San implored their junior, urging him to stay a few more days, for there was much to discuss. Indeed, Daoist, please extend your stay. I have yet to repay your kindness. I cannot, Si Mu replied resolutely. I have already overstayed my welcome. Further delay would only exacerbate matters. It seems Si Mu was determined to leave. Yang, there is no need for formality. I wish to express my gratitude for your companionship during these days. You cannot fathom how isolating it is to guide corpses alone. Devoid of even a single soul to converse with, I nearly forgot how to speak. Allow me to escort you, Yang San replied earnestly, harboring deep respect for Si Mu. Without him, Yang San wondered if he would have made it this far. He nodded to Uncle Zhou in acknowledgement. Uncle Zhou's mortuary lay beyond the town's outskirts, where the night enveloped the surroundings in a profound stillness, punctuated only by the calls of unknown creatures. The timid dared not venture here during the day. Nevertheless, Yang San accompanied Taoist Simu and his group a considerable distance, pausing only after numerous refusals from Simu. He watched as Simu led his patrons away, hopping with an air of joviality. Yang San vowed to ensure that one day, he would impart a complete set of corpse guiding techniques to Taoist Simu. Chapter 6. Drinking foreign tea. In the days that followed, Yang San continued to spar with Qiusheng each morning. Uncle Zhou remarked on Yang San's rapid progress, declaring him a promising candidate for martial arts. During other times, Yang San sought Uncle Zhou's wisdom on various specialized topics, such as the levels of martial arts practitioners, Minjin, Anjin, Huajin, and Master. Above the Master level, there is said to exist a mythical realm, the comprehension of intent, such as fist intent, sword intent, etc., which purportedly allows one to influence the very elements of nature, altering day into night at will. It is rumored that the legendary Zhang Sanfeng from Wudang achieved this extraordinary state. Conversely, Qi practitioners are categorized into several stages: refining essence into Qi, transforming Qi into spirit, refining spirit into void, and merging with the Tao. It is believed that those who reach the final stage may ascend to immortality, though the authenticity of such claims remains uncertain. Each level is further divided into early, middle, and late phases. Currently, Uncle Zhou is at the late phase of Anjing, while his magical prowess has just entered the realm of refining spirit into void. Qiusheng, on the other hand, has yet to reach the mid-stage of refining essence into Qi due to his inconsistent practice, although he has shown considerable aptitude in martial arts. Reaching the late phase of Minjing. In just over 10 days, Yang San has progressed from a novice to the mid-stage of Minjing, prompting Uncle Zhou to proclaim him a prodigy in martial arts. Yang San himself speculated that he must have benefited from the grand cosmic system. Though there are numerous types of ghosts, such as water ghosts, hanging ghosts, starving ghosts, and substitute ghosts, they can broadly be classified into minor spirits, ghost soldiers, ghost generals, and ghost kings. Monsters generally follow a similar nomenclature. Zombies are categorized into walking corpses, white zombies, black zombies, jumping corpses, flying corpses, and the legendary Ba and Hound. Walking corpses are created when corpse drivers manipulate dead bodies for transport. Upon reaching their destination, they perform a ritual to dispel the corpse's energy for burial. Thus they seldom become true zombies. The formation and advancement of zombies are exceedingly difficult, rendering them a rare sight today. One day, dressed in his finest attire, Uncle Zhou instructed Wen Kai and Yang San to change into better clothing, declaring that he would take them to enjoy foreign tea. Upon entering the town, it became evident that Uncle Zhou was well respected, as many locals greeted him warmly. "Master, may I opt out of this foreign tea outing?" Wen Kai, initially excited, suddenly became anxious. "I am unsure how to drink foreign tea, and I fear I might embarrass you." "Very well, then do not accompany us," Uncle Zhou replied sternly. Turning to leave, Yang San, observing Wen Kai's flustered demeanor, found himself at a loss for words, thinking it was as if Wen Kai had never embarrassed Uncle Zhou before. As Uncle Zhou continued walking, a thought struck him. He had never partaken in such tea either. What if he embarrassed himself? No. It would be better to bring Wen Kai along. It was preferable for him to be the one to embarrass himself. Thus, he resolved to include Wen Kai. Upon turning around, he discovered that Yang San had already caught up with them. "Do not worry, I have spent time abroad and know how to drink it. Just follow my lead," Yang San said with a smile. Uncle Zhou and Wen Kai then realized that Yang San's experience abroad would surely equip him with the knowledge of how to enjoy foreign tea. As they walked, Yang San exclaimed, "In foreign lands, they refer to tea as coffee. It has a delightful aroma but carries a slight bitterness, which is why many prefer to add milk and sugar." Yang San observed the two individuals attentively listening and felt a sense of accomplishment as he proceeded to introduce them to the delights of egg tarts and steak. When Zhou Shu and Wen Kai heard that consuming steak required a knife and fork, their expressions were one of utter bewilderment. Knife? Fork? Aren't these weapons? How do they relate to dining? Just as they were pondering this, they arrived at the CAF. Upon entering, they were greeted by a sharply dressed gentleman resembling a head waiter, who welcomed them and inquired if they had made a reservation. Reservation? Zhou Shu was momentarily taken aback. But Yang San quickly interjected with a smile, explaining that Lord Ren had invited them. "Ah, you are esteemed guests of Lord Ren," the gentleman replied, leading the trio upstairs, where Lord Ren was indeed seated, a pipe in hand. After they settled in, Zhou Shu politely remarked that he had heard Lord Ren's daughter had returned from the provincial city, and he wondered why she was not present. That girl, Lord Ren replied, is not adept at much. She has merely returned having learned the art of makeup and is preparing to teach the local girls. His beaming smile revealed his pride in her endeavors. Noticing Wen Kai rolling his eyes and mumbling under his breath, Yang San could only surmise that the remarks were not complimentary. Ah, here she comes, Lord Ren said, gesturing toward the staircase. Upon hearing this, Wen Kai instinctively turned his head, his expression transforming into one of infatuation, though his gaze was dangerously low, almost leading him to stumble into the bosom of Ren Tinting. After calling out to her father, Ren Tinting took a seat, while Wen Kai returned to his senses, albeit with his gaze unwaveringly fixated on a particular spot. Look how much she has grown, Zhou Shu noted, evidently familiar with Ren Tinting. While Wen Kai foolishly chimed in, she is quite ample. It was certain that his comment did not align with Zhou Shu's intentions. Yang San buried his face in his hands, lamenting that he should never have brought Wen Kai along. Ren Tinting, casting a scrutinizing glance at the lecherous Wen Kai, shifted her gaze to her own chest, seemingly contemplating delivering a swift slap to silence him. Fortunately, at that moment, a waiter approached, alleviating the awkward tension. Zhou Shu, what would you like to drink? Lord Ren inquired. After ordering a cup of coffee, he turned to Zhou Shu and said, we shall have coffee as well. Zhou Shu nodded at Yang San, signaling him to take the lead. Meanwhile, Ren Tinting elegantly displayed her knowledge of English by stating, coffee. Zhou Shu, have you determined the date for the burial of your late father? Lord Ren asked. Well, Zhou Shu frowned, advising him to consider carefully, as such matters required a cautious approach. I have made my decision, Lord Ren asserted resolutely. Moreover, the feng shui master indicated that the burial must occur after 20 years. For the benefit of the Ren family. Yang San gazed at Lord Ren's earnest demeanor, unsure of how to respond. It was inappropriate to suggest that his father awaited exhumation to reclaim his lineage as vitality. Wen Kai, enamored by the presence of his goddess, felt compelled to comment on the feng shui master's words. Noticing Wen Kai was about to speak, Yang San swiftly stepped on his foot, stifling his words. Very well, Zhou Shu conceded, recognizing the impasse. Then let us proceed with the preparations for the burial in 3 days. Is there anything we need to prepare? Of course. We must be ready with our finances. Wen Kai, with a certain flair, remarked, what? In a moment of distraction, Yang San regretted not keeping an eye on Wen Kai. Wen Kai, are you eating well? Please refrain from speaking. Such a simple matter should be left to us. What do you think is appropriate? Uncle Jiu inquired with a scowl, while Yang San, covering his face, decided to let things unfold as they may. Of course. Upon noticing Uncle Jiu, Wen Kai quickly bowed his head in a bid to hide. It's a trivial matter, Lord Ren said with a smile as he observed Wen Kai. At that moment, a waiter approached to announce that Huan Baiong had arrived. Lord Ren instructed the waiter to bring some egg tarts before taking his leave. Once the coffee arrived, Yang San added sugar and milk, stirring it thoroughly before taking a sip, with Uncle Jiu and Wen Kai mimicking his actions. Ren Tinting, observing the adept Yang San, realized that his demeanor was distinctly different from that of the young man in town. Sir, did you study abroad? Although it was a question, Ren Tinting spoke with certainty. Indeed, I studied overseas previously. I returned to visit my family, only to encounter bandits. Fortunately, Uncle Jiu took me in. Yang San replied with a smile after sipping his coffee. Do you know how girls abroad apply makeup? Could you teach me? Ren Tinting appeared to possess a unique fascination with cosmetics. I would advise against learning foreign makeup techniques. Yang San recalled certain beauties whose appearances transformed dramatically without makeup, sending a shiver down his spine. Foreign cosmetics can be quite toxic and detrimental to the skin. Some individuals even suffer allergic reactions, leading to skin lesions. Such images are too distressing to contemplate. Noticing Ren Tinting's growing apprehension, he decided to refrain from further discussion, wishing not to frighten the young lady. Actually, you might try using cucumbers as a facial mask. They can whiten skin, reduce wrinkles, and hydrate your complexion. Over time, your skin will become much more radiant than with makeup. Yang San introduced the friend of women, cucumbers. Ren Tinting's eyes sparkled with excitement. Cucumbers can whiten and reduce wrinkles. Is that really true? Absolutely. Why would I deceive you? Yang San elaborated on how to use cucumbers for facial treatments, explaining the benefits of washing one's face with milk and what an egg white mask entails. Rintintin felt as if she had discovered a treasure trove of knowledge, eager for an extended conversation on the subject. Meanwhile, Uncle Jill and Wen Kai found themselves questioning the very fabric of their existence once again. Cucumbers, milk, eggs. What do these have to do with skincare? Why is it that I understand every word Yang San utters, yet when they are strung together, they become incomprehensible? Am I growing old, or has the world simply accelerated beyond my grasp? Unable to contain her curiosity, Rintintin rushed to say, "Father, I'm going to buy some cucumbers and eggs." Before darting off, cucumbers, eggs. Lord Ren was momentarily taken aback, wondering if she wasn't referring to traditional cosmetics. Ultimately, he dismissed the thought. Perhaps his daughter had developed an interest in cooking, which would certainly bring him culinary delight. Master Ren suppressed his inner excitement and, after 3 days of detailed discussions with Uncle Jill regarding the preparations and taboos for the upcoming event, they both exited the CF together. That evening, Yang San lay in bed, contemplating his attributes: name, Yang San; gender, male; constitution, 16; skills, advanced singing; beginner Baojiquan; evaluation, average. Do not overthink it. You are merely equivalent to an ordinary soldier, slightly better than the average person. Upon seeing this evaluation, Yang San resolved to avoid checking it in the future unless absolutely necessary, as it was rather disheartening. Chapter 7: The Awakening of the Undead. 3 days later, under the radiant sun, beside the grave of the esteemed old Master Ren, Uncle Jill, clad in his Taoist robe, stood before the altar, completing the offering of 3 incense sticks before addressing the assembly. He urged everyone to approach the ritual with sincerity and reverence. The crowd promptly followed suit. For in this world, one could not afford to be careless regarding such matters. The depth of one's sincerity was of utmost importance. Uncle Jill. This plot of land was said by the feng shui master to be quite challenging to locate. It is indeed a good site, remarked old Master Ren after completing his offerings. Uncle Jill gazed thoughtfully at old Master Ren for a moment before responding, "Indeed. This site is known as Dragonfly Touching Water. The entire grave measures 34 feet in length, yet only 4 feet can be utilized. It spans 13 feet in width, with only 3 feet available for use. Therefore, the coffin cannot be buried horizontally. It must be interred in accordance with the proper rites." At this juncture, Wen Kai, ever the provocateur, interjected with a jest. "What do you mean by proper rites? Is it akin to a French funeral?" Yang San found himself curious about the workings of Wen Kai's mind. Rest assured, the French lack your cultural sophistication. They do not adhere to such burial customs. Uncle Jill shot a disapproving glance at Wen Kai, who was proving to be quite the embarrassment. The so-called proper rites refer to vertical burial. Is that not correct, old Master Ren? Indeed, confirmed old Master Ren, giving a thumbs up. The feng shui master claimed that if ancestors are buried upright, their descendants shall surely thrive. And does it truly work? Uncle Jill appeared to be contemplating something. Old Master Ren, his earlier confidence waning, sighed. "For the past 20 years, our family's business has declined year after year. And I cannot fathom why. Does the feng shui master harbor a grudge against you?" Uncle Jill also sighed. "I suspect there must have been some form of coercion. Otherwise, why would he wish harm upon you, even allowing you to cover it with concrete? Dragonfly touching water should instead be snowflake covering the apex. How can water touch the coffin if it is not even close to the surface? Yet, he has shown some measure of conscience by allowing you to unearth the coffin after 20 years. He has not cursed you for a lifetime. Nor has he condemned your entire lineage." Yang San longed to interject. "Uncle Jill, your thoughts are overly simplistic. A good site is of paramount importance to a feng shui master. No immense favor would lead them to relinquish such a treasure. It is not a matter of conscience but rather a direct intention to bring about the extinction of the Ren family." At that moment, the coffin was finally brought forth, and Uncle Jill addressed the crowd. "Today marks the day when the valiant old Master Ren is revealed to the world once more. All individuals aged 36, 22, 35, 48, as well as those born in the year of the rooster or the year of the ox, are advised to turn away." Just as they prepared to open the coffin, a flock of crows took flight, causing a stir in the surrounding woods. Uncle Jill sensed an ominous sign and hurried to investigate. To his shock, he discovered that old Master Ren's corpse had not decayed. Instead, it bore a faint sinister aura, indicating a potential transformation into a malevolent spirit. In that moment, Uncle Jill comprehended the feng shui master's well-intentioned foresight. Seeing Uncle Jill's expression shift from one of concern to alarm, old Master Ren inquired, "Uncle Jill, is this site still viable?" "Well, it would be prudent to focus on your own life first," Rather than the merits of this burial site, Uncle Gio replied cautiously. This site is no longer suitable. Dragonfly touching water cannot touch the same point again. After much hesitation, Uncle Gio finally suggested, I advise immediate cremation. Cremation? It is unacceptable. My late father had an intense aversion to fire, thus cremation is out of the question. Upon hearing the suggestion of cremation, old Master Ren exclaimed in alarm. Yang Xian, observing old Master Ren's panic, remarked with a hint of derision, you have the chance to live, yet you refuse it. What sort of person are you? Seeing that old Master Ren could not be persuaded, Jiu Shu finally suggested, then let us return him to the mortuary. He then instructed Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai to create a plum blossom formation at the gravesite and to report back on the outcome of the burning. As they made their way back to the mortuary, Yang San noticed Jiu Shu's troubled demeanor and could not help but inquire, are you worried about old Master Ren's corpse? Indeed, you have disowned it, Jiu Shu replied, astonished. How could I possibly understand the corpse? I can only read your expression, Yang San retorted. From the moment old Master Ren was unearthed, your face has borne a troubled look. Though Yang San was aware of the impending events, admitting it was another matter entirely. Alas! The body remains uncorrupted, yet the complexion is darkening, startled birds take flight, and beasts flee in terror. Such ominous signs leave me with no choice but to worry. Old Master Ren's body may be undergoing a transformation. Jiu Shu's expression grew even more somber. Master, this is dire, look at how the incense is burning. At that moment, Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai rushed in, panic etched on their faces, holding 3 sticks of incense, 2 short and 1 long. Upon examining them, Jiu Shu's face hardened. He instructed Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai to prepare paper, ink, brushes, knives, and swords. He proceeded toward the altar with urgency. Yellow paper, red brushes, black ink, kitchen knives, and peachwood swords. Noticing the 2 stood there in a daze, Jiu Shu scolded them for their lack of diligence in their studies. It is a grave taboo for incense to burn in an uneven manner. The presence of such incense in the home undoubtedly indicates a death. Realizing their error, the 2 hastily gathered the necessary items. Wen Kai, suddenly inspired, brought forth a rooster. After performing a ritual, Jiu Shu handed them a container filled with ink mixed with chicken blood, instructing them to sprinkle it over the coffin, ensuring every spot was covered without exception. Do you understand? Yes, they weakly replied. There are good people and bad people. Jiu Shu seized the opportunity to teach. Thus, it is crucial to strive for virtue in life. However, once dead, one cannot contest for breath. But how does one strive for breath after death? Wen Kai pondered. There exists a distinction between a good corpse and a bad corpse. If one clings to life even in death, one becomes a bad corpse, much like old Master Ren. Jiu Shu, exasperated, noted their confusion. A bad corpse. We must witness this. The 2 pushed aside the coffin lid, revealing the body had become engorged. Jiu Shu and Yang San approached to discover that the moonlight had caused the corpse to swell rapidly, with white hair beginning to shed and new black hair growing wildly, while the fingernails had lengthened considerably. Close it. Quickly sprinkle the ink. Goodness, this is progressing directly from a white zombie to a black zombie. What on earth did old Master Ren do to that feng shui master? Such severity. Jiu Shu's expression darkened further as he hurried back to his room to consult his records. Yang San patted the shoulders of the 2 and returned to his chamber. Knowing they needed to rest, a fierce battle loomed ahead. Meanwhile, the unreliable Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai resumed their playful antics, wholly unaware that the coffin had yet to be sprinkled. For the next 2 days, the venerable Master Ren remained quietly in his coffin, devoid of any movement. However, Uncle Gio never felt at ease, sleeping with one eye open, ready to investigate any unusual sounds. In stark contrast, Wen Kai slept soundly, undisturbed, which led Uncle Gio to remark that Wen Kai was indeed born to guard the ancestral hall. On the 3rd day, early in the morning, Uncle Gio was summoned by villagers from a neighboring hamlet, who sought his expertise to confront a malign presence, with no certainty of his return that evening. That night, Yang San was abruptly awakened by a thunderous noise, akin to timber collapsing. Realizing it was Master Ren emerging, he quickly grabbed the peachwood sword borrowed from Uncle Gio and cautiously prepared himself. Although cinematic tales often depicted zombies invading the Ren household directly, prudence was not misplaced. One could never predict Master Ren's intentions. As the sound of the zombies' leaps faded into the distance, Yang San felt a sense of relief and ventured outside to assess the situation. Indeed, Master Ren's coffin lay in disarray, while Wen Kai, oblivious to the chaos, continued to sleep soundly. Yang San couldn't help but admire Wen Sai's unwavering slumber, thinking to himself that he could disregard anything but Wen Sai's resilience. In the courtyard, he stumbled upon several chickens, their blood completely drained. Reluctantly, Yang San retreated to his room. It was not that he lacked the desire to rescue anyone. But with Master Ren now a dark zombie and Uncle Zhou absent, confronting the threat alone could lead to his own demise. He resolved to wait for Uncle Zhou's return. The following morning, Yang San roused Wen Kai, who was shocked to discover that the zombie had vanished, along with his chickens, which could not be salvaged and had to be burned on the spot. As he gazed mournfully at the pyre, Wen Kai lamented that he had merely taken a nap. Yet so much had transpired in his absence. Yang San urged the still sorrowful Wen Kai to accompany him in search of Uncle Zhou. However, they encountered Qiu Shen on their way back. It turned out that upon hearing of the turmoil at the Ren residence, Uncle Zhou and Qiu Shen had abandoned their return to the ancestral hall. Upon arrival, they confirmed the unfortunate demise of Master Ren, whose neck bore numerous claw marks and bite impressions. Uncle Zhou recognized the gravity of the situation and instructed Qiu Shen to hasten back to the ancestral hall to check on Master Ren's condition. Yang San shared the details regarding the ancestral hall and the disappearance of Master Ren. The three hurried back to inform Uncle Zhou, only to find him locked up upon arrival. Master, the coughing Qiu Shen panted, struggling to catch his breath. It's done, Wen Kai interjected. Master, you have been captured. The security team, observing their incessant chatter, stepped forward to intervene, preparing to escort Uncle Zhou away. Captain, may we speak with Uncle Zhou for a moment? It won't take much of your time, Yang San addressed Wei. Upon recognizing Yang San, Wei recalled that he had heard from Tintin about Yang San's overseas experiences and knowledge of Western matters, which set him apart from the local villagers. Thus, he decided to grant them a brief audience. After expressing his gratitude, Yang San turned to Uncle Zhou, knowing he would impart crucial instructions. Tonight, you and Qiu Shen must come to retrieve me, bringing chicken blood, a measuring line, talismans, and glutinous rice. Let Wen Kai remain at the Rong residence to watch over Tintin, as the zombie may return. Yang San committed every detail to memory, assuring Uncle Zhou, rest easy, Master. Master Zhou felt a profound sense of trust in Yang San. After a moment of reassurance, he turned and departed alongside Wei. Chapter 8, The Corpse Transformation in the Cell that night. Yang San and Qiu Shen diligently prepared the items required by Uncle Zhou, thwarting Qiu Shen's intention to steam the glutinous rice. Are you truly a member of the Maoshang sect? Yang San questioned, as he had brought along several wooden swords for precautionary measures. Wen Kai had set off early to the Rong residence, and Yang San instructed him to hold his ground until their arrival, emphasizing the utmost importance of preventing the zombie from tasting Ren Tintin's blood. Otherwise, even Uncle Zhou would be powerless, and they would all be forced to flee. At that moment, Yang San deeply empathized with Uncle Zhou's years of concern. It truly weighed heavily on his heart. Under the cover of darkness, Yang San and Qiu Shen stealthily infiltrated the security team. Observing Qiu Shen's familiarity with the surroundings, Yang San couldn't help but feel a trickle of sweat. How do you know this place so well? Do you frequent the security team? He asked, surprised by this side of Qiu Shen. Guided by the seasoned Qiu Shen, they swiftly located the cell where Uncle Zhou was confined. However, upon seeing Uncle Zhou's head wedged in the iron door, Yang San and Qiu Shen struggled to contain their amusement. What are you laughing at? Come help! Uncle Zhou awkwardly urged. Yang San gestured to Qiu Shen, indicating that he should handle this thankless task while he observed. It was at this moment that Yang San noticed the corpse of Lord Ren sitting up, its clawing hands searching for Uncle Zhou. You must hurry, Lord Ren has returned to life, and he appears rather menacing, Yang San exclaimed. Alarmed, Qiu Shen reacted swiftly. Just as in the original story, tearing off Uncle Zhou's trousers, causing Uncle Zhou to recoil in fright. In a flurry, Uncle Zhou grabbed his bag and produced a yellow talisman, hastily instructing Yang San to place it on Lord Ren's forehead, ensuring not to smudge it. Yang San took the talisman, but as he did so, he noticed Lord Ren slipping into a side room. Gripping the talisman in one hand and clutching his peachwood sword in the other, he pursued. However, the side room was unlit, and Yang San was cautious about entering. Although Lord Ren's transformation had just begun, making him little more than a ghoul, the corpse's nails and teeth already harbored venom. A careless injury would be most unfortunate. Scanning the room, Yang San spotted the light switch. He stealthily approached the door and flicked the switch, illuminating the room with a click. He crouched low and rolled in with a lazy donkey roll, narrowly evading Lord Ren's pounce. It seemed Lord Ren had sensed someone outside and was lying in wait for an ambush, but Yang San's rolling maneuver allowed him to slip past unnoticed. Seeing the zombie standing at the door with its back turned, Yang San swiftly applied the talisman, sending the creature flying out of the hole. The side room was far too cramped. The hole was a much better venue. Upon emerging, Yang San discovered Qiusheng entangled with Lord Ren. Rolling about, since when did Qiusheng take a liking to this? The simple bed where Lord Ren had previously lain lay in ruins. It turned out that upon noticing Yang San entering the room, Qiusheng hastened over to assist, but as he reached the doorway, he was startled by the zombie's sudden charge. In a panic, he performed a lazy donkey roll, and the zombie crashed onto the bed, collapsing it entirely. Seeing the zombie attempt to rise again, Qiusheng swiftly executed a Nelson hold, thus creating the scene Yang San encountered upon his return. Please hurry. I can't hold on any longer. Qiusheng, with a flushed face, managed to utter these words. Although the zombie lacked the intelligence to comprehend the methods of escape, its overwhelming strength was undeniable. As the saying goes, sheer force can overcome skill. I will hold steady, I'm coming. Yang San, not daring to delay, rushed to the front of the zombie and pressed a yellow talisman against its forehead, causing the creature to remain motionless. Can you handle it? You can't even last a moment. Yang San teased. Did you not see how strong it is? Next time, you can take my place. Qiusheng gasped as he lay on the ground. At that moment, the security team seemed to have noticed the commotion and was unlocking the door to investigate. Yang San quickly pulled Qiusheng behind a nail-studded bed. What is going on? Is this place being demolished? Wei entered with his men and was startled to see his uncle lying on the ground. You all better fix the bed and get my uncle up. Wei then noticed a corner of clothing peeking out from behind the nail bed. After glancing at Zhou Shu, he suddenly ordered a few of the small security guards to take care of his uncle and lock the door, ensuring no one could enter or leave. Regardless of the cries for help, with a cold smile directed at Zhou Shu, Wei drew his pistol and walked slowly into the hall. Uncle, keep your eyes wide open and watch how I capture the murderer. Suddenly, he noticed the yellow talisman on Runleo's forehead, and his hand instinctively reached out. Don't touch it! Zhou Shu shouted, but Wei, startled by the shout, inadvertently tore the talisman off. Now that I'm fine, you may not be. He scoffed. How could I have a problem? The ones in trouble are you, daring to break into the jail. Tomorrow, I will have you all executed. Wei declared ominously. Then fired a shot towards the nail bed. Come out, or beware of the bullets. With the situation growing dire, Yang San and Qiusheng stepped out, urging. Don't be impulsive, we are coming out. Wei failed to notice his uncle slowly rising behind him. Watch out behind you. Yang San warned kindly. Behind me? There is nothing to worry about, only my uncle is back there, Wei replied, skeptical, as he gestured dismissively. Little did he know, as he gestured backward, he encountered a solid form. Cold sweat broke out on Wei's forehead as he turned to see his uncle, albeit in a monstrous zombie form. Uncle, it's me, Wei. Don't you recognize me? Wei exclaimed, dodging as the zombie lunged toward him. What is happening? My uncle was supposed to be dead. Your uncle has transformed into a zombie. I've told you that Runleo was killed by a zombie, yet you still refuse to believe it. Qiusheng noted. Realizing the zombie was targeting Wei specifically, Yang San surmised that the zombie was not merely drawn to the weak, but rather, the blood ties between Wei and Runleo made the temptation far stronger than any of them could have anticipated. I truly believed. Please assist me. I can no longer endure the sight of Wei comically entangled, his clothes torn to shreds by the zombie, leaving him clad only in trousers. Let us release my master first. Wei flung the key towards Zhou Shu, but his body faltered, and he was seized by the zombie, hurled towards the fire pit, narrowly escaping a collision. However, his chest bore the imprint of a searing hot iron, inscribing a large character of mischief upon him. This particular moment had me in stitches back in the day. Yang San, sensing the opportune moment, signaled to Qiusheng and brandished his pitchwood sword against the zombie. The sword sliced through the zombie's hand as though it were igniting pig fat with an open flame, causing the creature to recoil in pain. Qiusheng seized the chance from behind, delivering a sweeping kick that sent the zombie tumbling to the ground. Yang San then leapt forth, thrusting the sword fiercely into the zombie's chest, piercing its heart. The zombie convulsed twice before falling still. Ding dong! 1 zombie slain, reward of 50 points. At that moment, the announcement from the Grand Universe system chimed, and Yang San was filled with joy. This was not even a task, yet points were still awarded. Ding dong! In addition to tasks, Eliminating malevolent beings, be they monsters or spirits, also grants reward points. This is splendid. One can perform good deeds while reaping benefits. Meanwhile, Jiu found himself in a bit of misfortune. As he prepared to catch the key away through in his direction, he quickly realized his aim was off due to the crisis at hand. Panic ensued as he extended his hand outward, fearing he might miss. Fortunately, he managed to catch it, though his head became momentarily stuck. After helping away to his feet, Yang San could no longer suppress his laughter at Jiu disheveled appearance. Jiu, why the hurry? Once we resolve this, we can rescue you. Eventually, with Qiushen's assistance, Jiu was freed. Looking at the zombie slain by the peachwood sword, Jiu remarked, "You did well, Yang San, but this corpse cannot remain." He produced a talisman, ignited it with his magical energy, and cast it upon the zombie's remains, which soon turned to ash. Wei hastily instructed others to unlock the cell door, respectfully inviting Jiu and the others outside. "Jiu, we owe you a great debt this time. Should any matters arise in the future, do not hesitate to inform me. I, Wei, shall ensure everything is arranged impeccably." Having been bitten by a snake, Wei now feared even grass ropes. Encountering such beings once more, he realized the importance of forging connections with those possessing genuine abilities. Lest he find himself in tears when trouble strikes again. The captain need not be so formal. It is our duty. Uncle Jiu, being a man of integrity, nonchalantly remarked, "Master, how can we let this matter rest? It would be quite unfortunate if word of this spread. An apology is certainly in order." Qiushen, feeling anxious, added, "Indeed. After all, being confined in a cell could lead to all sorts of rumors. Yes, it was my oversight. Tomorrow, I shall arrange a banquet at the tavern specifically to apologize to Uncle Jiu. Uncle Jiu and the others must extend some courtesy to Wei, who is willing to invest." I said, "Uncle Jiu, there is still a significant issue awaiting our attention. Should we not resolve this before discussing our meal?" Yang San, observing the endless chatter, grew increasingly anxious. Uncle Jiu is commendable in many respects, yet he places too much emphasis on face saving. A few kind words easily lift his spirits, causing him to forget pressing matters. If old Master Ren were to drain Ren Tintin's blood, Uncle Jiu would be at a loss. In the film, the creature first appears as a black zombie, later evolving into a more advanced jumping zombie. To defeat it, one would require the aid of the four-eyed Taoist and others. Yet even then, it would be a formidable challenge. If it were to consume Ren Tintin's blood, the transformation into a flying zombie or a more advanced jumping zombie could occur, necessitating the intervention of the entire Maoshan sect. Not to mention the countless lives that would be lost beforehand. Chapter 9. The Rescue at Ren's Mansion. Upon their arrival at Ren's Mansion, Uncle Jiu, Yang San, and Qiushen stumbled upon a dire scene. Wen Kai had been flung against the wall by the claws of old Master Ren while attempting to save Ren Tintin, leaving him unconscious with 4 deep, ghastly scratches on his arm. In the throes of urgency, Uncle Jiu spoke sparingly, yet both Yang San and Qiushen, not lacking in wit, grasped his intent. Qiushen swiftly unfurled his measuring line, and together with Uncle Jiu, they charged at the encroaching zombies. The moment the measuring line made contact, the zombies recoiled amidst a shower of sparks. Meanwhile, Yang San seized the opportunity to whisk Wen Kai away to safety. After tearing off Wen Kai's sleeve, he pressed the glutinous rice onto the wound, the grains sizzling as they met flesh. To their dismay, the rice darkened rapidly, resembling charred remnants, prompting Wen Kai to awaken with a cry of pain. This process repeated several times until the rice ceased to darken, at which point Yang San bandaged Wen Kai's injury with the remaining rice. At that moment, Ren Tintin stealthily approached to check on her savior. Yang San entrusted Wen Kai's care to her and instructed her to summon the servants to bring forth all the glutinous rice from the mansion, advising her to hurl it at any zombies that dared approach without hesitation. Meanwhile, Uncle Jiu wielded a peachwood sword, taunting the zombies with the stabs of the Big Dipper. He poked and prodded, creating an incessant annoyance, while Wen Kai exploited openings to deliver punches and kicks, targeting thighs, backs, and temples. However, the effects were minimal. After all, old Master Ren had transformed into a formidable black zombie, his body as unyielding as iron. Aside from a select few items, he was impervious to most attacks, rendering human weaknesses utterly irrelevant. Yang San observed the zombie's eyes and recalled that it was nearing the point of sight. Perhaps blinding it first would be prudent. With this resolve, he stealthily approached the zombie from behind and signaled Uncle Jiu, who immediately escalated his attack to confine the creature temporarily. Seizing the opportunity, Yang San swiftly covered the zombie's eyes with handfuls of glutinous rice. The creature, struck in a vital area, became enraged, abandoning its previous skirmish with Uncle Gio to lash out at Yang San. Anticipating this, Yang San deftly blocked the attack and leapt out of the fray. The zombie, agitated, attempted to flee, but Uncle Gio, embodying the role of a steadfast tank, ensnared it once more. I may not be able to harm you, but neither shall you harm others. What are you doing to its eyes? Zhou Ying, having taken a moment to rest, inquired out of curiosity, rubbing his sore hands and feet. Those little eyes of his are quite bothersome, and since Uncle Gio mentioned that zombies can eventually see, it's best to blind it first, Yang San unabashedly confessed. Are you tired? Let us investigate why the captain has yet to arrive, after all. They are the main force, and our success tonight hinges entirely on the captain's presence. Do not assume that Yang San is merely boasting. The difficulty of defeating the zombies in the film stems from the time they were allowed to develop. A closer examination reveals that when the zombies invaded the Rome residence, their strength was still rather limited. Had it not been for Uncle Gio's unfortunate lack of weapons having run out of ink lines, the glutinous rice being cooked, and the absence of pitchwood swords, he would have been unable to combat them unarmed. Moreover, Wen Kai was injured, and without immediate treatment for the zombie poison, he would surely falter. But the circumstances are quite different now. With Yang San's assistance, Wen Kai is presently in stable condition. There are still a few pitchwood swords available, and though the glutinous rice is scarce, it can last a considerable time if used sparingly. Should you escape, I shall not bear the surname Gio. Though Chioshan is somewhat reluctant, his current pain renders him unwilling to continue hammering iron, thus he hastens towards the entrance. Fortunately, the captain's speed is commendable, and a group has already arrived at the gate. Indeed, prior to Yang San's arrival, he instructed the captain to procure as much glutinous rice as possible, and even requested the security team to bring over the heavy iron chains from the prison. Not to mention, the security team possesses a substantial amount of iron chains and has prepared several lasso rods. Upon noticing the captain's arrival, Yang San exchanged a meaningful glance with Uncle Gio, signaling that reinforcements had come. Uncle Gio felt a sense of relief, assuring, I am quite enduring. The zombie, perceiving the increasingly unfavorable situation, seemed to lose its will to fight and began contemplating a strategic retreat. Uncle Gio, sensing this, intensified his efforts, pulling with greater force. Hurry! The fat sheep is about to escape. As he wrestled with the creature, he shot a glance at Yang San, who, in exasperation, thought, aren't you quite enduring? Why falter so soon? Despite his disdain, Yang San quickly seized a lasso rod and called upon everyone to commence. He stealthily maneuvered behind the zombie, carefully looping the lasso around its neck before pulling the rope taut and shouting, quickly, I've secured it. Second and third squads, proceed as planned to bind its claws. The two squads of security personnel rushed forward in groups of three, with one agile individual deftly ensnaring the zombie's claws with the lasso, while the other two burly men held the bamboo rod steady to prevent the zombie from thrashing about. The two squads successfully completed their task, pulling the claws in unison. Excellent, fourth and fifth squads, make haste, be cautious not to let the zombie harm you. Another two squads approached, again in the trio format, with one individual using the iron chains to loop around the zombie's arms, while the two strongmen tightened the bindings several times to ensure they would not slip off. Fourth, fifth squad has completed their task. They shouted. Great! Second and third squads, gradually press the bamboo rod against the zombie's body. Fourth and fifth squads, coordinate your efforts. The fourth and fifth squads maneuvered to the opposite sides of the second and third squads, working together to gradually lower the zombie's claws until they were pressed tightly against its body, commencing the binding process. They wrapped the chains around the creature repeatedly until it was bound like a wooden, or iron, mummy, finally securing it with iron chains. Success! Oh! Although the members of the security team were exhausted, they could not contain their excitement as they shouted triumphantly. Accustomed to preying on the weak, they never anticipated that today they would successfully capture such a fearsome zombie through their own efforts. The sense of pride they felt was unparalleled, and they knew they could boast about this for the rest of their lives. Uncle Gio observed this scene with satisfaction. Astonished that zombies could be captured in such a manner, it was truly an eye-opener. Uncle Gio, how should we deal with this zombie? Yang San, having assessed the situation, approached Uncle Gio with the question. Did you not consider how to handle the zombie when you devised the plan? Uncle Gio inquired curiously. You heard correctly. This capture operation was orchestrated by Yang San. The glutinous rice was merely a backup, to be used for a lethal assault in the event of failure. No. Capturing and killing are not the same matter. Do not be deceived by the zombie's fierce appearance. It is merely fear that prevents everyone from advancing. Once one overcomes that fear, confining it is not particularly difficult. However, killing it is a different story altogether, as it diverges from dealing with a human. Yang San explained matter-of-factly, to which Uncle Zhou concurred, acknowledging the soundness of the reasoning. Let us burn it. Uncle Zhou ultimately decided on this course of action. After dousing the creature with ample lamp oil, they set it ablaze. As the zombie screamed amidst the roaring flames, Yang San mused. Who would have thought you would meet your end in this manner? Perhaps we have all arrived at the same conclusion, albeit through different paths. The group did not feel at ease until they had ensured the zombie had been reduced to ashes. Its ferocity rendered them uneasy. They could not leave without witnessing its complete destruction. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the test, reward, 200 points. In the following days, although Wen Kai benefited from Yang San's timely intervention, Uncle Zhou insisted he soak in glutinous rice baths and consume rice porridge at every meal, claiming it would purge the lingering corpse poison from his system. Yang San noted that the effects were indeed evident. After all, Wen Kai had noticeably paled. Ren Tintin frequently visited to study the situation, expressing great interest. Moreover, under Uncle Zhou's arrangements, the ashes of Lord Ren and Lady Ren were interred in two well-chosen locations. Ren Tintin expressed her satisfaction and renovated the funeral home as a gesture of gratitude. The security team also garnered widespread recognition and praise from the townsfolk for their significant efforts during this incident. While patrolling the town, they were met with friendly gestures from the residents, fruits offered here, tea served there, and warm inquiries exchanged, all of which instilled a sense of pride in the entire security team. They began to appreciate the mission they carried, often assisting in minor repairs for various households, while remaining resolute in their commitment to uphold justice. The town flourished, moving towards a brighter future. The only source of concern was Zhou Ying, who was discovered by Uncle Zhou mingling with a female ghost. Had he not been caught early, Zhou Ying might have met a dire fate. Enraged, Uncle Zhou nearly extinguished Zhou Ying as well. Upon hearing this, Yang San felt regret for having forgotten about this little jade. Surely it was also a hidden point. Over these days, he had been so preoccupied with the zombie that he neglected the ghost. That evening, a familiar knocking echoed from outside. Bam, bam, bam. Wen Kai opened the door. Yang San, elated, hurriedly opened the door, exclaiming, Taoist, you have returned. How fares your business? Indeed. It was the group led by Taoist Simu. Ah, Yang San. How have you been? Where is Wen Kai? Could it be that you are being lazy? Sermo greeted Yang San with enthusiasm. It's a long story. Please, come inside and we shall discuss it. Yang San assisted in arranging Sermo as customer into the mortuary. Have you recently struck gold, brother? Even the mortuary has been renovated so splendidly. Sermo exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the pristine mortuary. But wait, with your miserly disposition, would you truly invest in such renovations? Chapter 10. Return in the following days. Yang San, Uncle Zhou, and Taoist Simu gathered daily to engage in profound discussions, sharing tales of their past encounters with the bizarre and the extraordinary. Yang San recounted situations from abroad, analyzing the potential developments in China over the coming period. After several days of jovial banter, Yang San decided it was time to bid farewell. However, before he could express his intention, Uncle Zhou presented him with a few pitchwood swords, while Taoist Simu gifted him a string of Buddhist prayer beads, which he had cleverly obtained from his neighbor, Master Ishio. He remarked that it would help cultivate tranquility and serve as a warning against malevolent entities, making it an essential artifact for both home and travel. Uncle Zhou and Simu chuckled at Yang San's astonished expression, teasing, Did you think we were oblivious to your desire to leave? Do you assume we simply idled away our time with idle chatter? Embarrassed, Yang San scratched his head and admitted, I didn't realize you noticed. They understood that Yang San had been away from home for quite some time, and his family was likely beginning to worry. They had refrained from mentioning it due to their recent encounter with the zombie, but now, witnessing Yang San's unusual demeanor over the past few days, it all made sense. A true man stands tall and proud. There is no need for hesitance. Besides, it's not as if we shall never meet again. Do visit us whenever you have the chance, Uncle Zhou and Simu said with a nonchalant familiarity with farewells. Yang San suppressed his feelings of sadness at parting and suggested to Uncle Zhou that they invite Zhou Ying and Wen Kai for a farewell banquet at a local restaurant. During the feast, Ron Tintin and Wei arrived upon hearing the news, chiding Yang San for his lack of consideration, as he was leaving without notifying them. They too brought gifts as tokens of farewell and gratitude, leading to a lively exchange at the table. In a certain room of apartment 3602, Yang San suddenly materialized beside the bed, as if ejected from a black hole, an exceedingly strange occurrence. Gazing at the familiar surroundings, he felt a wave of nostalgia. Checking his phone, he realized that only an hour had passed, which was hard to believe, considering he had spent over a month in the world of Mr. Zombie. If not for the attire reminiscent of the Republic of China era still adorning him, he might have thought it all a dream. Regaining his composure, Yang San took a shower, changed his clothes, and lay down on the bed, contemplating the miraculous system that rendered all his concerns trivial. Whether or not he found work mattered little, the gifts from Ron Tintin would suffice for him to live comfortably for a while. Thus, his sole focus was on how to enhance his abilities and emerge alive from the cinematic world. This was the true path. Name: Yang San. Gender: male. Physique: 20 skills, advanced singing, beginner Baji Quan evaluation, 1 against 10. Indeed, you read that correctly. You can boldly declare that you are ready to take on 10 opponents. Yang San stared at this rather juvenile evaluation with disbelief, questioning whether he had indeed encountered a system of a rather immature nature. After the intense battle with Elder Ren, Yang San experienced a breakthrough in his strength, reaching the late stage of Ming Jing. Indeed, the effects of practical combat are remarkable. In the following days, Yang San returned to the bustling modern metropolis, leading a tranquil yet amusing life, free from the constant vigilance against sudden apparitions. One day, having settled in, Guanggu invited everyone to the bar downstairs to celebrate his housewarming. Cheers! The group gathered on the bar's sofa, clinking their glasses to enliven the atmosphere. By the way, Guanggu, how are you finding life in China? Zhang Bo inquired with curiosity. I've adapted quite well. The Chinese cuisine is exquisite. Yesterday, Major prepared a dish that was simply delightful, called braised buttocks, Guanggu replied, his focus evidently on food, despite his limited command of the language. Major, noticing Zhang Bo's puzzled expression, quietly corrected him, it's braised pork ribs. Yang San observed silently, not interjecting. Oh, braised ribs. My apologies, Guanggu said, folding his hands together in embarrassment. Guanggu, do you find learning Chinese challenging? Wang Yu, perceptive as ever, shifted the topic. I feel my relationship with Chinese is akin to that with a girlfriend. I adore her, yet I cannot control her, Guanggu metaphorically expressed after some contemplation. You have a girlfriend? Major replied with a hint of melancholy, prompting Yang San to interject. Major, considering you have a well-known boyfriend, such a tone seems inappropriate. I was merely making a comparison. Guanggu, clearly oblivious, noted. Guanggu, I know of a Chinese tutoring class that comes highly recommended, called Mars Chinese. Would you like to check it out? Yang San suggested, believing it essential for Guanggu to master the language, or else he might face the Chinese level 8 exam someday. That sounds excellent. I definitely need to improve my Chinese. Guanggu appeared genuinely excited. Don't be modest, Guanggu. Your Chinese is already on par with Zhang Bo's. Meijiao exclaimed. Upon realizing Guanggu was still single, her spirits lifted considerably. Isn't that right, Zambo? Guanggu, what do you think of China? Yang San observed his silent demeanor, choosing not to present himself as the handsome man. Oh, it's astonishing. Completely different from what I had imagined, Guanggu remarked. You all have exposed me. Let's drop the pretense. I once heard that Chinese people are very modest, but now I see that is not the case. Every day, as I walk down the street, I see signs proclaiming, China excels, the Chinese people excel, Chinese agriculture excels, Chinese construction excels, Chinese industry excels, Guangdong's development excels. I acknowledge that you excel in many areas. But is it necessary to have it written everywhere? Yang San and the others exchanged glances, silently agreeing that this revelation should remain unchallenged for a while longer, allowing them to enjoy a good laugh. That day, while alone in his apartment, Yang San heard a knock at the door. Who forgot their keys? He wondered. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a small child holding a pot of garlic. Hello, uncle, the child said politely, bowing slightly before producing a photo of a giant panda. We are raising funds for the pandas. Would you like to participate? In Antarctica, freezing rain has fallen, leading to the tragic demise of numerous giant pandas who succumbed to the elements. Yang San gazed incredulously at the little trickster before him, pondering who he thought he could deceive. Was he truly so careless as to concoct such a ludicrous tale without a proper script? What connection did freezing rain in Antarctica have with giant pandas? More importantly, whom did he refer to as uncle? Ah, it dawned on him. Wait just a moment. Yang San resolved not to let this fraud escape unscathed. He promptly retrieved his phone and dialed 110. The young con artist, sensing trouble, attempted to flee. But Yang San swiftly apprehended him, advising, "Stay still, it will soon be over." "Is this Yao Yaoling? I am a tenant of apartment 3602 in the loft apartment. A young boy has approached me seeking donations, claiming that freezing rain in Antarctica has caused the deaths of giant pandas." After reporting the incident, Yang San discovered he was not the first victim of this ruse. Recently, several neighborhoods near the loft apartment had reported similar scams. All following the same narrative: freezing rain in Antarctica leading to the demise of polar bears, giant pandas, giraffes, golden monkeys, and more. The most astonishing part was that people actually believed it. "Yang San, who is this child?" Yifei returned just in time to witness Yang San grappling with the small boy at the entrance. "Sister, save me. He is a bad person. He wants to bully me." The little rascal began to feign innocence. After Yang San clarified the situation, the police arrived and took a brief statement before escorting the boy away. At such a tender age, already involved in deceitful schemes, Yang San wished he could educate the child's parents on proper upbringing. Yifei, still visibly upset, suddenly recalled something. "Yang San, do you have time later?" "Yes, why do you ask?" "It's about Ziqiao. We are planning to take him to see a doctor. Would you like to join us?" "A doctor? Are we forming a group to seek medical attention now? Besides, Ziqiao doesn't seem ill to me." "Who else are you referring to?" Yang San responded, perplexed. "Who said Ziqiao is fine? Xiaoxian and I have discovered that he suffers from severe depression," Yifei animatedly explained, detailing how she stealthily rummaged through the trash bins of apartment 3602 to uncover notes steeped in melancholic sentiments, and how Meijia had portrayed a monstrous figure that reduced Ziqiao to tears. Yang San listened intently, though he maintained that this did not necessarily denote a serious issue. Yifei, determined, presented her trump card, various medical texts and the testimony of Zhang Bo's aunt, a former representative of depression, all indicating that Ziqiao exhibited numerous characteristics of a depression sufferer. Yang San was almost convinced. Indeed, she was an esteemed university lecturer. However, had they not previously discussed the matters concerning Meijia and Guanggu? It seemed they had not heeded a word. Thus, Yang San found himself unwittingly roped into Yifei's scheme. Upon arriving at their destination, he suddenly questioned his purpose for being there. Was it merely to witness Lu Ziqiao's antics? While this was indeed a possibility, psychological therapy did not allow for mere spectatorship. What amusement could be derived from this? He would rather return home to play murder games with Zhang Bo and his aunt. The thought of that delightful interaction made him yearn. Yet he lamented missing out on it. "Yang San, you are here too." Upon seeing Yang San's presence, Ziqiao urgently signaled him, pleading, "Please don't expose me. My future happiness depends on this." Yang San responded with annoyance, "It's all your fault for making me miss such a splendid performance. Just wait until I deal with you." With a wicked gleam in his eye, he cast a glance at Ziqiao's chest, causing Ziqiao to feel a shiver run down his spine. Could it be that Yang San has developed an interest in me? Why is he fixated on my chest? I never imagined he would fancy such a thing. No. I would rather perish than yield. At that moment, the psychologist emerged, calling for Ziqiao to enter. Upon hearing this, Ziqiao hurried inside, never having found this plump, not particularly clever, and balding middle-aged man so endearing before. "Sister, help! Aunt is going to kill me." Just then, Zhang Bo's desperate call came through. And from the piercing screams, it was evident that he was thoroughly terrified of his aunt. Yang San, even from a distance, could still hear Zhang Bo's cries and felt a pang of sympathy for him for 3 seconds. "Hello, Zhang Bo, what is happening?" Yifei was clearly shaken as well, grabbing her bag and preparing to rush back. Yang San quickly stopped her. "It's rush hour now. By the time you get home, Zhang Bo will be in deep trouble. Why not call Guanggu to check on the situation? Let's wait for Ziqiao's results before we head back together. With Teacher Zhen's car, we shouldn't be delayed for long." Yifei agreed, realizing the logic in his words, and promptly notified Guanggu. She began pacing anxiously, unable to remain still. Time ticked away. Yet Guanggu's call did not come. Even Yang San began to suspect that Guanggu might have encountered some misfortune when Guanggu finally called. It turned out that he was fine, as was Zhang Bo, Their aunt was merely engaging in a murder mystery game, and Guanggu had curiously joined in, which had delayed him. Chapter 11. Ziqiao was in distress, but Yifei finally felt at ease as she sat down, relieved that Zhongbo was fine and that the family still had a chance to flourish. I am but a hopeless case. The doctor has informed me that he has never encountered a condition like mine. Perhaps I should return home to prepare for my affairs. Yang San, amused, observed the theatrics of Ziqiao, remarking that he would soon witness how he would meet his end. Yifei and Shao Xian anxiously entered the psychological therapy room. The doctor, noticing Yang San's calm demeanor, felt reassured that there was still someone sensible among them. The two of them meandered inside. Once everyone was seated, the doctor glanced at Yang San and asked, "Shall I proceed, or would you like to?" Yang San replied, "You take the lead, it is your domain." "Your friend Ziqiao, his case is indeed quite rare." The doctor jested. "I have just conducted a clinical diagnosis, and the overall conclusion is depression." Yifei interjected, glancing at the doctor. "Could you please expedite your words? You're driving me to despair." "Just a prank." The doctor chuckled. "Are you certain you are not a trickster?" The academic definition is that he attempts to induce in you the belief that he is despondent and depressed, thereby seeking additional attention for ulterior motives. In Shanghainese, we call it courting disaster. Impossible. Are you sure? Yifei and Shao Xian grew increasingly agitated. Damn Ziqiao. My McDonald's, my movie tickets, my PS3, though that seems to belong to Zhongbo, my feelings. I have never encountered a patient with depression who could chatter incessantly like him. In fact, he ended up hypnotizing me. The doctor confessed. This is my first encounter with such an extraordinary case. As for those notes, I merely copied some lyrics from Sun Yanzi. Alright, just accept it. I have long assured you that Ziqiao is fine. Now do you believe me? Yang San chuckled. But what era are you from? You can't even recognize Sun Yanzi's lyrics. Ziqiao, how could you deceive our feelings? Yifei exclaimed indignantly. Shao Xian could no longer contain himself. Indeed, where can we find friends as good as us, who bring food, drinks, gaming consoles, and offer concern, even bringing him to a psychologist? Alright, do not take it too seriously. Relax a bit, the doctor remarked, noting that it was rare for him to be in good spirits today. Relax. Try being in my shoes. Yang San observed that Shao Xian was clearly on the brink of a breakdown. How unfair. When I faced setbacks in previous years, no one showed such concern for me. I too was despondent, and I penned numerous poems that no one understood, yet not a single soul noticed, because no one cared. Yifei recognized Shao Xian's plight and gently remarked, I have asked you countless times, yet you never speak of it. Hey, I am a man. A man. Do you expect me to passionately and justly declare, I have been cuckolded? As soon as young Shao Xian shouted, he realized he had let something slip. No way. Just kill me already. Yang San observed the captivating scene before him. The performance today was quite commendable. He swiftly ushered Xing Shaoxian and Yifei away, suggesting they should consider Ziqiao's predicament. Upon returning to the apartment, they discovered that Zhongbo and Guanggu had already escorted Auntie back to the nursing home. Ziqiao was in his room, mumbling to himself, presumably rehearsing lyrics. Shao Xian prepared warm water with a measured dose of sleeping powder, ensuring Ziqiao would slumber for 1 to 2 hours. He then entered Ziqiao's room, expressing concern and care, and after a while emerged with an empty cup, giving a thumbs up to Yang San and Yifei, indicating the task was flawlessly executed. The trio quietly slipped into Ziqiao's room, where they found him peacefully asleep. A hint of drool at the corner of his mouth, dreaming of food, perhaps. Ziqiao, wake up. There's a beauty looking for you, Yang San whispered near his ear. When Ziqiao showed no signs of awakening, he felt relieved. The mission was accomplished. Ziqiao is in a deep sleep now. We can proceed. Yifei, would you like to join in observing? Yifei, feeling shy at the prospect, retorted, I'm not afraid of needles, you know. Disdainfully scoffing, she exited the room, ensuring to close the door behind her. Then, let us go, Yang San proclaimed as he took a seat. Why me? Why not you? Xing Shaoxian protested, reluctant to take on the task. Are you certain you want to do it? Ziqiao has deceived your affections, not mine. If you want tea, then who will? Would you prefer Yifei to do it? I could certainly ask her, Yang San teased, clearly enjoying Xing Shaoxian's discomfort. Moreover, the most crucial point is that I have no interest in this. Xing Shaoxian nearly spilled out his drink in disbelief. You don't fancy it, But I do? Yet. Recalling who Ifai's swift rebuttal, he shivered involuntarily. Fine, I'll do it. How significant can it be? Yang San watched as Xing Shaoxian undressed Ziqiu. A sight too unsettling to behold. Without further prompting, Xing Shaoxian took a rope and bound Ziqiu's hands and feet to the bed frame, positioning him in a shape. Yang San regarded Xing Shaoxian's adeptness with a peculiar glance, wondering if he might secretly enjoy such activities. When he opened the door for Yifei, she was taken aback by Ziqiu's predicament and remarked, "You all seem rather professional." Yang San quickly clarified, "I did nothing. This is entirely Zan's handiwork." Yifei then cast a strange look at Xing Shaoxian, questioning, "You genuinely have a taste for this?" Xing Shaoxian, exasperated by their insinuations, retorted, "What are you implying? Am I really that kind of person? I am Xian Gu." Observing Yang San and Yifei nodding in agreement, he felt a sudden pang of toothache. "But what can I do? I cannot contend with either of you," he mused, recognizing their physical prowess, particularly since Yang San had maintained his daily martial arts practice. And Yifei had previously indicated that one must fight to determine strength. The trio waited in silence for Ziqiu to awaken, interspersing the anticipation with selfish and light banter. Finally, Ziqiu slowly opened his eyes amidst their eager anticipation, stifling a yawn. He had slept soundly, though feeling a bit chilly. Just then, a cool breeze swept across his chest, prompting him to wonder, "Wait, where are my clothes? Why can't I seem to move my hands?" Upon closer inspection, I discovered that my feet were bare and shamefully bound to the bed, while Yifei, Teacher Xing, and Yang San gazed at me with amused expressions. "What is the meaning of this?" I implored. "Yifei, Teacher Xing, Yang San, could you please release me?" No, Yifei replied, her voice sweet yet mischievous. "The doctor informed us that your condition is quite severe. He suggested we might resort to some unconventional treatment, electrotherapy." "How shocking and violent!" Teacher Zeng added with a playful raise of his eyebrows. "Electrotherapy?" I nearly leapt from my skin in fright. "Yang San, please, I beg you, let me go." "Rest assured, there is no medical electrotherapy device at home," Yang San reassured me. "However, the doctor mentioned that if we could substitute it, the effects would be remarkable." A sense of dread washed over me as I watched Yifei brandish 2 electric irons. "Yang San, you must be jesting. This could be fatal." My eyes widened in horror. "Yifei, Teacher Xing, I must confess I do not suffer from depression. I have been deceiving you. Those lyrics you heard were merely from Song Yanzi's songs. I recently declared myself the president of her fan club and have been cramming the lyrics." Yifei and Teacher Xing, however, refused to listen, insisting, "What were you doing all this time? It's too late for excuses now. Let's try a session and see how it goes. We have prepared for so long." With that, they attempted to hold me down while Yifei advanced with the iron. "What are you planning to do?" Just then, Meijia burst into the room, her righteous indignation apparent. "Are you trying to torture Ziqiu? Allow me. Let us see if you can flush the toilet now." Meijia unleashed her pent-up frustrations, her fury evident. Without hesitation, she pressed the iron down with force, as if attempting to twist flesh from bone. "Ah!" My anguished cries echoed as Yang San and Teacher Xing stood by obediently. Thankfully, the iron was electrified. It was merely warm to the touch. Despite my dramatic screams, it would only leave a temporary redness. However, Meijia's wrath was palpable, and she was relentless in her endeavor. Yang San realized that offending a woman was a perilous mistake. It required an impenetrable defense to withstand such fury. Teacher Xing nodded in agreement, though Yang San shot him a disdainful glance. "You have no right to comment on this. No one has offended women more than you in our circle." As I lay there, subjected to their whims, Yang San swiftly retrieved his phone and began capturing the moment. "This pose is splendid, and Ziqiu's expression is quite fitting," he remarked, snapping away. Teacher Zeng observed the trio's antics, contemplating whether they were indeed devils in disguise. Meanwhile, after returning from dropping off his aunt, Zhang Bo decided to reward himself with a fried egg for his labor. "What a tiring day it has been," he mused. As the sizzling sound filled the air, he savored the aroma, only to be met with an unexpected burnt scent. At this moment, the incessant cries of the neighbor, Ziqiu, echoed persistently from next door. Chapter 12. The interview. On this day, Yang San arrived at the bar located at the base of the apartment building, where he spotted Wang Yu seated at the bar, fervently typing away on her notebook. "What is this? A zodiac test?" Yang San approached, curious to discover that she was, in fact, answering questions. What on earth is this? He exclaimed. I am applying for jobs, and before submitting my resume, I must complete a test. Wang Yu explained while glancing at the questions. Zhang Bo chimed in, stating that this practice is quite popular in foreign enterprises, as it purportedly reveals an individual's character and compatibility with the position. What connection could there possibly be between a job and one's personality? Moreover, can such trivial questions truly gauge that? Yifei interjected, firmly declaring her disbelief. These questions are crafted by psychologists. At first glance, they may seem innocuous, but they can unveil a multitude of insights. Zhang Bo retorted. I wouldn't go so far as to say you must believe it, Yifei replied skeptically. Yet some of these questions are quite peculiar, Wang Yu admitted, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Strange as they may be, they can reflect your worldview and values with remarkable accuracy. Zhang Bo continued to argue. For instance, identify the commonalities between a mosquito and a tiger. Wang Yu began to waver in her skepticism. This assesses whether your thinking is macro or micro, she pondered aloud. And what if Jay Chou were to engage in a brawl with your father? Whom would you support? O. Jay Chou, B. Your father, or C. Call the television station to report. Wang Yu found this question absurd. Who even devised these questions? Shouldn't we be taking a picture first? Yang San remarked, emphasizing the importance of capturing such a significant moment. Yifei and Wang Yu concurred, finding his point quite reasonable. Zhang Bo, have you ever encountered these bizarre questions? Wang Yu inquired, her eyes fixed on him, imploring him to affirm that she was not alone in this. Indeed, there was one question that posed a dilemma. You possess 2 pairs of underwear. One is dirty and unwashed, while the other is clean but damp. Which do you wear? Zhang Bo recounted, unabashedly ignoring the judgment of others. Is this truly a reflection of one's values? Regardless of your choice, I would look down upon you. Yifei exclaimed, unable to tolerate her brother's foolishness any longer. I chose neither. I simply want to wear any. How refreshing! Zhang Bo declared with pride. How clever of you! Yifei scoffed. I disdain you. Wang Yu added, her disdain unwavering. Zhang Bo, why don't you purchase a new pair? Yang Xian, intrigued by Zhang Bo's predicament, pressed for an answer. I. Zhang Bo faltered, realizing he had overlooked that possibility. At that moment, Teacher Zeng approached, impeccably dressed in formal attire, though his inherently mischievous aura inadvertently seeped through. Wow, Teacher Zeng looks dashing today. Are you off to a blind date? Yang San was the first to comment. Indeed, you resemble a respectable individual, Yifei added with a playful jab. Wang Yu, having gained insight from recent experiences, mused, indeed. This marks a pivotal moment in my life. Teacher Zeng, unfazed by the banter, responded confidently, what of it? It's merely a couple of jabs, I can endure. Forgive me, Teacher Zeng, I was unaware of your unemployment status. Wang Yu exclaimed, teasingly. Are you certain you're not just twisting the knife? Teacher Zeng suppressed his urge to unleash a critical blow, asserting that this was not about unemployment, but rather competition for a position. I had gleaned from whispers that the station was preparing to launch a new television program in need of a host. Furthermore, I had also learned that the producer of this program would be visiting the station today. Just imagine. The opportunity for my esteemed brother to ascend to the role of television host had finally arrived. However, pause for a moment, your reasoning seems somewhat disjointed. With merely these 2 hearsay tidbits, you believe you can become a television host. Yifei, being a teacher, pointed out the logical fallacy. If that were the case, how could you possibly pass an examination? Please refrain from dismissing my aspirations. This is a pivotal moment on my path to success. Can you not utter a few encouraging words? Teacher Zeng, exasperated, would have retorted, must I always speak sweetly? Yet he lamented. Perhaps this is indeed your grand avenue to success, but it appears there is a traffic jam ahead. You may have to wait your turn. Yang San continued to deliver verbal jabs, eliciting laughter from those who witnessed Teacher Zeng's metaphorical demise. Later that day, upon returning to the apartment, Yang San had only just stepped through the door when he heard Guanggu's voice. I am here for amusement, accompanied by Guanggu's mock gestures and a lecherous grin. It was evident he was indeed from a nation renowned for its adult entertainment. Guanggu, it seems I must re-evaluate my understanding of you. I never anticipated this side of you. Yang San regarded Guanggu with disdain. Guanggu, this is indecent behavior, quite perverse. Meanwhile, Meijiao expressed disbelief. My Guanggu cannot possibly be like this. There must be an explanation. No, no, no. You misunderstand. I was merely squeezing instant noodles. Guanggu hastily clarified, though his accompanying gestures rendered his credibility dubious. Instant noodles. Even so, that remains rather peculiar. Meijia sighed in relief, asserting, I knew Guanggu was not like that. However, she resolved to help Guanggu reform his bizarre hobby. Guanggu, do you not possess alternative methods? Alas, I have no other options. But sometimes I also squeeze cookies and chips. Guanggu continued to share his extensive knowledge. Let me tell you, through my research, the sound of different brands of instant noodles when crushed varies significantly. Yang San deemed such perverse expertise best left unheeded and quickly retreated to his room. Counting his dwindling savings, Yang San realized he had little left from his previous endeavors. Should he not sell some items brought back from Mr. Zombie? He recalled Ren Tintin had given him several yuan shokai coins for travel expenses. He decided to keep other items, such as jade pendants and calligraphy. Having made up his mind, Yang San ventured to the antique market, where he found a seemingly reputable shop to exchange the yuan coins, netting nearly 100,000 yuan, not bad at all, enough to sustain him for a while. Indeed, perhaps work was not for him. Living quietly as a handsome man suited him just fine. Standing before his own door, Yang San hesitated, ultimately deciding to visit 3601, wishing to avoid the eccentric Guanggu for the time being. He turned and entered 3601, only to find Teacher Zhou and a mature beauty staring at him in astonishment. Oh! Teacher Zhou brought a woman back to the apartment. The room had evidently been tidied and spritzed with air freshener. However, why is there still a lingering scent of grilled octopus? Furthermore, the woman appears to have been crying. Mr. Zhou, what have you done to her? You beast! But isn't Mr. Zhou supposed to be at an interview? Could this be that producer? Mr. Zhang, I did not anticipate your moral decline. Should I perhaps excuse myself? Yang San pondered for a considerable time before speaking, then stepped outside, closing the door behind him. Leaving the two still in disarray. They still had to return to room 3602, and Yang San struggled to open the door and re-enter. Yang San, you're back. Guanggu saw Yang San and turned back to bury himself in a pile of labels. Guanggu, what are you doing? As long as you're not crushing instant noodles. Everything is negotiable. This is a prize quiz. I've discovered that traveling can ignite my creativity. If I answer all these questions correctly, I could win a grand prize, a free trip to Europe for two. Guanggu, without looking up, replied, but these questions are too difficult. I barely solved the first question with Yifei's help, yet I'm stuck on the second. It's said to be a grand prize. So it's only natural that the questions are challenging. If they were easy, everyone would win. Yang San naturally remarked. What question? Would you like me to help you with it? Sure. This question goes, why is a mattress called a mattress? Guanggu sensibly inquired, pulling out a label. Is this a riddle? Yang San, prepared for something simpler, found himself a bit flustered by this question. No, this is a practical question. The first question was geographical. Why is Cambodia called Cambodia? Guanggu said, slightly dejected. A book? Right, that hefty book might have the answer to this question too. I need to ask Yifei where she bought it. Guanggu. Guanggu. Wang Yu hurriedly rushed in from outside, and upon seeing Guanggu, she paused, snatched the water from Yang San's hand, and gulped it down. Thank you, Yang San. As long as you're happy, Yang San said, bewildered. Why were you in such a rush? Is there something you need from Guanggu? Wow, what a beautiful and splendid three-piece sofa set in the living room. Wang Yu then realized. Yes, selling books is crucial. I must get into character, she exaggeratedly declared, her tone theatrical. Wang Yu, did you forget to take your medication today? You've given me goosebumps. Yang San rubbed his arms, and Guanggu could not help but shudder as well. Don't cause trouble, Yang San. Guanggu is my first client, and I must leave him with a perfect impression. Wang Yu glared at Yang San, saying, if you don't speak, no one will consider you mute, be careful. Or I'll tell my dad you're bullying me. Yang San shrugged in agreement, quickly stepping aside to give Wang Yu space to perform, and walked into the kitchen to grab a bag of chips, munching while watching the spectacle. Thank you for the compliment, please have a seat. Guanggu glanced at the suddenly surrendering Yang San and awkwardly cooperated with Wang Yu. Guanggu, you should purchase a set of our company's latest encyclopedias. This book encompasses all knowledge and information spanning 5,000 years across the globe, meticulously handcrafted with a leather cover and gilded pages. Wang Yu exerted herself to inquire, so I am now eager to understand why a mattress is called a Siemens. Guanggu expressed with a hint of hesitation. Wang Yu found herself at a loss as well. What should we do now? The white paper did not cover this. Suddenly, she recalled that GFA had previously discovered the answer in an encyclopedia. Perhaps I should search for it too. Wang Yu swiftly grabbed a book and began to flip through its pages. Aha! Here it is. Siemens, a renowned American brand established in 1870 by Axel Mandelbrot Siemens. Siemens is simply the surname of the founder. Wang Yu triumphantly uncovered the answer. How remarkable! This book is truly splendid. Is this the encyclopedia you mentioned? Guanggu exclaimed excitedly. With this book, I shall be able to answer any question. Europe, here I come. Elated. Wang Yu produced a book purchase contract for Guanggu to sign. You can sign here. No, here. Oh no, perhaps here. Guanggu, slightly bewildered, picked up the pen. Ready to write. No, sign here. I am the one in charge, Wang Yu insisted, though uncertainty lingered. Observing Guanggu poised to sign, she suggested, no. Perhaps you should sign below. Yes, down there. This time, there can be no mistake. Here? Guanggu confirmed repeatedly, pondering the competence of the salesperson. Yes, indeed. I surmise that is correct. Wang Yu declared joyously. My first transaction has succeeded. This shall be the first pot of gold on my journey through life. Yang Xian, watching from the sidelines, laughed so hard he nearly developed a six-pack. I wonder how Wang Yu would feel if she realized she had purchased an encyclopedia. I am quite curious. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. I'll get it, please continue, Yang Xian said as he approached the door. Only to find an elderly gentleman standing outside. You must be Miss Lin, Wang Yu's uncle. What a pleasure. The old man exclaimed warmly, completely oblivious to Yang Xian's frozen expression. Is this the infamous stone old man? Why hasn't GFA dealt with him yet? Professor Shi, you must congratulate me. I have just sold a complete set of encyclopedias. Wang Yu exclaimed upon seeing the group leader arrive. What splendid timing. Let him witness my prowess. Professor Shi took the contract and scrutinized it. What transpired here? Miss Lin, Wang Yu, is this your signature? And you, Mr. Guanggu, is this your signature as well? Upon receiving affirmative responses, Professor Shi deduced that some unknown event had transpired, though he was unfazed as long as the sale was made. Congratulations, Miss Lin, Wang Yu. You have just purchased an entire set of encyclopedias. Professor Shi declared, shaking Wang Yu's hand. And you, Mr. Guanggu, shall receive a commission of 300 yuan. At last, Wang Yu realized, have I signed in the wrong location? My first pot of gold. Guanggu, perplexed, questioned, what does this imply? Does it mean this book is free? And you are giving me 300 yuan. How splendid. Chapter 13, the Memorial Day today. Yang Xian arrived at 3601 in search of sustenance. Upon entering, he immediately noticed an enormous gift box situated in the living room. Can you envision two stacked 20-inch tires? That is approximately its size. An oversized gift box like this begs the question, what delectable treats could it contain? A cake, perhaps. Yang Xian leaned closer, inhaling deeply, but was met with no hint of creamy sweetness. Should he open it? No, no. It would be improper to meddle with someone else's belongings. Just then, his stomach grumbled audibly, as if urging him to take a peek. He reasoned, I will only look, I promise not to touch. He swallowed hard, casting a glance around. He noted with relief that no one was present. Yang Xian slowly crouched down, placing his hands gently on the gift box, cautiously lifting it while his eyes darted toward the seams. Do not move the box, exclaimed Zhang Bo, who had just returned and caught Yang Xian in his clandestine act of attempting to sneak a glance at the meticulously prepared gift. In an instant, his inner energy surged. He summoned his strength and shouted with fervor. Startled, Yang Xian nearly leapt to his feet and fell to the ground, but in the process, he fully opened the box. Ignoring the pain, he gaped in astonishment at the culinary delights laid out on the coffee table. Was that Optimus Prime, Bumblebee, Megatron? Faced with this peculiar assortment of Transformers, Yang Xian found himself on the brink of tears. Who could have committed such a mischievous act as to place Transformers in a gift box, complete with a ball? Wait, was that Zhang Bo's voice? Zhang Bo's words were at least tolerable, as he was no ordinary man. Yang Xian, why are you meddling with my box? Thankfully, you haven't disturbed anything. Zhou Bo anxiously scrutinized the transformers, relieved that their poses remained intact. Do you have any idea how long I arranged them to achieve such a perfect display? Zhou Bo cast a forlorn glance at Yang San, causing Yang San to tense up. Could it be that Zhou Bo has awakened some peculiar ability? Fortunately, at that moment, Wang Yu emerged, prompting Zhou Bo to instantly shift his demeanor. Wang Yu. However, Wang Yu seemed preoccupied, murmuring as she counted her wallet, seemingly fretting about impending rent payments. Could it be that she too faced a financial crisis? After all, her family was among the Fortune Global 500. Well, given that she had run away from home and had yet to secure a suitable job, it was quite normal for her to carry little cash, especially considering her family owned a bank. As for Zhou Bo, it was a relief that he remained the same Zhou Bo she knew. The only one capable of gifting transformers to a girl. Surely, gifting a perfume would have been more appropriate. Heaven knows how Zhou Bo's mind worked. Yang San slipped into the kitchen to pour himself a glass of milk, savoring each sip. Wang Yu, today marks the 3-month anniversary of our move into the love apartment. Zhou Bo declared, eager to adhere to the script. Indeed, 3 months. Rent is due again. Wang Yu's nostalgia was palpable, prompting Yang San to nod knowingly. It seemed Wang Yu truly faced a financial dilemma. Only Zhou Bo remained oblivious to this reality. What could be inside such a large box? A Dior, Gucci, or LV handbag? Wang Yu asked with eager anticipation. I haven't purchased a handbag in ages. Yang San remarked, my dear, you are overthinking it, in Zhou Bo's eyes. What significance does a bag hold? Indeed, the moment the gift box was opened, Wang Yu's astonished expression was utterly delightful, prompting Yang San to seize his phone and capture the moment. Satisfied, he strolled away. He had dined, watched a performance, and what more could he desire? Yifei had mentioned visiting a bar, so he decided to check it out. Upon arriving, he found Yifei and Mei Jia seated on a sofa, engaged in conversation. Yifei, if you treat me to a drink, I can divulge 2 rather sensational pieces of news regarding Zhou Bo and Wang Yu. Yang San proclaimed, admitting that he might have picked up some mischievous habits from teacher Zhou recently. Zhou Bo and Wang Yu. Waiter, bring us a few bottles of ice Rui. Yifei exclaimed, her curiosity piqued. Could it be that Zhou Bo has finally come to his senses? Our family legacy is about to flourish. Wonderful. First, I have a piece of good news and a piece of bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? Yang San said, reclining leisurely on the sofa. However, upon catching Yifei's piercing gaze, he quickly sat up straight. Let us begin with the good news. Zhou Bo has launched an offensive towards Wang Yu. I just witnessed him gifting her something. Fantastic. Zhou Bo has indeed come to his senses. I must inform my parents. Their grandson is on the way. Yifei exclaimed excitedly, reaching for her phone to call, but Yang San hastily intervened. Perhaps you should let me finish before deciding whether to make that call. They have yet to even establish a relationship, and you are already speaking of grandsons. Ahem, please continue, Yifei conceded, realizing her reaction had been a tad excessive. The bad news is that Zhou Bo gifted his collectible transformers to Shi Wang Yu. Her expression at that moment was nothing short of priceless. Yang San said gleefully, pulling out his phone to show Yifei and Mei Jiao the photo. Wang Yu holding Optimus Prime was utterly hilarious. See, I have the evidence. You believe me now, don't you? Lu Zhou Bo, your naivety knows no bounds. Yifei shouted, her frustration boiling over. Wonderful, wonderful. Guanggu burst in, brimming with excitement. But he quickly faltered upon seeing the murderous glare from Yifei. Am I interrupting something? Yifei, calm down. Guanggu didn't mean to intrude. Look at how frightened he is. If you give him a heart attack, you'll have to support him for the rest of your life. Yang San said coolly. What does new machine, new color mean? Is there a new color for a phone? Guanggu asked, suddenly sensitive to those 4 words. Guanggu. Is there something on your mind? Yang San replied, exasperated, suggesting they change the subject. Actually, I received a call from the creator of the Doraemon comic series. They wish to purchase my new comic. Their CEO is even flying in from Tokyo to meet with me. My dream of returning to the Japanese manga scene is about to be realized. Guanggu exclaimed, growing increasingly animated as he grasped Mei Jia's hand. Thank you, Mei Jia. My success is thanks to your support. Mei Jia, blushing at their tightly clasped hands, replied shyly, oh, it's nothing. I really didn't do much. The opportunity has come for you. Mei Jia, go for it and seize Guanggu. Who said that? You've been immensely helpful to me. always assisting in organizing my sketches, proofreading, and even dealing with cockroaches. Guanggu was diligently counting the contributions of Meijia. Indeed, last time I used your sketches to swat a cockroach. Meijia's revelation was startling. How have you managed to survive until today? No wonder the publisher mentioned that 4 pages were missing from the sketches. Guanggu's expression resembled that of someone who had uncovered the true culprit. I have finally realized my first dream, and now I can embark on my second dream. Perhaps to earn 1 billion first? Yang San suddenly recalled Lao Wang's modest target. No, not that. It's just that I've been so engrossed in drawing comics that I've had no time for romance. Therefore, I want to find a girlfriend and truly experience love. Guanggu envisioned this with excitement. Meijia looked at Guanggu in surprise. Is my dream about to come true? Guanggu finally thought of me. What kind of girlfriend are you looking for? Someone like Meijia? Yifei chimed in, admiring the seamless coordination. No. Actually, I prefer someone with a bit more femininity. Guanggu stated without hesitation. Am I not feminine enough? Meijia felt as though she might dissolve from the emotion. I believe Guanggu means someone with long, wavy hair. Yang San adopted a knowing expression. Long hair, big waves. Now do you understand? The group fell silent. Guanggu. Are you saying what Yang San implied? Meijia persisted. Oh, this is just my regular Chinese sentence segmentation exercise. Guanggu realized, no. What I meant by femininity refers to maturity and sensuality. Yang San glanced at everyone. See, I wasn't mistaken. Meijia looked down at her dumplings. But I'm so cute. Meijia, not one to back down, attempted to charm. Meijia, cute in Japan typically describes children. Guanggu retorted sharply. As a girl, don't you think I have other merits? Meijia was on the verge of tears. Of course you do. Meijia, you have many strengths, like you're quite precise when dealing with cockroaches. Guanggu added with a playful jab. That's alright, Guanggu. Finding a girl with long, wavy hair is quite easy, Yifei remarked, having been influenced by the banter. Besides, Meijia has a boyfriend. Guanggu mused for a moment. Right, I need to prepare for the meeting the day after tomorrow. This time, I must provide them with complete sketches. I'll help you, Meijia offered. No need, I can rebuild my image. No, this time if there are cockroaches, I'll handle it myself. Guanggu decided against relying on Meijia and opted for a more arduous approach. Yifei could no longer remain idle. She was preparing to return to the apartment to serve justice against Zhangbo, that inhumane being. All those years of study wasted. You can calculate how to build an atomic bomb, yet when pursuing a wealthy beauty, you offer those pathetic toys. Even if you're gifting toys, at least give a Doraemon. At least that would evoke a sense of childlike wonder. Chapter 14. Love at First Sight. That afternoon, Yang San was startled awake by a series of knocking sounds accompanied by an eerie duet of soprano voices, nearly springing out of bed. What on earth was happening? Was Ultraman attacking the Earth? Upon entering the living room, he discovered that a mountain of packages had arrived, ordered by Meijia. Glancing at the delivery list, Yang San broke into a cold sweat. Candles, red wine, seductive lingerie. Was Meijia planning to devour someone? Such extravagant spending. Could it be Guanggu? While lost in these chaotic thoughts, Yifei and Meijia, clad in a bathrobe, suddenly dashed out of the room. Yifei? I mean Meijia. You can't possibly be thinking of devouring Yifei, right? Did something happen earlier? Yang San jested, observing the two in a state of panic. Devour? Who is talking about devouring anyone? Meijia's reflexes are a bit slow, huh? Yang San remarked, so that's why Meijia was dressed like that, and Yifei suddenly comprehended, but before she could finish her thought, Meijia silenced her. Yifei, Yang San is a man. If you say this, how will I face others in the future? Meijia whispered urgently into Yifei's ear, yet her hand remained firmly clamped over Yifei's mouth. Yifei's eyes darted around, gasping. Can you at least let go of my mouth? Are you trying to suffocate me? Meijia quickly released her grip and leaned closer to Yifei. Yifei, could you do me a favor? Yifei took a deep breath, realizing how pleasant the PM2.5 seemed, a revelation she had overlooked before. Coughing, she asked, you want me to help you with Yang San? No problem, I believe in helping others wholeheartedly. Just breathe. Just breathe. After a few deep breaths, Yifei pulled Yang San along, declaring, Yang San, I need to talk to you, hurry. It wasn't until they entered the elevator that Yang San wriggled free from Yifei's grasp. Alright, Yifei, don't think I can't see through this. Major asked you to pull me away, didn't he? I knew you were perceptive. But come on. They are a couple, you shouldn't meddle. Yifei responded nonchalantly, unbothered by being exposed. Besides, can't I have a reason to see you? How about inviting you for a drink at the bar? Yifei, I'm not that kind of person. Yang San teased playfully. The two arrived at the bar, laughing and joking. Just in time to spot Ziqiu engrossed in conversation with a beautiful woman. Yifei, look. Isn't that Ziqiu? Indeed it is. Meijia had worked tirelessly at home to arrange a surprise for Ziqiu. Yet here he was, reveling with another woman at the bar. This was intolerable. Yifei, upon noticing, seethed with rage. This Lu Ziqiu can't possibly be surnamed Chen. Yang San, already simmering with displeasure, thought, since you are Meijia's boyfriend, it's your responsibility to deal with this. How about we give Ziqiu a little surprise of our own? What do you have in mind? Yifei clearly had no intention of letting Ziqiu off easily. Well, Yifei, you might have to sacrifice your image for this. Yang San mischievously suggested. Suddenly, Lu Ziqiu shuddered slightly, as if the entire world had suddenly turned hostile. Xiuxue, please take a seat for a moment. I will be right back from the restroom. Upon noticing Ziqiu heading towards the facilities, Yang San promptly turned to Yifei and said, Sister Yifei, the opportunity has arrived. It's your turn now. I shall occupy Ziqiu. With an air of confidence, Yifei strode purposefully towards Xiuxue's position, while Yang San ventured into the restroom. Ziqiu, what are you doing? You look pale. Have you overindulged? Although Yang San claimed to be there to distract Ziqiu, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern upon observing Ziqiu's unusual demeanor. You are the one at a loss. I, the young master, engaged in the act 13 times last night. How could I possibly be lacking? Ziqiu, upon hearing the implications regarding his reputation, regained his composure. His face flushed with indignation as he retorted, Yang San, I merely sensed an overwhelming malice in the world. As if someone harbored ulterior motives towards me. Ulterior motives? Am I mistaken, or is it not you who typically has such thoughts about others? Don't tell me a beautiful woman has taken an interest in you and wishes to pursue you. Yang San looked at Ziqiu in astonishment, incredulous that he could detect Yifei as malice. Could it be that he possessed the ability to sense the ominous intent, akin to the observation hockey? It seemed implausible. Perhaps Yifei's aura was simply too formidable. Regardless, he needed to dispel Ziqiu's suspicions, otherwise, the situation would become tedious. Initially apprehensive, Ziqiu suddenly exclaimed, Right. How did I not consider that? It must be true. Being handsome brings its own troubles. Yang San, I appreciate your support. Checking the time. Yang San realized it was nearly time. Yifei would soon conclude her business as agreed. With that, he left Ziqiu behind and sought a prime position to observe the unfolding drama. Upon exiting the restroom, he indeed spotted Yifei waving at him. As Yang San settled into his seat, he noticed that Yifei had already ordered drinks, and their location was impeccable, allowing for easy observation, or eavesdropping, on Ziqiu without drawing attention. Unable to contain his admiration, Yang San gave Yifei a thumbs up. Yifei, with a satisfied nod, replied, Well done. You recognize the situation. Now, let us enjoy the unfolding spectacle. Xiaoxiu, I'm backslap. Ziqiu returned to his seat. His greeting abruptly cut short as Xiuxuo delivered a resounding slap across his face, leaving him bewildered, questioning his very existence. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? After delivering the blow, Xiuxuo grabbed her back and departed, leaving Ziqiu alone in a state of disarray. Brilliant, brilliant. Sister Yifei, that was splendid. Yang San clapped his hands in approval, clearly amused by the unfolding scene. Of course, one must consider who orchestrated this, Yifei replied with pride. Yang San, are you so easily satisfied? You must know there is a second act yet to come. A second act? What do you mean? Yang San inquired, puzzled. Had the script not reached its conclusion? Yifei quickly gestured, Look, the second act is about to commence. Following Yifei's gaze, Yang San observed that Xiuxue had merely feigned departure, moving at a leisurely pace. As Ziqiu regained his senses, he hurriedly pursued her, and amidst a flurry of coaxing, the two appeared to be enveloped in romantic entanglement. Were they perhaps headed to the movies? Is this your second act? Yang San queried, perplexed. Certainly not. I intend for that woman to persuade Ziqiu to escort her back to the apartment. Is Ziqiu incapable of seizing such an opportunity? She has practically laid it at his feet. Ifei was equally perplexed and decided it was time for her to intervene. Approaching the two, she feigned a chance encounter. ZTL. What a coincidence. May I ask who this is? Zichio replied, Oh, this is my distant cousin who has come from the countryside. I'm planning to show her around and expose her to the world. He quickly pulled Ifei aside and whispered, Cousin, why not bring her back to the apartment for a visit? Unfazed by the situation, Ifei insisted, No. You see, Guanggu, he is Japanese. And my cousin has a phobia of Japanese people, all thanks to those horror films. If we encounter Guanggu, she might go into a frenzy, drooling and clawing at the walls. I think it's best to take her elsewhere. Well, let me be candid with you, Ifei continued. I just saw Meijia leave with her luggage. I believe it was due to an argument, and she mentioned returning to her family's home, saying you needn't look for her anymore. Ifei felt she had struck a decisive blow. Really? That's wonderful. Zichio exclaimed. This is serious. I must return home at once. The excitement was palpable as Zichio realized he had saved money on transportation, meals, movies, and lodging. Thank you, Meijia. Yang-san gave Ifei a thumbs up as the two discreetly followed Zichio and Xiuxue. Once they entered room 3602, they sneaked through 3601 to the balcony. Peering in through the glass, suddenly, a shrill duet of female voices assaulted their ears. Ifei was startled, clutching her chest as she whispered, Now you understand the fright. Did you not consider how I felt when you interrupted my nap this afternoon? I nearly had murderous thoughts. Yang-san shot Ifei a resentful glance. That was an accident. I didn't foresee it. I'll be more cautious next time. Ifei recalled her own startled cries earlier that day, leading her to awkwardly apologize. Yang-san shrugged it off, declaring that watching the unfolding drama took precedence. It turned out that Xiuxue had entered Meijia's room, and it was evident she had witnessed something shocking, as she emerged visibly shaken. Why does this scene seem so familiar? Yang-san pondered aloud. By the way, Ifei, what exactly did you see in Meijia's room this afternoon? I can't help but wonder what could have frightened them so thoroughly. Surely it wasn't anything as banal as lingerie. It would be more fitting to label it as horror-themed attire. Ifei replied defensively, That's none of your business. Rest assured. You won't find out. Clearly uninterested in divulging further details, she redirected Yang-san's attention to the unfolding drama. Yang-san, intrigued by the prospect of entertainment, chose not to press further. However, she was taken aback when Zichio and Xiuxue, after exchanging a few words with Meijia, whisked her away to a private room. Hey! Is this how you stage a performance? You can't just exit mid-act and expect to remain in the spotlight. Yang-san looked at Ifei, puzzled. Isn't this your second act? I hope you haven't caught the contagion from your conjoined twin, Zhangbo. Should I keep my distance too? Who would have thought a lack of common sense could be infectious? Ifei shook her head, contemplating her original plan to have Xiuxue lure Zichio back to the apartment, where they could seize an opportunity to confront Meijia together. This is a performance mishap. Just wait, there are still guests present. Zichio and Meijia shouldn't linger in the room for too long, right? Ifei expressed that this was not her script. Her script was flawless, and it was solely the actors' poor performances that caused issues in such a minor play. Indeed, it was all the actors' fault. At that moment, another unexpected twist occurred. Guanggu returned. Of all times, he chose this very moment to come back. Could it be that Guanggu had timed his return meticulously? Meijia, they have signed a contract with me. They have purchased my love triangle cat. Guanggu exclaimed excitedly upon his arrival, utterly oblivious to the individual seated on the sofa. He did notice, however, the candlelit dinner on the table. What is this? Did Meijia prepare this for me? How did Guanggu manage to intrude like this? This script is bound to collapse. I must pull Guanggu aside. Ifei, on the verge of despair, thought, is it so easy to write a script? Must you all create so many problems? No, Sister Ifei, explaining it now would be futile. Let Guanggu be. There might be some special effect at play. Let us stick to the script. Yang-san quickly intervened, aware of Guanggu's limited comprehension of Chinese. By the time you clarify everything, it will be done. Yang-san nodded in agreement, gesturing for Ifei to observe the scene. Guanggu and Xiuxue were already engaged in lively conversation over the candlelit dinner that Meijia had meticulously arranged. I have always wanted to ask, what is this? Guanggu pointed to a bottle being warmed and inquired. My friend said it's ergoto, a type of Japanese sake, Xiu replied uncertainly. Yifei clarified that this was the Indian essential oil that Meijia and she desired, love at first sight. It was rumored to aid endangered species in procreation, with astonishing effects. Yang San mused that this was essentially an aphrodisiac. Why give it such a melodious name? Watching Guanggu prepare to consume some of the essential oil, he asked, "Can this Indian oil be drunk?" I'm not entirely sure. It should be fine, right? Yifei, observing Guanggu's reckless bravado, hesitated to confirm, wondering if she should call for help. This sake has a peculiar flavor. It lacks any hint of alcohol. I can't help but feel this doesn't resemble sake at all. It rather tastes like Indian nun. Watching Guanggu and Xiu swiftly engage in fervent conversation, Yang San felt a pang of awkwardness, thinking it seemed as though they were facilitating something untoward. What should they do? The entire script was unraveling. Yifei also looked at the scene in utter confusion. It's alright, this is quite good. Imagine how Zichio would feel when he sees the little cabbage he brought back being devoured by someone else. Yang San believed the storyline still held potential, despite its convoluted path to this outcome. As anticipated, Zichio and Meijia emerged to witness the two reveling in their feast, their expressions filled with existential dread. Yang San speculated that Zichio might even contemplate self-harm. Chapter 4. Greetings, senior brother. Yang San. Awakened amidst a cacophony. Yang San found himself in a police station, reminiscent of Hong Kong's vibrant 80s and 90s. Could it be that I have been captured during this peculiar transmigration? Surely, this must be an unprecedented occurrence. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have traversed into the world of the senior brother encountering ghosts. The system mentioned something similar after I finished watching the play last night. Surviving here shouldn't pose a significant challenge, yet the task undoubtedly pertains to that malevolent sorcerer. Thus, Yang San exchanged 100 realm points for basic Maoshan techniques, only to discover a delightful surprise: an assortment of talismans: evil-repelling talisman, peace talisman, Vajra talisman, fireball talisman, purification talisman, tracking talisman, swift movement talisman, immobilization talisman, tranquility talisman, and house-settling talisman, among others. Upon the successful exchange, Yang San felt as though he were immersed in a warm bath. A comforting current coursed through his meridians. This must be the essence of magical power. So this is the world of senior brother encountering ghosts. Ding dong. World mission issued. Assist Zhang Biao in leading a prosperous ghostly existence. Mission reward, all by realm points. Prosperous ghostly existence. Surely, Zhang Biao cannot be a relative of the system. I find myself utterly speechless regarding this frivolous system. Yang San, have you regained your senses? A stunning policewoman nudged him awake. Thank you, senior sister. Rubbing his face, Yang San stepped into the vice squad office. One might wonder how he knew this was the location. It was clearly stated on the system panel. Name, Yang San, vice squad member, gender, male, constitution, 25 skills, advanced singing, basic Bajikun, basic Maoshan techniques, basic firearm proficiency, skills gifted by this world, to be reclaimed upon departure. Evaluation, 1 against 10, or 2. Do not doubt, indeed it is 10. Or 2. With your current abilities, you may handle 1 or 2 minor spirits, but against more, it would be prudent to flee. The system remains as mischievous as ever. The increase in constitution must be attributed to the acquisition of Maoshan techniques. Unexpectedly, being a police officer comes with auxiliary skills, albeit ones that must be returned. As for that too, currently, he possesses merely a scant 10 strands of magical power, sufficient to confront 2 minor spirits. Li sir, you summoned me? In the cramped office sat a middle-aged man with a disheveled beard. This was indeed Li sir, resembling a character straight out of a film. Accompanied by a young man seated with his back turned. Xiao Yang, you've arrived. Allow me to introduce you. This is a Xin, recently transferred from headquarters. Li sir gestured toward the man opposite him. From now on, you two shall be partners. Upon realizing it was Stephen Chow, Yang San understood that the plot was unfolding. Greetings, senior brother, I am Yang San. I look forward to your guidance. As a novice, he had no choice but to acknowledge the experienced seniors present. Li sir. Not waiting for the two to become acquainted, strolled out. Enough chit-chat, follow me. Yang San could only shrug at a Xin, feeling exasperated by such an absurd superior. Who would have anticipated that Li sir would lead them to the restroom? Yang San, understanding the predicament, decided to wait outside. After all, they would emerge eventually. Indeed. Seeing a Xin's face contorted in discomfort, Yang San could not suppress a chuckle. You are rather inconsiderate, knowing yet failing to inform me. Xing, gazing at the gleeful young San, felt an overwhelming urge to slap him twice. Haha, don't take it to heart. You'll come to understand our surly with time. Young San, unable to suppress his laughter at Xing's aggrieved demeanor, found their playful banter had indeed fostered a closer bond between them. After leading both of them to collect their service weapons, Li Jing departed, granting them half a day's leave, claiming that he wanted young San to assist Xing with housing arrangements. Sanner, do you have access to the officer's dormitory? Xing disregarded Li Jing's departure, evidently accustomed to his eccentricities. Sanner? I am but a junior officer. How could I possibly have a dormitory? Young San's face involuntarily twitched. What a peculiar address. Were we so familiar? He also felt quite speechless regarding Li Jing, who had similarly stated this when young San reported for duty. Yet, after several days of searching, he had been unable to secure a dormitory, ultimately resorting to renting a room outside. A man of means. I, on the other hand, can only manage a dormitory. Please assist me in moving my belongings later, Xing remarked nonchalantly. Goodness, Xing must have powerful connections. Has he even reported yet? And his accommodation is already arranged. Could he be a lost child of the boss? Not at all. After paying rent and for essentials, my monthly salary vanishes, replied Xing. It would be splendid if you have a dormitory. Might you save a room for me, brother Xing? Young San thought that such trivialities as pride were of little consequence, as they were preferable to daily meals of instant noodles. Ultimately, under Young San's relentless persuasion, Xing reluctantly agreed to share the accommodation, on the condition that Young San would take charge of the cooking. Indeed, in pursuit of a more splendid life, Young San resolved to prepare his own meals, for the sake of saving money. To this end, he spent 100 points to acquire basic culinary skills, leaving him with a mere 50 points. Why is it that money is always in short supply? Thus, Xing drove Young San to his rented abode to collect his belongings. Being newcomers, Xing was already behind the wheel, and fortunately, as men, their luggage was not excessive. After parking the car beneath the officer's dormitory, Xing remarked, in such a lengthy skirt, I'll blow, as he observed a beautiful woman approaching. Young San could only conclude that Xing was indeed blessed with protagonist-like luck. Suddenly, a peculiar gust of wind swept through, lifting the woman's skirt dramatically. Xing seized the moment, thinking the heavens were aiding him, as the wind continued to blow fiercely, raising the woman's skirt ever higher, impossible to conceal. Young San conceded defeat, acknowledging that Xing had triumphed, and remarked, but as long as there is beauty to behold, I shall not be picky. As Xing grew increasingly animated, lowering his head ever more, Young San could only spare a moment of silent tribute for the beautiful woman. However, Xing, in his exuberance, was oblivious to the box he clutched, and in an unfortunate lapse, he spilled its contents across the floor. It was only then that Xing regained his bearings, prompting Young San to crouch down and assist in gathering the scattered items. Yet, Xing's protagonist aura seemed excessively potent, as a cosmetics box rolled directly to his feet. Observing the woman come over to help, Young San felt an urge to inform Li Sir. Your prized cabbage is about to be ravaged. Indeed, the enchanting lady was none other than Li Jing's daughter, Au. Subsequently, Young San and Xing transported their belongings to the dormitory assigned to Xing, which belonged to Uncle Bill. Upon entering, Young San sensed an unsettling chill permeating the air, though he maintained his composure. What a disheveled abode! Is it even fit for habitation? He mused, not expecting Xing to have such lofty standards. Xing busily sifted through the room, discarding a hot pot here, tugging at a bird cage there. Why is it you again? Why assign me a room reminiscent of a mausoleum? Xing exclaimed upon spotting a portrait on the table, startled to find Uncle Bill's likeness greeting him. In that moment, he realized that the items he had carelessly tossed had mysteriously returned to their original places. Sanner, have you noticed something amiss about this room? Xing could only hope that all was merely a figment of his imagination, that he had just been dreaming. Calm down, Xing, it's nothing at all. Indeed, I must be dreaming. How splendid! Observing Xing's reaction of relief, Young San resolved to enlighten him on the harsh realities of this world. You merely encountered a ghost. Encounter? A ghost? Xing stammered, trembling and retreating until he collided with the wall. Supporting himself against it, he implored, Sanner, please don't frighten me, I'm quite timid. Young San regarded the stuttering Xing with disdain. You are a man endowed with a buff. Can't you muster a bit more courage? Uncle Bill, is that you? Come out, look at how frightened Aixing is. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the recliner in what could be deemed the living room, none other than Uncle Bill from the portrait. Though Yang San was a newcomer, Uncle Bill still remembered the striking young man before him. Ah, a ghost! Aixing, upon witnessing the apparition materialize without warning, questioned the purpose of his existence over the past 2 decades. With a startled cry, he dashed for the door. Yet, Aixing discovered that no matter how he ran, he invariably returned through another door to the same spot, leaning against the wall, trembling. In Yang San's eyes, Aixing was merely circling the living room, a classic case of a ghostly wall. It seemed rather amusing. Sanner, you can see it. Surely you have a way to confront it. Right? Help! Suddenly, Aixing recalled something important. Sanner, you must give me a definitive answer. Fear not, it's just a ghost, Yang San replied nonchalantly, remaining steadfast as a mountain. Uncle Biao, let us make each other as acquaintance. I am Yang San, the contemporary heir of Mao Shan. Yang San directly addressed Uncle Biao, inquiring, Are you a disciple of Mao Shan? No wonder you can see me. I had never heard you mention it before. Upon hearing the mention of Mao Shan, Uncle Biao, though unfamiliar with its practitioners, was well aware of its esteemed reputation, particularly in restraining entities like this one. That's splendid, Sangu. Quickly subdue it. Aixing's eyes sparkled upon hearing about the Mao Shan disciple, and his trembling legs ceased as he swiftly darted behind Yang San, exclaiming, I never realized how safe your presence feels. Yang San gazed at Aixing, who had taken refuge behind him, bemused. When there's nothing amiss, you call me San Heir, yet in times of trouble, you revert to Sangu. Have you no shame? He was oblivious to his own prior behavior. Uncle Biao, why do you linger here? Is there something amiss? Yang San inquired, disregarding Aixing's antics. The truth is, while I was above, I discovered I had been wronged and died restlessly. Thus, I descended to clear my name. They mentioned I possess both an adversary and a savior. The latter bears a plum blossom birthmark on his posterior, and he is my savior. Uncle Bill succinctly explained his purpose, gesturing towards Aixing's backside. No way, boss. Can we not have this one? Aixing protested, alarmed at the notion that this entity sought him out. I do not wish to be a savior. And what is this about a plum blossom birthmark? It sounds utterly implausible. That is precisely what they said. Do you think I desire this? I have rescued you countless times these past few days. I truly cannot discern who the savior is, Uncle Bill replied, casting a disdainful glance at Aixing. You think I wanted this? With your unreliable demeanor, I would gladly choose another. Reflecting on the bizarre occurrences he had encountered recently, Aixing initially believed he had merely experienced a string of good luck. Realizing that it was this entity aiding him, he felt a newfound endearment for his own visage. Chapter 16. A simple task in the following days. Aixing gradually came to accept Uncle Bill's presence, while Yang San diligently practiced his Taoist arts. With the assistance of the system, Yang San was making remarkable progress. His internal magical energy had reached 100 strands, firmly entering the realm of refining essence into qi. Previously, the mere 10 strands had barely qualified him for the Taoist path. One day, Li Jin summoned Yang San and Aixing, announcing, Today, I have a simple task for you. There is a massage parlor that is not as it seems. I need you to take care of it. Yang San, scrutinizing Li Jin, felt he resembled a wolf in sheep's clothing. Have you ever heard of group solicitation? Do you think we are in Dongguan? Aixing, however, was not overly concerned. The mere mention of a task excited him. This is wonderful. What is your plan, boss? Yang San observed Aixing's naive enthusiasm and thought, to be so carefree is truly enviable. I have already arranged for 2 undercover agents to infiltrate. You will meet with them and then act together, Li Jin casually informed them. They will be wearing perforated stockings, and by the way, the code phrase is, from now on in Vietnamese. What? Now we need to know Vietnamese to be undercover. What fierce competition we have. Yang San thought to himself, bemused by the antics of his companion. As they approached the massage parlor, upon entering, they were greeted by a staff member. Welcome, gentlemen. Are you looking for ladies? Please, come in. Yang San and Aixing were met with the sight of 7 or 8 women seated on the sofa, all engrossed in newspapers. What is this? Do they need to be acquainted with current events as well? It seems no profession is easy these days. San, we can't see their legs. What should we do? Aixing whispered anxiously to Yang San, who reassured him, Leave it to me. Excuse me, can we first have a look at their legs? My brother here is not particular about looks, it's all about the legs, after all. You understand? Yang San said with a cheeky grin to the proprietor. The boss, sharing a knowing glance with Xin, responded, I understand, no problem. Ladies, please lift your skirts a little so the gentleman can admire your legs. Without a hint of shyness, the women raised their skirts, revealing their legs clad in stockings. Goodness, they are all wearing perforated stockings. Is this the latest trend? Xin looked at Yang San in a panic. What do we do? Which two are the ones we need? Observing their practiced movements, Yang San realized these women were indeed professionals. In the original story, the two undercover agents had missed their rendezvous with Xin due to unforeseen circumstances. Boss, my brother has a hearty appetite. He wants all of them. Is that alright? Yang San casually stated, leaving Xin dumbfounded. Are you trying to kill me? 1 or 2 would be manageable, but 7 or 8 no, that's not what I meant. Of course, no problem at all. Ladies, please take the gentleman to a room, the boss replied, indifferent to their concerns as long as the payment was secured. Yang San watched as Xin was whisked away by the women, realizing they needed to locate the undercover agents first. Boss, do you have any more ladies available? Unlike my brother, I only require 2. In this establishment, we seem to lack nothing except for young ladies. As luck would have it, 2 newcomers just arrived today. I shall summon them forth immediately. The boss was puzzled as to why Yang San had sent the ladies to Xin. Wasn't it out to visit a massage parlor if one wasn't seeking companionship? Hearing Yang San's words alleviated his concerns. New arrivals. That's splendid. I have a penchant for newcomers, indeed. Yang San exuded a rather mischievous demeanor. Come, dear boss. Do take a look. Are you pleased? The boss brought forth 2 ladies, one plump and the other slender. Yang San observed the awkward pairing with a hint of wariness in his gaze. Indeed, they were the ones an amusing duo, one stout and the other lean. I quite fancy this combination. The boss, recognizing yet another patron with unique tastes, mused that as long as the client had desires, he could procure whatever they wished. As long as the boss was satisfied, why not usher him into a private room? Yang San noticed the 2 hesitant ladies, who seemed rather unprofessional. Seizing the moment while the boss had his back turned, he winked at them, signaling, Ladies, we are on the same side, let us retreat to a room first. Surely, you wouldn't want me to convey our intentions here. The 2 ladies exchanged glances and nodded. You cheeky fellow. Just wait, we'll show you a thing or 2. The boss, watching the trio finally enter a room, contemplated the prosperous day as business. Perhaps it was time to recruit a few more ladies. With an increase in clients with particular tastes, the current staff might prove insufficient. Perhaps expansion was in order should he consider renting additional rooms nearby. The burden of thriving business. As Yang San entered, ready to signal, he suddenly felt a rush of air behind him, an ambush. He instinctively ducked, only to discover a long leg aimed at his nether regions. Alarmed, he thought, what a brutal attack. Who could harbor such animosity towards him? Did they truly hold such a grudge? He soon realized the assailants were the same 2 ladies. Apparently, they had misinterpreted his earlier gestures. In a moment of desperation, Yang San clamped his legs together, thwarting the relentless advance of the leg. Seizing the opportunity before they could launch another assault, he declared, from now on. Upon hearing the signal, the 2 ladies realized they had misjudged him. Thankfully, he possessed decent reflexes, otherwise, it could have ended poorly. You are the person sent by Li Sir to assist us. We sincerely apologize for the misunderstanding. Yang San, now faced with the 2 ladies resembling startled ostriches, sighed in exasperation. Never mind. By the way, there was another fellow who accompanied me. Uncertain of your identities, he took 7 or 8 ladies into a room earlier. So please do not mistakenly harm him. 1 person. 7 or 8 ladies. Very well, we shall proceed with caution. The 2 ladies couldn't help but feel that their companion had quite the insatiable appetite. Have you considered any plans? Yang San inquired. Such matters should be clearly communicated beforehand to avoid chaos later. Plans? None at all. We merely execute them, the 2 replied, indicating that strategizing was never their forte. Very well, then you shall follow my lead. We will proceed as follows. Do you understand? Yang San reluctantly assumed the role of strategist for the moment. Boss, come in. Yang San exclaimed as he burst through the door in a fit of anger. The boss, who had been lost in thoughts about his grand business empire, was startled by the outburst. What is happening? My empire has just begun. it must not falter. Calm down, calm down. Whatever the issue, share it with me, and I shall resolve it. The boss hurried into the room, eager to placate young Sam, as this marked the initial stride of his entrepreneurial journey. To his surprise, upon entering, he found young Sam grinning on the bed, which sent a shiver down his spine. Surely, this guest does not harbor ill intentions, he pondered. For the sake of my empire, must I sacrifice my dignity today? I am not prepared for this. Wait, something feels amiss. What about those two ladies? Bang! The door slammed shut, and the boss turned to see the two ladies lurking behind, waiting to lock him in upon his entry. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he retreated. Who are you? What do you want? Fear not, we are not villains, we are merely CID, young San coolly stated from the bed. Indeed, this was young San's plan, to capture the king before the pawns, to subdue the boss and facilitate everything else. Shit! Upon hearing this, the boss's legs turned to jelly. The most crucial aspect was that his underlings were still outside. Being the boss, he certainly left the rough work to them. Let us cuff him, young San said, tossing a pair of handcuffs before rising to exit. Just then, he spotted a Shin escaping from another room. San Air, everything here is amiss. What do we do? Will Sir Lee's arrangements be nullified? A Shin rushed toward young San, urgency evident in his demeanor, as he had nearly relinquished 20 years' worth of treasures. Fear not. I have located them and secured the boss, young San replied, gesturing to the room. Let us conduct a search. There are likely more thugs around. A Shin readily agreed. No problem, I excel in brawling. Indeed, in one of the vacant rooms, young San discovered several thugs engaged in a game of cards. He swiftly drew his 38. Why engage in a brawl when one could wield a firearm? The thugs immediately wilted under the threat no contest. After instructing them to bind one another, young San escorted them to the hall, where he found the previously identified ladies cowering with their heads down. The two undercover ladies were counting heads, while a Shin had apprehended a few thugs, though it was evident he had tried to play the hero, looking rather disheveled. A Shin gazed at young San, who was impeccably clean, his clothing devoid of even the slightest wrinkle. In stark contrast, he examined himself and noted that young San had brought along a cadre of henchmen, even more than his own. Unable to comprehend, he exclaimed, Why are you so pristine? Did you dispatch them directly? Young San nodded affirmatively, and A Shin, intrigued, inquired, I knew it. But why resort to fists when you have firearms? A Shin was momentarily rendered speechless. Indeed, why had he not utilized a gun? Ah, splendid. You all have performed admirably. Please prepare a report for me upon your return, and I shall commend your efforts, young San remarked, casting a glance at the drowsy Li Jin, whom A Shin had dragged along. Young San found himself disinclined to engage with these individuals any further. Chapter 17. The extraordinary A Shin. On the way back to the dormitory, A Shin, who was driving, hesitated, seemingly struggling to articulate his thoughts. It wasn't until they arrived at the dormitory that he finally spoke. Sanner, what do you think I should do about Uncle Bill's situation? You've been mulling over this the entire way just to ask that. Young San, somewhat empathetic towards A Shin, contemplated the shock of encountering the supernatural after steadfastly adhering to atheism for over 20 years. It was indeed a disconcerting revelation. San Gu, as a descendant of the Mao Shang lineage, do you have any methods to assist me? I'm truly struggling to accept this. A Shin was genuinely teetering on the brink of despair. I possess numerous methods, but I cannot assist you in that manner, young San replied, shaking his head. Do not rush. Allow me to finish. Just like humans, spirits can also be classified as benevolent or malevolent. If it were a malevolent spirit, that would be manageable. I could easily vanquish it. Are you suggesting that Uncle Bill is a benevolent spirit? A Shin seemed to grasp the crux of the matter. For now, yes. However, this also means that if I were to carelessly eliminate it, it would adversely affect my cultivation. To put it simply, merit. You understand this term, don't you? Our practice is akin to accumulating merit, and mistakenly slaying a benevolent spirit could deplete that merit. Sometimes, to compensate for the wrongful demise of a good spirit, one might have to eliminate 100 or more malevolent ones. Young San endeavored to elucidate the issue in terms that A Shin could comprehend. Wait. What do you mean by for now? Could it turn into a malevolent spirit? A Shin exclaimed in terror. That is not the crux of the matter. Were you even listening to me? Of course, just as we humans can change, good people can become bad, and vice versa. Moreover, spirits are merely the souls of the deceased. It is not so strange, Yang San remarked, incredulous at Xing's dramatic reaction. Observing Xing once again ensnared in turmoil, Yang San decided to leave him be. He would eventually come to understand. At that moment, they arrived at the dormitory, where Uncle Bill was likely growing impatient. Kid, have you given it some thought? We can collaborate, and I can assist you, especially with that girl. I can even help you advance in your career. Uncle Bill appeared the moment they entered, startling Xing. What do you need me to help you with? Xing looked at Yang San and mustered his courage. Quite simple. Help me identify my murderer and assist me in exacting revenge. For only you can confront him, Uncle Bill replied, a look of relief on his face. As long as you agree, I can ascend to paradise. Is it really that simple? However, I do have one question. Xing seemed prepared to acquiesce, though he appeared somewhat dubious. What question? Uncle Bill inquired nonchalantly. With a ghost present, no question is trivial. Well, I haven't won over that girl yet. How can I trust you? Xing said, his tone rather lecherous. I knew it. There's something fishy about you, Uncle Bill responded, his expression revealing that he had long seen through Xing's intentions. Fine, I will assist you in courting the girl first. Yang San regarded Xing with disdain, thinking. Relying on a ghost to woo a girl. Pathetic, no wonder you'll remain single for life. In the ensuing days, tranquility reigned. And Yang San found himself languishing in the police station, nearly growing mold. He decided to purchase some yellow talismans and cinnabar, eager to test the efficacy of the charms bestowed by the system. However, whether due to an improper posture upon rising or some other reason, out of a considerable stack of yellow talismans, he managed to successfully produce merely 3 exorcism charms, 2 safety talismans, and 2 Vajra talismans, leaving him reluctant to experiment further. Meanwhile, Xing spent his days pursuing romantic escapades, justifying his actions as patrol duties. Fortunately, it was too long before Li Jin summoned Yang San and Xing for a mission. Apparently, he had received word of a drug trafficking gang and was intent on investigating the area. As they drove deeper into an increasingly desolate landscape, finally halting at a derelict site, Yang San cast a perplexed glance at Li Jin, questioning the veracity of his source. Sir, what on earth are we doing in this forsaken place? Xing echoed his disbelief, wondering if there was even a soul to be found. Let us just have a look around. If we find something, we'll gather clues. Consider it a little excursion, Li Jin suggested, although he seemed to feel a bit embarrassed about their location. Clearly, the informant needed to be replaced. This was utterly unreliable. Yet, in front of his subordinates, he maintained a facade of nonchalance, deciding to meander about and leave swiftly. It was evident that the area was swarming with mosquitoes. Li Jin casually chose a direction and ambled off, exuding a carefree attitude. Yang San noticed a dilapidated van ahead and signaled Xing to follow. Despite the unpromising surroundings, the van surprisingly bore signs of recent use, lacking any visible signs of abandonment. While it might not signify much, it at least indicated that someone had been here. Venturing into such a desolate locale could hardly bode well. Xing trailed behind, glancing around as if genuinely on a holiday. Upon entering the van, Yang San discovered it was eerily empty, save for a small cardboard box in the rear compartment. With a wary eye, he surveyed his surroundings. Ensuring no one was watching before, he cautiously opened the back door and peered into the box. The contents left him momentarily stunned. Noticing Yang San frozen in place with the box, Xing approached, curiosity piqued. What's wrong, Sam? Have you encountered a ghost? That's impossible. You are a disciple of Mao Shan. He teased, but his eyes widened in astonishment as he caught sight of the box's contents. Sam, don't he tell me this is flour? Is this how your flour is packaged? Yang San, jolted back to reality by Xing's exclamation, realized the box contained a substantial amount, perhaps dozens of pounds. Only in Hong Kong could one escape the death penalty. Try this in the mainland, and you'd be executed in a heartbeat. Even here in Hong Kong, you'd be facing a long prison sentence. Just then, Yang San sensed someone stealthily approaching. It was certainly not Li Jin, who lacked such intent. He swiftly drew his firearm and spun around, exclaiming, Sit, don't move. Xing also sensed something amiss as he drew his weapon and positioned himself beside Yang San. Before them stood a group of approximately 10 individuals, all clad in work uniforms, their intentions unclear but certainly not those of upstanding citizens. Especially given the lethal weapons they brandished: fire axes, cleavers, steel pipes, none of which boded well for Yang San, who had no desire to endure any confrontation. What should we do? San. There are so many of them, Xing queried, visibly anxious. In such chaotic circumstances, even a master could fall victim to a flurry of erratic blows. Once they closed in, a firearm might prove ineffectual. Fear not. I've counted. We possess 2 guns and 12 bullets, ample ammunition, with some to spare. Yang San declared loudly, as if to ensure their adversaries would not miss his bravado. He raised his handgun menacingly, challenging, "Come closer, and I shall shoot you dead. Do not act rashly, or we will cleave you to pieces." The opposing group retreated a couple of steps, their bravado faltering despite their taunts. "Stay back, or I will fire," Aixing echoed, attempting to intimidate while whispering to Yang San, "What now? Should we perhaps retreat?" "No. We must seize this unexpected opportunity. Call for Uncle Bill. He would be just the person for this situation." Yang San suddenly recalled the invaluable resource they had at their disposal. Initially, he had contemplated sharing a protective talisman with Aixing, but uncertainty loomed over the duration of its effectiveness. Should its power wane unexpectedly, they would find themselves in a precarious predicament. Even if injury could be avoided, pain would linger. "Uncle Biao, come forth." Aixing's eyes lit up with realization. "How could I have overlooked that? We have hope. Do you two lack competence, unable to resolve such a trivial matter?" Uncle Biao appeared with a flourish, casting a disdainful glance at Yang San and Aixing. "Do you possess a solution? Hurry then, lives are at stake," Aixing urged, sensing potential. Uncle Biao pointed his finger at Aixing's firearm. While Aixing remained oblivious, Yang San perceived a strange force, neither entirely magical nor mundane, adhering to one of the bullets in the revolver. With a flick of his finger, Uncle Bill compelled Aixing to fire. The enchanted bullet zipped through the air, targeting the right legs of the adversaries. Chaos erupted as cries filled the air, a cacophony of anguish from the fallen. Not far away, Li Jing, wandering in the desolate area, sensed the time had come to return. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire echoed, piquing his curiosity. He hastily withdrew his firearm and approached, only to be met with the sight of a dozen individuals sprawled on the ground, clutching their right legs and howling in pain. What transpired here? How did you manage this? Did you transform into some kind of superhero or assume the spirit of Rambo? I only heard a single gunshot. How could you all have been struck in the right leg? Aixing's spirit soared. A single shot had resulted in 11 cries of despair, as he had deliberately aimed for their heads. This should be eligible for a world record, shouldn't it? Even the usually stoic Li Jing managed a rare smile as he remarked, "Li sir, can we call it a day?" Observing the triumphant Aixing, Li Jing instantly disowned the architect of this situation. With a sardonic grin, he acknowledged Aixing, "I'll let you off this time due to your contributions, but next time, I shall ensure your undoing." Yang San, indifferent to the two scheming fools, called for an ambulance. It was imperative, for if they continued in this manner, they would bleed dry before he could even file a report. Upon returning to the police station, the trio was met with the kind of reverence typically reserved for esteemed leaders. Congratulations flowed freely, almost demanding autographs, as these three were hailed as prodigies. It was said they had managed to subdue over 10 individuals with just a single shot fired. Such occurrences had become a rarity over the years. Even the station's commanding officer summoned them. "Madam!" Yang San and Aixing followed Li Jing into the inspector's office, where an entire wall was adorned with a myriad of trophies, certificates, and photographs, all dedicated to karate. Clearly, this captivating female inspector was quite accomplished. "I hear you were responsible for yesterday's drug bust?" she inquired, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on the documents before her. "Indeed," came the reply. "The higher-ups are quite pleased with your performance. I am to draft a report and recommend commendations." Finally, she set aside her papers and lifted her gaze, scrutinizing the trio. "So, these are the famed marksmen. One is rather handsome," she noted, glancing at Yang San, "but the other two do not exactly fit the mold of modern sharpshooters." "Do they?" "Thank you, madam." Aixing began to recount the valor of his single shot from the previous day when Li Jing abruptly interjected. "Report, madam." Aixing is new and has never encountered such grand spectacles before. Li Jing shot Aixing a knowing smile, to which Aixing could only nod in reluctant agreement. Sensing a discord in the atmosphere, his inexperience had left him both flustered and anxious, and the events of yesterday were likely lost to his memory. Yang San found amusement in Aixing's smile, which gradually morphed into a grimace as the conversation unfolded, culminating in a look akin to one who had tasted something foul. "To conserve your precious time, madam, I believe it would suffice for me to report alone," Li Jing asserted, clearly not finished with his revelations. Very well. You may step outside, the bemused madam instructed, delivering a final blow to Ashin, prompting young Sam to escort the now-prepared Ashin, who was poised for a real showdown with Li Jing, out of the office. Ashin, I am heading back. Do you wish to accompany me? Young Sam proposed, dismissing any notions of accolades, as he was soon to depart. Ultimately, such commendations would hold little significance for him. Chapter 18. Ashin missed the parents stimulated by Uncle Bill's remarkable abilities. Young Sam returned to the dormitory, diligently practicing the art of talisman drawing. Regrettably, his efforts were met with continual failure. Out of 10 attempts, not a single one succeeded. Moreover, this endeavor consumed considerable magical energy, forcing young Sam to meditate intermittently to restore his mana. Ashin returned to the dormitory with an expression of exhilaration, and upon seeing young Sam in a meditative state, exclaimed, Sam, what an electrifying scene it was. You left too early and missed a spectacular show. Ashin animatedly recounted how Li Jing had flirted with the beautiful police captain, only to be subsequently reprimanded by her. Given the numerous trophies adorning the office, one could almost sense a longing to join in the fray. Of course, Ashin conveniently omitted his own role in encouraging Uncle Bill to employ scandalous talismans against the police captain, as well as the moment he had brazenly exposed her intentions to quell the rumors, resulting in the captain unleashing her wrath upon Li Jing. Throughout the ordeal, Ashin portrayed himself as an innocent bystander nearly caught in the crossfire. Young Sam chose not to challenge Ashin's narrative. He had long recognized the art of his exaggeration. Had he not seen the film himself, he might have almost believed Ashin's fanciful tale. Why did you return so early, then? If you weren't going to watch the show? Young Sam inquired, his curiosity piqued. Oh, right. I almost forgot to mention something important, Ashin exclaimed, leaping up and darting back to his room. Observing Ashin's sudden departure, young Sam couldn't help but wonder, is it my fault? You were so engrossed in storytelling just now, I didn't see you in a hurry. Brother Sam, could you do me a favor? Upon hearing Ashin refer to him as Brother Sam, young Sam immediately sensed that something was afoot. Indeed, Ashin appeared quite presentable. Could it be that he was hastily preparing for a date? Are you short on cash? How much do you need? Just so you know, my salary isn't high, and you must leave me some pocket money, young Sam replied, understanding the expenses that come with romance. 500. Oh, no. That's not what I meant. Do you really think of me that way? Ashin hastily corrected himself, realizing he had misspoken. But perhaps I should borrow it anyway. It wouldn't matter. Is that so? Young Sam had been ready to offer assistance, but upon hearing it was about borrowing money, his suspicion grew. What else could it be? It's AU. Ashin, feeling the weight of young Sam's gaze, struggled to maintain his composure. I'm not that kind of person, truly. Yes, that's right. She invited me to her home today to meet her father. You won't believe it, her house is right next door. Meeting the parents? Have you progressed to discussing life in bed? Young Sam looked at Ashin with a mixture of disbelief and amusement. He, just a normal procedure. Ashin felt an unusual tension within himself today. He had almost forgotten his earlier excitement upon hearing young Sam's comments, but quickly remembered, wait. That's not what I was trying to say. Please let me finish. It is as follows. Ao has invited me to her home for a meal, but I feel somewhat anxious. Could you accompany me? Ashin decided it was better to express everything in one breath, otherwise he would be unable to fathom where the conversation might lead. Oh, you should have mentioned it earlier. However, do you really need to bring me when meeting your parents? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Am I now your guardian? Young Sam quaked, observing Ashin's face, which nearly transformed into that of the Monkey King. Not to worry, I have already spoken with Ao, and she is quite eager for you to join us. She mentioned that it would be an excellent opportunity for you to teach her a few culinary techniques. Ashin cast a resentful glance at young Sam, pondering the enigma of whether this fellow was indeed a man. Being handsome was one thing, but his culinary prowess was another. There was an occasion when he brought Ao home for dinner, and she had hardly acknowledged him throughout the evening, instead seeking young Sam's guidance on how to prepare various dishes, only ceasing her inquiries late into the night. Just as Ashin was about to interject, Ao realized how late it had grown and promptly excused herself, leaving Ashin sitting, nearly on the verge of a fit. Was it merely a simple meal he had intended? He had many clandestine endeavors yet to unfold. Very well then, I shall accompany you. Yang San, noticing the exasperated expression on Xing's face, could easily discern his thoughts. It was not his intention to monopolize the conversation last time. Who could have anticipated that Ayu would become so engrossed in discussing cooking? Henceforth, whenever Xing brought Ayu over, Yang San would only engage for a short while before inventing an excuse to leave. You have agreed, splendid. Are you not going to change into something else? No. It's fine. You needn't bother. This is my domain today, so please refrain from stealing the spotlight. Upon hearing Yang San's acquiescence, Xing's spirit soared. At last. I have a wingman. Wait, what exactly is a wingman? Yang San deemed it unnecessary to change. He had already donned attire suitable for meeting the chief of police. Besides, he was well aware that Ayu's father, Li Jing, was a familiar acquaintance. No amount of dapper clothing would alter their rapport. Thus, he simply brought along some fruit and departed with Xing, who, still possessing a sense of romance, clutched an unidentifiable bouquet of roses. Upon arriving, they turned left, pressed the doorbell, and were greeted. You're here. Come in. Ayu exclaimed, ushering the two inside. Although Ayu had visited Yang San and Xing several times, Xing remained oblivious to the fact that she lived next door, prompting her to sneak back home each time as if she were a thief. Fearful that the adjacent door might suddenly swing open. Dad, this is my boyfriend, and this is his friend, Ayu introduced, holding Xing's hand as she presented them to her father. Yang San and Xing then approached the now standing Li Jing. What brings you here? He inquired. His face marred with bruises, nearly provoking Yang San into laughter. Li Jing's visage was quite comical. Ahem, Li sir, what happened to you? You seemed well just a moment ago. Oh, it's nothing, just a minor mishap, Li Jing replied, his face flushing with embarrassment. Today had been particularly unfortunate. You know each other? Ayu asked, observing the familiarity among the three. Indeed, this is the esteemed and martial Yang San, remarkably handsome, astute, and with a dash of charm my superior, as it turns out, is none other than your father. Xing has completely abandoned all sense of shame. For the sake of his future happiness, what significance does his face hold? Enough of the flattery. Why don't you both take a seat and chat for a while? The meal will be ready soon. Ayu, evidently unable to endure it any longer, interjected. Are you certain you're talking about my father, and not Jin Chonggu? Casting a knowing glance at Yang San, who promptly understood, they would soon transition into a teaching moment. Yang San followed Ayu into the kitchen, leaving Xing and Li Jing staring at each other in silence. After teaching Ayu a few signature dishes, Yang San helped bring the dishes to the table, just in time to witness the impending showdown between Yang San and Li Jing. Dad, Xing, what are you two up to? Ayu noticed something was amiss. Yang San chuckled at the instant transformation of the two into seemingly affectionate companions, exchanging compliments while simultaneously taking jabs at one another. See? I told you. No matter how dapper you dress, it's all for naught if you're going to come to blows. To Yang San's surprise, the two appeared to be quite a match, prompting Ayu's innocent assumption that they genuinely got along, and she cheerfully exclaimed, come on over for dinner. Hey, Li sir, Xing. Why not give Ayu a break and settle down to enjoy this meal? You wouldn't want to put her in a difficult position, would you? We can always arrange a proper showdown at another time, Yang San whispered to Li Jing and Xing while Ayu went to fetch the soup, aiming to pacify the two before they could stir up any further conflict. They could indulge in their rivalry after they had at least shared a pleasant meal together. He had no intention of getting involved in their squabbles. Xing and Li Jing exchanged sharp glares, but as Ayu's footsteps approached, they temporarily softened their demeanor, responding in unison. All right, for Ayu's sake. What's going on with you two? Ayu emerged with the soup, but it was clear that Xing and Li Jing's raised voices had caught her attention. Li Jing quickly donned a cheerful facade. Kid, our matters are far from over. Just wait and see. We'll settle old scores together. By the way, you've truly outdone yourself with this dish, Ayu. Your culinary skills have improved immensely. Right, Dad. Yang San taught me all of this. I'm still just learning. So it's not perfect yet. Yang San's cooking is the real deal. Come on, try it and see how it tastes. Ayu, upon hearing praise for her cooking, promptly forgot the earlier tensions and happily addressed Li Jing. Yang San taught you? That kid can cook too? Why was I not aware of this? Li Jing mumbled under his breath, absent-mindedly scooping a bite into his mouth. Instantly, his eyes lit up, and he chewed vigorously, exclaiming, this is delicious. How has my daughter's cooking improved so much? And what is this about Yang San being better? Why isn't Yang San my daughter's boyfriend? At least he has a decent appearance, and he cooks well too. If it were Yang San, I'd be in for a treat in the future. Perhaps I should instigate a rift between AU and that little brat, so she can ditch him and pair up with Yang San instead. This is incredible. AU. Your cooking is on par with Sana. Xin, having decided to shed all pretense, felt compelled to shower praise upon his girlfriend. Indeed, upon hearing this, Ayu felt a surge of joy despite knowing the exaggeration involved. She cheerfully served a generous portion of meat to Xin, saying, "Enjoy it if you like. Don't hold back. Ayu, just eat for yourself. Don't worry about this fellow. He has never understood the concept of courtesy," Li Jing remarked, feeling a twinge of jealousy as he observed his daughter serving Xin. "Do you know how old my daughter was the last time she served me? This cannot go unrecorded." Meanwhile, Yang San leisurely savored his food while watching the unfolding scene, remarking, "Isn't this picture so heartwarming? It depicts a harmonious relationship between father-in-law and son-in-law, filled with mutual affection and kindness. And look at the daughter, her face radiating joy. Serving her boyfriend and then her father in turn. Life, in such moments, feels utterly fulfilled. As for the undercurrents of intrigue or conflict that may lurk beneath the surface, they are of no concern to me." Chapter 19. The emergence of the killer following the previous harmonious parent-teacher meeting. The bond between Li Jing and Xin grew ever closer, to the point where Yang San often observed the sparks of chemistry igniting in their exchanged glances. On this particular day, Yang San was diligently practicing talismans within the confines of his room. His relentless efforts in drawing symbols and replenishing his energy reserves had significantly increased his stock. And he was eager to find an opportunity to test the efficacy of these talismans. "Sangu, help me!" Xin suddenly burst in, seizing Yang San and pulling him along. Yang San barely had time to set down his brush before Xin whisked him away to the adjacent residence of Li Sir. In the living room of Li Sir's abode, Yang San, Li Jing, and Ayu settled onto the sofa as they listened to Xin animatedly recounting his tale. "You mean to say you accidentally used the seductive talisman on yourself?" Yang San remarked, regarding Xin with admiration. This was true dedication. Risking one's own safety for the sake of experimentation. "That's not the point," Xin exclaimed, rubbing his forehead in frustration. "Did you only catch that one line from everything I said?" Cough, puff, alright then. "So, you wish to convince you that you truly encountered a ghost. Which is why you dragged me here." Yang San summarized succinctly, observing Xin nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. Yang San couldn't help but inquire, "I'm still quite curious as to why they believe you're gay. Who was beside you when you used the seductive talisman?" After exchanging a glance with Li Jing, Xin shuddered visibly and stifled a gag. He quickly dismissed the thought from his mind. "That's not important. You must help me prove that what I'm saying is true." "Very well, I was also intending to experiment with my recent findings." Seeing Xin's stubbornness, Yang San acquiesced, retrieving a fireball talisman from his robe. He glanced around before focusing on a potted plant on the balcony. "Is it safe to burn this?" "Of course." "Go ahead," Li Jing interjected, halting Ayu, whose protests were cut short. His eyes were fixed on the yellow talisman in Yang San's hand, gleaming like two 20-watt bulbs, astonished by the authenticity of the talisman. He never imagined he would encounter a kindred spirit in this age of decline. Yang San, noticing Li Jing's eager gaze, felt a tightening in his chest. Who exactly was the gay one here? If I didn't know you were a half-hearted Taoist, I would surely use this talisman on you. Best to swiftly complete this task and depart. Lingering here is rather embarrassing. With 2 fingers pinching the fireball talisman, he activated it with his magical energy and hurled it toward the indistinguishable plant. The fireball talisman spontaneously ignited mid-air, coalescing into a small sphere that swiftly struck the pot. Upon impact, the fireball burst forth, engulfing the entire plant in flames, leaving nothing but a charred pot behind. Yang San surveyed his handiwork with satisfaction. It was quite impressive. The fireball was roughly the size of a fist, yet it traveled swiftly, generating considerable heat, albeit for a brief duration of approximately 10 seconds. Did you see that? What I said is true. San Er is a descendant of Mao Shan, and he has also met Uncle Bill. Xin exclaimed excitedly to Ayu. Ayu gazed incredulously at the barren flower pot before her. Though her father often engaged in mysterious antics, she had never witnessed him exhibit such peculiar abilities. Thus, Ayu was inherently skeptical, yet the undeniable reality compelled her to reconsider. Perhaps it was best to allow Ao a moment of calm, after all. One could hardly forget the time it took to come to terms with such phenomena. Yang San seized Ashin, pressing him onto the sofa. Your curiosity has landed you in trouble, hasn't it? By the way, where did you acquire that talisman? And why is Uncle Bill so unusually quiet today? Speaking of which, where is he? You could have summoned him directly. I may have secretly taken Uncle Bill's talisman pouch, so. Ashin chuckled awkwardly. Are you too embarrassed to call him out? Yet you shamelessly take his belongings. Yang San shot Ashin a disapproving look, muttering about the consequences of his reckless actions. Uncle Bill, please come out and greet our guests. Yang San brandished Ashin's sidearm, directing his call at the gun, the words sounding strangely familiar. Uncle Bill? Which Uncle Bill? Li Jing asked, clearly catching on to a critical point. Zhang Biao, your former deceased partner. Ashin replied nervously, his gaze still fixed on Ao. Quack. Quack quack, quack. Have I been too kind to you? Are you disregarding my face now? If I don't show you some consequences. You'll truly believe I'm easy to bully, Yang San retorted, retrieving a different talisman, one designed to exorcise spirits. This one targets ghosts specifically, though I've never tested it. Perhaps you could assist me in that endeavor. No sooner had he spoken than the handgun trembled violently, akin to a chicken skin bristling. And then Uncle Bill suddenly emerged with a flourish. Yang San, have I offended you? Was it necessary to scare me like this? A human scaring a ghost could frighten it to death. Ao, still reeling from Yang San's fiery display, was further astounded when the deceased Uncle John reappeared. Confirming her deepest fears of the supernatural, she fainted on the spot. Ashin, who had been attentively observing her, rushed to catch her. Please don't he be shocked into oblivion, I can't he bear that. Is it you, old ghost? Why are you roaming up here instead of staying below? Li Jing was well aware of Ashin's unusual circumstances and had suspected the presence of a ghost, yet he never anticipated it would be someone familiar. They say my cause of death is unknown. I can't ascend to heaven without clarifying the matter. Uncle Bill exclaimed, delighted to reunite with an old friend. Though their customary banter continued. All right, the issue is resolved. You may converse at your leisure. I shall take my leave now. Yang San observed the tumultuous dynamic between Li Jing and Uncle Bill, addressing Ashin, though his attention was evidently elsewhere. Yang San regarded the ungrateful individuals around him with dismay. What kind of world is this? In times of need, they are brothers, but in tranquility, they disregard you entirely. Regardless, I have achieved my goal. I shall return and create more talismans to bolster my inventory. The following day, Ashin returned to Yang San's room. Gazing at him with deep affection. Brother San. Stop right there. Keep your distance. You can't possibly be serious about this, can you? Yang San found himself thoroughly unnerved by Ashin's intense gaze, fearing that he might indeed harbor such inclinations. Is it not quite perilous for me to reside with him? Certainly not. It is merely that Uncle Bill wishes to take me to the site of his murder, claiming it might yield some clues. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Ashin hastily divulged the matter, lest their reputation be tarnished. Well, that sounds rather good. You should go, Yang San concurred, suggesting that they might even encounter the perpetrator. Ashin, struck dumb by Yang San's indifference, exclaimed, I did not seek your counsel. I intended for you to accompany me. Is it my manner of expression that is flawed, or is it your hearing that is at fault? Brother San, since you have nothing pressing, simply join me. Yang San, perceiving the ulterior motives behind Ashin's invitation, retorted, if you desire my company, you need only ask directly. There is no need for such roundabout ways. The duo soon arrived at an abandoned factory, where detritus and machinery lay scattered about, leaving no evidence of habitation. Uncle Bill, are you certain this is the place? It appears entirely different, Ashin whispered, clearly lacking hope for this venture. Indeed, I perished here. The most perilous locations often serve as the safest havens. They may still be present, Uncle Bill replied, though uncertainty lingered in his voice. Time was of the essence, and he could not afford to overlook any potential leads. Just ahead, we shall scale this wall, Uncle Bill gestured towards a barrier. Ashin, go! Yang San commanded, realizing the thrill of directing others. No wonder many aspired to positions of authority. Ashin, dumbfounded by Yang San's brazen command, understood that he had no choice but to acquiesce, as he needed assistance. Scanning the area, he stepped onto an unrecognizable platform, leaped, grasped the top of the wall, and hoisted himself up. Peering inside, He was taken aback to discover a drug manufacturing facility. Its equipment appeared quite sophisticated. Sam, come up quickly. There is indeed something of substance here. Upon hearing Xing's exclamation, Yang San seized his idleness and, using the platform for leverage, propelled himself up to the wall's edge. Remarkable. It seems fortune smiles upon us, he declared, noting the surroundings cluttered with large yellow cardboard boxes and several long tables adorned with various vessels containing a white powder surely. It could not be flour. The lights remained illuminated, suggesting that someone was still present. As Yang San moved with effortless grace, Xing momentarily forgot the arduous ascent he had just made. Scanning their surroundings, he remarked, "It seems devoid of occupants. Let us descend and investigate." Grasping a rope, Xing prepared to lower himself, while Yang San recalled that guards were posted below. Shall we allow Xing to go first to draw their attention? An excellent notion. Indeed, Yang San discovered that after Xing slid down, 3 assailants armed with menacing weapons emerged behind him, previously concealed by a cardboard box. Without hesitation, Yang San leaped directly from the wall, executing a swift dual strike, his legs targeting 2 of the attackers, striking them squarely in the back. The 2 let out agonizing cries before tumbling towards Xing. Utilizing the momentum, Yang San gracefully landed and followed up with a fierce blow aimed at the last assailant, who was momentarily paralyzed by shock. This final foe crumpled to the ground, incapacitated. Xing, who had been rubbing his sore palms chafed by the ropes, was about to call for Yang San to join him when he suddenly heard a loud shout from behind. Turning around, he was startled to see 2 figures lunging at him. In a panic, he abandoned all pretense of composure, rolling away to evade them. As he sprang to his feet to retaliate, he was astonished to find the 2 attackers lying motionless on the ground. Yang San had somehow descended and was standing nearby, having defeated an adversary. What was happening? Had he truly been massaging his hands for that long? How had Yang San managed to subdue all the enemies? "Sanner, you could have left one for me," Xing exclaimed, glancing at Yang San's back. "All right, I'll leave this one for you," Yang San replied, revealing that Dan Liang had appeared unexpectedly, brandishing a handgun aimed at Xing. With a look of excitement, Xing turned to face Dan Liang. But his enthusiasm quickly deflated upon encountering the gun. Dan Liang seized Xing by the neck, pointing the firearm at Yang San. "You 2 little cops have been a thorn in my side. At last, you've fallen into my grasp. What an awful smell. You are the murderer of Uncle Bill." Xing nearly fainted from the stench, yet relief washed over him as he realized they had found the culprit, Dan Liang himself. Uncle Bill, concealed nearby, leapt forward upon hearing that Dan Liang was the murderer, eager to apprehend him for immediate justice. However, a strange glow emanated from Dan Liang, causing Uncle Bill to bounce back upon contact. Hesitating, he gestured towards a nearby table, which slid across the floor, colliding with Dan Liang's waist and causing him to fall, his grip on the handgun failing. Seizing the opportunity, Yang San swiftly collected the weapon, casting a cheerful glance at Dan Liang, who, upon realizing his gun was in another's possession, refrained from any rash actions. "Sanner, you promised it to me. Let me take the lead," Xing declared, his youthful bravado resurfacing. Yang San, contemplative, gestured for Xing to proceed. With a hearty laugh, Xing stretched his limbs, grinning at Dan Liang, who assumed the young officer was merely posturing. Just as Dan Liang prepared to engage, Xing revealed Uncle Bill's .38 caliber revolver from his waistband. "Now I have a gun too. Let us continue this." Dan Liang stared incredulously at the audacious young officer before bolting away. Clearly, with the firearm now in another's hands, fleeing was his only option. Staying would surely lead to his demise. Bang! Dan Liang felt as though he had been bitten by something, stumbling to the ground. Yet he quickly recovered and continued his escape. Chapter 20. A direct assault on the Yellow Dragon. Observing the fleeing Dan Liang, Yang San halted Xing, who was prepared to pursue further. "Sanner, what are you doing? Dan Liang is the murderer of Uncle Bill." "No, I am certain I hit him just now. Yet he appears unscathed." Xing, filled with indignation at Yang San's obstruction, suddenly exclaimed as a peculiar thought crossed his mind. "You did strike him. But that man possesses something extraordinary," Uncle Bill interjected, evidently still preoccupied with the incident of being flung away moments earlier. "Dan Liang carries a magical artifact. Likely a protective talisman. Moreover, he has powerful allies backing him. He must be connected to Uncle Bill's nemesis." Yang San clarified to Uncle Bill, simultaneously addressing Xing. "I have placed a tracking talisman on Dan Liang. For the time being, he cannot escape. He has been startled and will likely seek out that nemesis. We shall follow closely behind and catch him all at once. Senor, you truly are the most cunning. Ashin teased, unable to suppress his amusement. Yang San rolled his eyes at him, noting that ever since Ashin had employed the provocative talisman last time, his interests appeared to have broadened significantly. Yang San then retrieved a yellow paper crane from his pocket, adorned with intricate mystical runes, unmistakably indicating that this was no ordinary origami. Ahem. This is the unique aspect of the tracking talisman. Once the symbol is successfully drawn, it divides into two parts. One is a small yellow talisman, and the other is this paper crane, designated for planting the talisman and tracking purposes. Activating the paper crane with his magical energy, it immediately began to flutter in Yang San's palm, first stretching its wings, then bending its neck to peck at its body, seemingly attempting to preen its non-existent feathers. Afterward, it let out a cry and took flight, circling around Yang San as if displaying a sense of familiarity. It's alive, and it can fly. Ashin exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at the paper crane in disbelief. Enough with the theatrics. You've encountered ghosts before. What is so astonishing about a living paper crane? Hurry and drive, or Dan Liang will truly escape. Yang San waved dismissively at the exuberant Ashin. Should I just squash him? Ashin inquired. Still curious as he drove, he glanced at the incessantly bumping paper crane against the windshield, wondering if it had lost its mind. You're the one who has lost it. It's merely discontented with your slow driving. Yang San retorted disdainfully. How can you complain about others? Just follow the direction it flies. Do you understand? Senor, what is happening now? It keeps colliding with me. Ashin fretted, using his hands to shield himself from the persistent paper crane. Was I unclear? Follow its flight direction. If it's headed towards you, then turn right. Yang San sighed, rubbing his forehead. Can you please pay attention? This is your responsibility. I am merely an unwilling participant. After a series of playful squabbles, we were finally nearing our destination. As Yang San observed the increasingly radiant glow emanating from the paper crane, he realized they were drawing closer to Dan Liang. Suddenly, Ashin exclaimed, I know. This is the route to Dan Liang's villa. Are you certain? Yang San questioned, gazing skeptically at Ashin. Despite Ashin's penchant for mischief, he had rarely accomplished anything of significance. Had Ashin, after my incessant admonitions, finally come to his senses and resolved to amend his ways? I am absolutely certain this leads to Dan Liang's villa, Ashin asserted with a grave expression. Dan Liang previously harassed you. So I accessed his information using the police department's internal computer. He possesses a villa in this vicinity, and our winding route has consistently pointed toward it. Yang San was disinclined to engage with Ashin any further. I retracted my earlier thoughts, realizing that Ashin exceeded my expectations. Merely because Dan Liang had once troubled you, he had resorted to using the department's computer to investigate him. Such an act was a clear violation of protocol, and only he would dare to do so. With his knowledge of the area, Ashin accelerated towards Dan Liang's villa, racing like the wind. The paper crane let out a cry towards the villa and then affectionately embraced Yang San's face before bursting into brilliant flames and turning to ash. What is happening? Did the paper crane just self-terminate? Ashin, who had been observing the villa, was startled by the crane's sudden brilliance and turned to witness its incineration. I wasn't mistaken. Was I? This little creature truly seems to have lost hope. This signifies that it has reached its destination and fulfilled its purpose. It is also a hallmark of the completion of the spell, not an act of self-termination. Yang San pondered whether he could pry open Ashin's head to examine the peculiar thoughts within. His reasoning was indeed extraordinary. Oh, is that so? Does this mean we charge in and leave no trace of him? Ashin grinned, disregarding Yang San's peculiar gaze, fixating instead on the villa, as if envisioning himself as a superhero capable of incinerating it with heat vision. Stop staring, your eyes might pop out. Inform Officer Li to come here and explain that Dan Liang is backed by formidable individuals, so he should bring assistance. Yang San resolved to summon Li. Despite him being somewhat incompetent, however, his mentor possessed considerable skill, albeit not enduring. Regardless, they were all present and unlikely to escape in the short term. Calling Officer Li. What good will he do? He only reads sensational magazines. Ashin, is it wise to speak so of your father-in-law? Strictly speaking, he is akin to your half-father now. Are you not afraid of divine retribution? Uncle Zhao, based on my estimations, your nemesis will also be inside, likely an evil practitioner. Confronting him directly may prove disastrous. Therefore, You and Xin will handle Dan Liang and his associates, while I and Officer Li deal with the evil practitioner. You two should swiftly eliminate the extraneous personnel before coming to assist us. What do you think? Yang San decided to temporarily disregard Xin and directly addressed Uncle Bill, emphasizing the importance of arranging their respective opponents to avoid chaotic confrontations later. Very well, but do you believe you can handle that malevolent practitioner? Generally, such dark cultivators are exceedingly formidable, Uncle Bill remarked, appreciating the plan. While he had no qualms about dealing with ordinary individuals, he harbored concerns for Yang San. It is well known that in television dramas, malevolent cultivators resort to any means necessary for power, thus advancing their prowess more swiftly than those of righteous paths. Although Yang San demonstrated considerable skill in talisman drawing, he remained quite young. As for Li Jin, Uncle Bill had never entertained the notion of him as a serious contender. Being an old friend, he understood Li Jin's strengths and weaknesses. He could manage women, but facing adversaries was another matter altogether. I have contemplated this issue, which is precisely why I suggested you expedite the resolution of other distractions. Although Li Sir and I cannot claim to defeat our opponent, we can certainly hold him at bay for a time. As long as you arrive in a timely manner to assist us, we shall remain unscathed. Together, the four of us shall muster sufficient strength to confront him, Yang San explained patiently, placing great importance on his own safety. What is going on? Have you already identified the murderer of Song Bill? Why do you still need to consult the master and bring equipment? Li Jin hurriedly arrived, bombarding them with questions. Despite his usual sharp tongue and banter with Uncle Bill, when matters arose, he proved far more reliable than Xin. Of course, it would be preferable if he could temper his words. Noticing Li Jin's incessant questioning, Yang San promptly recounted the events and the battle plan they had just finalized. For dusk was approaching. Ah, I see. The master has also mentioned that this malevolent entity possesses considerable skill. It is unlikely that the two of us alone can subdue him. Zhang Bill, you must hasten your affairs and come to our aid, Li Jin concurred with the strategy. Recognizing it as the best course of action, the trio, accompanied by a ghost, meticulously checked their equipment and stealthily advanced toward the villa. With Uncle Bill's assistance, they effortlessly evaded surveillance and infiltrated the premises. At this moment, Yang San could distinctly sense an ominous aura emanating from somewhere below, significantly more powerful than himself. With the aid of the system, his progress had been remarkably swift, and although his cultivation period was brief, he had firmly entered the early stages of refining essence into qi. This malevolent presence, however, was at least at the mid or even late stages. It was evident that in this age of declining magic, merely reaching the threshold was commendable, truly a testament to the prowess of dark cultivation. As Yang San detected the malevolent practitioner, the latter also sensed their presence, swiftly adjusting his position. The villa erupted with alarm bells, and numerous individuals rushed forth. Upon realizing their cover was blown, Yang San and his companions swiftly occupied advantageous positions, drawing their firearms. Bam! 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 Each of them dispatched three armed assailants before swiftly taking cover. Behind a sturdy pillar, Yang San could distinctly feel the vibrations as projectiles struck nearby, sending debris flying. Fortunately, the pillar was robust enough that even an AK assault would struggle to penetrate it. Let us first deal with these individuals. Yang San discovered that the malevolent cultivator and Dan Liang seemed to be absent, and the opposing force was exceedingly formidable. Uncle Bill! Uncle Bill! Initially intending to summon Uncle Bill for assistance, Yang San turned upon receiving no response, only to find Uncle Bill weakly huddled at the entrance, ambushed. Uncle Bill! Are you alright? I cannot withstand it any longer. There appears to be something unusual here that not only hampers my abilities, but even from outside, I am unable to endure. It seems we must rely on you all now. Uncle Bill, clearly at his limit, managed to convey his message before retreating back into his pistol. Upon hearing that his powers were restricted, Yang San felt a surge of urgency. However, upon careful examination, he found that his abilities were still intact, and even the flow of mana appeared to be accelerating. Wait, the mana cannot manifest. In other words, it can be perceived but not utilized. At that moment, Yang San also sensed a peculiar force field permeating the villa, vast and enigmatic, rendering extraordinary powers unusable. No wonder Dan Liang had fled back. It turned out that there were special artifacts present. There are treasures here that restrain Uncle Bill, preventing him from acting. We must take matters into our own hands. Yang San immediately conveyed this to Li Jin and Xin. I knew that old ghost was unreliable. Although Li Jing spoke harshly, Yang San could clearly sense his relief. Evidently, he had been quite concerned for Uncle Bill's safety moments ago. Chapter 21. Fierce battle in the villa. Yang San stealthily retrieved a mirror from the entrance, cautiously extending it beyond the column. This method proved effective. The time spent watching films was not in vain, as it imparted valuable lessons. Li Sir, Ashin, I can see 12 individuals, 6 at the staircase, 3 on the living room sofa, and 3 by the wine cabinet. Have you spotted anyone else? Yang San promptly communicated his observations to the duo in hushed tones. That should be accurate. I cannot see the wine cabinet, but the others are accounted for. Ashin crouched behind a large decorative piece, his posture somewhat awkward as he peered into the surroundings. Yang San glanced at Li Jing, who was also concealed behind the column. On the count of 3, Li Sir. You suppress the 3 by the wine cabinet. Ashin, you handle those at the staircase and provide cover for me. Upon receiving a thumbs up from both, Yang San extended his left hand and slowly counted 1, 2, 3. As his third finger rose, Li Jing and Ashin simultaneously sprang up and fired their weapons, not necessarily aiming to hit, but to create a diversion. Yang San swiftly leaped from behind the column, charging into the living room. It is worth noting that his speed far exceeded that of an ordinary person, and the living room was merely adjacent to the entrance. The adversaries, caught off guard by the sudden gunfire, were merely thugs lacking any professional training. In their panic, they fired indiscriminately, with bullets flying wildly, some even hitting the ceiling. Was someone trying to shoot down a plane? Seizing the opportunity, Yang San dashed towards the sofa, diving to the side just as he neared it. He slid out from beside the sofa, unleashing a rapid succession of 3 shots that swiftly eliminated the 3 individuals who had yet to react. He then sprang up and slammed into the sofa, toppling it over and using it as cover. Bam! 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 To his dismay, just as he concealed himself, Yang San felt the sofa take hits. Fortunately, the leather was thick enough to withstand the assault. Realizing that the opposition had been overwhelmed by the sudden appearance of so many combatants, he felt a flush of embarrassment. One of the enemies, akin to Rambo, charged in and retaliated against his side, eliminating 3 of their own. Yang San could tolerate much, but this was intolerable. Without regard for Li Jing and Ashin's bullets, the enemy trained their fire solely on Yang San, unleashing a relentless barrage. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would have been riddled with bullets. Li Jing and Ashin, noticing that the enemy was disregarding them and focusing entirely on Yang San, felt a twinge of frustration. Who was truly drawing the fire for whom? Was it that Yang San's presence was simply too enticing a target? Ashin, emulating Yang San, propelled himself off a decorative piece, sliding into the living room. He took aim at one of the individuals on the staircase and fired, then rolled behind a large cabinet for safety. Li Jing, being older and less adventurous than Ashin, merely shifted from the column he was hiding behind to the one where Yang San had previously taken cover, in the process dispatching an enemy. Seeing their attempts to eliminate their targets failing and realizing they had lost 2 of their own in the process, the adversaries hesitated to fire, retreating behind their cover for the moment. Yang San and his companions cautiously seized the opportunity to discreetly reload their ammunition. The 38 caliber revolver was a fine choice, boasting minimal recoil and remarkable stability, with no reports of jams or explosions. However, its limitation was glaring. It contained merely 6 bullets, woefully insufficient for their needs. As Yang San shifted positions, he felt an uncomfortable object pressing against his waist, questioning the quality of the sofa. It was hardly a suitable refuge, prompting him to elevate his body. With a clatter, a handgun slipped from his lower back. Where did this come from? Upon inspection, he discovered it was still warm to the touch, likely recently discharged. Could it belong to those ill-fated individuals he had just dispatched? It seemed fortuitous that one of their weapons had conveniently landed upon the sofa. A delightful twist of fate defeating foes could yield equipment. Upon closer examination, the firearm revealed itself to be a Glock, capable of holding 17 rounds. Peering into the magazine, he noted only 3 bullets visible, with one in the chamber, at least 4 in total. Given that the trio had scarcely fired their weapons, it stood to reason that the magazine had originally contained a greater number. This was a significant upgrade from the revolver. Yang San mused over the absurdity of the situation in Hong Kong, where the criminals were now outfitted with Glocks while frontline officers still relied on the antiquated 38 revolver. A disparity that raised questions about the principles at play. With newfound resolve, He tucked the revolver back into his waist and gripped the Glock firmly. This was the stance he ought to adopt. At that moment, he noticed Ashin gesticulating wildly, directing his firearm first at his foot and then at his head, a gesture that could be misconstrued as suicidal. Ashin, having received no acknowledgement from Yang San, was convinced his companion was merely oblivious, and thus resolved to take action. Disregarding Yang San, Ashin aimed at several exposed enemies and fired multiple shots, striking their legs. The cries of the wounded echoed painfully, prompting Yang San to raise his gaze and comprehend Ashin's intent. Seizing his Glock, he targeted the incapacitated foes, unwilling to let such opportunities pass. With a rapid succession of shots, he executed a series of headshots. The Glock felt exquisite in his hands, offering just the right amount of recoil to evoke a sense of reality, unlike the revolver which provided no feedback at all. The remaining 4 adversaries shrank back in terror, hesitant to expose themselves any further, as if they wished to dig a hole and hide. Observing their fear, Li Jing cautiously crept toward the liquor cabinet and dispatched the last enemy hiding there with another shot. The numbers were now equal, 3 against 3. With their opponents clustered at the staircase, while Yang San and his companions formed a triangular encirclement. At this juncture, Li Jing emerged, clutching several cans of cola, gesturing toward the staircase and signaling to Yang San and Ashin. The two immediately understood the plan, rising to take aim. Sensing their readiness, Li Jing audibly declared, "Watch my grenade." With a forceful toss, the can of cola clattered down the stairs. "Ram!" shouted the 3 mysterious figures, leaping into action. Bam! 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 Yang San and Ashin, who had been waiting in anticipation, immediately opened fire. The 3 dazed assailants, still recovering from the shock of the grenade-as delayed explosion, transformed into a hive of chaos. Once they realized there were no immediate threats, the trio cautiously emerged from their cover. Upon spotting the Glock in Yang San's hand, Li Jing and Ashin's eyes gleamed with excitement. Without a word, they began to search the fallen bodies. 5 minutes later, each of the 3 possessed a Glock, while the magazines were plentiful. Yang San pressed down on 2 as he seized the Glock, intent on storming the 2nd floor to confront the fools there. They meticulously searched the 1st floor, ensuring no lingering threats remained before making their slow ascent to the 2nd floor. There was no one in sight. Unlike the tumult below, the 2nd floor exuded a serene tranquility. Not even a mosquito could be found, despite Ashin's exhaustive search of every room. "Senor, your 1,000 origami cranes haven't gotten lost, have they? Is that why they chose to end their existence in shame?" he jested. "Does it look like it's suffering from depression? Always contemplating its demise? What kind of nonsense is this?" Yang San chose to ignore Ashin's antics. Since arriving on the 2nd floor, an inexplicable sensation had stirred within him, as if something intangible was beckoning him. Suddenly, an intriguing notion struck him. He began to clear his mind and followed his instincts, moving forward slowly. Seeing Yang San wandering with a vacant expression, Ashin nearly shouted in alarm. But thankfully Li Jing intervened just in time. Had Ashin interrupted him, it would have been a grave mistake. The current state was not one to be disturbed lightly. The loss of a treasure would be trivial compared to the risk of incurring madness. At that moment, Yang San's resolve was firm. If Ashin disrupted him, he would not bear the name Yang any longer. Fortunately, with Li Jing present, who, despite not fully understanding the situation, sensed that it was a positive omen rather than something sinister, he successfully restrained the reckless Ashin. Yang San gradually entered a study, adorned with an exquisite and classical decor that surprised him. He hadn't anticipated Dan Liang to possess such refined taste. Following his instincts, he approached a wall shelf behind the desk, filled with an assortment of antiques, delicate blue and white porcelain, intricately carved jade ornaments, and more. Among them, he picked up a 1-foot-tall 9-tiered pagoda. Its ancient bronze hue lacked the elaborate craftsmanship typical of brass, appearing quite unassuming on the shelf. Yet Yang San could unmistakably sense the peculiar energy emanating from this seemingly ordinary 9-tiered pagoda within the villa. Just as he prepared to examine the pagoda more closely, it suddenly radiated a soft yellow light. Before he could fully register his astonishment, the light intensified, compelling him to instinctively shut his eyes. Yet, just before closing them, he believed he saw the 9-tiered pagoda shrink and rush toward his forehead. When the light faded, Yang San quickly opened his eyes and touched his forehead, feeling no abnormalities. Was it merely an illusion? What had happened to the pagoda? Why did it still glow? A-Sing, filled with curiosity, inquired about the myriad peculiar occurrences he had encountered in recent days. First, he had an encounter with a ghost. Then his roommate transformed from a police officer into a disciple of the Mao Shan sect. A talisman morphed into a fireball. And 1,000 origami cranes came to life and even committed self-immolation. Aixing felt he had already experienced every supernatural event possible in his lifetime. What was a glowing small tower in comparison? There was no need for alarm. Such however mystical artifacts were typically imbued with remarkable sentience, capable of feats like soaring through the skies or burrowing into the earth. Aixing, do you see that grand seal to your left? Press it firmly, urged Uncle Bill. As the 9-tiered pagoda vanished, the force field dissipated naturally, and Uncle Bill, ever vigilant of the external situation, emerged promptly. Uncle Bill, are you alright? Oh, you pressed it. Aixing, upon witnessing Uncle Bill's appearance, momentarily disregarded the tower. He glanced at the exquisitely crafted grand seal to his left, which certainly appeared to be of considerable value. Press? I'll give it a try. I hope I don't break it. Why is it sinking in? At that moment, a sudden whirring of gears echoed, and the wall shelf to the right gradually protruded outward, while the central shelf slid toward the now vacant space behind the right shelf, revealing an elevator. Who designed this secret door? It seemed absurd to impose an elevator within such an ancient and elegant design. Aixing, lacking in aesthetic appreciation, unhesitatingly pressed the elevator button. Completely oblivious to the two individuals and one ghost beside him, their expressions filled with disbelief. Chapter Ashao, the final battle. In the sewers come in. What are you still looking at? Upon entering the elevator, Aixing realized that the others had not followed. Turning around, he noticed several figures gazing at him with peculiar expressions, sending a chill down his spine. Why did their stares remind him of the way he and Au had looked at the alpacas at the zoo? No. It must be my imagination. What are they dawdling for? If they keep this up, then Liang will escape. Regaining awareness, the two humans and one ghost exchanged glances and silently stepped into the elevator, instinctively distancing themselves from Aixing. Could their foolishness be contagious? It seemed prudent to maintain some distance. Oblivious to the labels being placed upon him, Aixing thought the elevator seemed small, yet surprisingly spacious for 4 figures. Ha! Why is the elevator descending? Then Liang hasn't hollowed out the ground, has he? Yang San and Li Jing exchanged glances, realizing just how foolish Aixing was. This villa only has 2 floors. Where else would it go if not up? They shifted further away from Aixing. Aixing, completely unaware of the awkwardness, marveled at the elevator's spaciousness, believing it could easily accommodate 8 more people. Before long, the elevator came to a halt. As the doors slowly opened, Yang San tightened his grip on the Glock in his left hand and the fireball talisman in his right, while Li Jing and Aixing held their Glocks at the ready, cautious of any potential gunmen below. Uncle Bill peeked outside and quickly returned, noting only 2 figures, then Liang and another cloaked individual who exuded an aura of malevolence, likely his nemesis. How fortunate it is to encounter a ghost. Yang San and Li Jing thought simultaneously, as the 3 of them cautiously exited the elevator. Surprisingly, they were not met with any ambush, indicating that the dark practitioner was rather confident. The group arrived at an unexpectedly vast sewer. Yang San pondered the dark practitioner's taste, suspecting it rivaled that of the individual who designed the elevator. Or perhaps this was indeed a sewer. If so, Yang San could confidently assert that the dark practitioner's taste surpassed even that of the previous designer. The sewer was fashioned to resemble an altar, with an ominous statue of an unidentifiable deity or demon enshrined above. Surrounding it was a pool of candles. The atmosphere was decidedly eerie. And there stood Dan Liang and the dark practitioner before the statue. Dan Liang, you are under arrest. You have the right to remain silent, but... Our officer Li was clearly succumbing to his professional instincts, feeling compelled to recite the mantra upon encountering a villain. Regrettably, Dan Liang, true to his villainous nature, interrupted Officer Li's declaration with a brazen laugh. Ho ho ho, I'm under arrest. How terrifying. Come and catch me. Jean Bill, I haven't sought you out yet. Yet here you are at my doorstep, saving me the trouble of using a talisman. Today, I shall eradicate all of you, declared the dark practitioner, cloaked in black. As he flicked the edges of his shadowy cape, the child in question seems to have indulged excessively in martial arts dramas. While donning a cloak might have been excusable, perhaps deemed as a retro fashion statement, his mannerisms are rather ludicrous. Is it truly necessary to flourish a cape while speaking? Such juvenile theatrics hardly convey an aura of dominance. Regrettably, his raspy voice severely undermines the atmosphere, and that pixelated visage does it come standard with being a nefarious practitioner. Why is there such uniformity among them? Seizing the opportunity before the confrontation commenced, Yang San astutely critiqued the opponent. Identifying an abundance of flaws from head to toe, achieving such a level of ridiculousness is no small feat. Xing, however, was less inclined towards banter. Upon sighting the adversaries before him, he immediately raised his weapon and opened fire. Startled, Dan Liang dared not to laugh and quickly sought refuge behind the nefarious practitioner. The latter, showcasing considerable skill, danced his hands chaotically before him in sync with Xing's gunfire. When Xing ceased, he gradually unfurled his palms, revealing that he had remarkably caught all the bullets. Ha! Such trivial tricks dare to challenge me. Here, take them back. The nefarious practitioner sneered, flinging the bullets back with a force that rivaled that of a handgun's discharge. Xing, sensing imminent danger, cleverly positioned Uncle Bill in front of him to shield against the incoming projectiles. Meanwhile, Yang San swiftly produced 2 Vajra talismans, tossing one onto himself and the other onto Li Jing. Instantly, a radiant golden light enveloped them, ringing melodiously as it flickered. The golden glow gradually dimmed until it vanished, leaving Yang San to tenderly nurse the areas that had been struck, though a tad painful. One talisman had effectively absorbed the impact of 3 bullets, which was commendable. Wow, Senna! You possess such capabilities. Quickly grant me a buff too. Xing exclaimed, captivated by the talisman's bulletproof prowess and its splendid golden sheen, which he believed would surely impress Au. Yang San, recognizing that Xing's interest lay not in the defensive properties of the Vajra talisman, nonetheless prudently distributed a few more talismans, mindful of any potential underhanded tactics the nefarious practitioner might employ. Li Jing also recognized the futility of his handgun, discarding it at his waist before retrieving a small yellow pouch from behind. He produced a sizable stack of yellow talismans and a retractable sword. Surely it couldn't be a toy sword. He respectfully gestured towards the dormitory, proclaiming, "Disciple Li Jing," humbly beseeching the ancestral master to manifest divine prowess. Instantly, Yang San sensed a surge in Li Jing's aura, which became even more formidable than that of the nefarious practitioner. Such was the art of summoning spirits. Indeed, it was impressive. Albeit an arduous practice requiring daily worship and sincere prayers, otherwise, one could find oneself in dire straits during critical moments. With an air of authority, Li Jing effortlessly leapt onto the edge of a candlelit pool, his demeanor transformed as he wielded the sword in one hand and the yellow talisman in the other, exuding an air of professionalism. Demonic fiend, witness how this ancestral master shall deal with you. Ancestral master? The nefarious practitioner, though his expression grew serious, remained exceedingly confident, gliding forward without a hint of fear, confronting Li Jing with unwavering resolve. Fusu sword! Li Jing elegantly wielded his sword, executing a series of intricate movements with his right hand while casting a yellow talisman forward with his left. He unleashed a formidable technique of demon-slaying swordplay. The malevolent practitioner, however, merely formed claws with his hands, eschewing any weaponry, deftly parrying and deflecting with a skill that was evidently formidable. Suddenly, Li Jing thrust his sword into a yellow talisman, and in an instant, the blade shimmered with a radiant light, striking the dark practitioner and causing him to recoil in agony. What? Are these talismans truly so powerful? They merely serve to exorcise and ward off evil spirits. No. It must be due to the practitioner's own nature. Years of indulging in dark arts have transformed him into a vessel of malevolence. If that is the case, my exorcising talismans should be effective against him as well. How delightful! Seizing the moment while unnoticed, Yang San retrieved a peachwood sword from his system backpack. Peachwood is a potent weapon against evil entities. After a moment's contemplation, he applied several exorcising talismans to the sword, disregarding any swordplay, and charged toward the dark practitioner. At first, the malevolent figure dismissed Yang San, a mere novice in the early stages of cultivation, as inconsequential, especially with a wooden sword in hand. Did he think this was child's play? The priority was to contend with the elder, so he completely overlooked the peachwood sword aimed at his back. Unexpectedly, that unassuming wooden sword struck him like a searing iron rod, causing him to writhe in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Li Jing hurled another talisman at him, forcing the practitioner to leap away in terror. To his surprise, these opponents possessed more skill than he had anticipated, yet he determined that their progress would end here. The dark practitioner touched his chest and back, discovering several singed spots, and hastily positioned himself before the idol of the divine and demonic. He began to form peculiar hand seals, chanting incantations under his breath. Stop him! He is attempting to sacrifice himself. Li Jing, well versed in such matters, disowned the practitioner as intent and simultaneously pierced several yellow talismans before charging forward. Upon hearing sacrifice, Yang San felt a surge of urgency, regardless of the meaning. As the enemy, he could not allow him to proceed unhindered. He drew several fireball talismans from his pocket, activated them, and hurled them at the dark practitioner. Boom! 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 The area erupted in a cloud of dust. Cough, cough, what is happening? Do you have grenades? Ashin approached, coughing, while Uncle Bill watched the smoky scene with concern. His old comrade Li Jing is still inside. These are fireball talismans. I never expected them to explode upon encountering dark energy. Where is Dan Liang? Yang San was similarly surprised by this hidden effect of the fireball talismans. How delightful. He wondered if the dark practitioner had been obliterated. Look, he lies there. Ashin nonchalantly gestured with a smirk, revealing Dan Liang sprawled awkwardly near the elevator, face down. If not for the visible gun barrels on his back, one might have believed Ashin's chest. Ha ha, just a hair's breadth away. Soon. It will be time to bid you farewell. The characteristic cacophony of the dark practitioner echoed from within the smoke, but had he been thwarted? What of Li Jing? Yang San, Ashin, and Uncle Bill anxiously peered into the dissipating haze, which gradually revealed Li Jing, sword poised at the dark practitioner's heart. How could he still be alive? How would they bring about his demise? The malevolent cultivator let out a maniacal laugh as he flicked his hand, causing Li Jing to be hurled away. To his astonishment, the long sword in his right hand had been reduced to merely its hilt. Could it be? At such a critical moment, had he faltered? Could he not endure a little longer? It turned out that from the very onset of this sacrificial ritual, the malevolent cultivator was unable to move freely. However, a protective barrier enveloped his body. Previously, Li Jing had been thwarted by this barrier, failing to breach it despite numerous attempts. As time was running out, Li Jing grew increasingly anxious. Fortunately, at that moment, Yang San's fireball talisman detonated, destabilizing the malevolent cultivator's vitality. Seizing the opportunity, Li Jing shattered the protective barrier, just as he prepared to finish off the malevolent cultivator. He was caught off guard by the passage of time. All of this was due to that unworthy disciple, who, rather than diligently cultivating, had ultimately caused their master's efforts to go to waste. Chapter 23, The Siege on the Balls. Today, you shall accompany me to death. The malevolent cultivator bellowed at Yang San and his companions. You have forced my hand. He sacrificed himself, achieving an effect akin to my summoning technique. Yet regardless of victory or defeat, he would perish once the time expired. Li Jing, after a moment of contemplation, gravely remarked, this is indeed a dire situation. Our ancestor has only just departed, and it will be a while before he can return. We can only buy time and hope to exhaust him. Yang San observed the malevolent cultivator, whose aura had surged, now nearly double its previous intensity. Is this how villains operate? So often willing to perish together. Why did you not bring a proper weapon? Instead, you wield a mere toy sword. I recall there was a formidable blade in your place of tricks. Why not bring that? Ashin complained to Li Jing, realizing that had the cultivator brought that blade, this encounter would have ended swiftly. Enough, enough. We can argue after the battle. For now, use this peachwood sword. Here is a talisman to ward off evil, and this fireball talisman, just activate it with your magic. The fireball can serve as a grenade. Yang San handed Li Jing a peachwood sword along with a handful of yellow talismans. Thankfully, he had taken a few extra peachwood swords from Uncle Jill, and his diligent preparations had yielded ample supplies. Today, they would test the efficacy of their items, hoping to strike him down directly. What about me? I want a grenade too. Ashin's envy was palpable as he fixated on the yellow talismans in Li Jing's hands. Were it not for the circumstances, he might have lunged to seize them. Do you possess any magic? Yang San coldly retorted, delivering a decisive blow that left Ashin clutching his chest, momentarily speechless. He then turned to Uncle Bill, who appeared somewhat intrigued. Uncle Bill, my talismans seem to have a restraining effect on malevolent entities. I have yet to test them against a ghost. Perhaps you should give it a try. Upon hearing this, Uncle Bill lost interest instantly. Am I to be your guinea pig? Though my uncle has passed, I still aspire to ascend to heaven. What if something goes awry? I might not even reach hell. Noticing Uncle Bill's reluctance, Yang San decided to let him try after everything had concluded. With a smirk, he glanced at the still fuming Ashin and produced a dozen bullets from his pocket. Here, take these. I inscribed talismans of exorcism on them, though I have not tested them myself. You can load them and shoot from the sidelines. Upon hearing that his coveted items were now available, Ashin's irritation dissipated. He carefully accepted the bullets, noticing the intricate runes etched upon them. He promptly pulled out a 38 and began to load the specially crafted bullets one by one. Though he lacked a few, it mattered not, for he was the one controlling the field and would strike at the most opportune moment. Are we done with our preparations? Then let us meet our demise. The malevolent cultivator, who had been silently observing, showed no interest in the equipment Yang San had distributed. Only once he saw that Yang San and his companions were ready did he finally speak, clearly dismissing them as insignificant. After exchanging a glance, Yang San and his companions decisively engaged in battle. Yang San stood at the forefront, wielding a pitchwood sword in one hand and a yellow talisman in the other, occasionally delivering swift strikes with his sword and casting exorcism talismans. Li Jing, meanwhile, incessantly harassed the enemy, targeting the most inappropriate areas with his pitchwood sword, indulging in a rather despicable manner. In the rear, Uncle Bill conjured several fireballs that relentlessly assaulted the evil cultivator. Do not be misled, these fireballs were not mere talismans, but rather a manifestation of inspiration drawn from a fire basin, as the malevolent being had an aversion to igniting flames. Uncle Bill had cleverly repurposed this to his advantage. Initially, the evil cultivator was taken aback by the seamless coordination of Yang San and his companions, momentarily caught off guard. However, after a brief period, he snapped back to reality, questioning why he had been so courteous. With a surge of malevolent energy, he unleashed a powerful strike, sending the lecherous Li Jing flying. The sudden turn of events disrupted Yang San's movements, preventing him from capitalizing on the opening. The evil cultivator seized the opportunity, delivering a forceful blow to Yang San's shoulder, causing him to stagger backward. Though this may sound lengthy, the entire sequence unfolded within mere seconds. Uncle Bill, realizing the dire situation, attempted to rush in for support. But it was too late. The evil cultivator cast a malevolent grin in Uncle Bill's direction, raising his hand to lift a large iron plate from the floor, slamming it down towards him. It resembled a colossal fly swatter, and Uncle Bill, startled, abandoned his fireballs and swiftly pulled Li Jing out of harm's way. Indeed, Li Jing had just been propelled into Uncle Bill's vicinity, now within the range of the giant swatter. With a resounding crash, Uncle Bill barely evaded the attack, otherwise he would have surely been flattened. The evil cultivator, undeterred by the miss, raised his hand once more, preparing to unleash another strike with the enormous swatter. Bang! 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 Yang San, hiding nearby, swallowed hard, observing Uncle Bill's nimble dodges. Thankfully, spirits were not bound by physical limitations, unlike humans, otherwise, he could not have maintained such grace. Suddenly, Ashin, unable to bear the sight any longer, fired a shot at the evil cultivator from a distance. The evil cultivator cast a contemptuous glance at Ashin, scoffing, fully aware that a gun would be ineffectual against him. Just as he prepared to deliver a scathing retort, an unexpected aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. To his astonishment, he discovered that his left hand was ablaze. The bullet he held had transformed into something akin to molten lava, scorching his palm. He hastily discarded the fiery projectile, bewildered by the turn of events. It was indeed a bullet but adorned with peculiar runes. Recalling Yang San's earlier words about exorcism talismans, he cursed under his breath at the cleverness of the young man. Yang San, too, recognized the remarkable efficacy of the exorcism bullets and was just about to command Ashin when an icy chill ran down his spine. Turning, he found the evil cultivator glaring at him menacingly. Surely, it was not I who fired the shot. If vengeance is sought, it should be directed at Ashin. He lamented, witnessing the giant fly swatter hurtling towards him. With no tears left to shed, Yang San retaliated by hurling 2 fireball talismans. The evil cultivator, having previously experienced the potency of the fireball talismans, dared not let them approach, swiftly conjuring 2 fireballs of his own to counter the incoming attack. Boom! Boom! With a thunderous roar accompanied by a cloud of smoke, Yang San's colossal fly swatter lost control and fell to the ground. Now you understand my prowess, he exclaimed, hurling fireball talismans at the malevolent cultivator as he dashed away. Watch me obliterate you. The dark sorcerer, witnessing the barrage of fireball explosives approaching, dared not remain stationary any longer. He began to weave and dodge, swaying his hips and bending his back, narrowly evading several blasts. However, he resorted to his old tactic, colliding fireballs. The underground passage erupted with a cacophony of explosions, smoke billowing, and the ground pockmarked as if recently demolished. Seizing the opportunity while the dark sorcerer focused on Yang San, Li Jing took a few deep breaths. With Uncle Bill's assistance, he stealthily approached the sorcerer's escape route. As the sorcerer drew near, Li Jing unleashed the celestial binding technique, his arms elongating to ensnare the sorcerer's limbs. Uncle Bill and Yang San capitalized on the moment, affixing several talismans to the sorcerer's body. Ah! 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 The malevolent cultivator, as if struck by lightning, summoned all his strength to break free from Li Jing's grasp, clinging to a wall in fear of further attack. At that moment, a Xin stealthily approached from a distance, quietly informing Yang San and the others, "I noticed something peculiar. That charcoal-headed fellow seems to be intentionally avoiding the statue. On several occasions, he chose worse routes and even intercepted fireballs aimed at the statue." Yang San pondered a Xin's revelation, realizing the sorcerer's suspicious behavior. There was even a moment when he could have evaded but instead chose to withstand Yang San's assault, only to discover that he was near the statue. But why? Unable to decipher the reason, Yang San decided to dismiss the thought. As long as they could thwart their enemy's happiness, they would find their own joy. Yang San produced a stack of fireball talismans and handed them to Li Jing. "Li Sir, I will continue to hold off the dark sorcerer while you obliterate that enigmatic statue." Li Jing accepted the fireball talismans with confidence, declaring that destruction was his forte, promising he would excel in this task. The dark sorcerer, observing the four conspiring together, sensed an impending scheme. He could not allow them to act freely. Realizing that these players were unexpectedly formidable, despite their inferior realm, compelling him to resort to a plethora of yellow talismans and even managing to suppress him. With a furious roar, the sorcerer raised both hands high, this time wielding two enormous fly swatters, declaring, "You dare to cause trouble? You insignificant ants shall feel my wrath. Here it comes again." A Xin shrieked before darting away to an unknown hiding spot. Yang San, evading the impending attack while tossing props, sought not glory but disruption. Li Jing also quickly retreated to a corner, waiting patiently. The dark sorcerer was tense, it was best not to provoke him. Let him and Yang San engage for a while longer until the tension subsided. As for being cautious, it was no concern. After all, one cannot eat caution. Uncle Bill was also manipulating several fireballs, skillfully taking advantage of the chaos. Although his fireballs bore a striking resemblance to Yang San's bombs, they were merely fireballs. Nonetheless, the evil cultivators dared not discern which were real and which were mere illusions, reacting to all with utmost seriousness. After a considerable wait, Li Jing noticed that the malevolent aura emanating from the enemy had ceased its rampage. He stealthily crept to the edge of the altar, activating half of his fireball talismans in one breath and unleashing a relentless barrage towards the statue. Boom! 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 A peculiar sound seemed to intermingle amidst the explosions. The evil cultivator realized Li Jing had launched the first bomb and, in a state of desperation, attempted to retreat for defense. However, Yang San and Uncle Bill were not inclined to allow him such ease. They unleashed their most formidable firepower, rendering him powerless but to stare in frustration. Meanwhile, amidst the series of explosions, a bizarre shriek accompanied the cacophony, culminating in the statue's cataclysmic destruction, shattering into countless fragments. It appeared that a dark mass was also obliterated into dust. Ah! At the moment the statue disintegrated, the evil cultivator emitted a heart-wrenching scream, resonating with sheer despair. It seemed as if his dantian had transformed into a vortex, visibly drawing in his aura, causing his body to swell ominously. "Quick, get back!" He was about to explode. Yang San suddenly recalled a foreboding thought and shouted urgently, seeking refuge. Chapter 24, Heaven's Courier Ding. Defeating the malevolent sorcerer rewards you with 300 merit points. Is this system truly intended for amusement? The rewards for vanquishing a boss exceed those for completing quests. Although this particular boss is indeed deserving of such evaluation, the criteria for task assignments remain perplexing. Following a resounding explosion, Yang San and his companions emerged from their hiding places. "Are you all alright?" Uncle Bill counted heads and confirmed that everyone was present. For him, a ghost, such occurrences were trivial. He could easily find refuge anywhere. However, for Yang San and the others, they were perpetually at risk of entanglement. To their astonishment, the malevolent sorcerer was inexplicably linked to that statue. Had they known, their efforts would not have been so arduous. Yang San exhaled in relief, reflecting on the thrilling nature of the encounter. If not for his ample supplies, he questioned whether victory would have been attainable. The statue represented the sorcerer's faith, which explained its significance. Did you notice the presence of a black orb within the statue? It was also obliterated in the explosion. Likely the essence of the sorcerer as soul. With the soul annihilated, the sorcerer could no longer survive. Li Jing, having received a transmission from the ancestral master, recounted the circumstances, suggesting the soul as fate was tied to the earlier sacrifice. Well, my vengeance is satisfied. It is time to report back. Uncle Biao, seeing the situation resolved, prepared to bid farewell. Allow me to escort you, Xin offered, his thought process evidently unique. I'm heading to heaven. Do you think it's a vacation? Do you wish to accompany me to your demise? Uncle Bill shot Xin a reproachful glance, as if questioning his will to life. Yang San and Li Jing shared a look of affectionate exasperation. Then, until we meet again by fate. Xin, sensing the awkwardness, quickly altered his tone, though it hardly improved the situation. Goodbye. You'll be waiting a long time for that. Uncle Bill observed this amusing character, realizing that the sorrow of parting had dissipated with this light-hearted exchange. Indeed, take your time. I, however, shall seek you out soon. Li Jing, clearly reluctant to part from an old friend, added a statement that bore ambiguous implications. Just how eager was he for his own demise? I say, discussing when to ascend to heaven is rather inappropriate, don't you think? Yang San remarked, observing the trio competing over who might perish first. He felt tempted to end their banter with a swift resolution, so they could all meet their fates together. Oh, perhaps you should just proceed at your own pace. Li Jing and Xin shivered, sensing a sinister presence looming over them. Could it be the harbinger of death? Make sure to burn paper for me during teaming. With a swift motion, Uncle Bill vanished, bidding farewell with a playful, do come visit with frequency. Safe travels, and remember to write. Without doubt. This was the same frivolous sentiment echoed by the two fools should they invite Uncle Bill to form a group for the journey. Several days had elapsed since the last fierce battle, yet Yang San had not received any notification regarding the completion of the task. It appeared that Uncle Bill's blissful existence as a ghost was indeed unrelated to Dan Liang. San what do you think Uncle Bill is experiencing in heaven? While playing with a pen, Xin suddenly turned to Yang San and confessed that he had been preoccupied these past few days, primarily due to concerns for Uncle Bill. It was surprising to see Xin harbor such nostalgia. How about we pay Uncle Bill a visit? Yang San suggested, recalling that in the original story, Li Jing and Xin had gone to deliver money to Uncle Bill. Although Yang San was unsure how they managed to do that, Li Jing should certainly know. Are you implying going to heaven? I haven't lived enough yet. Xin's eyes initially sparkled, but then he realized that Uncle Bill was in heaven, not on earth, and wondered how they could possibly visit him. Do we have to die to get there? Let us ask Li Sir. His master frequently ascends and descends, so he must have a method. Yang San shot back at Xin. Just because you feel life is incomplete doesn't mean I feel the same. Besides, if we have to die, I certainly don't want to die alongside you. Xin found some logic in that statement. After all, that master was far more reliable than Li Jing. Thus, they decided to skip their classes and headed straight to Li Jing's residence. Li Jing, claiming to have sustained an injury a few days prior, had been recuperating at home. Li Sir, let us go see Uncle Bill. I wonder how he is faring. Xin exclaimed as he barged into Li Jing's home, using the key that Yu had given him after their last dinner together. Li Jing, seeing this, felt an urge to pounce on Xin in annoyance. Upon entering, Yang San noticed Li Jing lounging comfortably on the sofa, a bunch of grapes in hand, indulging himself without a hint of injury. Ahem, regarding Uncle Bill, that's indeed a good idea. Let us go together. Startled by Xin's sudden entrance, Li Jing awkwardly dropped the grapes, trying to ignore the scrutinizing gazes of Yang San and Xin. Is this what you call being injured? Sitting up straight, he replied. Wait a moment, are you suggesting going to see Uncle Bill? That's tantamount to going to heaven. Are you both tired of living? Li Sir, what Xin means is, do you have any way for us to visit heaven, or does your master possess a method? Yang San clarified for the impatient Xin, unapologetically taking a seat and grabbing some grapes to munch on. Your master? Now that's an intriguing suggestion. Hey, those are my grapes. Have you two finished them? Li Jing realized the validity of the idea. His master, being immensely powerful, surely possessed a solution. Just as he prepared to rise, he noticed that the grapes he had just washed and had tea yet eaten were now devoured by these two rascals. As Yang San relished the grapes, Xin felt a thirst from the earlier excitement and joined in the feast, declaring, I must admit, other people's belongings taste sweeter. Disciple Li Jing hereby respectfully invites my master to manifest and impart wisdom. After some playful banter, Li Jing led the two to his mystic chamber. After lighting a stick of incense with utmost reverence, he began invoking the spirit. Suddenly, a beam of golden light erupted from the statue of the master and enveloped Li Jing, transforming his aura into one of formidable authority. The thoughts you hold have been understood by me, your master. However, with your current level of cultivation, you are still unable to reach the divine realm. The master explained slowly, indicating that while he indeed possessed the spells necessary for their request, they were far too weak to even be worthy of practicing them. Fortunately, Heaven has recently embarked on a fundraising initiative, introducing a novel concept known as the Heaven Admission Ticket. With a mere tear, one can gain direct access to heaven, albeit with an entrance fee of 100 million ghost coins. Any items one wishes to bring along must be prepared and burned in advance. And remember that only coins from the Celestial Bank are valid, all others are counterfeit. Initially, when Xing and Yang San heard they did not meet the cultivation standards, they felt a pang of anxiety, but they were soon left speechless by the subsequent revelations. Fundraising for heaven, admission tickets, and entrance fee. Are you sure this isn't just a ticket price? Hey, snap out of it. What did our esteemed ancestor say? Li Jing remarked, shaking the stunned Yang San and Xing back to reality. It seemed their ancestor had come and gone in a hurry, quite the busy spirit. After hearing Yang San's words, Li Jing found himself momentarily at a loss for words, gazing at the three so-called admission tickets on the altar. Are you certain these aren't tickets to a zoo? Now that a method to ascend to heaven has been established, it was time to go shopping. One cannot arrive empty-handed, after all. Thus, the three made their way to the ghostly supply store to gather their necessities. During this period, ghost coins had yet to experience inflation, the highest denomination being 50 million. For the sake of the narrative, the exact amount need not be scrutinized, unlike in later times when sums often reached into the billions. In other words, 100 million would equate to merely 2 tickets. Li Jing and Xing promptly purchased all the ghost coins available at the Celestial Bank, leaving the proprietor utterly delighted. What a lucrative transaction. Do you happen to have any villas? Yang San pondered aloud. Just bringing money isn't enough. Who knows what the market is like up there? Indeed, we do. Right this way, please. Look here, we have an array of luxurious villas for you to choose from. Which one catches your eye? The eager proprietor welcomed them, clearly ecstatic at the prospect of a substantial profit. I wonder how many deceased individuals these patrons must be related to, spending like this. Unbeknownst to Yang San, who was completely oblivious to the fact that he had already crossed over, he surveyed the intricately designed villas with satisfaction, selecting the most opulent one for Uncle Bill. He then proceeded to choose a multitude of items including cars, yachts, and servants, leaving the proprietor nearly disoriented with joy. This sale would sustain him for years. Once they had finalized their selections, the trio instructed the proprietor to arrange for the items to be burned. With everything in order, they returned to Li Jing's abode, entering the divination room to carefully tear open the so-called heaven admission tickets. A flash of white light enveloped the three, and in an instant, they vanished from the room. Upon the fleeting brilliance, they found themselves before an unusual house adorned with a sign that read Heaven Investment Office. Welcome to heaven. How may we assist you today? A gentleman clad in a white suit greeted them with respect. Ah, we are still living beings from the mortal realm. We haven't passed on yet. Yang San, observing Li Jing and Xing still in a daze, felt compelled to clarify, emphasizing the critical point first. Oh, you jest. We can certainly distinguish between the living and the departed. You must be Mr. Yang San, Mr. Li Jing, and Mr. Zhou Ying, am I correct? Your belongings are securely stored in our temporary warehouse. Provided you pay the storage fee, you may retrieve them at any time. The courteous attendant patiently explained to Yang San, though the concept of a storage fee puzzled him. What storage fee? Regaining his composure, Li quickly grasped the crux of the matter. As there were several individuals involved, the expenses for sending their belongings to heaven naturally fell upon them. According to statistics, they merely needed to pay a deposit of 100 million. How financially strained must this heaven be? We are seeking someone named Zhang Biao, a ghost who recently arrived, and these items were brought for him. Yang San hastily concluded the topic, reasoning that since it was only 100 million, having more money could never hurt. Zhang Biao. Please hold on a moment while I check the records, the guide said. Ah, here it is. Zhang Biao is currently undergoing a qualification review at the Heavenly Court. Will you be going directly there? This heaven appeared quite advanced, with a guide carrying out operations on a notebook. Let us head there directly. Staying here serves no purpose. Yang San replied, recalling how Uncle Bill nearly descended to hell for not having money. It would be better to go straight and rescue him. Li and Xin found this reasoning compelling. For some inexplicable reason, they had felt uneasy since arriving in heaven. They hurried to complete their business and leave, considering it prudent to rent a large truck for delivery. Indeed, they had rented it. Another 100 million spent. This heaven was certainly in dire need of funds. What? No money? Then you might as well descend to hell. They don't require payment there. As Yang San drove towards the heavenly court, he overheard the judge announcing that Uncle Bill had indeed been sent to hell. Xiang Biao. Who is Dong Biao? A package has arrived for signature, Yang San joked, relishing the thought of delivering parcels in heaven. I'm here. Uncle Bill instinctively shouted upon hearing his name. However, he wondered, does heaven even have package deliveries? And what exactly is a package? Can it be eaten? Upon seeing two delivery workers carrying a large box of money, Uncle Bill was thrilled, forgetting his earlier inquiries. Receiving money was all that mattered. Upon entering, he discovered it was none other than Li and Xin. It's you two? You've come to bring me money. How wonderful. Uncle Bill, we arrived just in time, Yang San declared, accompanied by 18 beautiful maidens. Their visit was not merely to deliver money, they also brought a villa, luxury cars, and all manner of delights, 18 in total. You must take it easy, old man. Welcome to heaven. The judge, witnessing the transformation of a former pauper into a significant client, beamed with joy. Splendid! I shall treat you all to a grand feast, Uncle Bill exclaimed. Relieved that his most pressing issue in heaven was resolved, his back pain seemed to vanish instantly. He felt compelled to host Li and the others, truly good-hearted individuals. Excellent. Xin responded eagerly at the mention of food, but then paused, pondering a question. San, can we actually partake in this heavenly banquet? With the individuals present and the items delivered, Uncle Bill's future in this realm appeared quite promising. Yet, would you linger for a meal? You might as well stay here alone, Li suggested, believing it prudent to depart swiftly, as remaining in heaven felt rather unnerving. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You are rewarded with 200 points of realm points. Chapter 25. Return to the apartment at 1 o'clock in the morning, in a room of apartment 3602. A sudden flash of light illuminated the space. Yang San appeared out of nowhere, gazing around the familiar room with a sense of nostalgia. How he longed for the modern urban life, stuck in the era of the 80s and 90s. With only pagers at hand, he felt as though he might wither away. After a comfortable slumber in his own bed, Yang San discovered that the apartment was devoid of inhabitants. Not only was 3602 empty, but 3601 was also unoccupied. Even the perennial recluse, Guang Gujun, was absent from his suite. Had he slept for an eternity? Surely not, it was only 7 o'clock. Or could it be that they had all gone out partying at the crack of dawn? What a disappointment! Reluctantly, Yang San followed the disheartening trail to the bar downstairs. He perceived an unexpectedly large crowd along the way, realizing that the citizens of Shanghai were quite enlightened, aware that the early bird catches the worm. Kill her! Kill her! Kill her! Upon entering the bar, Yang San was greeted by the voice of Teacher Zeng. Had he consumed too much fig milk and become constipated? Teacher Zeng, is it really appropriate to contemplate murder so early in the day? Who has offended you? Call him over to celebrate together. Exactly. Zeng Xiaoxian, if something is bothering you, share it with us and let us lift our spirits. Sister Yifei seemed equally intrigued. But Yang San, have you not yet awakened? It's actually 7 in the evening. Evening. Yang San was taken aback upon hearing this. No wonder there were so many people. He had assumed they were all out for morning exercises. How he longed for his bed. Nevertheless, he decided to let it slide for now, having lost track of time while engrossed in his cultivation pursuits. Hello! Hello! Are we not discussing my predicament? Teacher Zeng suddenly interjected, redirecting the conversation amidst the chaos. Now it's Xian Gu's showtime. Alright, you take the stage, I yield to you. Yang San observed Teacher Zeng, who, despite being caught in a predicament, was eager to share the burden with others. How much of a masochist could he be? I cannot compete with you in this regard, you are formidable. The spotlight is all yours. This troublesome individual is my phone editor, Judy. Her work performance has become increasingly outrageous. Teacher Zeng expressed his disdain, shuddering at the thought. Is she a phone editor or a femme fatale? Judy, you're planning to exploit her and then don't ever say you know me again. Yang San interjected, bewildered. Who are you and why are you sitting here? Yifei and John both shared an equally disapproving look. Oh. Pfft. How could I possibly be that kind of person? I am Xian Gu, a public figure. Do you understand? Teacher Xing, flustered, retorted, Xian Gu is a once-in-a-millennium, ancient virgin. How could he engage in such behavior? While saying this, he adjusted his collar, emphasizing his image. Yet, what should have been a suave gesture came off as rather ridiculous in Teacher Zhen's case. That's not what I meant to say. San Air, stop causing a ruckus. Teacher Zhong quickly regained his composure, bewildered as to how the conversation had veered off course again. Is it easy for me to be Xian Gu? Gazing at Teacher Zhing's expression, which threatened dire consequences should he continue speaking, Yang San could only acquiesce. Okay, I shall refrain from interrupting this time. I shall be silent, he declared, mimicking the motion of zipping his lips. Where did you hear that, San Air? I was already quite vexed by Xing's incessant calls. And I thought returning to the love apartment would alleviate that. Yet, here we are again. The other night, I was enjoying a deep slumber when a call abruptly interrupted me. Can you guess who it was? Teacher Zhong looked at the earnest Yang San with a satisfied nod. As for San Air, Teacher Zhong admitted he had long wished to call out but had hesitated for fear of repercussions. Your phone editor? Oh. Sister Yifei is surprisingly compliant with Teacher Zhing today. Has she perhaps forgotten to take her medication? No, it was a beautiful columnist under the pseudonym Meteor Butterfly Knot, who agreed to assist me in writing an autobiography about my romantic escapades at the radio station. Teacher Zhing glanced appreciatively at Sister Yifei and exclaimed, Yifei, you've finally taken the right medication today. However, coupled with his flamboyant gestures, the statement seemed rather brazen. Yang San, observing Teacher Zhen's ostentation, couldn't help but shudder. So, you were the one who was compromised. What a delightful appetite you have. Suppressing the urge to confront Teacher Zhing, he resolved to remain composed and play the role of the handsome man until San Air's moment in the spotlight waned. Is that true? Wang Yu scanned Teacher Zheng with a peculiar gaze, clearly skeptical of his character. But why was there suddenly a subtle air of menace? Yang San discreetly glanced at Sister Yifei, only to discover a flicker of coldness in her eyes. Was Sister Yifei jealous? Had the story between her and Teacher Zheng begun long before this? It seemed astonishing that it could have endured for so long, merely igniting a spark over 4 seasons truly. The admirable Xian Fei romance. Of course, it's true. As is widely known, my show's ratings have been climbing steadily. And even advertising companies have inquired if I would consider endorsements. Oblivious to the tension, Teacher Zheng continued excitedly, his tone rising, and his eyebrows twitching involuntarily. What brand? Asked Wang Yu. Watches, suits, or cars? Upon hearing the mention of endorsements, Wang Yu became intrigued, but she wondered which of those could possibly suit Teacher Zheng. Yi is young. Teacher Zheng, clearly embarrassed to let Wang Yu continue, interjected, yet the mischievous expression on his face revealed his delight. What on earth is that? Mosquito repellent. Wang Yu was taken aback by such an odd name, having never heard of such a peculiar product in the fashion realm. Was it even from the fashion industry? She could only guess blindly based on the name. It's a type of sleeping pill. Teacher Zheng emphasized each word, proud of his first endorsement, which held significant meaning. Yet, with a cheeky grin, he added, it's the blue bottle. Yang San, witnessing Teacher Zheng's self-destructive antics, offered a moment of silent sympathy for him. Teacher Zheng, I no longer hold it against you, because someone will avenge me. Indeed, the cold glimmer in Sister Yifei's eyes vanished, replaced by a gentle demeanor as she performed a perfect etiquette gesture and spoke in an oddly sinister tone. Do you wish to sleep endlessly? I recommend tuning into Xing Shaoxian's program or consuming 16 tablets of Yi Yi Xiang sleeping pills. Nightly fragrance. A sleeping pill known only to those who use it. Let us not digress. We are currently discussing my phone editor. Teacher Zheng, observing the gleeful expressions of Zhangbo and Wang Yu, hurriedly intervened to steer the conversation back on track. Why is it that today those who have derailed the discussion are individuals I cannot contend with? Indeed, why has your phone editor yet to make an appearance? After a sharp jab from Sister Yifei, her mood noticeably lifted, yet she still cast a disapproving glance at Teacher Zheng. Soon, he reassured. Do not rush. One must savor their drink and unfold a tale gradually. Just focus on listening. Teacher Zhou steadfastly maintained his own pace. Subsequently, the elegant columnist requested that I record each of my daily programs as a means of archiving, so she could utilize the material for her future literary endeavors. I humbly suggested that such measures were unnecessary, for the success of a program relies on the audience as support, and my purpose is to serve the people. However, she insisted, claiming my modesty was unwarranted. Among countless radio hosts, I was the most marketable she had encountered. Thus, despite my numerous refusals, I ultimately acquiesced to her request. Teacher Zhou showcased his storytelling prowess as a radio host, employing a myriad of facial expressions and exaggerated gestures to convey the tumultuous emotions he experienced at that time. Yet, with those small eyes of his, one could not help but perceive a mischievous undertone. The more one listened, the more one's skin prickled with goosebumps. Even Sister Ifi decided to embrace a more sinister persona. Yet, your phone editor still had not made an entrance. As I continued to listen, my phone editor eventually performed an act that nearly made me faint. Teacher Zhou emphasized that the narrative was lengthy, urging patience as Xian Gu's tale unfolded. Did she murder the beautiful columnist? Sister Ifi interjected excitedly, only for Yang San to retort, that's merely your conjecture, isn't it? The story's complexities were profound. And if I were in your position, I would refrain from commenting until the tale concluded. Teacher Zhou, slightly exasperated by Sister Ifi's incessant interruptions, solemnly addressed her. Consequently, I informed my phone editor that I wished to record each of my programs and create CDs. However, Teacher Zhou resumed his engaging narrative upon seeing Sister Ifi signal her understanding with an okay, yet he evidently underestimated her. She didn't record. Sister Ifi interjected once more, brimming with excitement. Teacher Zhou, squinting his small eyes at her, responded, okay. I shall continue listening. Upon completion of the recording, I listened attentively to the entire piece. The audio quality remarkably clear. I instructed her to take the CD and inscribe the title and date, yet she shockingly wrote on both sides with a ballpoint pen, thus rendering my CD utterly ruined. This was the essence of the incident. Teacher Zhou, now glancing at Sister Ifi, who had finally ceased her interjections, expressed his outrage, even retrieving his own CD. The moment the phone editor finally made her entrance, Sister Ifi and the others exchanged looks, bewildered by the absurdity of the tale they had just heard. After finishing the story and receiving no response, Teacher Zhou pressed on, asking, do you not think my phone editing is rather poor? Only Ifi seemed to be still lost in thought, pondering what she wanted to convey about the entire matter. My assistant, she wrote on the back of the disc. Teacher Zhou exclaimed passionately, this is utterly unforgivable. What about the previous part? Ifi finally grasped the situation, realizing you could summarize it in a single sentence. Then why all the preceding fuss? That was merely an introduction. Teacher Zhou asserted, isn't storytelling always like this? Meanwhile, Ifi and Zhang Bo had already collapsed on the sofa in utter disillusionment. At last, I comprehend why The Lord of the Rings was filmed in 3 parts. Zhang Bo remarked that Teacher Zhou was not alone. He was not isolated. After listening to Teacher Zhou's lamentable autobiography, Yang San felt a pang in his trigeminal nerve and decided to head to the bar for a refreshing drink. Upon returning with a bottle of ice-cold energy drink, he noticed Ziqiao had also arrived, wearing an equally excited expression. Perhaps Ziqiao had a tale of his own. Hong Dan Dan Entertainment Company. Yang San observed in admiration as Zhang Bo mispronounced the name on the business card. How on earth did you get accepted into MIT? This company is quite renowned in Southeast Asia. I read about it in the newspaper last time. Ziqiao noticed the skeptical gazes directed at him and stated, I caught a glimpse of their advertisement while wrapping my food with the newspaper. Although Yang San relished the thought of Ziqiao being deceived, this time it directly affected the relationship between Ziqiao and Mei Jia, which was unacceptable. Thus, he decided to extinguish Ziqiao's dream. Ifi, I heard there's a versatile little black in our apartment. Do you know which suite he resides in? Yang San directly inquired, seeking evidence first. It should be simple with the little black's assistance. The little black in 3301 downstairs is quite skilled. Do you need his help? Ifi indeed recognized this little black, as his distinct personality made it nearly impossible not to. I have something I want him to investigate. Yang San glanced at Ziqiao but refrained from voicing his thoughts. Saying it now would only lead to disbelief. Under Ifi's contemplative gaze, after acquiring the information about the little black, Yang San bid farewell to the group and departed. Chapter 26. the legendary Little Black. Upon returning to the apartment, young Sam made his way directly to room 3301 and knocked on Little Black's door. "Who are you?" inquired the figure clad in an immaculate white tailcoat, complete with a matching cape and hat, a man of African descent. "My friend. Who granted you the audacity to don such a pristine ensemble?" "Greetings, I am young Sam, from room 3602 above." Young Sam noticed Little Black's growing impatience and suddenly recalled, it was Sister Ifei who sent me. Indeed, upon hearing Ifei's name, Little Black's pupils involuntarily constricted, and he promptly ushered young Sam inside. "Sister Ifei referred you. Why didn't you say so earlier? Whatever it is, speak up, and I assure you it will be resolved within 3 days. 3 days? Young Sam cast a skeptical glance at Little Black, wondering if this was a ruse. However, his matter was quite urgent, and he hoped it could be settled today. "Of course, I understand, but I too have pressing engagements. I'm on my way to an anime convention. The 3 days are merely me squeezing in some time," Little Black expressed, emphasizing that everyone had their own affairs. "It's not like you've knocked on my door before. Anime convention? Are you planning to cosplay as Kid the Phantom Thief?" Young Sam exclaimed, piecing together the familiar attire. "You noticed? What do you think? Do I resemble him?" Little Black responded, striking a classic pose of kid with flair. "Indeed, you do. It's uncanny." In an effort to foster camaraderie, young Sam exaggeratedly praised, "You must be the darkest Kid the Phantom Thief I have ever encountered. I wonder where you draw such confidence from. Perhaps it's because Kid's name is Kaito Kuroba. You truly possess insight. However, I still cannot assist you today." Little Black settled into a chair, feeling gratified that after years of cosplaying, someone finally recognized him. "So what if I'm dark-skinned? Who says I can only portray Heiji Hattori? I relished being Kid the Phantom Thief." Nonetheless, despite his satisfaction, he remained firm on principles today as anime convention took precedence. "Well, that's understandable. It was a pleasure to meet you, Little Black," young Sam conceded, choosing not to press further for information. He could always accompany Ziqiao to confront that so-called Flash tomorrow. "It was my pleasure as well. What did you say your name was again?" Little Black suddenly appeared bashful, having forgotten young Sam's name. "Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am young Sam, from room 3602. Young Sam replied nonchalantly, thinking, how could anyone remember the name of a stranger who unexpectedly appeared at their door? Had he not cleverly mentioned Sister Ifei, he likely wouldn't have even been granted entry. "Hello, young Sam." Little Black awkwardly greeted again, but his pupils dilated once more. "You said your name is young Sam. Residing in 3602. "Yes, what of it?" Young Sam was equally curious as to why Little Black suddenly seemed so peculiar. "Brother Sam, it turns out to be you. Why didn't you say so earlier? What do you need?" "I'll take care of it immediately." Xiao Hei, in a sudden change of heart, hesitated to leave. But why did he seem to resemble Teacher Zing? "Aren't you in a hurry to attend the anime exhibition?" Young Sam queried, increasingly perplexed. It appeared that Xiao Hei had developed an unexpected fear of his own appearance. "Do I look frightening?" he pondered. No. It seemed Xiao Hei only became frightened upon hearing his name. Was his name so formidable that it could silence the cries of children at night? "No anime exhibition holds more significance than your matters, Brother Sam," Xiao Hei declared earnestly, dismissing any notions of principles as inconsequential. "Xiao Hei, did you know me previously?" Young Sam could only speculate. "Brother Sam, Sister Ifei once mentioned that there was an extraordinary individual in our apartment, residing in 3602, also named young Sam, whose fighting prowess matched her own. Ziqiao had even taken me to observe you practicing on the rooftop. I was quite impressed by that battered wooden dummy." Xiao Hei confessed, a hint of trepidation creeping into his demeanor. "I actually turned down Brother Sam. If he were to train me like that wooden dummy." The thought sent a shiver through Xiao Hei. Young Sam stared in disbelief at the still-dazed Xiao Hei. It seemed his martial pursuits had become common knowledge. Ever since Mr. Zombie's return, young Sam had retained his boxing practice, even purchasing a wooden dummy, though it proved cumbersome in his room, leading him to abandon it on the rooftop, where it had sustained damage during his training. "Brother Sam, please feel free to command me." With Xiao Hei now resembling a submissive pup, young Sam felt exasperated. It was unexpected that force would be the means of persuasion. "Could you investigate this company and ascertain whether it is a shell corporation?" Young Sam retrieved his phone, revealing a business card he had discreetly snapped a photo of while Zhang Bo was distracted. Apparently, Sister Yifei had sensed his actions. Hence her immediate revelation of Xiao Hei's address without inquiry. A shell corporation. That as a simple task. Grant me half an hour, and I shall uncover everything. Upon realizing it was merely a trivial matter, Xiao Hei felt relieved. Had I known, I wouldn't have needed to invoke the esteemed figures from Love Apartment. My heart nearly leaped from my chest. With no one to entertain him, Yang San ventured to explore the fabled Xiao Hei suite. The Love Apartment had aired 4 seasons. Yet Xiao Hei had never made an appearance, let alone revealed his living quarters. This rare opportunity warranted a thorough exploration. Were all these tech enthusiasts affluent? Astonishingly. This 4-person suite was occupied solely by Xiao Hei. Aside from the bedroom, the other 3 rooms were clearly labeled as a workspace, an anime room, and an equipment room. At that moment, Xiao Hei was diligently typing away in the workspace. As I approached, it seemed that Xiao Hei had not managed to close the door. Likely due to my arrival. Through the slightly ajar entrance, I glimpsed a wall transformed into an expansive cabinet. Filled to the brim with an assortment of anime figurines and models. The collection was impressively diverse, featuring titles such as One Piece, Inuyasha, Gintama, Detective Conan. And even classics like Doraemon, Crayon Shin-chan, and Pleasant Goat. Xiao Hei's interests are indeed remarkably broad. On the opposite wall, an entire wardrobe displayed a variety of character costumes. Yet among them were also women's clothing. Could it be that Xiao Hei possesses some hidden traits? Images of a Xiao Hei version of Xiao Long flashed in Yang San's mind, a delightful vision that would surely send Conan into a state of shock, culminating in the abrupt finale of the detective series. The equipment room, in stark contrast, was tightly sealed. One could only surmise it to be Xiao Hei's treasure trove. I was genuinely curious to see inside, knowing that Xiao Hei even possessed a diesel engine and a telescope, items far from typical for an ordinary person. How many peculiar gadgets lay within? Yet, it would be quite inappropriate to intrude without the owner's consent. And Yang San regarded the door to the equipment room with a sense of longing. Half an hour passed, neither a moment more nor less, before Xiao Hei presented a neatly organized stack of A4 papers to Yang San. This individual was not merely an anime enthusiast and a tech aficionado, but also seemed to be afflicted by a severe case of obsessive-compulsive disorder. Given the precision with which he operated, Brother San, you were correct in your assumptions. That so-called Hong Tong company is nothing but a shell entity. From the manager to the janitor, every role is filled by the same person, with a registered capital of merely 50 yuan. Moreover, I discovered that this Flash has previously operated under several aliases, including Batman and Spider-Man, and her network consists of similarly named companies like Green Oil and White Mist, all of which mirror the structure of Hong Tong. It appears to be a syndicate. Xiao Hei succinctly summarized his findings, before curiously inquiring, Brother Sam, where did you come across this business card? In all my years, I have encountered many peculiar companies, yet this one is refreshingly unique. It wasn't me. It was Ziqiao, who is being lured away to become a star, Yang San replied slowly, perusing the materials Xiao Hei had provided. Liu Ziqiao. Had I known, I would not have taken this so seriously. His being deceived is a blessing. Upon realizing that Yang San was assisting Ziqiao, Xiao Hei expressed his regret with fervent dismay. Yang San regarded Xiao Hei intently, causing the latter to feel somewhat uneasy. Until he finally nodded in agreement with Xiao Hei's sentiment, albeit with a sigh. Initially, I wasn't inclined to help Ziqiao. I thought if he were to be tricked, it was of little consequence. However, what if he were to lose money? Ultimately, it would be us bearing the loss. Ah, Brother Sam makes a valid point. Liu Ziqiao still owes me 500. It became clear why Xiao Hei harbored such resentment towards Ziqiao. He was indeed a creditor. Xiao Hei, thank you this time. Truly, you are the legendary Xiao Hei, and your capabilities are not to be underestimated. Yang San remarked, shaking the papers in his hand. Despite his appearance, Xiao Hei was anything but slothful, which explained how he managed to thrive without being in the spotlight for 4 seasons. There is no need for formalities. It is my honor to assist you, Brother Sam. Xiao Hei, not daring to claim any credit, distinctly recalls the fate of the last individual who dared to challenge Sister Yifei. Regarding this man, who stands on par with Sister Yifei, Xiao Hei believes it prudent to refrain from any frivolous thoughts and instead focus on ensuring this esteemed figure departs safely. Very well, when you find the time, let us venture to a bar for a couple of drinks. It shall be my treat. Observing the slightly restrained and anxious demeanor of Xiao Hei, Yang San cannot help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. This is your home. As Yang San rises, Preparing to take his leave, Xiao Hei's face brightens instantly. Brother Sam, you are leaving? Allow me to see you off. Please take care. Young Sam, with a helpless gaze at Xiao Hei, realizes this is a novel experience for him. Could it be that he possesses some hidden traits of a formidable overlord? Forcing a smile, he gestures that there is no need for an escort, as he simply intends to collect his documents and depart. Chapter 27. The gathering prompted by L. Zichio. Young Sam returned to room 3602 with the gathered materials, only to discover that everyone was present except for Zichio. Upon entering, he was met with the earnest gazes of his companions, who had been fixated on him since his arrival. Puzzled, he glanced behind him, noting the absence of anyone else. Surely, he hadn't offended anyone today. What could this mean? Senor, declared Sister Ife with commanding authority as she struck the coffee table, what have you uncovered at Xiao Hei's? Only then did young Sam breathe a sigh of relief, realizing that Sister Ife had indeed disowned the situation, and it appeared she had shared her insights with the group. It was no wonder Zichio was absent. After all, without evidence, convincing someone entrenched in a delusion was futile. Yet, why was Senna here again? I have no qualms stepping forward. All the information is right here. That so-called Hongdanden is indeed a shell company, a true oddity even among such entities. A shell company? So it's a business selling bags, not celebrities. Guangko's unique interpretation of Chinese never ceased to amuse. The term shell company denotes an entity that is merely a fade, devoid of any real assets, often employed by swindlers for deceitful purposes. It does not pertain to the sale of bags, nor of stars. Although Guangko had wandered off in comprehension, Meijia dutifully elucidated the term for him. After all, there are no unassailable walls, only poorly wielded tools. Ah, I see. Thank you. Guangko remained eager to learn, almost reaching for a notebook to jot down the explanation. Senor, do you have any plans? You were the first to uncover this, Teacher Zeng interjected, perusing the documents in Yang San's hands while raising his eyebrows in anticipation. What are you hoping to showcase? Does this matter truly require a plan? When Zichio returns, I shall confront him and bring the police to deal with that so-called hero. Yang San refrained from expressing his reluctance to devise a strategy. If not for the concern that Zichio might have to rely on their assistance in the future, he would have preferred to remain uninvolved. As previously mentioned, Zichio's deception could be viewed as a blessing in disguise. By the way, where is Zichio? What have you done with him? The group exchanged speechless glances at Yang San. Did they truly expect such a straightforward matter to unfold as it would in our beloved apartment? Even a simple kiss would require elaborate storytelling across multiple chapters to achieve perfection. Fifei, why don't you accompany Zichio tomorrow? Help him deal with that lightning hero. Wang Yu resolutely ignored Yang San and turned to embrace Sister Ifei. Indeed, it's been ages since I wielded my dart of swift strikes. It is high time to put it to use. Sister Ifei decided to abandon the unreliable Yang San, her fists clenched as she turned her neck, her spirit aflame with determination. Zia Fifei, advocating violence is unwise. Perhaps we should consider calling the police instead, Teacher Zong advised, shrinking back in trepidation at Sister Ifei's fervor. Adopting his usual sardonic tone. Xing Shaoxian, do not speak to me in that insipid manner. Your timidity is a disgrace to manhood. Do not mind Senna. His inclination to call the police is solely due to his laziness. If it were Guangko or Zhangbo in the same situation, would it be any different? Sister Ifei gazed at Teacher Xing with a mix of disappointment and exasperation. What can I say? You are neither particularly clever nor bold. So how do you expect to conquer me? Should I be the one to conquer you? Yang San was casually munching on a bag of potato chips. Engrossed in the unfolding drama, when unexpectedly, Sister Ifei redirected the flames of conflict towards him. Curious glances were cast upon Yang San by everyone present, including Teacher Xing, whose watery eyes looked at him with a hint of melancholy, making Yang San feel uneasy. He timidly uttered, "What do you want from me? This bag of chips is mine. If you wish to eat, go to the kitchen and get your own." Who asked you that, Senna? Just answer me honestly. Or else devise a plan that satisfies me. Otherwise, Sister Ifei was determined to push the feckless Teacher Xing today. Otherwise, he would remain in this lethargic state forever. Suddenly, she noticed Meijia was genuinely heading for the chips. Bring me a pack too. You've made me hungry just talking about it. Yang San, helplessly observing Sister Ifei violently tearing into the chips, thought. Devising a plan to please her would be as daunting as battling Ultraman. He glanced at the expectant faces of Zhangbo and Guanggu, suppressing his discomfort, and finally said, "If it were Zhangbo and Guanggu, I would probably first dismantle that Flash character into 18 pieces. Why's that? While you transformed into a curious child, questioning the stark contrast in his reactions. It's a good thing Zichio was tricked. Yang San replied matter-of-factly. Zhangbo and Guanggu are certainly different. Sanar, thank you. Zhangbo and Guanggu expressed their gratitude to Yang San, visibly moved. Call me Yang San or Sangu. If you call me Sanar again, I might just change my mind. Yang San said, rubbing his furrowed brow from the countless times he had knitted it today, gritting his teeth. After exchanging looks, everyone chimed in unison, all right, Sanar. Yang San, shoving chips into his mouth, resolved to ignore them. The sight of the deflated Yang San sparked laughter among the group, further deepening his gloom. It seemed Sanar could not escape this predicament. It was all Teacher Zhen's fault next time. Don't he expect me to help you? After a bout of merriment, the atmosphere lightened considerably, and no one seemed to mind Yang San's inaction anymore, especially since he was right. Zichio being duped was indeed a good thing, provided it wasn't about losing money. Subsequently, the group concocted various mischievous schemes, including those inspired by Sadako, Uncle In, Twilight, Resident Evil, and a dozen other ideas that made Yang San shudder. Perhaps we should let bygones be bygones. Adults should hold grudges against children, right? That makes sense. Yet, these plans proved exceedingly challenging to implement and somewhat impractical. Sister Ifai, frowning, discarded yet another idea, growing increasingly impatient. After so much contemplation, they still had not settled on a viable strategy, especially since Zichio had an interview tomorrow. How could they arrange tasks without a clear plan? Observing the still enthusiastic group, Yang San felt compelled to intervene before they concocted even more malicious schemes. Aren't you going to ask Zichio for his opinion? Where is Zichio, anyway? Indeed. Why are we so excited? The main character remains oblivious. It dawned on Fei Jie that their earlier efforts were in vain. As for Zichio, he is likely still out charming another lady from the bar, and it seems he won't be returning anytime soon. Teacher Zhang, how do you manage to transform perfectly ordinary words into something so peculiar? That rascal Lu Zichio, while we fret over his affairs, is out enjoying himself. Mei Jie, unbeknownst to her, displays a rather acerbic tone, revealing that despite her constant criticisms of Zichio, she still deeply cares for him. Sister, aren't you hungry? I am absolutely famished. Zhang Bo, feeling utterly invisible, quickly attempted to assert his presence. Hungry, 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 all you think about is eating. Fei Jie remarked without a second thought, emphasizing the seriousness of their discussion and how such trivial matters should not distract them. However, before she could finish, an unusual sound interrupted her. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Except for Yang San and Mei Jie, who were indulging in snacks, everyone else's stomachs, including Fei Jie's, emitted a loud rumble. The sound startled Yang San, causing him to pause mid-bite, scattering chips all over the floor. Embarrassed, they covered their stomachs, engrossed in discussing Zichio's matters. They hadn't realized their hunger until Zhang Bo mentioned it. Fei Jie, rarely flustered, turned crimson as she checked the time, discovering it was already 2:30 in the morning. They had been engaged in discussion for over 5 hours, no wonder they were hungry. How about we have a meal together? I just bought a lot of ingredients today, and it has been ages since we last gathered for a meal. Mei Jie suggested, though she pondered whether it was appropriate to dine under such circumstances, as there was still no resolution regarding Zichio's situation. Thus, half an hour later, everyone was joyfully feasting on a table laden with delicious dishes. Indeed, this group had truly come together for a meal. Sangu, your eggplant casserole is absolutely delectable. Zhang Bo exclaimed, fully engrossed in the dish before him. And this squirrel fish, along with the sweet and sour ribs. Who knew your culinary skills were so impressive, Sangu? Another food enthusiast, Wang Yu, succumbed to Yang San's culinary delights. Indeed, Sangu, you are quite remarkable. We should collaborate in the kitchen more often. Guanggu, surprised by Yang San's culinary prowess, recognized that he was well versed in cooking due to his family's culinary heritage. Yet, Yang San's skills rivaled his own. Guanggu, your Japanese cuisine is splendid as well. Observing the group of food lovers, Yang San felt a bit overwhelmed, yet he finally savored the signature dishes of the Guanggu family, teriyaki cod, fried tofu, and seafood salad, along with eel and chicken bone soup. It was simply exquisite. It was also due to watching Guanggu cook that Yang San felt inspired to prepare several local specialties, all of which were exceptionally well received. San Air, if your cooking is so delightful, why do you still come to our place to mooch meals? As Teacher Zhang indulged in delectable delicacies, he interrogated Yang San, while the others nodded vigorously, realizing only now, after such a prolonged stay, how exquisite Yang San's culinary skills were. How many meals had been wasted before this revelation? All due to laziness. Yang San certainly would admit that this culinary prowess was a newfound talent. Observing Yang San's audacious demeanor, the group, if not for their unfinished feast, would undoubtedly have given him a thorough reprimanding. Senor, is your family renowned for cuisine as well? Guanggu asked after a moment of hesitation. Having keenly observed Guanggu, Meijia caught onto a significant point and curiously inquired, Guanggu, why do you say as well? The others, upon hearing this, also reacted with intrigue, realizing the peculiarity of the phrasing. Their expressions reflecting their curiosity. Faced with the insatiable curiosity of his companions, Guanggu had no choice but to reveal, actually, I am the 5th-generation heir of the Japanese Guanggu culinary tradition. My father is Guanggu Kenjiro. Wow! No wonder your Japanese cuisine is so delectable. But why did you switch to drawing manga? The others were astonished to discover there was a second hidden character in their apartment. And they became intensely interested in Guanggu's remarkable backstory. This question, I'll introduce it later. Senor, you still haven't answered me. Guanggu, recalling the tragic fate of his childhood drawing subjects, deftly shifted the topic. If I say this is a skill I acquired during my 20+ years of singlehood, would you believe me? Yang San, exasperated by Guanggu's blatant diversion, could only concoct a casual excuse. I see. It seems that Chinese people are indeed full of surprises. I had heard that all Chinese possess martial arts skills, but I never expected there were other talents. The group stared speechlessly at Guanggu, who had been so thoroughly misled, unable to bear shattering his admiration for China. Thus, what was meant to be a serious discussion regarding Zichio transformed into an animated gathering over a meal. One must admit, this is quintessentially love apartment. Chapter 28, The Rescue of Zichio, Part 1, at 4:30 in the morning. Zichio hummed a tune as he opened the door to his room, stepping in with a light-hearted gait. His eyes were immediately drawn to the chaotic scene on the kitchen table, which was strewn with dishes that once held delectable delights. Zichio couldn't help but swallow hard. A lavish feast, yet they didn't even invite me. How could they not inform me of such an occasion? I would have invited you. But did you answer my call? The melancholic voice of Teacher Xing floated in from behind Zichio. Teacher Xing, you're here. Did I just speak? Zichio chuckled awkwardly, realizing he had been overheard while unwittingly disparaging them. Zichio, don't forget about us. Guanggu spoke up at the perfect moment. The surprise of being caught off guard nearly caused Zichio to tumble to the floor. Following the sound, he was taken aback to find everyone on the sofa, grinning at him, with Guanggu even beckoning, indicating that they had all heard his previous remarks. Though the gathering was rather unexpected, the evening's feast was bountiful. Thanks to Meijia and Ifei's habit of keeping the refrigerator stocked, they indulged in jovial conversation while feasting for over an hour, their bellies round and content. As they prepared to rest on the sofa before tackling the mess, it was at that moment that Zichio entered, instantly captivated by the table, completely oblivious to the crowd on the sofa. Yang San and Ifei held back the eager Zhangbo and Wang Yu, leading to the delightful scene that had just unfolded. Well, you all feasted without notifying me. Do you have any idea how much I've missed out on? Zichio exclaimed, his audacity shining through as he effortlessly brushed off the earlier embarrassment and seized the moment. Indeed, Zichio, you have a valid point. Your loss today is quite substantial. Zhangbo nodded in agreement, seemingly recalling the delectable dishes, swallowing hard at the memory. What do you mean by that? Zichio was momentarily taken aback. He had merely intended to change the topic, not expecting anyone to play along, especially Zhangbo, known for his honesty. Yes, Zichio, your loss is indeed grievous. Without delving into other matters, just observe the 3 pristine dishes before you. They showcase San Air's culinary debut. Can you even fathom how delightful they must be? Meijia, ever ready to seize an opportunity to tease, was relentless, particularly when it came to Zichio. Zichio stared at the 3 immaculate dishes before him, uncertain if they had been licked clean, the shine almost blinding. In this chaotic tableau, they stood out so starkly. Could Yang San's cooking truly be that exquisite? Surely not. Apart from Guanggu, was there another man in the apartment capable of such culinary feats? Suppressing his growing hunger, Zichio thought, it's just a meal. Elbu can endure this loss. Indeed, Zichio's loss today is quite tragic. just as his dreams were set to set sail. They were abruptly dashed by a tempest. Teacher Zhou remarked that a gentleman avenges not overnight, and does not strive for 10 years, but rather for the present moment. What do you mean, Teacher Zhou? What has sunk? A sudden sense of foreboding gripped Zichio's heart. You might as well take a look yourself. Sister Ife smiled gracefully, gesturing towards the documents on the coffee table. Zichio glanced at the slightly disordered 4 papers on the table, sweeping his gaze over the sofa where the others wore expressions of ill intent. With a mixture of skepticism and curiosity, he slowly picked up the documents and began to read, his eyes scanning the information on the A4 sheets. Gradually, his expression darkened, to the point where one might think ink could drip from his face. Is Zichio about to turn dark? Zhang Bo timidly inquired, observing Zichio's increasingly grim visage. Turn dark? Guanggu looked at Zichio's face and suddenly understood. I see. This is akin to the black-faced Bao Qingtiang from ancient China. Upon hearing Guanggu's words, Zichio's composure shattered. He covered his heavy chest and exhaled slowly, addressing Yang San. Sanner, is this from what Xiao Hei discovered? Seeing Zichio's recovery, Yang San too felt relieved, for this could be deemed a significant blow. Thankfully, Zichio was resilient. He nodded affirmatively, recalling that when he had previously asked Sister Ife for Xiao Hei's address, he had not concealed it from Zichio, making the connection quite apparent. Although Zichio's expression was still not as dark as before, it remained rather grim. So, the reason you all stayed up so late tonight is to celebrate a gathering? The group, initially prepared to nod in agreement, found themselves momentarily caught off guard by Zichio's sudden twist in logic, hastily pulling their heads back to avoid straining their necks. Witnessing their bewildered expressions, Zichio couldn't help but burst into laughter, feeling a sense of triumph for having turned the tables on them. So you all gathered for a feast without inviting me. Seeing Zichio laugh so heartily, it appeared he truly wasn't taking it to heart. The astute Yang San exchanged knowing glances with Teacher Zhing and Sister Ife, both relieved and smiling. Meanwhile, the naive Zhongbo and Wang Yu still bore expressions of confusion, while Meijio looked utterly disgruntled. As for Guanggu, he was still processing the unexpected turn of events. Zichio, you are the focal point of this matter. How do you intend to handle it? We will fully support you. As the leader of the group, Ife stepped in decisively, suppressing Zhongbo and Meijio's eagerness to retaliate. Upon hearing Ife's authoritative words, the group straightened in their seats, ready to await Zichio's decision. Despite their usual light-hearted demeanor in the apartment, they remained united when significant matters arose. Everyone. Zichio gazed at them, touched by this motley crew that felt more like family than mere friends. This camaraderie was the primary reason he chose to settle here. You discussed this late into the night but have yet to devise a plan. Well, we do have something, but... Sister Ife could no longer maintain a serious facade, awkwardly adjusting her hair. Xing Shaoxian, you take it from here. As the ever-defiant Teacher Xing prepared to resist, he quickly softened under the murderous gaze of Sister Ife. What's the big deal? Leave it to me, you just take a break. Such a cheeky tone, unique to Teacher Xing, sent shivers down the spines of those present. Yet, true to his nature, Teacher Xing, despite his somewhat impertinent demeanor, was a seasoned host, passionately introducing the elaborate plan they had devised throughout the night to Zichio. Zichio was left in a daze, several times attempting to interject but failing to find the opportunity. So, this is the fruit of our labor from the entire night. Isn't it splendid? Teacher Xing exclaimed, downing a large cup of water in one gulp, his throat nearly on fire from his lengthy discourse. Splendid? What the hell? You spent an entire night concocting such inhumane plans. Why not just ascend to the heavens? Zichio could no longer contain himself. Are you filming a movie? Are you preparing for prime time with special effects? I think the plan is fantastic. After all, Sadako is renowned worldwide. Guanggu spoke up, visibly displeased by Zichio's dismissal of his Sadako series, which he had painstakingly developed over time. Exactly. What's wrong with Twilight? It's filled with handsome men and beautiful women. Meijio chimed in, her expression equally defiant as she aspired to portray Isabella. What a hodgepodge. Can't you come up with something more earthly? Zichio turned to the abnormal Yang San in their apartment. Please. Don't tell me you're thinking along the same lines. Yang San, lounging lazily on the sofa, waved his hand dismissively. Don't look at me. My plan is rather simple and was eliminated right from the start. Simple? How simple? Zichio asked, intrigued. Simplicity doesn't matter as long as it's useful. My plan is to call the police and arrest them. They felt it didn't align with the style of our love apartment, so they just passed on it. Yang San reluctantly revealed as Ziqiao pressed him for details. Ziqiao stared at Yang San, dumbfounded. I was wrong to trust you. Is that what you call plan? Others can make movies, while you can barely string together a sentence with fewer than 10 punctuation marks. They are foolish. But you are a complete disaster. Ziqiao, when did you schedule to meet? Sister Yifei, unable to hold back any longer, interjected. 10 in the morning. I initially planned to take a nap before heading out, but now I'm uncertain if I should go. Liu Ziqiao found himself at an impasse. Of course you should go. How can we do justice to love apartment without giving them a good thrashing? Sister Yifei asserted confidently. However, we must first establish a plan. Yifei, you're not seriously considering using their anti-human plans, are you? I'd rather stick with Yang San's. Upon hearing the mention of plans, Ziqiao recalled the series of plans introduced by teachers in moments earlier. Of course not. I already passed on those earlier. Now that you're back, why not brainstorm together? Sister Yifei rubbed her temples in frustration, lamenting the foolishness of her companions. What had they been pondering all night? Her gaze fell upon Yang San, who was preparing to grab snacks once more, causing 2 veins to pop out on her forehead. Sana! The sudden bellow from Yifei startled Yang San, who picked up the popcorn that had fallen to the ground and meekly inquired, What's wrong, Sister Yifei? Do you want some too? With a scowl, Yifei glared at Yang San. We've just had our fill, and you're already hungry again. Clenching her fists, she demanded, You must provide me with a feasible plan immediately, or we shall engage in post-meal exercise. That's not fair, Sister Yifei. We didn't agree to this beforehand, Yang San replied, bemused. Why do I have to come up with a plan again? Did I ever say anything before? Yifei, with unwavering confidence, surveyed the group, and after a brief moment, everyone shook their heads in unison, unable to contain themselves. Yifei nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Sana, do you have anything else to add? Yang San glanced at the cowardly lot before him, disdain evident in his expression, and declared resolutely, Sister Yifei, for eternity. Let us unite the realm. Very well, you have half an hour, Yifei remarked with approval. I like that phrase. It shall be mine from now on. Not a problem, I assure you I will fulfill the task. Yang San, unperturbed by the disdainful gazes of his peers, sat beside them with a smile. Contemplating an appropriate plan, Meijia, perceptively, brought forth an array of snacks, allowing Yifei to select first before distributing them to the others, excluding Yang San and Ziqiao. Before long, the half-hour mark arrived. Yang San, now focused, met the expectant gazes of the group and began, Sister Yifei, we could. Chapter 29. Character and prop introductions for the rescue plan of Ziqiao. This chapter is not part of the main text. Liu Ziqiao, the sole heir of the Liu family conglomerate, adorned in an extravagant designer suit, embellished with dazzling sequins, unmistakably a flamboyant young gentleman. Yang San, the bodyguard of Ziqiao, clad in black sunglasses, a black suit, black gloves, and black shoes. A scar adorns the corner of his left eye. With a bronzed complexion, exuding an aura of a cold, stoic warrior. Chou Meijia, the gold-digging companion of Liu Ziqiao, dressed in a flamboyant manner, with ample padding to enhance her figure to an E-cup. Xiaoxian, Ziqiao's sycophant, dressed in black suit and shoes, perpetually carrying a glimmering golden chair. The epitome of ostentatious wealth, always squinting at Ziqiao while bending low, yet posturing bravely before outsiders. Lin Wangyu, the aristocratic fiancée of Ziqiao, elegantly attired. Discontented with Ziqiao's demeanor and their engagement, constantly seeking to dissolve their bond. Hu Yifei, the stepmother of Ziqiao, dressed in a display of nouveau riche fashion. Nearly the same age as Ziqiao, intent on expelling him from their home. Liu Zhangbo, the brilliant suitor of Wang Yu, a graduate from MIT. Unwaveringly devoted to winning her heart. Guang Gushengqi, Wang Yu's bodyguard, donned in the attire of a Japanese swordsman, perpetually wielding a katana, his sole proclamation being, I shall demand your seppuku. Du Jun, a logistical staff member responsible for liaising with the police. Due to the narrative's demands, certain events may transcend boundaries, rendering his role vital. In Guanggu's words, the senior brother does every side job. He is well acquainted with the police. Xiao Hei, the sponsor of the attire and props for everyone except Wang Yu, responsible for hosting the police officers alongside Du Jun. The senior brother possesses commendable abilities, albeit his speech often frustrates others. Props introduction, Ziqiao's exclusive throne, a plastic chair, treated with special spray paint to achieve a unique effect and texture. Deemed an essential artifact of the production. Cigars, authentic Chinese, imitation cigars, remarkably impressive, rivaling the finest in packaging, quality, and flavor, indeed a prop of ostentation. Solid gold coffee cup, referencing Zhiqiao's exclusive throne. Coffee, referencing the cigars. Solid gold spray bottle, referencing Zhiqiao's exclusive throne. Water within the spray bottle, a secret concoction of pigment-infused water, subtly fragrant, which upon application to the skin will manifest a green hue after 1 hour. Removable only with a specific formula, otherwise, it remains for 7 days. 1 million in cash, prop currency, an essential artifact of the production. Golden iPhone, referencing Zhiqiao's exclusive throne. Katana, a treasured ancestral sword of Guanggu, previously registered with the police, otherwise he would not have been able to bring it to China. Chapter 30, The Rescue of Zhiqiao, Part 2, at 10 in the morning. Outside the vibrant Red Entertainment Agency. Is this truly one of Southeast Asia's renowned talent agencies? The office barely spans 10 square meters, does it? Yang San regarded Lu Zhiqiao with an incredulous gaze, pondering how one could be so easily deceived after years of experience. He surveyed the assembled actors, ensuring they all remembered their lines. The image of the Flash was included in Xiao Hei's dossier, so let us not mistake identities. There will be no retakes. It must be a one-shot performance. Anyone who falters will undoubtedly feel the wrath of Sister Ifei. Observing everyone nodding resolutely, Yang San softly called out, "Action!" With a resounding bang, Teacher Zong flung open the office door, indifferent to the reactions within. He cleared a space before the desk, setting up Zhiqiao's exclusive throne. From seemingly nowhere, he produced a pure gold coffee cup. Why would it be a coffee cup? Because this individual had the audacity to carry hot coffee with him. After pouring a fragrant cup of steaming coffee, he hunched over and called out, "We humbly invite the young master." At that moment, Zhiqiao entered with an enigmatic gait, casually taking a seat on the throne and sipping the coffee beside him with nonchalance. Mei Jiao followed closely behind, playfully massaging Zhiqiao's shoulders once he settled in. Yang San, trailing slightly, stood vigilantly behind Zhiqiao, casting a wary glance at the decor, especially at the Flash seated in the office chair. Once he ascertained that there was no threat, he stood motionless behind Zhiqiao, akin to an unyielding statue. The original occupant, the Flash, had remained in a stupor since Teacher Zhang's entrance, utterly bewildered by the sudden intrusion. What were these people here for? Robbery? They appeared far wealthier than he. Was it an abduction? No, wait. Why did he suddenly feel an odd thrill? You must be the Flash? You look quite pathetic. I truly wonder what courage you possessed to sign with our young master. Teacher Zing disdainfully scrutinized the Flash from head to toe, asserting his dominance. Who are you people? The Flash? Oh yes, that's me, the Flash stammered, jolted into awareness by Teacher Zing's words, yet still struggling to regain his composure. What a joke. You summoned our young master here, and now you inquire about our identities. Are you seeking amusement? Yang San retorted, while Teacher Zing, despite his authoritative demeanor, exuded a somewhat comical air, which the Flash perceived as nothing more than a dog-ass arrogance. True to his nature as a seasoned con artist, the Flash gradually regained his composure, hastily flipping through the files on the desk. He soon discovered that an appointment had indeed been scheduled with someone named Lu Zhiqiao to sign a contract, a deed of servitude. However, the dossier failed to mention that this individual was a tycoon. What sort of miscreant had this snakehead sent me? The information is becoming increasingly unreliable. Perhaps it's time to find a new source. Taking a deep breath, he promptly stepped forward and extended his right hand. So, you must be Lu Zhiqiao. Young master, it is an honor to finally meet you. Teacher Zong abruptly intervened, obstructing the Flash, his disdainful gaze compelling our heroine to retract her words. However, her right hand found itself in an awkward predicament. Observing Zhiqiao's disapproving expression directed at both her face and hand, she was compelled to awkwardly clasp her hands together. First, do you have any plans concerning my young master? Teacher Zing inquired, noticing Zhiqiao's coffee was nearly depleted, swiftly pouring more into the cup. Realizing the urgency of reclaiming the initiative, the Flash produced a cigar and declared, "I trust you won't mind if I smoke while I speak." With that, she lit the cigar without hesitation. Yet, before she could take a puff, Teacher Zing, seemingly out of nowhere, produced a pure gold spray bottle and extinguished the flame with a spritz of water, drenching her in the process. This water bore a faint fragrance to wealthy individuals infused their floral sprays with perfume as well. Just as she was about to express her indignation, Teacher Zing produced a gold cigar case, extracting a cigar to offer to Zhiqiao with a sycophantic flair. Under Zichio's reluctant direction, he presented another to the Flash, who clearly had never encountered such an exquisite product before. My young master, in his boundless generosity, bestows upon you this fine cigar. Do cast aside those inferior ones of yours. What a wretched scent nearly overwhelmed me. Wiping the water from her face, the Flash skeptically lit the cigar, only to discover its rich aroma was indeed authentic. She had never indulged in such a luxurious smoke. Her own were carefully saved from her meager earnings, reserved solely for impressing distinguished guests. Teacher Zhou regarded the rustic Flash with contempt, then turned to flatter Zichio, saying, "Young master, shall we not consider a different establishment? This one is far too lowly. The space is scarcely larger than my family's restroom. Xiaoxian, I specifically chose this quaint venue so my father would not easily locate me, particularly since he disapproves of my foray into the entertainment industry." Zichio finally spoke, his tone teasing, casting a dismissive glance at the Flash. "What was your name again, Flash?" "No matter, it holds no significance. How much does your company cost?" "I shall acquire it. Rest assured, I shan't dismiss you. You may retain your position as owner, while I shall remain behind the scenes. The company need only cater to my whims." At Zichio's behest, Teacher Zhou produced a briefcase, slamming it onto the desk before the Flash, revealing stacks of RMB. "Here lies 1 million in cash. I was in a rush today and brought only this pocket money. Yet it suffices to purchase your lackluster company." At that moment, Meijia gazed greedily at the bundles of cash, sweetly pouting to Zichio, "Young master, you're being mischievous. Why bestow such a sum upon this unattractive woman? I am far more capable. Let her go and have me instead." Zichio embraced Meijia, gently tilting her chin. "I am well aware of your capabilities, but I specifically desire her unappealing presence. With her here, my father would never suspect my whereabouts. Your wisdom and valor are unmatched, young master. My admiration for you flows as ceaselessly as the great river." Teacher Zhou seized every opportunity to flatter, his small eyes gleaming with avarice, a sight that nearly made young San retch. "Young master, I too aspire to act and become a star. If one approach fails, I shall employ another. Money should be spent on this beautiful lady. Do not meddle unnecessarily. Do you think I entered the entertainment industry merely to become a star? I am here to pursue the essence of stardom," Zichio asserted with conviction. "It is truly absurd that my father has chosen such a flamboyant woman. Yet he disallows me the same privilege of seeking a star. The more he opposes it, the more determined I become. After all, Teacher Chong is my role model." "You are indeed exceptional, young master. With aspirations so extraordinary, you shine like the sun, forever illuminating my path." Zing, overwhelmed with admiration, knelt before Zichio, extending his arms as if to embrace the sun. Before Sister Shang could fully appreciate the playful nature of young Master L, Zhen's exuberance nearly caused her to regurgitate the hamburger she had just consumed. Just as she managed to suppress her nausea, another individual burst through the door. "Why is my office so lively today? There were never this many people even at the grand opening. Is this all the ambition you possess, young Master L? Dare you dream a little bigger?" A sharp, caustic voice echoed before the newcomer even entered. Sister Ifei's venomous gaze fell upon Zichio, then swept towards Sister Shang, questioning when young Master L's taste had become so gaudy. "How could you possibly find such a dish palatable? How did you, this flamboyant woman, come to know that I was here?" Zichio stared in shock at Ifei. If she was aware, how far could it be before my father found out? "My dreams are yet to materialize, and must they be dashed so soon?" He glanced at Sister Shang, hastily covering his mouth, fearful of losing his composure. "Ha! This is merely a consequence of your foolishness," Ifei sneered, looking down upon Zichio. "You indeed utilized the golden iPhone I gifted you, unaware that modern phones are easily traceable. Furthermore, it was custom-made for you." As Zichio's face darkened with each word, he pulled out the golden iPhone and tossed it to Song without a glance. "Did you inform my father?" "Rest assured, he remains oblivious. However, there is someone who happens to know," Ifei remarked with a glimmer of mischief, relishing the unfolding drama. Who knows?" Zichio inquired, his spirits lifting at the thought that his father was unaware, but anxious about who else might be in the know and the potential consequences. "I do." Wang Yu entered, accompanied by Zhang Bo and Guanggu, dressed in a warrior's attire. Guanggu exchanged glances with Yang San before taking his place behind his master. Wang Yu, what brings you here?" Zichio quickly stepped aside from Meijia, awkwardly standing to greet Wang Yu. Yet, she bypassed him altogether, taking the seat he had just vacated, her every move exuding aristocratic grace. am I not welcome? After all, I am still your betrothed, young Master L. How else would I know of your extraordinary aspirations if I did not come? Wang Yu's frosty demeanor betrayed her dissatisfaction as she regarded Ziqiu sternly. Wang Yu, I have long asserted that this Master Lu is unreliable. Upon my return, I shall have my father intervene, summoning the patriarchs of both our families to formally dissolve your engagement, after which I will commence my pursuit of you. Zhang Bo pulled a chair beside Wang Yu, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Ziqiu, and exclaimed excitedly. Lu Da Zi. Do not presume that your status as a foreign returnee intimidates me. Wang Yu is not at your beck and call, nor does our family's engagement concern you. Seeing the flicker of interest in Wang Yu's demeanor, Ziqiu grew anxious. How could the beauty that had yet to be claimed by Master Lu be relinquished to another? Of course, Master Lu is not afraid of me, rather, it is I who should fear him. Such a character is truly extraordinary. Zhang Bo grimaced at Sister Shang, unable to suppress a shudder, evidently conjuring some unspeakable imagery. I. Ziqiu stammered, abruptly transitioning from flattery to disgust, and the weight of such disgust was overwhelming. After enduring as long as he could no longer contain himself and inadvertently splattered Sister Shang with his words. Ah! Sister Shang, already feeling unjustly accused by the sudden assembly of critics, would have normally erupted in anger, but the company surrounding her was evidently affluent. As a mere deceiver, she felt ill-equipped to retaliate, so she remained on the sidelines, striving to diminish her presence. Yet, misfortune persisted as she continued to be the target of ridicule, culminating in Master Lu's revolting display upon her. In a fit of indignation, she resolved to confront the situation rather than remain passive. However, fate seemed intent on thwarting her plans. As a group of police officers knocked at the door and entered, dousing her rising fury like a bucket of cold water. You are the Flash, correct? Here is my badge, and this is your detention order. Please accompany us, the lead officer declared with a serious demeanor, stifling a chuckle, and signaled for two officers to escort her away without uttering another word. Sister Shang observed the mocking glimmer in the officer's eyes, and upon recalling the recent events, she quickly comprehended her predicament. Having spent her life as a predator, she had ultimately been ensnared by her own game. Turning around, she noted that those who had previously been at odds with her were now pointing and laughing. Watch out! The lead officer suddenly shouted, as an enraged Sister Shang charged towards Yifei, seemingly intent on dragging someone down with her. Why Yifei? Because Wang Yu was accompanied by the formidable warrior Guanggu, whose sword-as menacing presence was enough to deter any advance. And on Meijia's side, Yang San's steely demeanor surpassed even that of the officers, making it clear that she would not dare approach. Thus, only the solitary Yifei appeared vulnerable. Upon realizing that Sister Shang's target was Yifei, Yang San and the others felt at ease, their expressions brimming with amusement. They desired to see her confront Yifei, for it would provide an excuse for a confrontation. Pop! Chapter 31, Rap Party at the Bar Beneath the Love Apartment. The crew gathered to celebrate the conclusion of filming. Cheers! The Love Apartment has saved all the members of the crew. Raising his glass, Yang San exclaimed. Today is truly exhilarating. However, it seems a tad unfair to the Flash. With a look of contentment, Yifei smiled, while Yang San, feeling a bit restrained, clinked his glass with hers. Those who had not witnessed the chaos of the Flash's antics could hardly fathom Yang San's feelings. Remembering the scene where the 8 of them had to carry the Flash out, along with her piercing screams, he could tell Yifei had held back her strength. Otherwise, the Flash would have surely fainted on the spot. Yet, ironically, it was this restraint that made the situation even more terrifying. Aside from Yang San, who managed to maintain some semblance of composure, the others trembled in fear as they looked at Yifei, particularly the police officers, several of whom fought against the urge to rush in and restrain the Flash, their eyes filled with dread. It was utterly inconceivable to associate the fragile woman before them with the ferocious creature they had just witnessed. Ziqiu shook his head, attempting to erase the horrifying images from his mind. He raised his glass toward Yang San, saying, San Air, I must toast to you as well. If it weren't for you, I might have fallen for their tricks. Being scammed out of money would have been disastrous. I owe you for your impeccable plan. You anticipated every reaction of the Flash. Oh, it's nothing significant. To be honest, I might have inadvertently ruined your chances, Yang San replied nonchalantly. Engaging in such clever contests of wits can be quite beneficial for one's mental and physical well-being. It's harmless to partake occasionally. observing the puzzled expressions of the others. He elaborated, I asked the police earlier, and it turns out this scam group isn't after your money, they actually pay you. They lure you into shooting a few faceless ads to pique your ambition, then trick you into Southeast Asia to film adult movies. Isn't that perfectly aligned with your aspirations? Is it really that good? Filming adult movies. And they actually pay. Ziqiao exclaimed incredulously, his eyes widening. If I had known, I would have fallen for it willingly. Should we ask the Flash if she has any more connections? Of course. I heard they specialize in rather unconventional adult films, such as Mail and even bestiality. Ziqiao, you would surely adore it. Teacher Sheng teased, noticing the regret on Ziqiao's face. Upon hearing such explicit content, Ziqiao's demeanor shifted immediately, his previous regret evaporating. The love apartment is where I belong. All that Southeast Asia nonsense is just a mirage. What even are these adult films? I don't understand. I am merely a naive young man. Shall we sell Ziqiao to Southeast Asia then? That sounds splendid. We can split the profits. Mei Jiao suddenly chimed in, her excitement palpable. She would never miss an opportunity to poke fun at Ziqiao. Truly, they were a comical pair. Mei Jiao, how much can we actually split? Yang San instinctively inquired. Knowing Mei Jiao excelled in mathematics. Dividing evenly, let me calculate. 1 times 7 equals 7, 2 times 7 equals 14, 3 times 8 is International Women's Day. May Day is Labor Day, June 1st is Children's Day. Surprisingly, Mei Jiao is genuinely counting on her fingers. But what is this method? Everyone is instantly amused by the adorably naive Mei Jiao. Undoubtedly, her arithmetic skills are taught by the physical education teacher. I said, Ziqiao, you must express your gratitude towards Shioka. Remember, all that information was unearthed by Shioka, who even sacrificed attending her beloved anime convention for your sake. Shioka deserves at least half the credit for today's events. If O is quite pleased with this grand endeavor, it can be said that this is the first collective action of the love apartment, and so beneficial for mental and physical health. Such activities should be more frequent in the future. No need to be modest, since Ife and Sange have summoned Shioka. He naturally accepted without hesitation. This time, it is primarily Sange's well-laid plan, though it would be remiss to overlook you, Director Ife. Undoubtedly. The primary credit belongs to you both. Clad in a pristine white suit, Shioka dared not voice the truth. He had prepared to make a dazzling entrance at the exhibition but was called back by Ife's phone call, without a shred of complaint. After all, who could contend with these two? Teacher Xing sympathetically patted Shioka's shoulder. Having known Ife the longest, he could truly empathize with Shioka's plight, frustrated yet speechless. Moreover, Xiufai's sudden flashes of brilliance seemed even more formidable than before. Shioka, how can you wear all white with such a dark complexion? Initially touched, Shioka's face darkened further. Guanghua has been observing Shioka intently, having attempted to speak several times, yet words failed him. The intensity of his scrutiny not only unsettled Shioka but even led Mei Jiao to believe that Guanghua had developed a diverse array of interests. Were she not aware of his current infatuation with Xiuxue? Guanghua, do you have something to inquire of Shioka? It was only then that Guanghua realized he had been misunderstood. Hastily responding, Sumai Mason, I merely have a question for Shioka-kun. May I ask, what is your relationship with Bao Qingtian? Puff! The crowd had been curious about Guanggua's question, but it turned out to be profoundly significant, so much so that it caused someone to spit out their drink. Ha ha ha! Bao Qingtian! Ha 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 ha! Bao Qingtian! He is my idol. Unlike the rest who were thoroughly entertained, Shioka regarded Guanghua with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Just because my complexion is dark, does it necessarily relate to Bao Qingtian? If not for the fact that you are foreign. Wait, Guanghua seems to be Japanese. Should I prepare a sack for later? Such a difficult decision. Let us just settle for a tenuous connection to Bao Qingtian to get through this. Naruhodo. So, your dark complexion is a result of your admiration for him, is it? Is this what the Chinese refer to as a fanatic fan? Guanghua looked at Shioka regretfully. But soon his expression shifted to one of admiration. Puff! This time, even Shioka couldn't hold back, exclaiming, why didn't you ask Gu Tianla instead? If it were him, I would readily accept being a fanatic. Ah ha! Ha! At that moment, the elder brother of the slow-talking master suddenly burst into a hearty laugh, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Slowly, he remarked, the only connection between Guanggu, Bao Qingtian, and Xiao He is merely their dark complexion. Ahem. Just when the crowd thought the elder brother had finished speaking and were ready to continue drinking, they were startled by his unexpected words. Ziqiu and teacher Xing, having indulged a bit too eagerly, nearly choked, except for young Sam, who was prepared, and Guanggu, who had grown accustomed to such antics. Senor, I finally understand why you insisted on taking Xiao Hei along with the elder brother. Sister Yifei patted her chest. Having almost spilled her drink in shock moments before, she comprehended why young Sam had previously mentioned that if the elder brother went alone, he would likely not return until next year. Hehe, elder brother, do you have a relative in the police force? I've seen a policeman who resembles you quite a bit, young Sam had been eager to inquire. Had it not been for the policeman's normal demeanor, young Sam might have thought the elder brother was moonlighting again. Police? The person you encountered must be my older brother. He is indeed a policeman. As for me working part-time at the police station, young Sam regretted asking that question. The elder brother's excitement was palpable as he spoke of his sibling, his words hastening in pace, indicating the assistance his brother had provided. After a brief pause of 30 seconds, he resumed, elder brother, I heard from Guanggu that you have numerous part-time jobs. Just how many is numerous? Wang Yu has been frantically job hunting lately. Although teacher Zong agreed to let her try her hand as a telephone assistant, judging by his demeanor, it seems uncertain. It's better to consult the elder brother first. Oh. It's nothing to worry about. I've done every kind of part-time job imaginable. At one point, I juggled as many as 18 positions simultaneously, earning the nickname the Prince of Part-Time Jobs. The elder brother's pace of speech normalized, but a glimmer in his eye suggested he had noticed a beautiful woman. Could it be that he had taken a liking to Wang Yu? Sister Yifei instantly sensed something amiss. After much effort to have Senor add Jumbo as a suitor in the script, she was dismayed to find yet another competitor emerging before any progress had been made. This cannot stand, she thought. Elder brother, didn't Guanggu say your nickname was Little White Dragon of the Waves? How did you become the Prince of Part-Time Jobs? Besides, aren't you a comic artist? How do you manage so many side jobs? The Prince of Part-Time Jobs is my common moniker. Little White Dragon of the Waves is merely a title bestowed upon me during my time working in a nightclub. As for why I undertake so many part-time jobs, the elder brother seemed to be on the verge of revealing something significant when he was interrupted by Guanggu. You all do not know this, but my elder brother is not only a remarkable comic artist but also an exceptional single father. Balancing comic creation while caring for a child is no easy feat. His numerous part-time jobs stem from a desire to provide better opportunities for his child. Guanggu knew that his senior brother spoke rather slowly, so he solemnly introduced him. However, mentioning that he was a single father upon their first meeting was rather inappropriate, don't you think? Did he not notice how agitated the senior brother became? As if he wished to strangle him. Initially, the senior brother basked in Guanggu's praise with a contented smile, but before he could fully relish the moment, Guanggu inadvertently revealed all his secrets. The senior brother, already slow of speech, was rendered speechless with indignation, merely pointing at Guanggu with trembling fingers. Sister Yifei looked at Guanggu with admiration, commending him for his audacity. Single father. Then this senior brother is certainly out of the running. My efforts to help you pursue Xiuxua were not in vain. In a bid to salvage his image, the senior brother introduced Wang Yu to his unique part-time jobs, such as formaldehyde purifier, negative review eliminator, and water quality monitor, among others. Wang Yu shuddered at the thought, exclaiming that if such were the nature of part-time work, she would prefer to return and apologize to her father. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, gazing at the senior brother with a newfound respect. Being a man is no easy feat, being a father is even more challenging, and being a single father is a task that seems almost insurmountable. Chapter 32, A Clever Rescue for Xian Ling. At 7 a.m., young Sam excitedly burst into room 3601, and indeed, he found Sister Yifei there. Sister Yifei, I have both good news and bad news to share with you, but you'll have to divide the oil sticks between the two. Young Sam gleamed with excitement, thinking it was the perfect time to mooch off a meal. Is this about Jumbo and Wang Yu again? Yifei languidly gazed at young Sam, slowly munching on her oil stick, clearly uninterested in this lazy glutton who, despite his culinary prowess, always relied on others for sustenance. Noticing Yifei's lack of opposition, young Sam eagerly snatched an oil stick, relishing a few bites before he slowly continued. Last night when I returned, I spotted Jumbo inviting Wang Yu to the movies. Really? That's wonderful. Jumbo has finally woken up. Thank the heavens. Yifei exclaimed, leaping up in surprise. The previous lethargy vanished in an instant. Their last plan had borne fruit, and Zhou Bo was indeed taking action. What movie? A horror film or a romance? An all-night screening or a couple seat? Don't get too excited, Sister Ifei. Given Zhou Bo's peculiar nature, what do you think he would choose? Yang San leisurely took a bite of his oil stick. Now in no rush. Zhou Bo, based on his character, would probably opt for Transformers. My goodness, how could he invite a girl to watch such a film? Ifei pondered for a moment, then smacked her forehead in regret, saying, if I had known, I should have paid more attention to Zhou Bo. At the very least helping him select a horror movie. Hehe, Sister Ifei, you overestimate Zhou Bo, and besides, there hasn't been a Transformers screening recently. Yang San replied with a hint of schadenfreude. You'd never guess how explosive the conclusion is. Ifei shot Yang San a sharp look, silently urging him to contemplate the implications. If it is Transformers, I suppose that's not too bad. If I recall correctly, it's titled, Life Exploring Saturn. Yang San smiled brightly at Ifei, mimicking Zhou Bo's contemplative gesture. Oh no. Ifei clutched her head in distress, suddenly recalling something. Wait. You knew about this last night. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Well, I only came over now to have an excuse to mooch off a meal. Yang San retorted confidently, shoving the last piece of oil stick into his mouth. Ifei regarded him with a knowing expression, realizing that this fellow only acted when there was a benefit to him. However, Zhou Bo was even more unforgivable, not even considering to consult her about such an important matter. All right, Sister Ifei, I've conveyed my message, and I've finished my breakfast. I shall take my leave now, no need to see me off. Yang San wiped his greasy fingers and strolled away, whistling leisurely. As for the tragic events that would unfold once Zhou Bo awakened, he deemed them inconsequential. Upon returning to room 3602, Yang San was surprised to find Guanggu already awake, sitting on the sofa, clutching his head and sighing dramatically. Guanggu, what's the matter with you? You look like a disgruntled wife this early in the morning. Yang San asked curiously, wondering if Xiao Shui had already tired of Guanggu. That seemed unlikely. They had only just reconciled a few days ago. School uniform. I haven't been in school for years. Where would I find a school uniform? Guanggu glanced curiously at his attire, realizing it was indeed his pajamas. Well, that was inconsequential. Why did you rise so early today? Why are you clutching your head? Yang San was certainly not Magia, incapable of serving as an encyclopedia. It was better to change the subject directly. He had overindulged in drink yesterday and was abruptly awakened by thirst, his head pounding as if it might split open. It was evident that Guanggu was suffering from a hangover, though he had only himself to blame, as they had decided to open several bottles of vodka after initially feeling the need for more stability. Would it be fair to avoid a hangover after such indulgence? Who told you to treat vodka as if it were mere water? Yang San remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. Guanggu appeared thoroughly regretful. Yet the sight of Yang San's smug expression only served to exacerbate his irritation. San-er, how can you even say that? We ordered drinks. And while the girls abstained, you, a grown man, also refrained. Did you not realize that I had to force the liquor down my throat? I dislike strong spirits. Besides, I did mention beforehand that I wouldn't be drinking. You cannot place the blame on me. Furthermore, even if we couldn't finish the drinks, surely you could have brought them back. Yang San was genuinely curious. Initially, they had been drinking with great enthusiasm, but after consuming other beverages, the combination became overwhelming. Once the drinks began to take effect, no one could bear to stop, and they resorted to various games and challenges to finish off several bottles of vodka. Ultimately, all but Yang San, the remaining 6 men were utterly inebriated. Had their vital signs not been normal, Fei Jie would have considered calling for emergency assistance. Suddenly, Guanggu found Yang San's reasoning quite compelling. Why had they brought back the leftover drinks yesterday? Was it truly necessary to consume them all? The one suffering the consequences was himself. San-er, you didn't stop me last night either. Ah, my head. By heaven, I certainly tried to prevent you. Yet you boldly declared that the Yamato people have never lost at the table. You even threatened to commit seppuku if I interfered. What was I to do? Yang San, although not particularly fond of Japan, had come to respect Guanggu over their time together. Really? I apologize. I must go to the publisher today, in this state. How can I possibly manage it? Guanggu lamented, cradling his head in agony. Is it truly that important? Can it be postponed? Upon hearing of a pressing matter, Yang San ceased his jesting. Important matters took precedence. It concerns the copyright of my manga. The company president is flying to Japan tomorrow. Surely, I cannot fly back just to negotiate. Guanggu expressed his regret. Had I known, I would have preferred to commit seppuku yesterday. Yang San looked at Guanggu in disbelief. Knowing he had pressing duties yet still chose to drink so heavily. I'll accompany you, otherwise, I genuinely worry about your ability to reach the publisher safely. Is that true? Thank you so much, San Erkuan. Guanggu said, deeply moved as he gazed at Yang San. Yang San's previously amused expression suddenly turned serious. Let us not mention it, San. We are still good friends. As twilight descended, what was initially thought to be a swiftly resolvable copyright issue unexpectedly dragged on for an entire day. Guanggu and Yang San had just emerged from the publisher's office. Thank you so much. Saner, I truly owe you my gratitude today. Otherwise, I would have been sold without even realizing it. Guanggu gazed at Yang San with immense appreciation. The representatives from the publishing house, noticing Guanggu's dismal state, intended to exploit the situation for their benefit. However, Yang San could no longer bear to watch. He instructed Guanggu to remain silent and confronted the negotiation team of 7 or 8 individuals single-handedly, ultimately causing 4 of them to suffer from hypertension and require hospitalization. In the end, under Guanggu's admiring gaze, the publisher's president could no longer sit idly by. He personally intervened, reprimanding the remaining negotiation members and assuring Guanggu that he had just returned to the company and that the previous actions were taken without his consent. He vowed to impose strict penalties for such behavior, somewhat pacifying Guanggu's emotions. Furthermore, he expressed a desire to offer Yang San a lucrative position. Yet, unable to hide his incredulity, Yang San made a few dismissive remarks before taking his leave. Watching Guanggu, who remained in high spirits, Yang San proceeded to explain the sinister intentions of the publisher's president. Instantly, Guanggu's elation transformed into fury, vowing to ensure that the entire publishing house would face the consequences. Help, help, help! At that moment, a faint cry for help, barely audible, reached their ears. Yang San and Guanggu quickly scanned their surroundings, discovering a young woman in her 20s half reclining by the roadside. Upon noticing their presence, she summoned all her strength to cry out, "Save me!" before losing consciousness entirely. Saner. What? Guanggu was momentarily taken aback, utterly bewildered. Suddenly, Yang San recalled, could this be Xi and Ling? Were they about to rescue Xi and Ling together? It felt perilously urgent. Guanggu, quickly call Yarling. Yang San began rummaging through the bag that Xi and Ling had dropped nearby, knowing that long-term patients often carry medication. Unfortunately, he only found an empty container. Saner, you take the call. They won't understand me. Guanggu awkwardly handed the phone to Yang San, realizing for the first time that a lack of proficiency in Mandarin could be life-threatening. Hello, this is Momo Pedestrian Street, number YY. We have encountered a patient who appears to be suffering from a heart condition. She has just fainted. Please dispatch an ambulance promptly. Yang San spoke quickly, fully aware that heart issues could easily be fatal. Every second counted. Please describe the patient's condition. I will guide you on first aid. Are you family? Are you aware of the patient's medical history? The emergency center responded swiftly upon hearing heart condition. We are merely passers-by. When we discovered her, she was clutching her chest, struggling to breathe, and her face was pale. She fainted shortly thereafter. There is a pulse at her neck, but her breathing is very weak, Yang San relayed, checking the pulse while leaning in to assess her breathing. There are 2 of you, correct? Allow me to instruct you on performing chest compressions. Place one palm over the lower third of the patient's sternum, and rest the other palm atop the first. Compress at a rate of 100 times per minute, while the other individual administers artificial respiration, continuing this effort until emergency personnel arrive. The speed of the emergency center's response is astonishing, clearly indicative of extensive training. Guanggu, you shall perform the artificial respiration. At this moment, Yang San, disregarding any notions of propriety between genders, directly engages in chest compressions. Fortunately, having practiced martial arts, he manages to maintain the demanding pace, otherwise, he would have faltered within minutes. Guanggu understands the urgency of saving a life. The earlier chaos was merely a reaction to an unexpected crisis, and now, having regained composure, he recognizes the gravity of the situation. Thankfully, it is quite late, and the hospital is nearby. The ambulance arrives swiftly within 15 minutes, and the professionals promptly take over the patient, connecting various specialized instruments. They also commend the exhausted Yang San and Guanggu for their timely and effective intervention. The patient's condition appears stable, having likely surpassed the critical phase. Yang San, utterly fatigued, feels as if his hands no longer belong to him, while Guanggu is merely suffering from prolonged oxygen deprivation due to administering artificial respiration. Nevertheless, upon seeing the doctors prepare to transport the patient to the hospital, both individuals muster the strength to accompany them in the ambulance. After all, one must see the rescue through to the end. In these times, how many hospitals refuse treatment without payment? Chapter 33. The $800 cake is not delicious. Perhaps it was due to Yang San and Guanggu's timely intervention, or perhaps the prompt arrival of the emergency personnel, but shortly after arriving at the hospital, Xin Ling regained consciousness. Did you save me? How can I repay you? Gazing at the somewhat bashful Xin Ling, Yang San's heart fluttered. Was she really prepared to offer herself in gratitude? No, that was not his preference. Forget about repayment. We should help each other when we're out in the world. By the way, I am Yang San from China, and this is Guanggu Shenqi from Japan. We are roommates. And you? Hello, I'm Xin Ling. If either of you don't mind, I could marry him. Xin Ling blushed instantly, captivated by the handsome appearance of her two rescuers. Marrying either would be a fortunate choice. Sorry, but Guanggu, being rather straightforward, was about to decline without a second thought, but fortunately, Yang San cleverly covered his mouth. Apologies, we need to discuss something for a moment. As Yang San dragged Guanggu out of the room, he muffled, "Let go of me." Although his words were unintelligible, he struggled to pry Yang San's hand away, finally gasping for breath. "San air. I nearly suffocated from your mouth covering mine after I survived the artificial respiration. I'm so sorry. I accidentally covered your nose too." Yang San was well aware of his own strength. Suffocating someone was merely a trivial matter. "San air, why did you pull me out? Do you actually have feelings for her? This is a case of adult self-defense." Guanggu suddenly suspected he had unraveled Yang San's nefarious intentions, staring at him in alarm. "You're overthinking it. Xin Ling is not my type. I simply wanted to inform you that although she has awakened, her heart remains fragile and cannot withstand any emotional distress. You were about to outright reject her, weren't you? You would have pushed her off a cliff." Though Yang San was yet to grasp the meaning of adult self-defense, he certainly recognized it as a negative phrase. "I see now. I nearly did something harmful with good intentions." Guanggu finally understood Yang San's earlier reaction. It is indeed a case of well-intentioned missteps, so Guanggu, think before you speak, or better yet, refrain from speaking altogether. Yang San was genuinely concerned that Guanggu might inadvertently leave Xin Ling in a vegetative state. After earnestly instructing Guanggu, Yang San re-entered the hospital room. Xin Ling seemed to genuinely regard them as her support, her gaze fixed on the doorway until they returned. At which point she sighed in relief and donned a sweet smile once more. "What have you decided?" It appeared Xin Ling was not foolish. She understood Yang San and Guanggu were discussing her. However, she clearly did not realize that they had not contemplated her repayment at all. "Xin Ling, we were very serious in considering this matter. Our decision is that once you recover, you must treat us to a grand feast." Yang San had no intention of bringing this up. He wished it to remain buried forever. Yes. Xin Ling, you must recover quickly. I can hardly wait." Guanggu felt that remaining silent was utterly unrealistic, so he decided to echo San Er's words, believing that this approach would lead him to no mistakes after all. He considered himself quite clever. Xining gazed deeply at the two men before her. It was indeed a rare fortune to encounter such splendid men simultaneously. Surely, this must be a compensation bestowed upon her by the heavens. Yet, she realized she could not simply embrace this gift. She ought to present herself in her finest state to welcome it. "Good man, wait for me. I shall soon reappear before you." From childhood to the present, Xining had never possessed such resolute confidence in confronting her heart condition. However, this time, she resolved to heal the heart that had burdened her for 18 long years, so she could properly repay the blessings granted to her by fate. "All right, I will cook for you both. I can cook quite well," she smiled sweetly, reminding herself to further hone her culinary skills. Yang San and Guanggu exchanged glances and agreed, "Absolutely. Guanggu comes from a family of chefs. When the time comes, we shall cook together, and I shall certainly enjoy it." There was no need to look. It was undoubtedly lazy Yang San who uttered such words. For only he could articulate the act of enjoying free food so justifiably. "Xining, Do not heed San Er's words. My family may indeed be culinary experts, but his cooking skills are no less than mine. He simply prefers to avoid the effort. Guanggu unabashedly exposed Yang San, while simultaneously complimenting him, as he had always held admiration for Yang San's culinary prowess. Is that so? Then let us three cook together. Xining relished the banter among friends, as her family background and health issues had deprived her of companions throughout her life. Unfortunately, at that moment, the on-duty nurse arrived to usher them away. Xining had just recovered and required rest, and given the late hour, others needed rest as well, while they continued to revel in lively conversation. Yang San and Guanggu promptly promised to visit her the following day before hastily returning to the love apartment. To their surprise, even at such a late hour, the apartment remained bustling with activity. In room 3601, Zhangbo exclaimed, "Sister, you deceived me. I waited for 3 hours, and no one came." His face was a portrait of indignation as he addressed Yifei. "What? That's impossible." Yifei responded, her expression one of disbelief. If no one had arrived, then what had just transpired with Wang Yu? "Yifei, you spent 800, and this is what you got in return." Teacher Zhang had a penchant for noticing the peculiar. He immediately fixated on the cake box in Zhangbo's hands. "What? This was a gift from the bar." Zhangbo was evidently furious, and Yang San had never witnessed him in such a state. "Wait, 800. I see now. You placed a bet to watch me make a fool of myself." "Bet? What kind of bet?" Yifei grew increasingly confused by Zhangbo's words. "You spent 800 to hire that woman to deliberately stand me up, proving my inferiority, right?" Zhangbo's anger reached a boiling point as he pointed an accusing finger at Yifei. "I am your sister. If you were to hire someone, it would be to encourage you." In her moment of desperation, Yifei inadvertently revealed the truth, realizing too late the consequences of her words, and could only regretfully cover her mouth. "What did you just say? Do you mean to say that I have admirers, and they are all hired by you?" Zhangbo replied, visibly deflated as if struck by a fatal blow. "I invited someone to dinner, and now I must pay an additional 800 yuan, only for that person to flake out on me. Am I truly that undesirable?" Zhangbo lamented, while Yifei, in her desperation, struggled to find the right words. Yang San, overhearing, nearly burst into laughter at the absurdity of the situation. "Do you expect me to pay an extra 1,000? Zhangbo said, his tone resigned. "My point is, you need not pay the extra 800, Yifei attempted to clarify, though her explanation only muddied the waters further. "You see, Teacher Zen's implication is that you only need to pay 500. Yifei glared at Xin Shaoxian, who was relishing the spectacle, and shouted, "Shut your mouth." Unfortunately, Zhangbo had already resolved not to undergo further humiliation and turned to leave, declaring, "I shall become a monk." Yifei rushed to intercept him, saying, "No, Zhangbo, at least you haven't left empty-handed. What benefit could there possibly be?" Zhangbo retorted, bewildered. "I noticed Wang Yu was jealous," Yifei remarked, taking a desperate gamble. "Jealous of what?" Zhangbo inquired, still lost. "It matters because I saw Wang Yu storm upstairs in anger," Yifei exclaimed excitedly. "That's because I told her I couldn't accompany her to the movies." Zhangbo dropped another bombshell, shocking not only Yifei and Teacher Xin but even the eavesdropping Yang San, who was left speechless. "Why not?" Yifei voiced the collective curiosity. "Because I am waiting for a cake, which I labored 3 hours to obtain," Zhangbo stated matter-of-factly, brandishing the cake, which caused Yifei to faint from sheer disbelief. "Ha ha ha!" Yang San could no longer contain his laughter, marveling at the rarity of someone like Zhangbo. "Sanner, get in here!" Yifei's furious shout caught Yang San off guard, as he was unsure where to direct his frustration. Ahem, he stammered, still chuckling, as he sheepishly stepped back inside. "Yifei, what a coincidence." "Indeed, quite the coincidence. You and Guangku were absent all day, and now you return just to stir up trouble." "Right?" Yifei shot him a cold glare. "I was initially going to vent my frustrations on Xin Shaoxian, but now that you've pranced in like this, don't he blame me?" No, I was merely on the balcony, basking in the moonlight. I was about to head to bed. Goodbye, Yifei." Yang San hastily made an excuse to escape, not wanting to face Yifei's fury. "Stop right there," Yifei shouted without hesitation. "If you do not provide me with a satisfactory answer, I shall make you pay for my wrath." "Oh, Yifei, how about I help you deal with Zhangbo?" Yang San proposed, deciding to throw Zhangbo under the bus since this whole mess originated with him. Upon hearing the name of Zhang Bo, Yifei immediately regained her composure. If the matter concerning Zhang Bo could be resolved, then everything else would be inconsequential. Agreed. As long as you can make Zhang Bo profoundly recognize his mistakes, this matter shall be settled. No problem. Yang San exhaled softly, realizing that sacrificing a teammate was indeed the path to success. Zhang Bo, your sacrifice will not be in vain. We will remember you every year during Qingming and Chongyang festivals. Zhang Bo, let us first indulge in your cake. Yang San refrained from mentioning that he was actually quite hungry, as rescuing Xinling earlier had indeed been a physically demanding task, and he had even had a sip of water since. This cake has a tad too much cream, Yang San remarked while stuffing the last morsel into his mouth. Observing Yifei's increasingly darkening expression, Yang San straightened his posture and said, Ahem, Zhang Bo, do you realize where you went wrong in this situation? I merely lost my focus for a moment. Who would have known that the cake would disappear upon my return? It took me 3 hours to acquire it. Let me rephrase that. Why did you choose cake over Wang Yu? Yang San felt it was best to be straightforward, otherwise, this genius, adept at hacking, might fail to comprehend his inquiry. Because this cake took me 3 hours to obtain. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Bo replied, Sanner, you devoured it all by yourself. I haven't even had a taste. Look at you, you still fail to grasp the gravity of the situation. Yang San gazed at Zhang Bo with exasperation, utterly perplexed as to how he managed to pursue Wang Yu. Though unaware of their plans for the day, he could glean from Yifei's words that Zhang Bo had instigated these events in his quest for Wang Yu. Am I right? Indeed. Last night I wanted to invite Wang Yu to the movies, but she declined. My sister advised me. Zhang Bo instinctively began to divulge the details, but Yang San interrupted, stating that as enough, let us not delve into your sordid plans. So, why did Wang Yu agree to go to the movies with you just now? Wasn't that your original intention? Why did you not accept? Yang San delivered a decisive blow. Zhang Bo finally processed the situation. What have I done? I let a golden opportunity slip through my fingers. Sangu, what should I do? Is it too late to invite Wang Yu to the movies again? Now you realize the urgency. Wang Yu is currently quite upset. It would be best to wait for another opportunity. Yang San observed Zhang Bo, whose emotional intelligence had finally kicked in, and continued, you just inflicted a considerable wound, at the very least. Allow her to stop the bleeding before approaching her again. Yifei, my task is complete. Are you satisfied? Yang San grinned at Yifei, nearly bowing in deference. I suppose you barely pass. Please take your leave. Yifei's anger had subsided, and she was too weary to hold Yang San accountable. Yes, I take my leave. Yang San dashed away, realizing that in the future, gossip should be approached with caution, lest he inadvertently step into the line of fire again. Chapter 34. The ticket incident. On this day, as Yang San stepped into the elevator, he was startled to see Sister Yifei storming in, her expression ablaze with anger. Sister Yi, what's wrong? It's Saturday. How about we unwind at a bar? Yang San cautiously inquired, fully aware that had they not been alone in the elevator, he would have remained silent. Saturday. Sister Yifei seemed suddenly ignited by something, her icy aura erupting with a palpable intensity. With a dispassionate glance at Yang San, she retorted coldly, San-er, do not mention Saturday again, otherwise, I shall ensure you have no weekend at all. In that instant, Yang San comprehended the situation. It was evident that the school had imposed extra work, a truly inhumane act. Rarely does one encounter a weekend only to be burdened with additional duties. Such leaders are the most detestable, oblivious to the plight of others. Soon, they arrived at the 6th floor, and Yang San instinctively took a step back to allow Sister Yifei to exit first, trailing behind her like a devoted subordinate. Hey, Yifei. Has your family prepared any funds for Zhang Bo's future wedding? Upon entering, Yang San discovered that Ziqiao was also present in room 3601. A rare occurrence as he was typically out pursuing romantic interests. Why the sudden inquiry? Has Zhang Bo found someone? Sister Yifei's anger dissipated immediately upon hearing the mention of Zhang Bo's marriage. It was indeed paramount to further the family's legacy. I propose we allocate those funds for a brain transplant for Zhang Bo, otherwise, he shall never make use of that money. Ziqiao remarked. A look of regret etched on his face as he gazed at Zhang Bo, speaking languidly. What nonsense are you spouting? Sister Yifei shot Ziqiao a frosty glance, declaring, I'll settle this matter after I've had my fill. Ziqiao, has your family set aside any funds for you? I believe it's time to allocate some for a kidney transplant. Otherwise, by the time you marry, they will be of no use. Yang San interjected mysteriously from behind Sister Yifei, addressing Ziqiao. Initially curious about Yang San's intent, Ziqiao's demeanor shifted as he listened. And he abruptly leapt up, pointing animatedly at Yang San, exclaiming, San, you may question my character, but never my capabilities. How can I pursue romance with such rumors circulating? Ah, I understand. Kimchi. Koreans adore their kimchi, Zhang Bo suddenly exclaimed with enthusiasm. Ah, just shoot me now. I cannot remain here any longer, lest my intelligence be compromised. Ziqiao turned away, feeling as if he were a doctoral student grappling with elementary school problems. And as he reached the door, he spun around to say to Zhang Bo, I know a neurologist I can introduce you to, though he is a veterinarian. His rates are quite reasonable. Yang San chose to disregard Zhang Bo and Ziqiao. Heading directly to the kitchen where he promptly seized an apple and began to munch on it, relishing the delightful taste of others' provisions. Sister, do you think Korean girls prefer kimchi or hamburgers for breakfast? Zhang Bo pondered, believing that inquiries regarding women should incorporate their perspectives. Although he questioned whether Sister Yifei could be classified as a woman. What concern is that of yours? Why not show some care for your sister, you heartless wretch? I've toiled all morning for that wretched lecture, and I haven't even had breakfast yet. I'm starving. Sister Yifei suddenly erupted in frustration. While Yang San cheerfully munched on an apple, exclaiming, this time, it wasn't me who stepped on a landmine. How? You are like a camel in the desert. You won't perish from hunger so easily. Zanbo, unperturbed, jested further. At that moment, Wang Yu dashed out of the room, bouncing over to the refrigerator, where she retrieved a bottle of milk. Good morning, Zanbo, Fifei, Sana. She greeted. Good morning. They chorused. Hey, Fifei, why haven't you gone to work yet? You'll be late. Wang Yu inquired as she poured the milk. Just as she was about to return the milk, she noticed an empty cup reaching out beside her, along with Yang San's greedy expression. Sorry, I've already been to work, I'm just back to replenish some energy. Sister Yifei retorted crossly. Really? Wang Yu said, her innocence shining through as she poured milk for Yang San. You've already had 10 classes. Time flies while I'm sleeping. It seems I can't afford to sleep anymore, or I'll age rapidly. Do you want to switch? I'd rather age in my sleep, enjoying the blessings I have. Sister Yifei rolled her eyes at her adorably naive friend and sighed in mock despair. Fei, your hard work will earn you bonuses, which you can use to buy plenty of skincare products, Wang Yu said, her naivety endearing. Exactly, sister. You always taught me that the early bird catches the worm. Zhang Bo chimed in, noticing his sister's less than cheerful demeanor and quickly offering comfort. Ha, but I've come to realize I was mistaken. The early worm gets eaten by the bird. Sister Yifei quipped, delivering a dose of bitter wisdom. So the question arises, do you wish to be a bird or a worm? Yang San timely posed a philosophical question while finishing his cup of milk. However, hard work surely brings rewards. Wang Yu continued her motivational speech. Indeed, but what you receive is not always what you desire, and it is quite likely to be something no one else wants either. Yang San mused, preferring the bitter truths over empty platitudes. You're right, Sanner. Our dean was very pleased with the celebrity lecture I organized, so he decided to reward me with another lecture tomorrow. My weekend, gone. Sister Yifei grew increasingly irate, and Yang San thought that if she could, she would definitely deliver a few sharp retorts to that dean. Sister, don't be upset. As engineers of the human soul, all our efforts will not be in vain. Everything we do is for the great rejuvenation of our nation. Zhang Bo exclaimed, his ability to spin tales impressively evident. The achievements of today will benefit generations to come. Truly magnificent. Assessment complete. Wang Yu, though somewhat suspect of following the crowd, was granted a pass. Sister Yifei, don't fret. Once this busy spell is over, you can dive straight into the next round. Yang San seemed a bit cheeky today. Sanner, please refrain from speaking. Your voice alone fills me with dread. Without a moment's hesitation, Yifei dismissed Yang San's remarks. Observing the slightly enthusiastic Zhang Bo and Wang Yu, she interjected, you two should refrain from speaking further. If you continue, my lofty ambitions might just touch the ceiling. Regrettably, I can no longer attend the concert for which the department had gifted me 2 tickets to Dofang Xinqing. Should I return them? Such trivial matters, what sort of concert is it anyway? Zhang Bo, mid-sentence, suddenly regained his focus. What did I just hear? Dongfang Xinqing. I am not familiar with it. Is it akin to TV's Dofang Shikong? Yang San nearly spilled his milk upon hearing Yifei's words. Yifei, that statement reveals your true age, he exclaimed incredulously. Wang Yu had been secretly glancing over, but her angle was poor, and she was unable to discern the ticket's details. No, I had intended to go. Perhaps I might even encounter Bai Yansong or someone of that caliber, Yifei said cheerfully. But why Bai Yansong? Does Yifei have a penchant for mature men? What Bai Yansong? This is the most popular group in Korea, a supergroup across all of Asia. I have many friends who are infatuated with them, Wang Yu remarked, showcasing her extensive knowledge of the fashion and entertainment realms. What? Korean? So I can't meet Bai Yansong after all. In that case, I have even less reason to go. Yifei lamented. However, Wang Yu's focus was not on the concert's allure. Unable to see the ticket's content, she seized the ticket from Yifei's hand directly. It's in the front section, Wang Yu exclaimed in surprise, but Jumbo dashed in from behind, snatching the ticket away. The front section. Jumbo rejoiced, but Yang San remarked. What are you thinking with that lewd expression? Unable to bear it any longer, Yang San set down his top and dragged Jumbo toward the balcony. Zambo, struggling fiercely, shouted. My ticket, my ticket. Sanner, what are you doing? After being pulled away by Yang San, Jumbo finally found relief upon reaching the ground, though he sulked. If it weren't for Yang San, the ticket would be in my hands by now. Jumbo, what am I to say to you? You weren't really thinking of fighting Wang Yu for the ticket, were you? Yang San looked at Jumbo, whose intelligence seemed remarkably low. Of course, even if Wang Yu is a girl. For the sake of the ticket, I would face any obstacle, Jumbo proclaimed, mimicking Ultraman's classic pose, leaving Yang San in a cold sweat. What does that have to do with Ultraman? He merely fights monsters. Your aspirations are not so grand. So, you plan to stop pursuing Wang Yu? Yang San was quite straightforward with Jumbo. Well, ever since the last incident, I feel hopeless, Jumbo replied, his spirits deflated. Having never pursued a girl before, he was always apprehensive. You're foolish, even if you haven't chased after a girl, you've seen enough movies. Have you ever witnessed a male lead successfully wooing the female lead at the first attempt? When pursuing a romantic interest, one must set aside their pride. For it is the audacity that reigns supreme. Do you understand? Yang San cast a disdainful glance at Jumbo, questioning whether he fancied himself a paragon of charm, expecting the girl to pursue him instead. However, what should I do now? I am utterly at a loss. Jumbo, who had intended to muster some resolve, faltered under Yang San's piercing gaze. Forget it. For now, you should remain here and do nothing. Yang San had long ceased to expect any remarkable display from Jumbo. Upon entering the living room, Yang San discovered Wang Yu grinning foolishly while holding concert tickets, while Yifei observed the girl with an odd expression. Yang San quickly signaled to Yifei, who promptly distanced herself from the giggling Wang Yu. Sanner, what are you and Jumbo plotting so mysteriously? Yifei inquired. Her curiosity piqued, as Yang San was either slacking off or preparing for something significant. One might wonder what kind of celestial being Dongfang Shengqi was, to have both of them acting so uncharacteristically. Yifei, this is simply a generation gap that is difficult to explain, but isn't it perfect the way they are? Yang San preferred to shift the focus onto Jumbo and Wang Yu rather than engage in a discussion about the new generation with Yifei. Are you suggesting that this concert is an ideal opportunity? Indeed, conversing with an astute individual is effortless. Yifei immediately grasped the crux of the matter, her eyes shimmering with excitement. Precisely. Since they both desire tickets, why not give each a ticket as a date invitation? Yang San stated nonchalantly, though Yifei's eyes sparkled even brighter. All right, it's settled. But how can we persuade Wang Yu to agree? Yifei remained resolute. That's simple. Wang Yu has just arrived in Shanghai and has few friends, just us, really. You won't be able to attend tomorrow's lecture, and I have no interest in Korean culture. Mei Jiao can persuade Guo to keep her occupied, while for Qiao, a mere glance will suffice to guide him in understanding. Yang San meticulously enumerated the individuals in the two suites, though it felt as if something was still amiss. Never mind, it hardly mattered. Yifei nodded along, finding Yang San's reasoning sound and highly feasible, yet she sensed a lingering void. Regardless, Yifei decisively concluded that the matter was settled. Chapter 35. The appearance of UMO. What? Am I really going with Shangbo? As soon as Wang Yu heard this, her cheeks flushed slightly. The thought of attending a concert alone with a male companion felt rather peculiar. Wang Yu, you have only recently arrived in Shanghai. And we cannot rest easy knowing you would be out alone at night. Additionally, we happen to have 2 tickets. So it is only fitting to find someone to accompany you, Yang San stated matter-of-factly, presenting a compelling rationale with clarity. But what about Fei Fei? Wang Yu began, considering that Fei Fei had a lecture and that Mei Jiao was unavailable. She thought of suggesting that Fei Fei, being a girl, would not make things awkward and could easily outnumber 2 boys after all. Safety was paramount. Regrettably, it seemed that was not an option. Mei Jiao is accompanying Guanggu to some forum tomorrow and doesn't have the time. Moreover, Mei Jiao can be even more reckless at concerts than you. It's uncertain who would end up looking after whom. Yang San swiftly extinguished Wang Yu's last flicker of hope, though she shuddered at the thought of Mei Jia's exuberance. Nian. Wang Yu racked her brain, pondering who else might be available. Ziqiao? If we give him the ticket, he might just sell it for cash. And San Air. He hardly appeared eager to attend. It seemed Zhang Bo was the only option left. Oddly enough, she felt as though something was still missing. Upon realizing that no one could accompany her, Wang Yu reluctantly acquiesced. Very well then. All right, it's settled. Yang San calmly informed Fei Fei. She instructed Wang Yu to prepare her outfit for the evening, advising her to arrive early to avoid the crowd. They then proceeded to the designated meeting spot with Fei Fei, the bar downstairs. Well done, San Air. Fei Fei remarked approvingly as she observed Yang San. In the apartment, Yang San was the only one reliable enough to manage matters without causing unforeseen mishaps provided, of course, that he did not slack off. For he could summarize what should have been 2 or 3 chapters into a single line. Sangu, I truly owe you one this time. Thank you, Zhang Bo exclaimed, equally enthusiastic as he addressed Yang San. Zhang Bo, there remains but one question, Yang San declared, determined to ensure everything was executed flawlessly. What question? They both replied in unison, perplexed, since everything seemed to be in order. The question is, do you possess an outfit that matches Wang Yu's ensemble? Upon hearing this, Fei Fei's eyes lit up. Yang San, observing Zhang Bo's still bewildered expression, bluntly stated, Wang Yu is from a wealthy family, and her attire consists of luxury brands. Selecting an outfit for the concert should pose no challenge for her. The real concern is whether you have something suitable. We wouldn't want others mistaking you for someone from the countryside. I don't have. Zhang Bo finally murmured, his spirits deflating after a prolonged silence. So, Fei Fei, please investigate what Wang Yu plans to wear and quickly take Zhang Bo to assemble a matching outfit. We aren't looking for anything extravagant, just something that complements. Yang San directly instructed Fei Fei, confident in her discerning taste. Sure enough, within half an hour, Fei Fei returned, bringing with her a striking photo of Wang Yu that left Zhang Bo utterly mesmerized. At that moment, Guanggu stepped in holding a shoebox. Hi, Ifai, Saner, Zhanbo, he greeted. Hi, Guanggu-kun, they replied in unison. Would you like to guess what's inside? Guanggu gently placed the shoebox on the coffee table and mysteriously tapped it. Let me guess. I bet it's shoes. Ifei teased, having just resolved Zhangbo's issue and feeling a bit mischievous. Do we really need to guess about shoes? Guanggu was taken aback by Ifei's playful banter, momentarily at a loss for words. He waved his hand and slowly opened the shoebox. Look! Wow, what an adorable puppy. Indeed, no woman could resist something so fluffy, even if Ifei was merely biologically female. She scooped up the little dog joyfully. Is this a teddy? Yang San ventured hesitantly. Impressive. Guanggu exclaimed, that's what the pet store people called it. He gazed at Yang San in admiration. You really know everything. Guanggu-kun, what did you buy this puppy for? Ifei asked while petting the dog. I'm giving it to Mei Jia, Guanggu said proudly. Giving it to Mei Jia. Guanggu, are you moving away? Yang San interjected suddenly. Moving? Of course not. It's just an ordinary gift, Guanggu replied, somewhat perplexed but earnest in his explanation. But why a teddy? Don't you know it has a rather notorious nickname? Yang San shot a disapproving look at Guanggu. Now that this little fellow is here, should I consider moving? Saner, be clear, what nickname could frighten you so? Ifei also became curious. How could such a delightful creature scare someone as lazy as Yang San? Well, this teddy has a well-known moniker, Tyree Tian. Yang San reluctantly divulged the dog's infamous nickname. Observing the puzzled expressions on their faces, He felt compelled to elaborate further. This little guy truly embodies the essence of everything can be sung. From the heavens to the earth, even the air, nothing escapes its rays. Yifei's hand froze mid-stroke, and she, along with Zhang Bo, gazed in astonishment at the brown song. Wait a moment. What does that even mean? Guanggu clearly struggled to grasp the profundity of the Chinese language. Zhang Bo glanced at the two esteemed individuals beside him. His happiness now relied on them. He meticulously organized his thoughts, striving to explain the meaning of Tai Ritian in simple terms. Nanny! Guanggu exclaimed. His face a picture of shock as he looked at the little creature in Yifei's hands, utterly unable to connect Zhang Bo's words. Sanner, is this true? Did the pet store show no reaction when you bought this puppy? Yang San countered. Ah. The clerk did have a strange expression when I mentioned I was giving it to a girl, but I didn't pay much attention at the time, Guanggu recalled. Suddenly exclaiming, what should I do? Can this little fellow be returned? You just bought it. I'm not sure about returns, but swapping for another should be fine. Yifei, hesitant to embrace the little creature any longer, gently returned it to the shoebox just as we prepared to depart together. Is it truly permissible? She inquired, expressing her gratitude with a heartfelt thank you very much. Observing Yifei and the others so eagerly assisting him, Guanggu expressed profound appreciation in his heart. By the way, where are you all headed? On their way to the pet store, Yang San elucidated their purpose for the outing. Guanggu continuously encouraged Zhang Bo, assuring him that he would certainly help distract Meijia. At the pet shop, Guanggu successfully exchanged for a big-eyed chihuahua, an idea sparked by Yifei, who remarked on the adorable size of its eyes. Although Yang San and the others failed to see the charm, Guanggu decided to heed Yifei's opinion. The sole woman in their group, the entourage then ventured directly to Nanjing Road, a bustling hub of commerce often dubbed the foremost shopping street in China, where every luxury item imaginable could be found, along with an array of unexpected trinkets. Yang San observed Yifei leading Zhang Bo through various high-end boutiques. Witnessing Zhang Bo's transition from initial excitement to a state of numbed compliance, merely changing outfits and striking poses mechanically. Initially, Yifei sought Yang San's input on the outfits, but upon noticing her exuberance, he felt overwhelmed and responded with vague affirmations. This set is fine, this one works too. Eventually, Yifei rolled her eyes and disregarded Yang San, while Guanggu, standing at 187 centimeters, appeared to possess a heart akin to that of a young girl, enthusiastically accompanying Yifei in her clothing selection, continuously offering commentary and suggesting that Zhang Bo's hairstyle was lacking and that perhaps he should get it styled as well. As Yang San leisurely sat in a chair perusing a magazine, he suddenly heard a voice that was both unfamiliar and familiar. Looking up, he was astonished to find it was Qin Yumo. What a surprise to encounter her now. Yao Mo, long time no see, Yifei exclaimed. Equally astonished to run into her long-lost friend while shopping, her excitement visibly heightened. Zhang Bo, is this your sister's friend? I hadn't heard of her before, Yang San remarked. Feigning ignorance, Zhang Bo, relishing his rare moment of respite, settled down to massage his stiffened face and replied slowly, this is Qin Yumo, my sister's classmate. They've been in the same class since elementary school. And who is that bearded gentleman beside her? Yang San inquired, noticing Richard, a uniquely styled man, unexpectedly present. Why does he always wear light blue wool sweaters despite being affluent? I don't know him, Zhang Bo replied after a lengthy pause, leading Yang San to humorously suspect he was suffering from constipation. Allow me to introduce you. This is Yumo, my dear friend. This is my brother Zhang Bo, whom you've met before. This is Yang San, you can call him Sana. And this is Guanggu, a remarkable Japanese manga artist. We are all roommates, Yifei enthusiastically introduced everyone. Hello everyone, Yumo greeted graciously. Yumo, are all these your friends? Why not introduce me to them? Richard, having noticed the gathering from a distance, approached with a casual demeanor. Hello, I am Richard, a friend of Yumo, he stated. Yang San secretly felt relieved and nodded. They were still just friends. It seemed that Umo had not fallen for the trap yet. However, it was evident that Richard had already taken an interest in Umo, and it seemed necessary to eliminate him as a competitor. Sanner, what are you daydreaming about? Let's go. Yifei noticed that Yang San was still standing in place, lost in thought, and immediately shouted. Yang San felt the peculiar gazes from those around him, wishing he could silence Yifei's loud voice. Why shout so loudly? Did she fear that his nickname would not spread far enough? In the end, under Yumo's suggestion, Zhang Bo purchased a new outfit, proving that his fashion sense far surpassed Yifei's. Yifei, that Richard fellow is pursuing you mo, isn't he? Yang San decided to give Yifei a hint, hoping she might have some good ideas. It seems so. What is this, Sano? Are you interested in UMO? Yifei teased. Please, we only just met. I merely have an unfavorable impression of that Richard. Yang San found Yifei's reaction both amusing and exasperating. He acknowledged his feelings for UMO, or rather, for all the main characters in the apartment. Was he to develop feelings for them all? An unfavorable impression. Sanner, even if you claim indifference towards UMO, you've already taken on arrival. Yifei had not expected her light-hearted banter to lead to such a serious implication. Yifei, I meant to say that Richard gives me a similar vibe to Ziqiao. Yang San felt defeated by Yifei. Indeed, her mind was anything but ordinary. Ziqiao? Yifei paused, puzzled as to why he suddenly mentioned Ziqiao. After a moment of reflection, she seemed to uncover a clue. Are you saying that Richard is also a playboy? That's uncertain. I merely wanted to give you a heads up. Yang San noted that Yifei had finally grasped the situation but felt compelled to remain vague, shrugging his shoulders. Sanner, do you have any plans? I've invited UMO to the apartment tomorrow. If you have any ideas, let us resolve it together then. Yifei, now increasingly worried, found herself anxious to solve the problem immediately. Come on, Yifei, this issue has only just arisen a few minutes ago. For now, you should focus on Zhang Bo. Yang San rolled his eyes, wondering if Yifei thought herself a superhero. Chapter 36. The arrival of UMO on the following day. Yifei dragged along the only available companion, Yang San, to meet UMO. Why was he the only one? Because Zhang Bo and Wang Yu had sent Yifei out for a shopping spree, under the pretext of avoiding traffic later in the evening. But how many hours were left until the concert began? Meijia and Guanggu were attending an anime forum. Yes, you heard correctly, Meijia accompanied him, reportedly moved by the little dog Guanggu gifted her, which solidified her resolve to be with him. As for the puppy, it was supposedly being fostered by Xiao Hei, while Ziqiao was seldom seen during the day. Yifei, where are we headed? Yang San, confused, inquired as Yifei prepared to drive out Zonglosher's gray sedan. We're picking up UMO. Didn't I mention I had arranged for her to come today? Yifei replied, astonished at Yang San's forgetfulness. Ha! Is UMO also directionally challenged? You can't possibly drive Zonglosher's car. That would be too embarrassing. Yang San expressed his disbelief, feeling a bit exasperated with Zonglosher. I understand you want to save on car wash expenses, but you shouldn't neglect that entirely. I didn't intend to. But the only car I can get in the short term is Zonglosher's, Yifei admitted, feeling helpless. After all, among the two suites, only Xing Shaoxian owned a vehicle. And borrowing from a colleague at school in a pinch was out of the question. Is it urgent? Yang San asked, curious. Not particularly. But I'm just worried that if we delay, we might hit peak traffic, Yifei explained, her mood surprisingly cheerful as she elaborated. Hearing that it wasn't urgent, Yang San seized Yifei's hand and hastily departed. After turning left outside, they hailed a taxi. Fortunately, during this time, he had managed to sell off various antiques brought back from the world of Mr. Zombie, and his account was comfortably flush with several million, just enough to purchase a new car. As he simply could not tolerate Zonglosher's gray sedan any longer. Sanner, why are you taking a taxi? Are you planning to return by taxi later? That would cost a fortune. Yifei realized the implications once she got into the car. Driver, take us to the nearest 4S dealership, Yang San instructed the taxi driver. Disregarding Yifei's concern. A 4S dealership? Sanner, are you planning to buy a car? We're just picking someone up. Is it necessary to buy a car? Yifei exclaimed in sheer disbelief, and even the taxi driver nearly forgot to drive, abruptly halting for a moment in surprise. He quickly regained his composure to continue driving, contemplating the whims of the wealthy buying a car just to pick someone up. Would he buy a plane if he were picking someone up from the airport? What are you talking about, Yifei? I've been planning to buy a car for quite some time. I just got busy and forgot recently, Yang San replied, bemused by Yifei's thought process. Oh, really? Ha ha! Yifei chuckled awkwardly. Sir, there's a car exhibition at the exhibition center up ahead today. And I've heard they offer a 1-hour package with license plates included. What do you think? The taxi driver suggested after regaining his composure. An hour later, Yang San was driving a brand new Wrangler, with Yifei by his side, speeding down the road. Regrettably, There were no dramatic incidents of ostentation and face-slapping to encounter. Sinner. Who would have thought you possess a heart of a tough man? Yifei gently caressed the rugged interior of the Wrangler, revealing her evident fondness for it. Could it be that I was once filled with the sentiments of a young girl? Yang San wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. Sinner. I've been meaning to ask you, since I never see you at work, what do you usually do? Yifei had long been curious about Yang San. The only one in the apartment who neither worked nor lacked for money. She simply had not found the opportunity until now to satisfy her curiosity. As for me, consider me a gold digger. After a moment of contemplation, Yang San slowly replied to Yifei. Gold digging? Is it related to Taobao? True to her nature, Yifei, despite her tough demeanor, still exhibited the common traits of women, with her shopping cart on Taobao perpetually overflowing with treasures. That's a different matter. Currently, I profit from trading antiques, which is about it. Yang San dared not admit he only sold and did not buy, lest they think he was engaging in tomb raiding. Oh, well, that's not much different from Taobao. Aren't you just selling things? Yifei boldly summarized. Yang San was left speechless, as long as she was happy. Nothing else mattered. Fortunately, they soon arrived at Yu Mo's residence, sparing Yang San from further awkward conversation with Yifei. Through the rearview mirror, he observed Yifei and Yu Mo chattering endlessly in the back seat, utterly perplexed by why women always seem to have an inexhaustible supply of words. Even a tough woman like Yifei was not exempt. Sanner, is this car really newly purchased? Yifei had exchanged words with Yu Mo and, after a moment of hesitation, Yu Mo slowly addressed Yang San. Yes, Teacher Zen's old car was simply too decrepit. I couldn't bear to drive it any longer. Yang San focused on the road, prioritizing safety, and thus did not catch what Yifei had said. Sanner, we are not suited for each other. I do not accept younger men. Yu Mo hesitated but ultimately decided it was best to be clear. Yee! Yang San was taken aback, nearly crashing the newly acquired car into a tree, and hastily braked while gripping the steering wheel, exclaiming to Yu Mo, don't pay heed to Yifei's nonsense. I acknowledge you are indeed beautiful, yet we have only met twice at most. I do not believe in love at first sight. My decision to buy a car was premeditated. I simply lacked the time before. Are you sure? Yifei, ever the spectator enjoying the unfolding drama, chimed in with a rather peculiar tone. Yifei, if you continue like this, I might not return. You can tip Yu Mo out for your fried rice. Yang San forced himself to calm down, casting a composed glance at Yifei, having witnessed her return with an armful of groceries earlier. Brother San, please show some leniency and forgive this little woman just this once. For the sake of food, Yifei was determined to win him over. Gazing at Yang San with her sparkling, doe-like eyes. Do not mention Yang San. Even Yu Mo was taken aback by Yifei's sudden transformation. Since Yifei took out karate, such expressions have been a rarity. Even gentler demeanor has been seldom seen. Yang San felt an unsettling chill run down his spine. As if countless goosebumps had formed, he quickly urged Yifei to cease her behavior, fearing that if this continued, an accident would surely occur. Yifei, please. Let's remain good friends. Enough chatter. Speak further, and I shall take action. Yifei instantaneously reverted to her original, straightforward self. Her words brusque yet oddly endearing to Yang San. Thus, the trio playfully bickered their way back to the apartment, with the time nearing noon. Yang San hurried to the kitchen to prepare a grand feast, while Yifei escorted Yu Mo to tour the two suites. Yifei, your place is quite lovely, Yu Mo remarked, comparing it to her own apartment during the tour. Although her own residence was located in a more bustling area, it lacked a sense of belonging, feeling more like a transient than a home. Indeed, the love apartment is renowned in this vicinity. Yifei expressed her satisfaction with the apartment's ambience. At that moment, Yifei and Yu Mo returned to the kitchen, where they beheld Yang San's remarkable culinary skills. The ingredients in his hands seemed to dance to life as he deftly transformed them from their mundane forms into exquisite creations, showcasing nothing short of culinary artistry. Yifei, would it be acceptable if I disregard my previous remarks? Yu Mo gazed at Yang San, who was diligently preparing the ingredients, momentarily entranced. It is often said that a man is most handsome when he is earnest, and Yang San, to begin with, was undeniably attractive. Yifei observed Yu Mo's captivated expression with surprise. Could Yang San truly have a chance? But was that not preferable? In the future, she could simply seek sustenance from Yu Mo. Indeed, I must play matchmaker for these two. Yu Mo, for the sake of my future cravings, you must yield. Just then, an unexpected guest burst in, shattering the rare tranquility of the moment. Teacher Zhou emerged from the bathroom clad only in a towel, large headphones perched on his ears, a toothbrush clutched in his mouth, and his hips swaying as he moved, whether due to the angle or his engrossment. He remained oblivious to the three individuals in the kitchen, dancing awkwardly in the living room. After a prolonged moment, he finally removed the toothbrush and pondered. How many seconds was that? Truly, a signature skill of Teacher Zhou. Satisfied, Teacher Zhou turned back to return to his room, only to find Yifei, Yang San, and an unfamiliar beauty staring at him with wide eyes and gaping mouths. Startled, he quickly averted his gaze, asserting to himself, I distinctly confirmed that both suites were vacant. It must be an illusion. An illusion for certain. Ah, the audacious saying. Awakened by the murmurs of Teacher Zhou, the three individuals reacted in varying degrees of shock. Yang Mo, clutching her eyes, turned away and let out a scream, while Yang San pondered how many cups might shatter if they were carelessly left around. Sister Yifei, undeterred by the nearly frantic Teacher Zhou, shot him a furious glare. Had it not been for the kitchen knife in Yang San's hand, Teacher Zhou might have already collapsed. Meanwhile, Yang San seized his phone to capture this iconic moment, believing it too precious to squander. Finally coming to the realization that this was no mere figment of his imagination, Teacher Zhen's face flushed crimson, his exposed skin glowing as if scalded. Smoke seemed to rise from his head as he covered his face and dashed into the room. At that moment, while it was wise to shield his visage, he ought to have been mindful of his surroundings. In his panicked rush, he tripped over the television cabinet, abandoning all pretense of composure as he stumbled into the room. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud, prompting Yumo to finally cease her screams, though her hands remained clasped over her chest, clearly still shaken. Yang Mo, would you believe me if I said I don't know him? Yang San ventured, glancing at the still fuming Sister Yifei. He felt compelled to speak up to prevent Yumo from harboring any lingering fears. He handed her a glass of warm water. What do you think? Yumo shot Yang San an incredulous look, clearly unconvinced by his feigned innocence. Nevertheless, his diversion had succeeded in calming her somewhat. She accepted the glass and sipped slowly, her agitation gradually dissipating. At that moment, Sister Yifei remembered her friend was still present. She decided to set aside the debacle involving the troublesome Teacher Zhou for later. As she had initially intended to introduce Yumo to the charming ambience of the apartment, hoping to persuade her to stay. However, it seemed that plan had now cooled considerably. Turning her gaze, she noticed Yumo had composed herself, sitting calmly in a dining chair, sipping from her glass. It was evident that Yang San had already soothed her, prompting Yifei to smile appreciatively at him before sitting down beside Yumo. Soon, Yang San showcased his culinary prowess, preparing a sumptuous feast that restored Yumo's spirits. Yet, the earlier fright lingered, and not long after the meal, Yumo expressed her desire to leave. Sister Yifei's repeated entreaties to stay bore no fruit, and she reluctantly asked Yang San to drive Yumo home. As she watched Yang San and Yumo depart, a glint of determination flickered in Sister Yifei's eyes. She strode purposefully to Teacher Zhen's door and, with a swift kick, sent it flying open. Troublesome Zhang, prepare for my counterattack. Chapter 37. The tasteful convertible. Following the rather scandalous incident, Teacher Zhou had secluded himself for an extended period, emerging only at night and returning at the break of dawn, perfectly evading everyone, thanks to the late-night schedule of his show. Until one day, ding dong. Ding dong. Upon receiving 4 identical messages on his phone, Yang San felt an involuntary twitch at the corner of his eye. Such flamboyant messages suggested that Teacher Zhou was back to his usual self. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Bo approached Yang San, inviting him to the bar downstairs, claiming that the long-missing Teacher Zhou had finally made an appearance, and they should gather a group to witness the spectacle. To their surprise, they stumbled upon a striking convertible parked below, yet the owner had the audacity to keep the top down, drawing a crowd of onlookers, especially children. Breaking news. We just spotted a stunning convertible downstairs. Upon entering the bar, they discovered Teacher Zhou playing cards with Sister Yifei and Mei Jia, confirming that he had indeed returned. Given his audacious demeanor. Indeed, I saw it too. It was magnificent. Mei Jia exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Who doesn't he love a fine car? Come now. Ask me whose car it is. Teacher Zhou declared, a smug expression adorning his face, relieved that someone had finally inquired, almost bursting from the anticipation. Mei Jia fixed her gaze on Teacher Zhou, then quickly turned to Sister Yifei, asking, do you know who it belongs to? I bet the owner is a wealthy and handsome gentleman. I've been keeping an eye out, but I haven't discovered anything yet, Sister Yifei responded, clearly intrigued. Ask me, I implore you. Teacher Zhen's bravado faltered, realizing the script was not unfolding as he had envisioned. Why would we ask you? It's surely isn't yours. We see your gray Xiao Li every day, Mei Jiao retorted, indifferent. That's not gray, it's white. Just has he been washed in years. The last time San Air bought a car, it was because he didn't want to drive mine. Sister Ifei seized the opportunity to poke fun at Teacher Zhing. Teacher Zhing, I don't mean to criticize, but your frugality is rather excessive. Look at your Xiao Li, the dust on it is nearly thicker than your skin. Yang San had approached just in time to catch Sister Ifei's jibe, adding his own commentary. Everyone, I hereby announce that the convertible parked outside belongs to me. Teacher Zhing declared, bracing himself against the verbal onslaught. Though only the novice Zhangbo seemed to believe his outlandish claim. Whose car did you steal? Sister Ifei, knowing Teacher Zhing for years, was well aware that regardless of how he acquired the vehicle, she could not allow him to gloat. Steal? A friend of mine insisted I drive his car, saying he wanted to bask in the limelight. Teacher Zhing feigned nonchalance. How much does it cost per day? It must be quite expensive, Yang San interjected suddenly. 1,200, of course. Teacher Zhing instinctively responded, only to realize too late the implications of his words, leading him to slump onto the sofa in silence. Ha 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 ha! Echoed the laughter. Teacher Zhing, that limelight truly expensive. Mei Jie laughed so heartily that she struggled to catch her breath. Yet she still offered her respects to Teacher Zhing. Hee, have you finished laughing? Do you think I desire this? The individuals who grace the television station are all renowned figures. Surely, I cannot arrive driving a humble Xiao Li tomorrow. That would be utterly embarrassing. Teacher Zhing smiled a sardonic smile, casting a resentful glare at Yang San before excitedly proclaiming, Zhing Xiaoxian, you are overthinking this. Indeed. The celebrities would never drive a Xiao Li, but as for you, the prerequisite for embarrassment is to be recognized. Even if you rode a bicycle, no one would recognize you. Sister Ifei violently stifled her laughter, offering a kind-hearted consolation. Rest assured, Teacher Zhing, should you arrive in that convertible, at first glance, you would indeed resemble a star. Yang San chimed in, laughing, exactly. At first glance, one might even mistake you for a certain celebrity. Teacher Zhing, disregard their words. You are our pride. Would it be possible for me to accompany you? I could serve as your chauffeur. That would add a touch of flair. Zhangbo surprisingly entertained such mischievous thoughts, evidently having learned some mischief himself. That makes sense. Zhangbo is quite considerate, Teacher Zhing mused, ignoring the cacophony of laughter around him. Envisioning Zhangbo driving, himself donning sunglasses while perusing a newspaper. If only there were more flowers and beautiful women, it would be perfect. Absolutely. It's settled. Not so fast, Zhangbo. Do not entertain any whimsical ideas. I know you simply wish to drive. You just obtained your license 3 days ago and now you dare to take to the road. The television station requires taking the elevated road. How can you manage that? Sister Ifei, with a swift glance, discerned Zhangbo's intentions and without hesitation intervened before he could get too excited. Who Ifei? Why can't you appreciate Zhangbo's earnestness? What do you mean by wanting to drive? Do you think everyone is as narrow-minded as you? Zhangbo is merely trying to support me. Teacher Zhing was unwilling to let his freshly conjured dream dissipate so easily, directly countering Sister Ifei's objections. Yes. Teacher Zhing is my eternal idol. Zhangbo exclaimed, determined to drive, even flattering Teacher Zhing. While Yang San observed the two of them chuckling foolishly, thinking they were quite the spectacle. I said no, and I mean it. Sister Ifei, at a loss for a better excuse to oppose, could only assert her stance firmly. Are you his caretaker? Pay her no mind, Zhangbo. Tomorrow, I officially appoint you as my driver. That is settled. Teacher Zhing surprisingly took a firm stance, pulling the car keys from his pocket and handing them to Zhangbo. Wonderful! My maiden drive will be in a convertible. This will surely be the talk of the town. Zhangbo exclaimed excitedly upon receiving the keys. His exuberance too loud for the ears present, causing even Teacher Zheng's forehead to twitch with irritation. Sister Ifei, if Zhangbo wishes to drive, let him do so. After all, he has already obtained his license. You cannot keep him from driving forever. It would have been better not to let him take the test at all. If his skills are lacking, practice makes perfect. Who has he started as a novice? Yang San observed that Ifei was feeling quite powerless in front of the irrevocable Zhangbo, and he stepped in to offer some encouragement. Looking at Zhangbo, who wore a face full of gratitude. Yang San continued, Zhang Bo, Yifei is merely concerned. However, as a novice, it is essential to have an experienced driver by your side while navigating high roads. Let Yifei sit beside you. It will ease her worries, won't it? Upon hearing this, Zhang Bo's heartfelt gratitude swiftly transformed into anxiety, for having an older sister beside him would undoubtedly inhibit his confidence. Yet, Yifei, initially displeased, began to sparkle with excitement at the thought of being the seasoned driver, assuring herself that with her guidance, nothing could possibly go right. At that moment, Wang Yu arrived at the bar, eager to share her discovery with everyone. However, her tone was far more subdued compared to Zhang Bo's enthusiasm, akin to casually mentioning a new hairstyle. Just then, Teacher Xing, having forgotten his previous discomfort, proudly gestured to himself. Teacher Xing, is that your car? Wang Yu questioned skeptically. Indeed, it is, Teacher Xing replied with satisfaction, patting his chest. It's rented. 1,200 a day, quite expensive. Yifei chimed in from behind, imitating Teacher Xing's usual cheeky tone, instantly deflating his pride. Many onlookers were present, and Wang Yu hesitated, as if she wanted to reveal something to Teacher Xing. It's perfectly normal, he boasted, oblivious to her underlying intention, growing increasingly self-satisfied. My father also owns a convertible, but he always puts the top up when parked. Wang Yu remarked, her tone remaining flat. As for wealthy individuals, a car merely represented a lavish toy. However, her gaze bore a hint of condescension. Ha! What do you mean by convertible? Teacher Xing exclaimed, demonstrating an open-top gesture, with Zhang Bo, his sycophant, mimicking him. But if you put the top up, that little boy wouldn't be in the driver's seat, urinating. Wang Yu could no longer bear to witness the smugness of Teacher Xing and Zhang Bo and bluntly delivered a shocking piece of news to Teacher Xing. Unfazed, Teacher Xing lounged on the sofa, engrossed in his game. Yet, within mere seconds, he flung down his cards and dashed outside. Laughter erupted all around. Zhang Bo remained caught in a dilemma of whether to laugh or cry. Zhang Bo, I feel reassured about your driving tomorrow. This car has been thoroughly blessed, so nothing should go wrong. Just, it might have a strong odor, Yang San teased mischievously from the side. I definitely won't be riding in your car tomorrow. Mei Jiao swiftly rejected. The allure of the convertible diminished drastically upon her revelation. San Air, you should join us tomorrow. We'll ride in your car, Yifei declared after a moment of hesitation, resolutely assuring Zhang Bo, don't worry, I won't abandon you, I'll be sitting beside you. By the way, do you need a mask? I will buy two. Zhang Bo became even more disheartened. The convertible, once a symbol of innocence, had now transformed into a rather risky version. What should I do? I'm anxiously waiting for a response. What are you all discussing? ISNT, that car, Mr. Kuhns. What does it have to do with Zhang Bo? Wang Yu, who had just arrived, was utterly perplexed. Was this some new inside joke? Why couldn't she comprehend it? Mei Jiao quickly explained the entire situation to Wang Yu, who nodded in understanding while casting sympathetic glances at Zhang Bo. Poor child. Sanner, I'll ride in your car tomorrow, Wang Yu said to Yang San without a moment's hesitation, completely disregarding Zhang Bo's hopeful gaze. Chapter 38, The Traffic Jam Extravaganza. On the afternoon of the second day, just a couple of hours before Teacher Zhen's event, two vehicles departed from the love apartment, one trailing the other. Leading the way was Teacher Zhen's flamboyant convertible, driven by Zhang Bo, embracing the extravagant style wholeheartedly. The passengers included Sister Yifei, Teacher Xing, and the oblivious Ziqiu, while in Yang San's rugged jeep were Mei Jiao, Wang Yu, and Guanggu, who had been coaxed into the ride by Mei Jiao. As Teacher Xing proclaimed, today he was the star of the show and thus needed to be in the lead. Sanner, your car is incredibly cool, exclaimed Guanggu, seated in the passenger seat, his face alight with excitement as he surveyed the surroundings, clearly enamored with the jeep. Yang San leisurely followed the convertible ahead, though the pace was rather enjoyable. Observing an elderly gentleman overtaking him on the adjacent lane, Yang San couldn't help but smirk. Guanggu, I'm not familiar with the roads in Shanghai. Please assist me with navigation. Let's not follow Zhang Bo any longer. Indeed, Guanggu replied, relieved not to be in Zhang Bo's vehicle. Mei Jia, you truly possess foresight. Under Wang Yu's guidance, Guanggu successfully set up the navigation system, looking quite fortunate. He had initially hoped to ride in the convertible, unaware that Mei Jiao's reasons for denying him that pleasure were quite different. However, perhaps under the cruel influence of Murphy's Law, Yang San's jeep and Zhangbo's convertible found themselves on the elevated expressway at the same time, both encountering a significant traffic jam. It must be noted that, at Yang San's suggestion, they had started their journey an hour earlier than in the original narrative. Yang San glanced back at the convertible where Teacher Zhing was seated, pondering whether the man was somehow fated to clash with the television station. At that moment, Zhangbo, misled by Ziqiu, was gesturing a thumbs down towards a black jeep, presumably on the verge of despair. Before long, Sister Ifei returned from the front with the latest updates, there has been a rear-end collision involving 8 vehicles, 7 of which are Japanese cars. Fortunately, there are no casualties, however. The traffic will undoubtedly be stalled for a while. Guanggu, in a fit of agitation, tugged at his hair, exclaiming, I told you the Central Ring Road is a harbinger of misfortune. I just hope today doesn't shatter my record of 13 laps around it. Teacher Zhing feigned calmness, stating, surely we won't circle 13 times. Guanggu looked down at Teacher Zhing. You're underestimating the situation. I fear we might be stuck for 13 hours. Hello, it's me again. What are we sending this time? A pump. Great. Meijia, exhilarated, was on the phone after Sister Ifei's return, although the identity of the recipient remained a mystery. Meijia. Who were you talking to just now? Wang Yu inquired curiously, as everyone leaned in to listen. The traffic station, the one that broadcasts traffic updates. Once, when I was stuck in a jam, I heard their announcement inviting citizens to call in with traffic conditions. Out of boredom, I called. And they later sent me a huge box of toothbrushes. Meijia recounted with enthusiasm. Really? They give away items too. What are they sending this time? Sister Ifei, who had initially shown little interest, suddenly perked up at the mention of free gifts. Yang San calmly retrieved several folding tables and a number of folding stools from the back of the Wrangler, setting them up on the elevated platform. A car-mounted television was prominently displayed, alongside a portable refrigerator and a large bag of snacks. He even unearthed 2 decks of playing cards, beckoning everyone to join in the fun, urging them not to just stand there foolishly. The onlookers, including Sister Fei and others, were taken aback by the unexpected items emerging from the trunk, their mouths agape in astonishment, remaining in a state of disbelief until Yang San had everything arranged. Hey! Close your mouths, they'll fall off if you keep gaping. Yang San remarked nonchalantly, observing the awestruck expressions of the crowd. Truly, what foolish mortals. Sanner, your Wrangler is magnificent, rivaling even my father's RV. Wang Yu was the first to recover, possibly due to her innocence or her familiarity with various vehicles. She found nothing particularly odd about it. Sanner, is your vehicle from Doraemon? How does it contain everything? Meijia joyfully tore open a bag of chips, settling down beside her to indulge. Guanggu Jun was equally intrigued, circling the Wrangler and inspecting it closely. Is this really Doraemon? It surpasses Mario by leaps and bounds. Yang San observed the scene with a serene demeanor, slowly sipping his tea. While I may not be familiar with the roads in Shanghai, I am well acquainted with the traffic conditions. Congestion is a common occurrence. Hence I must be prepared with a few essentials. Wonderful. Sangu, does your Doraemon have any tools to help me escape this place? I would love a bamboo copter. Teacher Zhing gazed at Yang San's Wrangler with the earnestness of a drowning man clutching a life-saving straw. Bamboo copter. Why not ask for an anywhere door instead? Yang San retorted with mild irritation. Even if I had such a thing, I wouldn't lend it to you. Is there really an anywhere door? That would be splendid. Teacher Zhing was unconcerned about specifics, merely eager to leave this dreadful locale. There is no anywhere door, nor a bamboo copter, but I do have a folding bicycle. Yang San rose once more, retrieving a folding bike from the trunk, assembling it with a few swift motions before offering it to Teacher Zhing. A bicycle? That will do. It's certainly faster than my own legs. Teacher Zhing eagerly mounted the bike, seemingly intent on riding it straight to the television station. Wait a moment, Teacher Zhing. You don't intend to ride that to the station, do you? Yang San regarded him with a patronizing look. Is that not permissible? Teacher Zheng was intercepted mid-thought, initially prepared to bristle, but the sight of Yang San, who had provided him with the bicycle, rendered him suddenly awkward. Teacher Zheng, surely your master's degree was purchased? We've barely left the elevated road. If you ride back, you'll need to find a subway entrance after descending. With those short legs of yours, how long do you expect it to take? Yang San was adamant that after all his preparations, Teacher Zheng must not miss the live broadcast, lest Guanggu Jun would insist on a ritual suicide for him. As Teacher Zheng listened, his eyes sparkled with understanding, and after expressing his gratitude to Yang San multiple times, he paddled away with a jaunty wobble. "Senor, do you have any Ludo?" Ziqiao returned, shaking slightly. And after gulping down a bottle of cold water from the mini fridge, he addressed Yang San, observing the smoke and soot enveloping Ziqiao. Yang San realized that Ziqiao had foolishly allowed the Mini Cooper to electrify him. One might mistakenly believe he had been struck by lightning on a sunny day. While Yang San admired Ziqiao's relentless spirit in pursuing romantic conquests, it was evident that such reckless endeavors had led him into quite a predicament. Shaking his head, Yang San rose to retrieve a set of Ludo, a cherished item belonging to Ziqiao that he could never forget. Thus, Yang San and his companions engaged in various games on the elevated highway. Some played cards while others indulged in Ludo. They had a mini refrigerator for refreshments, and Yang San had even brought along an electric kettle and instant noodles. Onlookers might have thought they were embarking on a picnic, for their supplies were remarkably ample. With Yang San's group leading the way, the previously somber atmosphere on the highway dissipated entirely. Others began to take a more proactive approach to the unexpected situation, retrieving water, food, and portable tools from their vehicles. It was surprising to see how resourceful many were. Numerous individuals had car-mounted televisions and refrigerators. The formerly impatient crowd began to gather around the various vehicle-mounted screens, sipping drinks, nibbling snacks, and engaging in light-hearted conversations. One family even brought along a portable karaoke set, with enthusiastic singers surrounding it. What began as a frustrating traffic jam transformed into a grand outdoor feast, leaving even the traffic officers who arrived to maintain order utterly astonished. This scene was undoubtedly unprecedented. Finally, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Teacher Zen's program commenced. Yang San and his companions paused their activities, riveted by the car-mounted television. Teacher Zen emerged, bouncing onto the scene like a circus monkey, eliciting cheers from the audience. Yet, oblivious to the absurdity of the situation, Teacher Zen continued to revel in his own enjoyment, leaving Yang San feeling embarrassed. He vowed never to acknowledge Teacher Zen in public again. Merely 10 minutes into the program, Yang San noticed Chong Ryu clenching her fists multiple times, her lips twitching involuntarily, and her smile appearing rather strained. For the first time, Yang San realized that being a host was no easy task. At that moment, Chong Ryu seemed to receive a prompt, deftly redirecting the conversation to the Central Ring Road. Teacher Zen, having lived in Shanghai for so many years, you must be familiar with the Central Ring Road. What impressions does it leave you with? Caught off guard by Chong Ryu's sudden pivot, the ever-loquacious Teacher Zen flinched at the mention of the dreaded Central Ring Road. Though uncertain of Chong Ryu's intent, the seasoned host continued to elaborate on the topic. The Central Ring Road is truly unforgettable for me. To be honest, I was stuck there for 2 hours. While others might not have noticed, Chong Ryu, seated beside Teacher Zen, detected his subtle shiver, coupled with the earlier conversation and messages from the backstage. It was evident that Jing Shaoxian had also been trapped on the Central Ring Road. But how had he managed to escape from the elevated highway? Did Teacher Zen encounter a severe traffic jam as well? According to the latest news, the Central Ring Road has been congested for nearly 3 hours. My vehicle was caught in the traffic shortly after entering the elevated roadway. And it was only thanks to the assistance of a dear friend that I managed to escape this dreadful situation, Teacher Zen expressed with a sense of relief. Oh, I see. Teacher Zen is indeed fortunate. Was this dear friend initially intended to be a supporter in attendance? Fortunately, a colleague from the television station is already on site. Perhaps we could arrange for an external connection to compensate for the absence of your friend. Chong Ryu intended to steer the conversation towards the traffic jam. And now an opportune excuse presented itself. Why not seize the moment? Is that possible? Splendid! Senor, did you hear that? Quickly summon our colleagues from the television station for the connection. Teacher Zen was quite delighted, as he had originally intended to join in support. But who could have anticipated this wretched traffic? Can they view our program from the elevated roadway? Chong Ryu felt a bit bewildered upon hearing Teacher Zen's remark. Chapter 39, Elevated Carnival indeed, Sana has brought a car-mounted television. Teacher Zen exclaimed with pride, initially somewhat displeased with Yang San's collection of assorted items. His satisfaction had now reached an all-time high. At that moment, Yang San on the overpass was taken aback. They want to connect with us live. Wait. That's not the crux of the matter. What did Teacher Zen just call me? If Yang San remembered correctly, Ryuyo was a nationwide program, implying that his Sana had already gained national recognition. I don't wish to become an internet celebrity. Sana is here. Hurry up and connect. Sister Ife. unconcerned with Yang San's momentary daze, shouted at the nearby television crew, her voice resonating like thunder. The television staff, evidently operating under directives from above, quickly arranged the setup after confirming identities, promptly transmitting the signal back to the station. Teacher Zhou Ying, observing the familiar outdoor cooking scene on the large screen established by the production team, asked, "Sanner, can you hear me?" Teacher Zhou Ying, "I'll be waiting for you on the rooftop tonight. I promise I won't kill you." Yang San, having already embarrassed himself beyond measure, disregarded his image and threatened openly. Teacher Zhou Ying suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Yang San's combat prowess was on par with Hu Yifei's, definitely not to be trifled with. "Hello, Sanner." Chong Rui, nearly bursting into laughter, followed suit since Teacher Zhou Ying had always called him Sanner. "Miss Chong, how do you do? I am Yang San." Yang San introduced himself, enunciating each syllable distinctly. "Sanner, I heard that today's massive traffic jam has turned into a carnival. Is that true? And are you really on the overpass? I feel as if you're having a picnic." Chong Rui feigned ignorance of Yang San's forlorn gaze, persistently addressing him as Sanner. Come on. We're going live. Everyone, say hello." Yang San glanced at the mischievous Chong Rui, disregarding her words and directly addressing the audience. The viewers couldn't contain their laughter at the playful dynamic between Chong Rui and the childlike Sanner. "Hello everyone, I am Hu Yifei, currently a university lecturer." Sister Yifei stated calmly into the camera, unfazed by the situation, having encountered similar scenes numerous times before. "Mina-san, konnichiwa, hello everyone, my name is Guanggu SHNQ. A Japanese manga artist currently working on Love Triangle Cat. I appreciate your support." Guanggu excitedly bowed at a 90-degree angle towards the camera, seizing the rare opportunity for free advertisement. "Hello everyone, my surname is L, my name is Bu, courtesy name Zichio. You can all call me Shiobu. Miss Rui. I wonder if you still remember me. Back in the day." Zichio, upon realizing the television crew's presence, somehow procured makeup supplies and applied a heavy layer of makeup. After being singed previously, he needed it to cover up, speaking rapidly and constantly vying for the camera's attention. It was only when Yang San could no longer bear it that he dragged him away. "Greetings, everyone. I am Meijia." However, Meijia seems a bit overwhelmed, her speech tinged with hesitation. "Meijia, what is 11 times 12? Upon noticing her uncertainty, Yang San felt the need to interject and alleviate the tension. Let me think. 7 times 1 is 7, 2 times 7 is 14, 3 times 8 is 24. Then there are the International Women's Day, Labor Day, and Children's Day." As Meijia pondered what to say next, Yang San's comment prompted her to instinctively raise her fingers and start counting, while the photographer, desperately stifling laughter, revealed the comedic nature of the moment. "Hello, I am Jambua." And then, silence fell. It was Jambua's first time addressing the camera as a tech enthusiast. "Let us not question why Wang Yu is absent. She has run away from home. While we cannot be certain whether her father is aware of her whereabouts, one must tread carefully. Hello everyone, I have a question on behalf of the group. I believe you are all curious about where these tables and chairs come from. I can even vaguely hear someone singing karaoke. Are we really in Central?" Chong Rui rolled her eyes, thinking that if one were to fuss over such trivial matters with a beautiful woman, they would likely remain single forever. I know. All of these items were retrieved from Senna as Wrangler. It's like Doraemon, it has everything." Meijia, now accustomed to the camera's presence, began enthusiastically introducing various items. "Doraemon? Does it really have everything?" Chong Rui, astonished that so many items were extracted from the nearby Wrangler, quickly turned to Yang San. "Do you have a telescope?" After calmly sipping his coffee, Yang San leisurely turned to the passenger side and produced a retractable portable high-definition monocular. "What about mahjong?" Yang San then strolled to the trunk to retrieve a mahjong set. "And a PS3? Yang San stood at the back of the vehicle, confidently presenting a PS3. The onlookers, including those watching the show, were left in utter disbelief as Yang San continuously pulled out tangible items from various compartments of the Wrangler, the trunk, the glove compartment. Beneath the seats everything was concealed within. This truly resembles Doraemon. Chong Ryu herself was momentarily dazed, gazing enviously at the Wrangler, murmuring, "Goodness, Sanner. What else do you have hidden in your Doraemon?" Teacher Zhou Ying, noticing how Yang San had overshadowed him, expressed surprise at his preparedness. "Fortunately, there aren't many items left. Yang San replied nonchalantly after taking another sip of coffee, adding, "Today has been exhilarating, and all my prior efforts were indeed worthwhile. Sanner, you are simply remarkable culinary skills. Martial arts, songwriting, and now Doraemon." Meijia looked at Yang San with admiration. "If it weren't for Gu's earlier intervention, you would undoubtedly be the perfect boyfriend." Martial arts and songwriting? Chong Ryu was filled with doubt, questioning whether she had misheard. Cooking was one thing, as many young people nowadays were adept at it, however. Songwriting was not a skill one would typically associate with an ordinary person, let alone martial arts, which she had only ever witnessed on television. Indeed, San Air had previously composed a song that was absolutely delightful, and Meijia seemed to transform into an enthusiastic fan. Furthermore, San Air was also proficient in Baoji Kuang, which was rather intimidating. Listening to Meijia's unwavering confidence, Chong Ryu remained somewhat skeptical, yet considering they were live streaming, it seemed unlikely for her to make baseless claims. "San Air, could you perhaps showcase your talents for us?" Although Chong Ryu's words sounded like a request, the staff had already brought in a portable KTV setup. Accompanied by a large group of eager spectators, who appeared ready to boo should she refuse to sing. Yang San Can took the microphone from the staff with a beaming smile, retrieving a guitar from her jeep. Noticing the audience's increasingly gleaming eyes, she decided against singing her previous composition, deeming it unsuitable for the current ambience. Instead, she began strumming another tune, which went, "Stop in traffic, no way out, panic not. It's just a route. Lamborghini, Rolls-Royce, all in line, Aston Martin speeds, but cannot shine. Land Rover, Hummer, Mercedes, BMW, Cadillac, Infiniti, Maserati 2. Audi has lost its edge, stuck in the fray, 3 hours in. We've moved just 55 meters today." The crowd found the melody peculiar, and the lyrics even more so, yet they inexplicably swayed in rhythm. Despite its oddity, the song resonated perfectly with the current situation, as they were indeed stuck like sausages in a line. As the song concluded, the audience erupted into applause, chanting for an encore. However, Yang San would not continue. For this was not a concert. She returned the KTV equipment to the excited owner, who seemed reluctant to take it back. Finally managing to extricate herself from the fervent fans, Yang San returned to her jeep, only to discover that the live connection still had not concluded. Was it truly necessary to keep the connection going for so long? Meanwhile, Meijia was explaining to Chong Ryu the events that had transpired earlier, such as when Teacher Zing had considered running to the television station during the traffic jam, and how the atmosphere transformed from a frustrating traffic jam into a jubilant celebration. Naturally, the focus remained on Yang San's antics. At this moment, Chong Ryu noticed Yang San back in front of the camera and interrupted Meijia's continuous chatter. Asking Yang San, "San Air, could you demonstrate Baoji Kuang for us next? Everyone is curious about how your wooden dummy on the rooftop became so battered." Yang San stared at Meijia in astonishment. "I was gone for just a brief moment, and you've already shared so much. You even revealed my secrets." The 8 extremes fist can be disregarded. Traditional martial arts are meant for combat, not for performance. Yang San, without a moment's hesitation, flatly refused, putting on an air of indifference. "You can say whatever you wish, but I shall not comply. Go ahead, if you dare." At that moment, Teacher Zeng, present at the scene, felt a twinge of unease. Wasn't it agreed that today he would be the star? Even the connection to the central line could be overlooked. And while he tolerated Sen's prominence, why was Sen's Doraemon so immensely popular? Fortunately, the program had a time limit, and Chong Ryu had no choice but to sever the external connection, returning to a forced conversation with Teacher Zing. Teacher Zing eagerly recounted his carefully prepared jokes, but the expression on Chong Ryu's face indicated a rather mediocre reception. Thankfully, the program time concluded swiftly, and after a significant sigh of relief, Chong Ryu hastily departed, leaving Teacher Zing behind. He made his way backstage to find Lisa Rong. "Lisa, if the budget falls short next time, just let me know. I can cover it. Please. For the love of all that is good, do not bring in such eccentric characters again." Had it not been for that unexpected external connection, I truly wondered if I could survive until the end of the show. Chapter 40, Low-Pressure Atmosphere. Since the last Central Circle Carnival, Yang San and his Wrangler have ascended to the status of a new generation of internet celebrities. Yang San's Wrangler has officially been dubbed Doraemon, attracting throngs of admirers who come to take photographs daily. Each time Yang San visits the bar, he is greeted by acquaintances who affectionately call him San Air. However, he merely regards Teacher Zing with a frigid gaze that scans him up and down, causing Xin to tremble in trepidation. After teacher Zhong returned from his previous excursion, Yang San had taken him to the rooftop, where he witnessed Yang San unleash his fury upon a newly acquired wooden dummy for 2 arduous hours, mercilessly dismantling it. The icy demeanor in Yang San's eyes was unmistakable. On this particular day, as Yang San returned to his suite, he sensed an overwhelming low-pressure atmosphere enveloping the space. There he found Kuang Gu, sipping a glass of plain water while toothpicking. The palpable tension radiated from Kuang Gu, permeating the surroundings. What was amiss? Spotting Ziqiao indulging in sushi at the dining table, Yang San instinctively took a seat and joined him, knowing that pleasantries were unnecessary. For Ziqiao would never extend such courtesies. The tide have turned, it seems. Rumor has it that the former president of the publishing house choked to death on sushi. And the new president has little appreciation for his comics, likely leading to their demise. Kuang Gu had invested all his finances into his manga, resulting in bankruptcy. As Ziqiao casually relished the sushi, Yang San nearly choked on his own. Why not switch to another publishing house? There are plenty to choose from these days. After swallowing the sushi with great effort, Yang San patted his chest, exclaiming, I nearly choked to death myself. Moreover, San Air, do you remember Kuang Gu's girlfriend, Shao Shui? Ziqiao glanced discreetly toward Kuang Gu as he spoke softly. Of course, the girl you brought back, only for Kuang Gu to seize her first. Yang San remarked nonchalantly, not at all perturbed by the perceived wickedness of their previous plan. Let us not dwell on that. We are still good friends. Ziqiao nearly choked on Yang San's retort. Last night, Shao Shui broke up with Kuang Gu, citing his boredom as the reason. What a refreshingly unique excuse! Yang San exclaimed, while Ziqiao shrugged in agreement, acknowledging the truth of the matter. It was clear that the dual blows of love and career could understandably lead to a bout of melancholy, but it would soon pass. Hold on. I'm not finished yet. Ziqiao interjected as Yang San, having finished his sushi, prepared to depart. He quickly stopped Yang San, insisting, you must let me finish. Leaving mid-sentence could be deadly, you know. Is there more? Yang San halted his rising foam and sat back down. Could Kuang Gu possibly be cursed? Ziqiao, now unhurried, savored the sushi thoroughly before swallowing, taking a sip of water before continuing. Isn't it Kuang Gu's turn to pay the phone bill this month? I initially planned to lend him some money, but he adamantly refused, even claiming he would rather commit seppuku. I couldn't outmaneuver him, so I tricked him into playing cards, intending to lose some money to him. Guess what happened? From the sound of it, you must have won, right? Did you not ease up at all? Yang San was aware of Ziqiao's usual unreliability. However, he could still be counted on during critical moments. It was a rare instance where Ziqiao was prepared to lose money could Kuang Gu be the one to falter. This was no ordinary feat. With a clear conscience, I genuinely let him win. This fellow must truly be plagued by misfortune, as I triumphed in all 32 rounds of show and now, my frustration has only deepened. Ziqiao was equally at a loss regarding Kuang Gu's current state. Under normal circumstances, he would have mercilessly taken advantage of him. But it was rare for young Master Lu to wish to do a good deed, and yet he was unable to accomplish it. Yang San was left speechless. Kuang Gu's luck was indeed a once-in-a-millennium occurrence. Furrowing his brow, Yang San discreetly opened his inside, examining Kuang Gu from above. It was indeed a matter of fortune, a domain in which I am not well versed. At that moment, Meijia noticed Yang San's return and rushed over, her voice laced with urgency. Saner, you're back. Do you have any way to help Kuang Gu? Just now, he asked me if there was a river nearby. In that tone, I genuinely fear he might do something reckless. Don't worry, Meijia, I will certainly assist Kuang Gu, and he is not so fragile. At most, he just needs to clear his mind. He would never contemplate jumping into a river, Yang San reassured her, simultaneously signaling to Ziqiao to handle his own girlfriend. Subsequently, Yang San entered Kuang Gu's room, which had transformed from an orderly space into utter chaos. Various sheets of drawing paper were haphazardly strewn across the floor, and easels lay scattered about. Clearly, the recent blows had taken a significant toll on Kuang Gu, who had even neglected to shave. What are you pondering, Kuang Gu? Yang San approached him, gazing at the pile of sketches together. Saner, do you think I am truly unsuitable for drawing? I have been trying so hard, yet I always seem to encounter failure. Kuang Gu spoke sullenly, his eyes fixed on the sketches without lifting his head. Yang San, initially prepared to console Kuang Gu, found himself nearly amused instead. Damn failure. Kuang Gu had certainly grasped the essence of the language. Kuang Gu, have you considered why you might be failing? Yang San restrained his laughter, his tone taking on an unusual quality. Why? I don't quite understand what you mean. Guanggu finally looked up, curiosity evident in his gaze. Instead of directly responding, Yang San pulled over 2 chairs, gesturing for Guanggu to sit, before leisurely continuing. Firstly, regarding your technical ability in drawing, I believe you are more than competent. Your work is not inferior to the best-selling comics in the market. Guanggu nodded, naturally confident in this regard. He had indeed invested considerable effort. Yet the mere thought of the love triangle dampened his spirits once more. Yang San recognized that mere encouragement would not suffice. He needed to be more forthright. Then why does this continue to happen? If I may share my personal perspective, Guanggu, your thinking is rather outdated. What era are we in? You remain fixated on drawing cats. Look at the most popular comics in today's market. Which protagonist is not human? Guanggu was rendered speechless by Yang San's words. After all, the truth was irrefutable. In the most popular comics of the moment, none of the protagonists were anything but human. Yet, what was he to do? Was he truly to abandon his beloved love triangle cat? This was his magnum opus. Yang San, noticing the struggle and helplessness reflected in Guanggu's eyes, understood that the situation was nearly set in stone. Thus, he continued to entice, Guanggu-kun, I am not suggesting that you give up on love triangle cat entirely. Rather, I propose that you temporarily shelve it. Once you have achieved success, you can certainly revisit its creation during your leisure time. At that point, it will no longer be regarded as a mere tool, but rather as a cherished sentiment to be expressed artistically. Wouldn't that be splendid? As Guanggu absorbed these words, his eyes began to sparkle with renewed hope. Saner, what you say is profoundly sensible. Why didn't I think of that before? It's settled then. Observing Guanggu's burgeoning confidence, Yang San recognized that the moment was ripe to further his persuasion. So, Guanggu-kun, do you feel ready to embark on a fresh beginning? Absolutely. But what should I draw? Guanggu replied enthusiastically, only to falter once more. How about I craft a story for you, and you can illustrate it? What do you think? Yang San proposed, recalling I's earlier reminder about the necessity of a reasonable income. Otherwise, drawing the attention of the relevant authorities would spell trouble. A story? What story? Guanggu's interest piqued instantly. He was well aware that storytelling was his Achilles heel, yet he found himself devoid of better ideas. Long ago, the continent was primarily divided into 5 great nations: the land of fire, the land of wind, the land of water, the land of lightning, and the land of earth. Correspondingly, there were 5 ninja villages affiliated with these nations: Kanahagakure, Sanagakure, Kirigakure, Kumogakure, and Iwagakure. Of course, there were also minor nations and smaller ninja villages. But only the leaders of the 5 great ninja villages could be referred to as Hokage, Kazakage, Mizukage, Reikage, and Sachikage. Our tale unfolds within the mightiest of them all, Kanahagakure. Yang San had long since perceived the peculiarities of this world. Certain elements existed while others did not. For instance, while One Piece and Detective Conan were present, Naruto was conspicuously absent. Thus, it was only fitting that Guanggu bring it to life through his artistry, especially as he was Japanese. Such a grand intellectual property ought not to be squandered. After briefly outlining the background, Yang San delved into a detailed discussion of the first episode, igniting Guanggu's excitement to new heights. This was truly tailor-made for him. When Yang San paused, Guanggu, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, Saner, are you truly going to let me illustrate this? It's absolutely fantastic. What happens to Naruto-kun later? Guanggu-kun, take your time to contemplate how you want to illustrate it. In the meantime, I'll draft a few episodes for you to experiment with, but the prerequisite is that you must design several characters to appear in the story. Yang San interjected, cutting off Guanggu's unending inquiries. Having said that, he exited Guanggu's room. Saner, how did it go? Upon stepping out, Yang San was immediately intercepted by Meijia, who had been waiting eagerly. You're quite impatient, aren't you? But is this truly wise? You are, after all, Zichio's girlfriend. Oh, Guanggu has regained his spirits, but let us not disturb him for now. He is busy conceptualizing a new comic. Yang San intercepted the cheerful Meijia, who was eager to rush in upon hearing that Guanggu had recovered. Fortunately, Yang San managed to stop her in time, otherwise, Guanggu's train of thought would surely have been disrupted, leading to further discontent. Saner, you truly have a knack for this. Had Guanggu not regained his composure, we might have found it difficult to enjoy our meals, remarked Zichio, though his tone carried a hint of bitterness, perhaps unbeknownst to him, as his eyes frequently darted towards Meijia. Once the harmonious development of the apartment was secured, Yang San resolved to venture to room 3601 in search of sustenance. However, it appeared that there was little to be found in the vicinity. To his surprise, the neighboring unit was entirely vacant. Surely, they had all descended to the bar below in the middle of the day. After rummaging through the kitchen to no avail, he discovered the refrigerator was lamentably bare. Could it be that Zichi had raided it? With no other recourse, Yang San made his way to the bar downstairs, only to find Meijia had mysteriously appeared. Engaged in light conversation with Teacher Zing. "Hi, Meijia, Teacher Zing." Yang San greeted them and had barely settled down with a drink when Sister Ife burst in, brimming with excitement. "You would never guess how astounding my performance was at Zhangbo's company." Without hesitation, Sister Ife seized a glass of wine just delivered by the waiter, sipping as she animatedly recounted her experience. "What were you doing? Stealing the spotlight? Wasn't it agreed that today's star would be Wang Yu?" Teacher Zeng looked at Sister Ife with a hint of disdain. "A leading role requires a rival, too. That slap I delivered was a perfect blend of softness and strength." Infused with resentment and affection, a poignant expression of the postmodern woman's vehement protest against this cold world, Sister Ife proclaimed, gesticulating dramatically with her delicate hands. Yang San felt a surge of sympathy for Zhangbo. It must be arduous to have such a sister. Hello. Shouldn't we pay some attention to the newcomers?" "I'm still in the dark about what scene you're shooting today," Yang San inquired. While he recalled that this involved Wang Yu pretending to be Zhangbo's girlfriend, he could not directly state it. There were times for questioning, after all. "Senor, let me tell you." Sister Ife immediately launched into an elaborate description of their day's performance, with particular emphasis on her memorable slap. Yang San listened attentively, nodding along, his gaze frequently drifting towards Teacher Zing, who appeared increasingly uneasy. It wasn't until Sister Ife concluded her tale of the illustrious slap that Yang San quirked an eyebrow at Teacher Zing and remarked, "Teacher Zing, preparing heartfelt bento for a man. When did your tastes become so pronounced?" "Ah, nonsense. That's not the case at all." Guanggu was feeling down. "And since you weren't here, I was the only one capable of making bento. Do you think I would choose to do this willingly?" Teacher Zing exclaimed, clearly agitated. This was a matter of principle, and clarity was essential for future encounters. "Teacher Zing, you needn't explain. We all understand," Meijia interjected nonchalantly, even mimicking Teacher Zeng's eyebrow raise. Beside them, Yang San and Sister Ife vigorously nodded in agreement, affirming their shared understanding. Yang San returned to his chamber, leisurely browsing through the system's marketplace. With a mere 550 dimensional points in his possession, he pondered whether it would suffice to acquire a new comic, while also reserving some for future realms. "Is there a novel version of Naruto available?" he inquired. "This system has it all. There is nothing you cannot obtain. Only what you may not conceive," the system boasted unabashedly, presenting the exchange page. 50 points. Yang San could not help but scoff at the system's outrageous pricing. How exorbitant! Yet, he deemed it worthwhile. He swiftly made the exchange, realizing that periodically delivering a few episodes to Guangku would be a clever strategy. Tonight, he was to traverse realms once more, and the anticipation bubbled within him. Chapter 41. Entering Yangguo. Yang San awoke, trembling from an intense chill. What was happening? Was the system playing tricks on him, perhaps leaving him in an ice cellar? Guo. Who was he calling? Could it be Yangguo? Was he also here? Yang San's mind was muddled from the cold, when suddenly, a wave of excruciating pain surged through his head, as if it were about to split open. Yang San! A mournful cry escaped his lips, and he fainted once more. Yang San felt as though he had traversed a lengthy dream, in which he transformed into Yangguo, reliving the tragic childhood of Yangguo from the very beginning. He experienced the sorrow following Granny Sung's death and being taken back to the ancient tomb by the little dragon girl, who insisted he lay on the cold jade bed and not rise. Yet, still burdened by grief, Yangguo stubbornly endured the icy chill of the jade bed, remaining silent. It was only when he could no longer bear it and attempted to rise that he discovered his body had become frozen. He could not scream. And thus the illustrious hero, the divine eagle, met a tragic fate of freezing to death. At this moment, Yang San gradually awakened. Realizing he was seated upon the jade bed, with cool streams of air continuously flowing into his back, soothing his meridians. With each passage of the refreshing breeze, The chill within him dissipated slightly, prompting an involuntary exclamation of comfort. Good, you're awake. Do you feel better? A voice, ethereal and calm, seemed to resonate from behind him. Though it was delivered in a plain manner, a hint of concern could be discerned. Who was being addressed? Yang San looked about his surroundings in a daze. It appeared to be a cavern, empty and devoid of any other presence. Was someone truly speaking to him? Had he acquired another moniker? Why was he still being called? Ding, clack, clack, thud. The crossing into the divine eagle and the condor had commenced. Clack, clack, error, emergency repair function activated. Ding dong. Repair completed. May the host enjoy their stay. Ding dong. In light of the previous error, a compensation is granted. No tasks will be issued in this realm. The host will be evaluated based on performance, and upon conclusion of the narrative, a return is permitted. Yang San listened in silence to the voice echoing in his mind, particularly struck by the first statement. Could there truly be errors in crossing? He nearly believed he was doomed. However, the latter two notifications sounded rather peculiar. It was the first time the system had spoken so pleasantly. Surely it had not committed any misdeeds. Go. Are you still sulking? I had no idea you were so stubborn, enduring this torment without leaving the bed. After a lengthy pause without a response, the ethereal voice chimed in again, both amused and exasperated. This time, Yang San heard it more clearly. Indeed, it was coming from behind him, and the sensation on his back felt like hands someone was healing him. That refreshing air must be internal energy. So, this was truly a conversation with him. Wait a moment. Yang San began to piece it together. The system's so-called error might have involved Yang Guo's demise, followed by his insertion into this body. The thought sent a thrill of excitement coursing through him. Sister! Long! Yang San opened his mouth, feeling his throat painfully dry and hoarse. He intended to call out to his aunt, yet the words eluded him. Thus, he settled for addressing his sister instead. Hearing his raspy voice, Xiao Longnu furrowed her brow, stood up, and approached Yang San. From her bosom, she retrieved a small porcelain vial, uncorked it, and held it to Yang San's lips. Drink this, she urged. A rich fragrance wafted into Yang San's senses, prompting him to instinctively part his lips, unabashedly allowing Xiao Longnu to feed him. He felt a refreshing, sweet liquid cascade into his mouth, gradually soothing his throat. Before long, he had gulped down the entire vial, lingeringly licking his lips. This must be the jade bee honey. It tastes divine. Feeling better now. Next time, don't be so reckless, Xiao Longnu remarked in her usual nonchalant tone. Was this indifference a result of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra? Could it be a path to immortality? Perhaps it was tied to the principles of detachment. Subsequently, Xiao Longnu imparted the corresponding mental techniques to Yang San. Indeed, although the cold jade bed remained frigid, he no longer felt the chill. It was truly a marvelous treasure. It was then that Yang San decided to assess his attributes. Name, Yang Guo. For now, you are Yang Guo. Gender, male. Physique, 25 skills, advanced singing, beginner Baguazhang. Beginner Mao Shang Dao, inapplicable in this world, beginner culinary arts, toad skill, incomplete, evaluation, here, you are merely a novice. It appeared that this world was devoid of supernatural entities. What was the divine condor, then? A mutation? He resolved to set those thoughts aside for the moment, addressing them when the time came. After a night of silence, the following day, Xiao Longnu guided Yang San through winding paths to a chamber adorned with portraits. Guar, have you considered this carefully? Do you truly wish to join my ancient tomb sect? Xiao Longnu spoke slowly, gesturing lightly towards the portraits on the stone wall. These are my great-grandmother and my master. Bow before them. Yang San gazed at the two stunning women depicted in the portraits, both of whom had long since passed. One was even more formidable than Wang Chongyang. It was certainly no loss to kneel before them, so he promptly knelt and reverently bowed several times. This is Wang Chongyang of the Chuanzhen sect, spit on him. Xiao Longnu instructed after Yang San had completed his bows, pointing towards another image of a Taoist priest. Yang San stared at Wang Chongyang's portrait, musing. What does it matter if you are hailed as the best under heaven? Offending women is a grave error. They remember grievances for a lifetime and can wield all manner of vengeful methods. Lost in his thoughts, he spat heavily towards the portrait. Xiao Longnu watched this scene with satisfaction, her demeanor slightly more imposing. Now, bow to your master. Sister Long, may we negotiate this first? Yang San was reluctant to truly call Xiao Longnu his master. Negotiate what? Xiao Longnu, confused, had never heard of a negotiation in such matters. As if it were akin to bargaining for vegetables. I will take you as my master, but may I still call you sister? Yang San said with an ingratiating smile. Why? Is it not the same? Xiaolongnu was taken aback. In truth, she had seldom interacted with others and simply viewed it as a mere title. Why fuss over such trivialities? Certainly, it is quite different. First and foremost, Sister Long is merely a few years my senior. Addressing her as master would only serve to highlight my own age. It is far more pleasant to refer to her as sister. Furthermore, I have taken on 2 masters, both of whom turned out to be inept in their teachings, which leads me to believe that the term master may not be suitable for me. Yang San spoke with a grave face, filled with absurdities. Upon hearing Yang San's reasoning, Xiaolongnu could only smile through her tears, however, being of a tranquil disposition. She was not particularly invested in the matter, thus allowing Yang San to call her whatever he wished, though she was nearly certain Xiaolongnu would acquiesce. Yang San breathed a sigh of relief when she did. Following this, the master-disciple ceremony commenced, and Yang San mused that in his several decades of life, he had never bowed as deeply as he did that day. As the months passed, Yang San found himself sleeping each night upon the cold jade bed, diligently practicing the ancient techniques imparted by Xiaolongnu. Whether it was the system's enhancement or the bed's mystical qualities, or perhaps a combination of both, Yang San's progress was nothing short of remarkable, leaving even Xiaolongnu astonished on several occasions. Moreover, within this span, he mastered the Tianluo Diwang technique, which, although merely an introductory skill of the ancient tomb sect, encompassed agility, palm techniques, leg maneuvers, and strategic comprehension of martial arts. This foundational knowledge is essential to all martial practices of the ancient tomb sect. One day, Xiaolongnu led Yang San into an oddly structured stone chamber. She gestured towards the ceiling, explaining that this was where Wang Chouyang had once delved into martial studies, housing the entirety of the Guangzhou school's martial knowledge, with the adjacent room belonging to their ancestral matriarch. Yang San looked upwards to find the ceiling inscribed with a myriad of characters, a sight so overwhelming it left him bewildered. After a moment, he lowered his gaze, unable to decipher the chaotic symbols. His neck ached from craning to see. This is the pinnacle of our ancient tomb sect's martial arts, Xiaolongnu declared. Yang San then proceeded to transcribe from memory the teachings he had absorbed over the past 6 months, diligently writing down the foundational principles of the Guangzhou school alongside Xiaolongnu. Naturally, he also needed to continue his studies in the ancient tomb's martial arts. This rigorous practice extended over a year, during which both Yang San and Xiaolongnu fully mastered the martial arts of the Guangzhou and the ancient tomb sects. Though Yang San's internal energy still lagged behind, despite his relentless training on the cold jade bed, he could not compare to Xiaolongnu's decades of experience. Gr. Tomorrow we shall begin our practice of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, Xiaolongnu said with a hint of excitement. Over the past year, her beauty had blossomed, radiating an ethereal charm that even a well-versed modern individual like Yang San could hardly withstand. Upon hearing her words, Yang San felt a surge of exhilaration. The second step in his pursuit of Xiaolongnu was about to commence. As for the first step, Yang San could only think to himself how foolish humans were. Having resolved to win over Xiaolongnu, would he truly squander over a year waiting for the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra to commence his endeavors? From the very second day of his arrival in this world, he had eagerly dragged Xiaolongnu into the kitchen, for he was quite unfamiliar with the surroundings. Utilizing the readily available fruits and vegetables in the kitchen, I prepared a grand bowl of delectable salad for the little dragon girl, who was so enchanted that her eyes sparkled with delight. It is worth noting that stir-frying had already been established during the Song dynasty, and Granny Song was likely proficient in it. However, the concept of salad was entirely foreign to her. Following this meal, the dragon girl decisively entrusted her daily meals to Yang San, justifying it as a brother's rightful duty to cook for his sister. Thus, for over a year, Yang San has been creatively preparing dishes for the little dragon girl, and had it not been for the limited ingredients, he could have ensured that each meal was distinct. Therefore, to captivate someone, one must first win over their stomach, and the culinary skills he exhibited were undoubtedly worth the effort. Moreover, after her inaugural taste of Yang San's meat dishes, the little dragon girl resolutely embraced a carnivorous diet. Guo. Tonight I wish to have squirrel fish and sweet and sour ribs, she called as she wandered off, yet her words lingered in the air. It seemed Yang San could even hear the sound of her swallowing, and he worried that, if this continued, he might inadvertently transform the little dragon girl into a plump little dragon dumpling. Chapter 42, The Heart Sutra of the Jade Maiden. The following day, Yang San and the little dragon girl arrived early at the stone chamber engraved with the Heart Sutra of the Jade Maiden. Let us begin with the external skills, the little dragon girl softly suggested. Yang San readily acquiesced, well aware that the little dragon girl had devoted herself to the Heart Sutra from a young age, thus possessing greater understanding than he. After nearly 2 months of rigorous practice, both Yang San and the little dragon girl had successfully mastered the external skills of the Heart Sutra. They were finally poised to commence their internal cultivation. However, Yang San noticed the little dragon girl gazing at the ceiling for an extended period, her expression somewhat despondent. He realized she had discerned an underlying issue. Go or shall we forego practicing the Heart Sutra? The little dragon girl sighed after a prolonged silence. What is it, sister? Is there a problem? Yang San feigned ignorance in his inquiry. Look here, do you notice anything? The little dragon girl pointed towards a particular spot on the ceiling. Yang San focused his gaze and observed numerous figures engraved there, each in various poses, yet all depicted in the nude. Sister, is it necessary to be unclothed while practicing internal skills? Yang San suppressed his excitement, feigning surprise. Indeed, if only you were a girl. The little dragon girl sighed once more before leaving the stone chamber. Yang San felt her disappointment acutely. After all, she had been preparing for the Heart Sutra since her early childhood. It was disheartening to reach this critical juncture only to be unable to proceed. He recalled the patch of red flowers he had stumbled upon on the back mountain, presumably the site where Yang Gu and the little dragon girl practiced. Perhaps they could train there. Yang San hesitated for several days, fearing an encounter with Yin Jiping and Zhou Ying, which could place the little dragon girl in peril. Yet, seeing her despondency, which had even diminished her appetite, he felt compelled to take action. After lunch, he led the little dragon girl to the grove of red flowers. Over the past 2 years, under Yang San's influence, the little dragon girl's demeanor had softened. She was no longer as frigid as at the outset. Observing the vibrant blossoms, she remarked with a hint of emotion, "Guer, these flowers are quite beautiful." "I am all right." Yang San couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking, "I'm not merely trying to charm you." Yet, he felt a flicker of relief. "Sister, I'm glad you like it here. These flowers are not only lovely, but serve other purposes as well." The little dragon girl gazed at the vast expanse of red blossoms, pondering Yang San's words. With a mixture of skepticism and intrigue, she ventured, "Could these flowers be used to make salad?" Yang San nearly burst into tears, realizing he had unwittingly nurtured a foodie in the little dragon girl. "What to do? Sister, I've never tried making salad from these flowers. But have you noticed how densely they grow? We are seated apart and cannot see each other at all, which allows us to practice internal skills in privacy." Upon hearing the words, the little dragon maiden realized she had overthought the situation. A rare blush graced her cheeks as she meticulously examined the dense cluster of red flowers, which indeed obscured the view of the opposite side. Her heart swelled with joy. "Very well, Guer, let us commence our practice tonight." Yang San, witnessing the little dragon maiden's newfound spirit, felt a surge of happiness. Initially, it may have been mere infatuation influenced by the novel, but over the past 2 years, he had genuinely grown fond of this reticent maiden. "Guer, come gather some flowers to take back. Let's see if we can concoct a salad this evening." As Yang San reveled in his delight, the little dragon maiden had already delved into the floral thicket, plucking a bloom here and there. Noticing Yang San still lost in thought, she called out to him. Yang San couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation towards his food-loving sister. It seemed she had forgotten this aspect at all. Turning his gaze towards her, he was immediately captivated. The sight of the little dragon maiden, clad in a flowing white dress, her face adorned with a rare gentle smile, gracefully navigating through the vibrant flowers, plucking blossoms occasionally, left him regretting not having brought a camera to capture such a breathtaking moment, which would surely eclipse any future digital manipulations. That night, around the second watch, the little dragon maiden and Yang San returned to the flower thicket, seeking a natural floral alcove. They sat on opposite sides, and after shedding their garments, Yang San extended his hand through the foliage, meeting the little dragon maiden's palm. Despite the trials he had endured in later times, his thoughts wandered restlessly, compelling him to silently chant, "May my heart be as clear as ice, let the heavens fall without alarm." Thus, over the course of nearly 2 months of nocturnal practice, the little dragon maiden and Yang San advanced to the 7th and 6th levels of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, respectively, a text comprising 9 levels. Fortunately, both were exceptionally talented individuals, allowing them to reach such heights in a mere 2 months. Yang San's slight delay was merely due to having less foundational knowledge than the little dragon maiden. However, having reached this level of mastery weighed heavily on Yang San's mind. He was acutely aware that in the original narrative, This marked the first significant challenge faced by the little dragon maiden and young Guo. Even during their evening practice, Yang San remained distracted. The little dragon maiden, perceptive to his lack of focus, suggested, "Guo, perhaps we should rest tonight." Upon hearing her words, Yang San felt a shiver run through him, realizing that his state had not gone unnoticed. Yet, this was fortuitous, as it spared him the need to fabricate excuses. "Very well, sister, you rest well. I shall take a stroll." Gazing at the vibrant red blossoms before him, Yang San, after reassuring the little dragon maiden, wandered about absent-mindedly. To his surprise, he unconsciously found himself in a familiar spot. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching, prompting him to swiftly conceal himself within the flowers. Indeed, the visitors were Ying Jiping and Zhou Ying. Yang San silently rejoiced at the fortunate circumstance of not having come to practice that evening. He had anticipated how strongly the narrative's momentum would play out. According to the timeline, their progress should have been swifter, yet he found himself encountering these two characters. As the two individuals engaged in a heated argument, they slowly approached the vicinity. If they happened to be practicing their skills, the situation could become perilous for the little dragon maiden. Zhao Ying raised his voice, declaring, "In Shidi, your denials are futile. I shall report to Master Chiu, who will investigate this matter thoroughly." Ying Jiping, equally enraged, retorted, "Zhao Shixiang, do you truly believe I am unaware of your intentions? You covet my position as the third generation's chief disciple, all for the sake of succeeding our Chuanshan sect's leadership." Zhao Zijing scoffed, "What a farce! You have violated our sect's strict regulations, committing a grave infraction, and yet you dare aspire to that position. There is no need for me to usurp it." Ying Jiping, rather than responding with anger, laughed sarcastically, "What nonsense! When have I committed any grave infraction?" Zhao Zijing fixed his cold gaze upon him, proclaiming loudly, the fourth tenet of Chuanshan sect, the rule against promiscuity. Upon hearing this, Ying Jiping's complexion turned a ghastly shade of pale beneath the night sky, his right hand instinctively gripping the hilt of his sword, suppressing his fury as he countered. "What foolishness! There is no such rule." Zhao Zijing, smugly stroking his beard, replied, "There is no need for you to argue. Ever since you encountered the little dragon maiden at the tomb of the living dead, you have been utterly distracted, consumed by thoughts of her. Do you dare claim that you have not fantasized about holding her in your embrace? Our sect emphasizes the cultivation of the heart and spirit. With such vile thoughts in your mind, how can you deny having breached the rule against promiscuity?" Ying Jiping's eyes widened slightly, his grip on the sword trembling. "You! How could you make such assertions? How could you possibly know what I think? Do you possess the ability to read minds?" Zhao Zijing burst into laughter. "How? Of course I cannot read minds. But can you deny that I have overheard your nocturnal mutterings? That I have seen you repeatedly inscribe the name of the little dragon maiden on paper? If one wishes to keep a secret, one must first refrain from doing so." With each word, Ying Jiping's face grew paler, the veins on his hand standing out as he clutched the sword hilt. Noticing his silence, Zhao Zijing grew ever more triumphant, pulling out a sheet of white paper that clearly bore the name of the little dragon maiden. "This paper, do you recognize it? Tell me. What would happen if I were to present it to Master Ma? Do you think Master Chiu would fail to recognize this handwriting?" Upon seeing the familiar paper, Ying Jiping could no longer contain himself. With a sharp sound, he drew his sword and lunged at Zhao Zijing. Zhao Zijing deftly sidestepped the thrust, returning the paper to his robe, and sneered, "What is this? Are you embarrassed and furious, attempting to silence me? Let me assure you, it won't work." Ying Jiping remained silent, repeatedly attacking with his sword. Unfortunately, both were elite disciples of the Chuanshan sect, frequently sparring with one another, making their techniques well known to each other. Thus, Zhao Zijing easily evaded each strike, retreating to draw his own sword. Instantly, their blades clashed, ringing out in a symphony of metal, as both were evenly matched. Locked in a fierce struggle, Yang San, concealed in the shadows, found great delight in the unfolding spectacle. This evening, devoid of practice, he felt no trepidation of disturbance and was keenly intent on the performance. Beneath the moonlight, the two adversaries engaged in a fierce exchange, their swords casting intricate shadows. Alas, neither could gain the upper hand in such a brief encounter. "Guo, is this what has been troubling you?" As Yang San was fully engrossed in the scene, he was suddenly startled by the voice of Shao Longnu from behind. Turning around, he discovered Shao Longnu standing gracefully, her brow slightly furrowed, indicating that she had been there for some time. "Sister, what brings you here?" Yang San inquired in a hushed tone. his demeanor akin to that of a thief caught in the act. I noticed you seemed distracted all day, so I followed to see for myself. Zhou Longnu appeared unfazed by the dueling Taoists outside the flowers, her captivating gaze wholly fixed upon Yang San, making him feel somewhat bashful. Sister, you are currently at a critical juncture in the 7th level. You must not be disturbed while cultivating. Today, an ominous premonition has been welling up within me. And that is why. Realizing his ruse had been uncovered, Yang San could only feign innocence. Well, are you feeling better now? If all is well, let us return. It is quite late, Zhou Longnu replied in her usual calm manner, yet Yang San sensed the tenderness embedded in her heart. Chapter 43. A man must kill. Yang San understood that the little dragon maiden was truly indifferent to the words of Ying Jiping and Zhao Zijing. In her eyes, these two individuals were utterly inconsequential. However, Yang San could not simply disregard their presence. If he were to contemplate whom among the characters in the Return of the Condor Heroes he most desired to see perish, Ying Jiping and Zhao Zijing would undoubtedly top the list. The reasons for wanting Ying Jiping's demise are clear to all. Zhao Zijing, on the other hand, could be deemed the most despicable character in the narrative, having first vented his resentment towards Gu Jin on Yang Gu. Subsequently, upon discovering Yang Gu and the little dragon maiden training amidst the flowers, Zhao Zijing was spared only after he swore to keep the incident confidential. Yet, he audaciously twisted words at the Heroes' Assembly to reveal the matter publicly, thereby exposing the little dragon maiden to the disgrace of her violation, which ultimately led to the tragic events in the Valley of No Emotions. His treachery culminated in a quest for glory by attempting to usurp the leadership of the Quanshan sect. He was certainly deserving of a tragic end. Sister, please wait for me here for a moment. I shall deal with these shameless scoundrels and then we shall return, Yang San said gently to the little dragon maiden. After receiving her nod, he drew his sword and stepped out from the flowers. Do not panic, Master Ying. Let us proceed according to our plan. We shall surely slay that scoundrel Zhao Zijing, Yang San exclaimed, unleashing the Quanshan sword technique aimed directly at Zhao Zijing's chest. In the midst of the fierce combat, the expression of the Taoist who had been caught off guard was soon drawn into the fray. Although Zhao Zijing did not immediately recognize Yang San, he noted that the assailant was a youth employing the Quanshan sword technique, which did not alarm him excessively. He casually flicked his long sword, attempting to brush Yang San aside, while simultaneously shouting, "Ah, you Ying Jiping, how dare you seek to harm a fellow sect member? Master Chiu will not let you off lightly." I did not. Ying Jiping, still in shock, was taken aback to find assistance in this desolate wilderness. As he discerned the figure under the moonlight, he gasped, "You are Yang Guo?" Zhao Zijing, originally intent on countering Ying Jiping's claims, was taken aback when Yang San's Quanshan sword technique proved to be merely a feint. Upon closing in on Zhao Zijing, Yang San swiftly transitioned to the Jade Maiden sword technique, leaving Zhao Zijing flustered and disordered. He had never anticipated the existence of a martial art specifically designed to counter the Quanshan sword technique. After fending off a few strikes in panic, Zhao Zijing managed to retreat, only to finally recognize the assailant as none other than Yang Gu. "You little wretch!" Zhao Zijing exclaimed, a mixture of surprise and fury evident in his tone. Seeking death, the little dragon maiden, initially reluctant to reveal herself, could not restrain her anger upon hearing Zhao Zijing insult Yang San. She drew her long sword and charged at him. Zhao Zijing was already no match for the little dragon maiden, especially now that she had mastered the Jade Maiden sword technique, which countered the Quanshan sword technique at every turn. Within mere moments, he found his long sword disarmed and was sent sprawling onto the grass. Dragon Maiden. Ying Jiping gazed at the little dragon maiden with infatuation, prompting Yang San to feel a surge of loathing so intense he wished to dismantle him bone by bone. With a fierce tremor of his sword, Yang San advanced toward Ying Jiping, who, caught off guard, barely managed to parry a few strikes before having a blade poised at his throat. "Sister, why did you also come out?" Yang San, seeing the situation firmly in hand, turned his attention towards the little dragon maiden, unconcerned with the two despicable Taoists any longer. "The audacious Taoist dared to insult you, and I certainly cannot allow him to escape unscathed." Though the dragon girl may not appear overtly enthusiastic, her partiality is unmistakably evident in her tone. "Ha ha ha, brother Ying. What thoughts cross your mind as you observe your beloved in the company of another man?" Zhao Zijing, realizing he was outmatched, chose not to rise but instead sat amidst the grass, mocking openly, thinking that Yang San and the dragon girl would not dare to harm him. "Humph, Zhao the scoundrel. Do not presume that everyone is as vile as you. In such a splendid setting, one ought to indulge in song and wine." My sister and I were enjoying the moonlight, yet you two emerged to bark like madmen truly courting death. Yang San had no desire to hear this fool speak. Spotting the sword that the dragon girl had knocked away, he kicked it with his foot, and the blade pierced through Zhao Zijing's heart. You, how? Dear! Zhao Zijing's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the sword embedded in his chest. Unable to fathom that Yang San would dare to kill him on Zongnao Mountain. Before he could finish his words, he expired. Ah, you all. Ying Jiping also did not anticipate that Yang San would resort to murder so readily, especially since Zhao Zijing was his acknowledged master. Murder? Ha! A wretch like Shao the scoundrel, dead, is merely a means of saving the nation as provisions. What significance does it hold? Yang San regarded Ying Jiping with indifference. You should be more concerned for your own safety. Wait, Yang Guo, you cannot kill me. I have not wronged you. It was only now that Ying Jiping noticed the murderous intent in Yang San's eyes, a chill gripping him, and he neglected the presence of his beloved. You have not wronged me. You are more deserving of death than that scoundrel. Yang San asserted with unwavering conviction, dismissing any further pleas for clemency. He swept the sword across Ying Jiping's neck, severing the source of all evil. Ah! Ying Jiping writhed on the ground, clutching his fatal wound. Utterly unprepared for such swift retribution. Just moments ago, he had been in the presence of the one he cherished, and now, in a mere heartbeat, he was rendered powerless. The dragon girl, though beginning to understand Yang San's motives, furrowed her brow at the sound of Ying Jiping's anguished cries. It was too loud. Go over. Once this is settled, let us return. I am weary. Very well. Yang San had been relishing the sight of Ying Jiping's misfortune, representing the collective will of billions of compatriots in a past life. However, he failed to notice that he had disturbed the dragon girl beside him. With another swift motion of his sword, he concluded Ying Jiping's wretched existence. After disposing of Ying Jiping, Yang San retrieved the white paper from Zhao Zijing's embrace, found a suitable place to eliminate all traces of it, and then joyfully returned alongside the dragon girl. In the following days, Yang San distinctly sensed a significant shift in the dragon girl's demeanor towards him. Previously, she had only occasionally displayed tenderness, but now there was a palpable sense of dependence. Her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon him whenever he was present. On the evening of the following day, Yang San and the little dragon girl changed direction and sought a new place to practice amidst the vast expanse of bright red flowers. In ancient times, the spaciousness and sparse population were advantageous. This extensive field of crimson blossoms was filled with winding paths, making it daunting for even Yang San to venture deep without the aid of lightning skills. That night, they successfully transcended their previous boundaries. On the fifth day, Qiu Chuji unexpectedly arrived outside the ancient tomb to seek an audience. Yang San surmised that his visit was likely linked to the matters concerning Ying Jiping and Zhao Zijing, which he had neglected to address that evening. After all these days, it was only natural for their actions to come to light. He restrained the little dragon girl, indicating that he would handle the situation alone. Taoist Qiu, may I inquire about the purpose of your sudden visit? Yang San regarded the venerable elder with a calm gaze. While he held great respect for the man, he could not overlook the inadequacies of his disciples. Yang Kang was one matter. Even Ying Jiping, who had been with him since childhood, had not been adequately trained. Guo Qiu Chuji gazed earnestly at the graceful youth before him. Do you know anything about the demise of your master and uncle Ying on the back mountain? Feigning surprise as if hearing the news for the first time, Yang San responded, Ying Jiping and Zhao Zijing are dead. How splendid! Qiu Chuji was incensed. But they were your elders. How can you speak so flippantly? Taoist Qiu, I concede that you are an elder, but as for them, Yang San did not shy away from expressing his disdain for Ying Jiping and Zhao Zijing. Guo let it be. How are you faring in the ancient tomb? If you wish to return, you are always welcome. Observing Yang San's apparent disdain for the two, Qiu Chuji opted not to press the matter further and instead extended an olive branch. No need, I have already joined the ancient tomb sect. I am very happy alongside Sister Long. I have never felt this joyous in my life. Yang San outright rejected Qiu Chuji's offer, musing that he had no desire to adhere to the stringent rules of Chuanshan. Very well. I shall not linger here any longer. You may come visit me at Chuanshan whenever you wish, even if just to chat. Qiu Chuji appeared genuinely reluctant to see Yang San depart, as he truly wished to cultivate him into a person of societal contribution, lamenting the misfortune of encountering Zhao Zijing as an inept ally. Yang San genuinely sensed Qiu Chuji's goodwill, and his expression softened, his tone no longer brimming with anger. Master Qiu, Please take good care of yourself. Hearing Yang San refer to him as master, Zhou Chuji felt a deep sense of satisfaction. After chuckling heartily while stroking his beard, he took his leave. His sorrow over the loss of his foremost disciple somewhat alleviated. Once Zhou Chuji had departed, Yang San turned and returned to the ancient tomb. Guo, you're back. What did that old Daoist come for? The little dragon girl had seemingly been attentive to the entrance of the tomb. And upon hearing Yang San's footsteps from a distance, she inquired. Yang San had not anticipated that after successfully winning over the little dragon maiden, she would become so entirely centered around him. The previous night had been no different. The indignities inflicted by Yin Jiping and the shameless remarks from Zhao Xijing had merely caused her to furrow her brows. However, the moment Zhao Xijing dared to insult Yang San, the little dragon maiden immediately drew her sword in defense. Upon hearing her words, Yang San ceased his leisurely pace and swiftly employed his skills, darting to her side. Sister, it's nothing serious. I merely wish to inquire about those two fall Taoists from a few nights ago. Upon realizing that this was the matter at hand, the little dragon maiden felt a sense of relief, thinking it was not a pressing issue after all. She had expected him to try and reclaim Yang San for the Quanshan sect. Observing her apparent indifference, Yang San chose not to dwell on it further. Sister, what would you like for dinner? I happened to spot a wild chicken just now. How about a delightful chicken and mushroom stew? The little dragon maiden swallowed hard, feigning calmness as she stood to return to her room. Whatever you wish, but let us add a bowl of vibrant vegetable salad, shall we? Eating nothing but meat for dinner doesn't seem quite right. Chapter 44, Li Moqiu arrived since the last visit of Zhou Chuji. Yang San and Zai Longnu diligently practiced the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra daily. After several days, Yang San finally broke through to the 8th level. As he calculated the days, it seemed that Li Moqiu was about to arrive. At that time, he could conveniently retrieve the remnants of the 9-in manual from the secret chamber. Achieving perfection in his plans, disciple Hong Lingbo requests an audience with Dragon Master Uncle. Indeed, it was not long before Yang San heard someone seeking an audience outside the ancient tomb. To his surprise, it was a beautiful woman. Having been attentive to the happenings outside the tomb these days, he promptly stepped out, only to find a female Taoist priest standing at the entrance. Clad in a light yellow robe, respectfully bowing towards the tomb. Who are you? What brings you to my ancient tomb? Yang San assessed Hong Lingbo, who was undoubtedly a beauty. Yet, even the enchanting Zai Longnu could not be compared to the image of Huang Rong. It made him ponder, were there truly so few beauties in the world of the return of the Condor heroes? What is your identity? Why are you in the ancient tomb? Hong Lingbo, although respectfully bowing, remained keenly observant of the tomb's activities. Little did she expect a striking young man to emerge from within. For it was said that no man resided in the tomb. This Taoist priest is quite rude. I was the one who inquired first, Yang San chuckled, teasing her without hesitation. Guo, stop fooling around. Where is senior sister? Let her come out, just as Yang San rendered Hong Lingbo speechless with his antics. Zai Longnu's voice drifted from behind. Unbeknownst to him, Zai Longnu had quietly arrived at his side, observing the scene. Had she not feared that Li Moqiu might harm Yang San, she would likely have remained silent. Upon hearing Zai Longnu's voice, Hong Lingbo immediately turned her gaze, and upon seeing her, she was momentarily stunned. Although she considered herself extraordinarily beautiful, comparable even to her master Li Moqiu, the moment she laid eyes on Zai Longnu, all sense of comparison vanished. How could there exist such unparalleled beauty in this world? Disciple Hong Lingbo greets Dragon Master Uncle. Despite her youth, Hong Lingbo had roamed the martial world with Li Moqiu for many years. After a brief moment of distraction, she quickly composed herself, respectfully bowing to Zai Longnu. Disciple has come at the behest of Master to retrieve the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. I hope Master Uncle can facilitate this. Senior sister, you should come out. After all these years, you have not forgotten this matter. Zai Longnu cast a fleeting glance at Hong Lingbo, disregarding her words, and began to channel her energy, her seemingly calm voice resonating throughout the surroundings. Ha 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 ha, junior sister, it has been many years. How have you been? Suddenly, a laughter emerged from behind Hong Lingbo. Before she could discern who it was, a figure swiftly darted to stand before her. It was another beautiful Taoist priestess dressed in a light yellow robe, appearing to be in her 30s. The plain robe, on her, exuded an extraordinary grace. Hong Lingbo had not anticipated that her master would be following closely behind her. Realizing that her presence had been discovered, she lowered her head and stood silently to the side, not daring to speak further. Ah, a great beauty. It has been a long time. Yang San recognized Li Maoqiu from his memories and could not resist teasing her. You are that little beggar? What are you doing in the ancient tomb? Upon hearing the somewhat familiar name, and recalling Yang San's appearance, Li Maoqiu immediately recognized him as the scruffy little beggar from years past. Go, you mustn't be disrespectful. This is your sherboy, Zai Longnu interjected, preventing Yang San from causing further mischief. Although Li Maoqiu had departed from the ancient tomb many years ago, Zai Longnu had always believed that Li Maoqiu would eventually return, for it was her home, and even the ancestral matriarch had prepared her stone coffin. Disciple Yang Guo. I pay my respects to my sherboy, Yang San said slowly, not wishing to offend Zai Longnu, as he bowed to Li Maoqiu. She may. How could you disregard the teachings of our ancestors and bring a man into the ancient tomb? Li Maoqiu looked at Zai Longnu in astonishment. This matter is rather lengthy. I shall explain it to you next time, Zai Longnu replied coolly. Yang San gazed at Zai Longnu in surprise, pondering if he had led her astray. Humph. Since you two have disregarded our ancestral teachings, you might as well hand over the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. Li Maoqiu did not expect her shimmy to have developed such a sharp tongue in the years apart. Sherboy, the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra cannot be practiced alone. Whom do you intend to find to practice with you? Old Lu? Or perhaps my senior sister Hong? Yang San looked at Li Maoqiu with curiosity. For she had lived in the ancient tomb for quite some time and should have known this. Hong Lingbo, who had been worried that her master might hold her accountable, felt a wave of relief upon hearing Yang San mention that the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra required 2 practitioners. Surely, her master would only seek her out. She promptly lifted her head, her eyes brimming with innocence as she gazed at Li Maoqiu. Initially, Li Maoqiu was momentarily taken aback by the mention of Old Lu. But upon reflection, she realized the implications and met Hong Lingbo's large, pleading eyes with a mix of indignation and embarrassment. You seek death? Li Maoqiu shouted furiously, her feather duster swirling in her hand, sending several beams of cold light hurtling towards Yang San. Zai Longnu had been observing Li Maoqiu closely since her departure, and upon witnessing her sudden attack, she reacted swiftly, knowing this to be Li Maoqiu's eyes saw silver needles. Yang Guo had suffered from them before, while Zai Longnu employed the jade needles, which Yang San had also learned, albeit with a slight delay in execution. Cling, cling, cling. Senior sister, Guo merely spoke the truth. Why resort to violence? Zai Longnu, being inherently innocent, could not discern the implications in Yang San's words and was thus incensed by Li Maoqiu's ambush. Humph, idle talk is futile. Let us see whose skills truly prevail, Li Maoqiu scoffed, summoning her feather duster to launch an attack against Zai Longnu. With a clang, Zai Longnu unsheathed her sword, employing the most familiar Jade Maiden sword technique to counter. The feather duster in Li Maoqiu's hand was likely crafted from a special material, capable of both rigidity and flexibility under her internal energy, while concealing the ice-soul divine needles within. Thus, although Zai Longnu's abilities surpassed Li Maoqiu's, she remained cautious, unable to determine a clear victor in the short term. Yang San watched the duel with trepidation, simultaneously keeping an eye on Hong Lingbo. Although Zai Longnu was stronger than Li Maoqiu, her lack of combat experience could easily turn the tides, as often depicted in novels. The impudent scoundrel! What are you staring at? Once my master deals with your master, you shall witness the consequences. It seems that Hong Lingbo feels somewhat emboldened, believing that Li Maoqiu still requires her assistance. Oh! Perhaps you should be more concerned about your own predicament. Surely you cannot be the only one in this situation. Yang San, observing the smugness of Hong Lingbo, could not resist delivering a blow to her arrogance. Does she truly believe she holds any significance? While Li Maoqiu may still harbor feelings for the ancient tomb, it is evident that she finds it exceedingly difficult to invest genuine emotions in the rest of the individuals involved. Chapter 45, Poisoned. Li Maoqiu, plagued by anxiety, found herself in a dire predicament. It was not her inability to defeat Zai Longnu and Granny Song that had prevented her from obtaining the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, but rather the myriad of traps within the ancient tomb, where a single misstep could lead to irrevocable doom. It could be said that her previous confrontations were against not just 2 foes, but an entire bastion of defenses. However, she was taken aback to discover that outside the tomb, Zai Longnu was evenly matched against her, or perhaps even slightly overwhelming her. Had it not been for her inexperience, Li Maoqiu would have surely faced defeat. A thought that sent chills down her spine. The power of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra was indeed formidable. Her desire to possess it intensified. With her right hand wielding the silk whip, Li Maoqiu's left hand suddenly turned crimson, exuding a foul, acrid stench. Upon catching a whiff, Yang San's instincts flared with alarm. He observed Hong Lingbo retreating as if facing a dire threat, quickly retrieving a pill from her bosom and swallowing it. Yang San's expression shifted, and he promptly shielded his nostrils with internal energy, urgently calling out to Zai Longnu, "Sister, beware of the poison." Zai Longnu, upon hearing this warning, understood the source of the noxious odor. Although she intended to withdraw, Li Maoqiu relentlessly pressed her attack, leaving her little opportunity to escape. In a moment of desperation, Yang San hastily gathered a few small stones from the ground and, employing the technique of the jade needle, hurled them at Li Maoqiu. Startled by the whistling sound, Li Maoqiu instinctively swept her whip to deflect the stones. Yet Yang San had no intention to harm her with them. His aim was merely to distract her. Indeed, this diversion successfully interrupted Li Maoqiu's continuous assault, allowing Zai Longnu to seize the moment and strike several blows. Seizing her chance, she deftly evaded the fray and retreated to Yang San's side. Yang San noticed Zai Longnu's movements had become somewhat erratic, and she nearly stumbled. He quickly steadied her, asking, "Sister, are you alright?" "I'm fine, just poisoned. I cannot exert myself for the time being," Zai Longnu replied weakly, her complexion pale as she leaned against Yang San for support. "Poisoned?" Yang San rushed to retrieve a vial of jade nectar from his robes and fed it to Zai Longnu, who soon appeared less distressed. "Ha ha ha, junior sister. Let us see how you can withstand my prowess this time." Li Maoqiu, having successfully landed a blow, now appeared unhurried, casting a seductive glance at Yang San and Zai Longnu. "Where is Granny San? Is she hiding, afraid of a sneak attack?" "Granny San has departed. Do you think my sister would stoop to your despicable tactics of using poison?" Yang San gazed at Zai Longnu with concern, reflecting on the folly of pride. He had believed that having both trained to the 8th level would make subduing Li Maoqiu a mere formality. Yet, they had faltered. And he realized that without experiencing the treacheries of the martial world, one could never fully anticipate an opponent's hidden cards. Granny San actually. Li Maoqiu was momentarily taken aback. Not only had Granny San raised Zai Longnu, but she had also been a guiding figure in Li Maoqiu's life. The sudden news of her demise evoked memories of a carefree existence within the ancient tomb, a life that could never be reclaimed. "Sister, you desire the Jade Girl Heart Sutra, so place it before Master S tablet." Upon seeing Li Maoqiu's dazed expression, Zai Long feared she might strike again. Unable to withstand her, they could only use the scripture to divert her attention. Indeed, upon hearing of the whereabouts of the Jade Girl Heart Sutra, Li Maoqiu disregarded the two and swiftly made her way into the ancient tomb. Hong Lingbo, witnessing this, gritted her teeth and followed suit. "Girl, help me inside." Leaning against Yang San, Zai Long slowly rose and walked toward the grand entrance of the tomb. Not far inside, she paused, gazing tenderly at Yang San. "Girl, do you regret it? If you do, now is the time to leave. I will not blame you." Yang San understood Zai Long's intentions as she halted. Having lived in the tomb for over 2 years, he was aware of the mechanism of the dragon severing stone at the entrance. Realizing she could not stop Li Maoqiu, Zai Long resolved to drag him into death with her, fulfilling her master's wish. Looking at Zai Long before him, the effects of her poisoning had suppressed her internal energy, rendering her emotions uncontainable. Her expression was a vivid tapestry of longing and struggle. Instead of responding, he directly activated the mechanism. Boom! The immense dragon severing stone fell, sealing the tomb's entrance tightly. "No! Why did you deceive me, junior sister?" Li Maoqiu, who had returned, exclaimed, having just set down the dragon severing stone. "Sister! All these years, every time you returned, you only remembered the Jade Girl Heart Sutra and never mentioned Master. I merely wanted you to see him." Zai Long, having just gained Yang San's willingness to die with her, appeared noticeably more vibrant. "Master! Junior sister, you must know there are other exits." "Right?" Li Maoqiu, brandishing a long sword seemingly acquired from nowhere, pointed it menacingly at Zai Long. "Sister grew up in the ancient tomb. When have you ever heard of a second exit? The dragon severing stone is done. We might as well await our demise together." In truth, Zai Long cared little for life or death. Her sole concern was Yang San. "I do not believe you. If you refuse to speak, I will kill you." Li Maoqiu bellowed with desperation. Seeing that Li Maoqiu seemed genuinely prepared to strike, Yang San hurriedly positioned himself in front of Zai Long. "If you wish to harm my sister, you must first step over my dead body. Are you not afraid of death?" Li Maoqiu recalled her heartless lover upon seeing Yang San's unwavering stance before Zai Long. "Fear? Who is not afraid of death?" Yang San shamelessly admitted. Very well, I shall kill one of you. Choose, will it be you or her? Li Macho appeared to anticipate their response. Me! Both Yang San and Zhou Ying declared in unison. Li Macho gazed at the golden boy and jade maiden before her. Her heart a tumult of emotions. Why can I not encounter such a devoted lover? She said with a hint of envy. Junior sister, your oath is now broken. Zhou Ying looked at Yang San with tender affection, no longer wishing to concern herself with anything else. She only desired to quietly spend the remainder of her days with him. From her bosom, she retrieved the transcription of the Jade Girl Heart Sutra and cast it towards Li Macho. Sister, this is the Jade Girl Heart Sutra you seek. Upon seeing Li Macho take the catalog, Yang San temporarily set aside their concerns and, without lingering, supported the little dragon girl as they ventured deeper into the ancient tomb. They soon arrived in the stone chamber that housed the sarcophagus, where the little dragon girl promptly sealed the mechanism, isolating Li Macho and her disciple outside. Oh. It is fortuitous we have come here. When our time comes, we shall each have one, the little dragon girl remarked, gesturing towards the two empty sarcophagi. Leaving Yang San both amused and exasperated. Do you think this is akin to sharing sweets? Silly sister, let us not dwell on resting in coffins just yet. I shall teach you the method to expel toxins. Yang San imparted to the little dragon girl the reverse meridian technique taught by Ouyang Feng to Yang Guo. Both had reached the 8th level of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, endowing them with profound internal strength, enabling them to purge the toxins from their bodies in less than the time it takes for a single incense stick to burn. Chapter 46. The heart of the little dragon girl Yang San, having suffered only a mild poisoning, had long expelled the toxins from his body. Observing that the little dragon girl had yet to conclude her meditation, he took the liberty to examine the two empty coffins. To his surprise, the interior of one coffin lid was inscribed with numerous characters. He fully opened it and stood it upright. Following the instructions, he unlocked the secret door at the bottom of the coffin and, while the foul air dissipated, seated himself on the ground to admire the beauty of the little dragon girl. Before long, the little dragon girl slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze markedly different from her usual serene demeanor. Her eyes darted about restlessly, her complexion flushed, and she began to fidget anxiously, eventually breaking into a run. Yang San recognized that she had finally released the emotional restraints that had bound her for years. Her long-suppressed feelings surged forth, leaving her understandably disoriented, a state that would soon pass. As anticipated, it wasn't long before the little dragon girl, panting, came to a halt. Casting furtive glances in Yang San's direction, the sight of her, full of youthful exuberance, made Yang San's heart race. If the little dragon girl had once been an ethereal being to be admired from afar, she now resembled a bashful young maiden, her heart fluttering. Sister, are you alright? Yang San approached her anxiously, fearing any misstep his goddess must not lose her way. Go. The little dragon girl inhaled deeply, reaching out to gently caress Yang San's face, her voice soft and inviting. Do you like me? Yang San gazed at her, filled with excitement. At last, the little dragon girl was confronting her own feelings. His pursuit was nearing fruition. Of course, in this world, I cherish you above all else, he declared, pulling her into a close embrace, enveloping the cold stone chamber in a warm ambience. The little dragon girl beamed like a child, her cheeks blooming like peach blossoms as she buried her head in Yang San's embrace, wrapping her arms around him. Go. If there were other women who treated you as I do, would you like them too? Yang San chuckled, bemused by her question. Is it a universal tendency for women in love to ask such things? Even my celestial maiden is not exempt. Certainly not. There are countless women in this world, yet none can compare to you, sister. You are my only affection. Giggling, Guer, I adore what you say, but I still wish to hear you swear an oath. The little dragon girl replied, her face radiating a honeyed smile as she gently rubbed her cheek against his chest. Yang San promptly raised his left hand, declaring with utmost seriousness, I, Yang Guo, in this world, shall only love the little dragon girl. Should I break this vow, may heaven and earth conspire against me. Good. Now I feel at ease. The little dragon girl smiled contentedly at Yang San as he solemnly completed his oath, resting her head once more upon his chest. Seemingly captivated by the rhythmic beating of his heart, Yang San gazed at the bashful little dragon girl, his heart brimming with a sense of fulfillment. However, after proclaiming his vows, he felt an inexplicable binding sensation, as if violating those promises would indeed bring dire consequences. Yet, deep within, Yang San sensed that this oath pertained solely to this realm and would hold no power upon his return to the primary world. Lost in his musings, He was startled when the little dragon girl began to weep anew. Girl, I treated you so poorly back then and even wished to send you away. If it weren't for Granny's son, I would never have come to understand your feelings. As she wept and spoke, Yang San found himself in a fluster. Regardless of which incarnation of Yang San it was, each had been a quintessential virgin, with no experience in love. Such a situation was only witnessed in television dramas. Leaving him utterly at a loss. What was he to do? He was in dire need of a solution. Just as Yang San floundered in uncertainty, the little dragon girl, with tears cascading down her cheeks, began to tremble as energy surged chaotically from her body. The internal force from her Jade Maiden Heart Sutra erupted from the 108 vital points, and she seemed to lose consciousness. It turned out that the little dragon girl had long suppressed her emotions. This time, having experienced such extremes from great joy to profound sorrow and having sustained serious injuries, she was utterly drained, both physically and mentally. It was as though she had lost her way in practice, causing her internal energy to spiral out of control. If this energy dissipated entirely, it would lead to her demise. Seeing this, Yang San's heart ached with urgency, knowing that the little dragon girl was in grave danger. He swiftly supported her into a seated position, placing his hands against her back. Channeling all his internal energy, he began to help her stabilize the erratic flow within. Fortunately, the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra was designed for mutual reinforcement, making Yang San adept at navigating this situation. His energy flowed naturally into her meridians, soothing and gathering the scattered internal force, guiding it back to her dantian. Thankfully, the little dragon girl soon regained consciousness. Sensing her condition, she instinctively began to cooperate with Yang San, directing the errant energy back into her dantian, and soon resumed her internal cultivation, completing several cycles of energy flow. Once Yang San had successfully restored her energy, he withdrew his own, standing guard beside her. He could not afford any further mishaps, after all. It had been many years since he had sought a partner. After a moment, the little dragon girl gradually concluded her cultivation and, noticing Yang San's somewhat pale complexion, said tenderly, Girl, you are truly kind to me. Dear sister, do not speak foolishly. It is only right to treat you well. How do you feel now? Yang San replied, bemused by her innocence, finding it both amusing and exasperating that she was concerned about such matters at this moment. I am fine. Though I have lost nearly half of my internal energy, I will merely need to replenish it gradually, she responded nonchalantly, as if the loss were inconsequential compared to a lifetime of energy for others. Well, as long as you're alright. A reduction in energy is not a great concern. We can always practice on the cold jade bed for a few more days, Yang San assured her, affirming that this loss was trivial, especially with the cold jade bed available to them. Girl, we are on the brink of death, yet why should we still concern ourselves with martial arts? As long as I can be with you, nothing else holds any significance. Zhou Ying, once liberated from her emotional constraints, reveals her formidable prowess. Her feelings for Yang San are expressed with unabashed candor. Very well, Guer shall spend a lifetime with his sister, but first, we must deal with Li Maoqiu and her disciple. Otherwise, we must remain vigilant against them within this ancient tomb. Yang San resolved to temporarily set aside the matter of the 9 in manual, prioritizing the subjugation of Li Maoqiu and her apprentice instead. Although Zhou Ying has diminished nearly half of her internal energy, she still surpasses Hong Lingbo, and Yang San, who is nearly equal to Zhou Ying, feels no fear of her starlit palm, especially with prior preparation. Yang San, being astute, can certainly handle Li Maoqiu. Moreover, once Zhou Ying subdues Hong Lingbo, she will be able to assist in a 2-on-1 confrontation. Chapter 47. Capturing Li Maoqiu. Yang San and Zhou Ying opened the stone door and returned to the ancient tomb, searching for Li Maoqiu and her disciples. To their surprise, they found Li Maoqiu in the stone chamber adorned with the cold jade bed, which belonged to both Zhou Ying and her master. As they entered, Li Maoqiu sat on the bed, gently caressing its surface, her expression a blend of sorrow and nostalgia. Lost in thought, upon noticing Zhou Ying and Yang San, she immediately grasped her feathered whisk. Seeing this, Yang San instinctively positioned himself in front of Zhou Ying, aware that she was no match for Li Maoqiu at this moment. Li Maoqiu's demeanor shifted once more to one of melancholy as she sighed, lamenting the rarity of men like Yang San in this world. Zhou Ying, hearing Li Maoqiu praise Yang San, beamed with joy like a child. Is it so? Senior sister, does your remark imply it's a good or bad thing that he is so rare? Li Maoqiu furrowed her brow in pain, seemingly recalling something as she gazed enviously at Zhou Ying. Sister, you have never descended the mountain. You are unaware of the treacherous hearts in the world. A man of such profound affection as he is indeed a rarity. I have only ever heard of one such person. Yang San recognized the emotional wounds Li Macho bore. Yet he felt powerless to offer solace. Although Zilong could not fully comprehend Li Macho's words, she understood the essence of the praise directed at Yang San. Filling her heart with happiness, she lowered her head in modesty, thinking that even if she were to die under such circumstances, it would be worthwhile as long as Guer was by her side. This was the first time Li Macho witnessed Zilong's youthful demeanor, and she was taken aback. Sister, are you truly his master? You are not considering marrying him, are you? Zilong shook her head. No, Guer has indeed taken me as his master. But we have already decided to wed. Yang San, filled with excitement, clasped Zilong's hand, feeling immensely fortunate to have encountered her in this world of divine hawks. Li Macho observed the two with curiosity before suddenly addressing Zilong. Sister, let me see your left arm. Understanding Li Macho's intent, Zilong gently rolled up her sleeve, revealing the vivid red mark of her maiden seal. Upon seeing this, Li Macho let out a sigh and rolled up her own sleeve, displaying a similarly striking mark upon her arm. With deep emotion, Li Macho remarked to Zilong, Sister, the greatest happiness in a woman's life is to find a man who truly cherishes her. My own fate has been unfortunate, but you are different. You have found this foolish boy. Zilong nodded earnestly. I know Guer treats me well, and that brings me immense joy. Yang San, bemused, watched the two sisters reminiscing and felt an urge to remind Zilong, Sister, we are here for vengeance, not to discuss life. Li Macho slowly rose, grasping her feathered waist with a steely resolve, her expression no longer wistful. Sister, it is time to act. Today, we shall determine life and death. Hong Lingbo, accustomed to her master's unpredictable moves, stood unwaveringly beside Li Macho, sword in hand. After exchanging a knowing glance, Yang San and Xiaolongnu simultaneously raised their swords, harmoniously executing the Jade Maiden Sword technique as they launched an assault on Li Macho and her disciple. Li Macho was taken aback to discover that Yang San's internal strength was now on par with that of Xiaolongnu, sparking a wave of admiration for the wonders of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, mingled with jealousy at Yang San's fortune. Having grown up in the ancient tomb without mastering the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra herself, she was incensed that Yang San, who had spent merely 2 or 3 years there, had already reached a profound level of mastery. Her rage boiled over. You little vagabond, is it true that aside from the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, you possess no other skills? Initially, Yang San was disheartened, noting the seamless cooperation between Li Macho and Hong Lingbo, and struggled to find an opportunity to employ the complete reality sword technique. Yet, Li Macho inadvertently provided the opening. Who says I cannot? I have also spent time in the complete reality school, and I am well versed in their techniques. With that, Yang San countered Xiaolongnu's Jade Maiden Sword technique with what appeared to be a conflicting style, instantly intensifying the pressure on Li Macho and Hong Lingbo. The gaps in Xiaolongnu's swordplay were suddenly filled with Yang San's complete reality sword technique, and just as Xiaolongnu evaded Yang San's strike, her sword lunged forth at an extraordinary angle, leaving little room for defense. Ah! Hong Lingbo, lacking the experience of her master, quickly fell victim to Xiaolongnu's strike. Her wrist struck and her sword dropped. Without her weapon, Hong Lingbo resembled a toothless tiger, and Xiaolongnu seized the opportunity to incapacitate her with a pressure point strike, rendering her immobile. Li Macho was astonished by how her own Jade Maiden Sword technique seemed to complement the ancient tomb's techniques, yielding a power that surpassed any swordplay she had previously encountered. This apparent collaboration, however, exuded an intimate charm that mirrored the blossoming romance between Xiaolongnu and Yang San, leaving Li Macho flustered, momentarily recalling her own cherished memories with old Lu, her fighting spirit waning. Realizing the opportunity before him, Yang San seized the moment, elegantly deflecting Li Macho's whisk with a sweep of his sword, while Xiaolongnu promptly moved in to seal her pressure points. At last, Li Macho succumbed to her disciple's fate. After subduing Li Macho and her disciple, Yang San and Xiaolongnu finally felt the weight lift from their chests. Xiaolongnu, having just recovered from her injuries and now weary from battle, wobbled dangerously before grasping Yang San for support to avoid falling. Sister, are you alright? Yang San gazed at Xiaolongnu with concern, feeling a pang of guilt for engaging in battle with Li Macho despite knowing Xiaolongnu had only recently healed and was still recuperating. He was deeply touched by her unwavering support for him, despite her own fragile state. Guer, I am fine, just need a moment to rest, Xiaolongnu replied, though fatigued, her face still adorned with a sweet smile. Li Macho, observing the two and feeling as if she were invisible amidst their affection, was filled with bittersweet sorrow. If only I had encountered a good man like that back then. She lamented. Junior sister, you have won. Go ahead and kill me. At this moment, Li Maoqiu had entirely relinquished her desire to life, seeking only a swift end to her suffering. When did we ever declare our intent to kill you? Zai Long inquired. Her gaze fixed curiously upon Li Maoqiu. Yang San, observing Zai Long, could not help but chuckle in disbelief. He had anticipated this very scene since Zai Long had shown mercy to Hong Lingbo moments earlier, having spent her days in the ancient tomb. Zai Long was unacquainted with the ruthless vendettas of the martial world. To her, Li Maoqiu was akin to family. Even though Li Maoqiu had betrayed the tomb, she remained kin. Would one truly inflict harm upon their own flesh and blood? It seemed improbable. At most, one might exchange a few harsh words. Chapter 48. The Nine. Emmanuel Li Maoqiu, bewildered by Zai Longnu's words, questioned, if you do not intend to kill me, why approach with such hostility? Yang San, equally exasperated, regarded the duo of Li Maoqiu and her disciple, pondering the dilemma they posed. Whether to eliminate them or not was a grave concern. Sister, what do you believe is the best course of action for handling them? After a brief respite, Zai Longnu regained her strength, staring blankly at Li Maoqiu. Since our fates are all but sealed, perhaps we could simply release them. Yang San, Li Maoqiu, and Hong Lingbo exchanged incredulous glances at Zai Longnu's suggestion. Do you think this is a mere child's play? We just agreed to engage in a battle to the death. Sister, why not strip them of their martial prowess? This way, they won't be able to disturb us at will, Yang San proposed after much contemplation, ultimately deciding that it would be better for them to remain in the ancient tomb for their twilight years. If released, it was highly likely that Li Maoqiu would meet a tragic end in the Valley of No Affection. Very well, Zai Longnu replied, her trust in Yang San unwavering. Regardless of what he suggested, she deemed it right. She proceeded to strike at Li Maoqiu and Hong Lingbo's dantian. Ah! They both shrieked in agony and collapsed to the ground. Unlike Zai Longnu's previous dispersal of internal energy, this time, their dantian was shattered, causing their internal power to dissipate entirely. Although they faced no mortal danger, they would no longer possess any internal strength unless an extraordinary fortune befell them. In contrast, if one merely dispersed their energy without fatal consequences, they could gradually regain their strength over time. Sister, you may as well spend the days peacefully in the ancient tomb, Zai Longnu stated before Yang San led her away. After resolving matters with Li Maoqiu, Yang San was eager to explore the Nine. Emmanuel. Thus he hurriedly guided Zai Longnu back to the stone chamber where the sarcophagus was kept. Guar, shall we share a portion with our sister? We could all sleep in one place, Zai Longnu shyly suggested. Yang San, wearing a mournful expression, replied, do you think I rushed to bring you back just to claim the coffin? Fear not, I desire neither. Both are for her. Sister, what are you saying? Look here, I discovered a hidden chamber earlier, but I refrained from mentioning it for fear of disturbing Li Maoqiu. Yang San pointed to the now fully opened sarcophagus. Only then did Zai Longnu come to realize that Guer had other intentions, a peculiar sense of loss washing over her. She noticed the stone lid propped up and scrutinized the inscriptions upon it, then glanced at the entrance to the revealed chamber. Guer, let us descend and investigate, Zai Longnu urged excitedly. Once Zai Longnu finished speaking, Yang San joyfully leaped down first. Guer, be cautious, she called out with a smile, following closely behind him into the sarcophagus. Sister, look! Yang San exclaimed, pointing at the ceiling, which was adorned with characters akin to those in their training rooms, but here, an additional topographical map had been intricately carved. The little dragon maiden gradually descended, and by following Yang San's hand, she noticed the characters on the ceiling as well as the topographical map. Being well acquainted with the ancient tomb, she immediately recognized this as the map of the tomb, albeit with some unfamiliar elements. After a careful examination, the little dragon maiden joyfully informed Yang San, Gu'er, we can leave now. It turns out that when Wang Chongyang built the tomb, he left behind a secret waterway. Really? That's wonderful. Sister, are the other characters the martial arts techniques Wang Chongyang left to decipher the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra? Although Yang San had long been aware of the waterway, he was unable to read the map. Thus his concern lay primarily with the remnants of the Nine. Emmanuel left by Wang Chongyang. Indeed, that's correct. Seeing that Yang Guo seemed disinclined to leave the ancient tomb, the little dragon maiden felt a surge of happiness. Now that she knew the way out, she was not in a hurry. The thought of leaving her home of 20 years was still somewhat unsettling, so a few days' respite would be preferable. In the subsequent days, Yang San and the little dragon maiden transcribed the remnants of the 9 in manual and spent their time practicing on the cold jade bed. With the aid of the bed, the little dragon maiden managed to restore her dissipated internal energy, though she was unable to practice the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra indoors. The food stored in the tomb is running low. Recently, it seemed that Li Maoqiu, perhaps due to her loss of martial arts prowess or a realization of her impending fate, had completely cast aside her burdens. Remarkably, her spirit had improved significantly. The little dragon maiden remarked that her senior sister had reverted to her former self. As a result, they all gathered for meals together. And when Li Maoqiu first witnessed Yang San cooking, she was taken aback as if she had encountered a ghost. Having traversed the martial world for many years, she had seen numerous men who could cook, but none who cooked for their women. It appeared that it was a given for women to cook for men, a sentiment shared even among themselves. During that first meal, Li Maoqiu and Hong Lingbo were utterly bewildered, simply relishing every dish, exclaiming that everything was delicious. Afterward, upon learning that Yang San had been this way since entering the tomb, along with a series of unheard-of dish names, Li Maoqiu and Hong Lingbo constantly emphasized to the little dragon maiden that Yang San was an extraordinary man, an unparalleled, ultimate gentleman who must not be let go. Listening to their praises, the little dragon maiden felt as joyful as a child. Even her appetite increased considerably. This was also the reason Yang San tacitly allowed them to share meals. Though due to the nature of his cooking, which required fresh ingredients, the once abundant food stores in the tomb had transitioned to a more limited stock. Upon hearing the little dragon maiden's words, Li Maoqiu's expression turned regretful. "Junior sister, it is my fault. If it weren't for my greed, we wouldn't have ended up in this situation. From now on, do not prepare my share. Every little bit saved counts." Hong Lingbo, too, echoed in agreement. The day spent within the ancient tomb could be deemed the happiest of her life, devoid of the constant dread of making a misstep that would incur her master's wrath, or the fear of an enemy's sudden assault. Although she had lost her martial prowess, her freedom, and soon, even her life, she felt it was all worth it. Yang San observed the 2 anxious disciples awaiting their fate and remarked lightly, "In that case, my sister and I shall take our leave. You two can keep each other company." What do you mean? Have you discovered another exit?" Li Maoqiu immediately grasped the implication of Yang San's words, her heart brimming with joy. "Do not tease your senior sister," Xialong chided Yang Gu with a sidelong glance. During this time, her emotions had deepened considerably. She was even capable of rolling her eyes. Chapter 49, Settling in the Zhongnan Mountains. Sister. It turns out that Wang Chouyang had secretly constructed a passage within the ancient tomb, allowing direct access to the outside. "We only discovered it a few days ago," the little dragon girl joyfully remarked to Li Maoqiu. However, whether intentionally or unintentionally, she refrained from mentioning the location of the hidden chamber and the fragments of the 9 in manual, a topic Yang San would likewise avoid, as revealing it to Li Maoqiu would serve only to deepen her melancholy. "Is there truly an exit? How wonderful! You need not be trapped here any longer." Li Maoqiu seemed to experience a moment of enlightenment, her thoughts immediately turning to their well-being rather than her own. "All right, everyone, gather your things and prepare to set off. This secret passage is a waterway, so let us not burden ourselves with unnecessary items. We can always return for what we need," Yang San interjected, sensing that the 3 women were drifting into idle chatter. If they continued, night would fall, and the conditions outside remained uncertain. Daytime was certainly preferable to night. The 3 beauties simultaneously cast Yang San a disapproving glance, leaving him momentarily stunned. He could not allow the little dragon girl and Li Maoqiu to linger too long, otherwise they might fall into bad habits. Under Yang San's suggestion, the trio traveled light. Guided by the little dragon girl, they navigated left and right, descending further into the depths. The air growing increasingly damp, as if they were venturing deeper into the mountain's core, eventually moving straight downward. Since Li Maoqiu and her apprentice had lost their martial prowess, they could not descend unaided, otherwise they would surely meet with disaster. Thus, the little dragon girl took Li Maoqiu, while Yang San assisted Hong Lingbo, both safely reaching the ground. As they proceeded, they noticed the humidity intensifying, accompanied by the sound of flowing water ahead. Indeed, they had arrived at the waterway. As they ventured deeper, the water rose from their ankles to their chests. "Do you remember the breath-holding technique I just taught you?" Little dragon girl had imparted Wang Chongyang's breath-holding secret to Li Maoqiu and her apprentice along the way. Although the effectiveness was considerably diminished without inner strength, it was better than nothing. "Rest assured, junior sister, We shall not be a burden to you, Li Maoqiu expressed, her excitement palpable at the sight of the exit ahead. Though she endeavored to maintain her composure, her words seemed sincere. Uncle Master, spare us such foolish talk. We are nearly at the entrance. Are you not ready to proceed? We will not abandon you. Yang San resolutely interrupted Li Maoqiu's despondent thoughts, his tone firm and unwavering. Li Maoqiu, looking at the little dragon girl with unwavering certainty, nodded in agreement, her heart swelling with emotion. She extended her hand, firmly grasping the little dragon girl's. Are you ready? At this moment, Yang San led the way, with Li Maoqiu and Hong Lingbo in the middle, and the little dragon girl bringing up the rear. The four held hands, and at Yang San's call, they took a deep breath, each activating the breath-holding technique before nodding at Yang San. Upon witnessing the situation, Yang San ceased to procrastinate and promptly advanced forward. The water level had entirely submerged his head. He proceeded at a steady pace, neither hurried nor sluggish. After approximately half an hour, Hong Lingbo could no longer endure. Her feet became weightless, and had it not been for Li Maoqiu and Xiaolong's timely intervention, she would have been swept away by the current. Yang San anxiously observed Xiaolong, and only after confirming her safety did he feel a sense of relief. He then quickened his pace, striving to reach the shore sooner. About 15 minutes later, Li Maoqiu also found herself unable to hold on any longer. Fortunately, Yang San remained vigilant regarding their condition, gripping her hand firmly. And together with Xiaolong, they dragged her along, slowly traversing the water for several more minutes before finally emerging above the surface. Yang San and Xiaolong exhaled deeply. And then Xiaolong pointed out the acupressure points for Li Maoqiu and Hong Lingbo to induce vomiting, allowing them to gradually expel the water from their stomachs. After a while, Li Maoqiu and her disciple slowly regained consciousness, gazing at the blinding sunlight above, still somewhat dazed. Have we emerged? Are we truly free? Yang San observed the three women before him, embracing each other amidst tears and laughter, and he too felt a profound sense of joy akin to rebirth. The ordeal in the underground river had been arduous, and despite knowing they would eventually be safe, he could not shake off the worry. Master, what are your plans for the future? Yang San had initially intended to keep Li Maoqiu and her disciple in the ancient tomb. But given their current lack of martial prowess, it was evident they could not traverse the secret passage. Li Maoqiu glanced around the serene valley, her expression calm as she spoke. This place is quite pleasant. We shall reside here. In the future, when you return, you will pass through this area, making it a suitable resting station for you. Yang San and Xiaolong exchanged glances, finding the idea agreeable and readily assenting. Subsequently, Yang San ventured to a nearby town to procure essentials such as rice, oil, and cooking utensils, while Li Maoqiu and her companions began constructing a temporary shelter. In the following 2 months, Yang San and Xiaolong temporarily settled in the valley. A month prior, they had successfully cultivated the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra to the 9th level of perfection, and had now commenced their practice of the 9 in manual. During this period, Xiaolong also imparted the healing section of the 9 in manual to Li Maoqiu and her disciple, hoping to mend their damaged dantian. Regrettably, there was little effect, leading Xiaolong to feel immense guilt, often berating herself for her earlier recklessness. Yet, it was Li Maoqiu who tirelessly comforted her, asserting that she had done nothing wrong, and perhaps had even been too lenient. Compared to the brutal realities of the martial world, where death and disability were commonplace, they were already quite content. If the martial world were to learn that the once feared Crimson Serpent Immortal, Li Maoqiu, had transformed into this state, it would surely astonish many. Yang San had discovered a type of elixir in the system's shop that could heal Li Maoqiu and her disciple's condition. However, it required 400 points, and he currently possessed just enough for one. Thus, he decided to postpone the exchange for now. In recent days, Yang San frequently observed the interactions between the little dragon girl and her master, Li Maoqiu. They often engaged in conversation filled with laughter, while at times, the little dragon girl would gaze absent-mindedly at Yang San. However, each time he attempted to join their discourse, he was met with dismissal, being told that such matters were merely the trivialities of women and that he, as a man, should concern himself with cooking instead. This left Yang San feeling rather vexed for several days, casting doubt upon whether he had indeed rescued the right individuals. The initially harmonious coexistence of the two had been disrupted by the presence of an additional 2 light bulbs, leading Yang San to abandon his previously contemplated plans for further progress. Yang Gu, I have a question for you, Li Maoqiu suddenly addressed Yang San after dinner one day, while the little dragon girl sat beside them. Her face flashed and her gaze lowered, seemingly preoccupied with her own thoughts. In contrast, Hong Lingbo wore an expression of excitement, clearly intrigued by what would unfold next. Chapter 50. Wedding Ceremony Master. What do you wish to inquire? Yang San was equally intrigued about the discussions that had transpired over the past few days. Ahem. What preparations have you and my junior sister made for the wedding? Li Maoqiu, as the representative elder, posed the question with due seriousness. Ahem. Li Maoqiu had merely cleared her throat, but Yang San found herself truly caught off guard. So, this was the topic of their conversations over the past days. No wonder the little dragon girl had been blushing incessantly. Master, I am certainly willing, but is our current situation appropriate? Yang San was genuinely perplexed by the traditional taboos surrounding such significant life events in ancient times. He, as children of the rivers and lakes, we harbor no such reservations. However, do you have any relatives? Li Maoqiu pondered briefly before asking, aware from little dragon girl that young Gu was indeed an orphan, otherwise she would not have initially mistaken him for a beggar. Yet, whether he had other kin remained uncertain. Yang San realized that the only person left whom young Gu might consider family was likely Gu Jing, although he had never met him and thus felt little attachment. No. I am an orphan. Very well, we shall hold the wedding ceremony tomorrow. Li Maoqiu declared decisively. With no relatives, it was preferable, this way. Her junior sister would not have to fear being bullied. Li Maoqiu had not even considered that few would dare to challenge the martial prowess of the little dragon girl. Tomorrow. Shouldn't we select an auspicious date? Yang San felt this was rather hasty. It seemed disrespectful to the little dragon girl, as if they were merely going shopping. Simplicity is key. We shall depart for the ancient tomb now, Li Maoqiu asserted without hesitation. Seeing the hopeful gaze of the little dragon girl, Yang San understood they must have discussed this thoroughly and thus consented. It appeared she needed to devise a means to dispose of the dragon-breaking stone, otherwise each return to the tomb felt akin to a return from the dead. Having made their decision, the four of them no longer delayed, promptly making their way back to the ancient tomb via the waterway. Fortunately, the return journey was downstream, allowing Li Maoqiu and her disciples to arrive safely with the current's assistance. Once more in the ancient tomb, the initially joyous spirits of the little dragon girl and Li Maoqiu inexplicably turned somber, particularly for the little dragon girl. Having never been away from the tomb for such an extended period, she wandered alongside Li Maoqiu, revisiting every nook and cranny with a mix of nostalgia and melancholy. Meanwhile, Yang San and Hong Lingbo busied themselves with tidying up and adorning the tomb. As apprentices, they were obliged to toil, even as they prepared to assume leadership roles in the future. A night of silence passed. The following noon, the little dragon girl donned the resplendent red wedding gown left by Lin Chaoying. Accustomed to her white attire, she appeared even more enchanting. Not only Yang San, but even Li Maoqiu and Hong Lingbo were rendered speechless by her beauty. Yang San, dressed in a wedding outfit procured in advance, took the little dragon girl's hand and led her to the stone chamber where the memorial tablets of her master and grandmaster were enshrined. Their return to the ancient tomb was incomplete without honoring the little dragon girl's mentor. After Hong Lingbo placed the red veil over the little dragon girl's head, Yang San took her hand, and they both knelt together. First bow to heaven and earth. Li Maoqiu beamed as she observed the newlyweds, her voice resonating with tales of yore. In accordance, Yang San and the little dragon girl bowed deeply. Second bow to the esteemed elders. Li Maoqiu appeared increasingly elated as she called out once more. Yang San and the little dragon girl bowed deeply once again before the ancestral tablet. Husband and wife bowed to each other. Yang San and the little dragon girl exchanged a bow, and Yang San gazed at the enchanting figure before him, exhilarated that she was finally to be wholly his. The ceremony is complete, Li Maoqiu exclaimed, seemingly concluding a ritual pertaining to her past. She looked at the excited newlyweds, cast a comforting glance at her master's tablet, and a beautiful smile graced her face once more. Yang Guo, are you not going to help our bride lift her red veil? Trembling with anticipation, Yang San gently grasped the corners of the red veil and slowly lifted it until the stunning visage of the little dragon girl was fully revealed. At which point he swiftly removed the veil. The little dragon girl blushed, a mixture of expectation and uncertainty in her expression, but her demeanor steadied upon seeing Yang San. Sister! Yang San slowly extended his hand, tenderly caressing the little dragon girl's warm cheek. Still calling me sister? The little dragon girl teased. Longer. You look absolutely radiant today. Yang San struggled to articulate his thoughts, failing to conjure a better compliment. Yet the little dragon girl burst into laughter. Gwr. Your words are so sweet. Was I not beautiful before? Beautiful, indeed. In my heart, you shall forever be the most beautiful. Yang San stammered in his defense. Though aware that the little dragon girl was not truly upset, he was nonetheless filled with anxiety. Hearty laughter erupted from Li Maoqiu and Hong Lingbo, who stood silently by after the ceremony, smiling at the couple, relinquishing the remaining moments entirely to them until they could no longer contain their amusement at Yang San's flustered demeanor. Sister, are you mocking us? Yang San and the little dragon girl jolted back to reality, recalling the presence of the two light bulbs. Yang San quickly assisted the little dragon girl to her feet. Sister, how could this be mockery? I am genuinely happy for you, Li Maoqiu remarked, her eyes twinkling with mischief as she gazed at the little dragon girl. Sister, please do not tease Long-O. She is quite shy. Yang San stumbled over his words, still adjusting to the situation. Oh, so protective so soon. It seems my junior sister is destined for happiness, Li Maoqiu observed with satisfaction, believing a man should indeed protect his woman. Yet, her teasing did not relent. Go o'er. Let us not mind her. Did you not prepare an abundance of delicious treats? Do bring them forth, and we shall enjoy them ourselves. The little dragon girl looked sweetly at Yang San, feigning annoyance as she spoke. Indeed. Sister, you have just married, and already you wish to abandon your elder sister. Take this. Li Maoqiu, upon hearing the little dragon girl's intentions to exclude them from the feast, grew anxious. Recalling how Yang San's preparations had nearly left them starving the day prior, and he had stubbornly refused to let them have even a taste. She immediately lunged at the little dragon girl, preparing to tickle her. Ha ha, no, ha ha. Sister, spare me, ha ha. I won't do it again, ha ha. Yang San watched the trio in joyful revelry, shaking his head as he went to prepare for the banquet. A moment later, Yang San returned to the entrance of the stone chamber, where the sounds of laughter and merriment still echoed in his ears. To his surprise, little dragon girl was particularly exuberant today. Long-Er, senior sister, Lingbo, it's time for dinner. Yang San called out loudly from the doorway. Do not inquire why I refrained from entering. Those who have encountered similar situations understand that it is best for a man to remain outside, lest he witness something he ought not to see. Even if you were to leap into the Yellow River, you could not clarify your innocence. Indeed. Upon hearing Yang San's voice, the laughter abruptly ceased. After a brief interval, little dragon girl and the others emerged from the stone chamber. Their garments noticeably wrinkled and their faces flushed. The following is omitted for brevity. Chapter 51. Reopening the ancient tomb the following day. Yang San emerged from Zhou Ying's chamber, invigorated and refreshed. Ah, finally decided to rise? He heard Li Maoqiu's teasing voice drift through the air. Turning around, he was met with her playful smile, which caused him a moment of embarrassment. The stone chamber had decent soundproofing, yet it could not entirely muffle the reality of being in an ancient tomb, a confined space where Li Maoqiu, a former master of internal arts, possessed keen hearing. Good morning, senior sister, he greeted. Good morning. You should consider yourselves fortunate that there is no sunlight in this tomb. Otherwise, you'd truly realize how early it is, Li Maoqiu remarked with a peculiar tone. Yang San found himself at a loss for words. Why are you still dawdling? Quickly prepare that old hen for a stew, Li Maoqiu urged, having brought a hen with her this time. With a sheepish grin, Yang San hurried off to prepare a sumptuous breakfast for Zhou Ying. Due to certain unavoidable circumstances, Yang San and Zhou Ying found themselves needing to remain in the tomb for a few more days. It was only on the 5th day that they, along with Li Maoqiu, emerged from the waterway, returning to the tranquil valley. At that moment, Yang San revealed to Zhou Ying and Li Maoqiu his intention to deal with the Duanglong stone. Go o'er. Do you truly have a solution? Zhou Ying asked excitedly, grasping Yang San's hand. Since the Duanglong stone had been set down, she had been compelled to leave her home of 20 years, a pain that few could comprehend. Rest assured, Long-Er, the tomb is also my home. I merely have an idea. Whether it can be realized remains to be seen, Yang San reassured her, gently patting the back of her hand. Yang Guo, do share your thoughts. No matter how difficult, we shall assist you, Li Maoqiu affirmed with unwavering confidence. Long-Er, senior sister, I have two ideas, however. Both will require considerable manpower and resources. Therefore, our first step is to hire a group of workers, Yang San explained after thorough contemplation. 2. Please elaborate, Li Maoqiu inquired. Intrigued. The Duanglong stone was no ordinary object. Once placed, even her master could not reopen it. Yet here was Yang San, claiming to possess two methods. Instead of speaking directly, Yang San picked up a square stone and led Zai Longnu and the others to the river bank. Let us assume this represents the Duanglong stone, he said, placing the stone at the water's edge and digging a deep trench leading to the river. Water swiftly began to flow in. Observe. We will first excavate the soil surrounding the Duanglong stone and then direct the water source toward it until the earth beneath the stone becomes saturated, allowing us to gradually extract the mud from below, he explained, using a stick to continuously dig out the mud beneath the stone. Slowly, as the soil diminished, the stone began to sink into the trench until it was completely enveloped. What do you think? Is it clear to you? Yang San paused to inquire of Zai Longnu and the others. At this moment, the little dragon girl gazed in astonishment at the stone, utterly perplexed as to why it would sink. In contrast, Li Maoqiu, having traversed the martial world for many years, had encountered a plethora of peculiarities and possessed a remarkable capacity for comprehension. Yang Guo, your method is indeed commendable, yet it demands considerable manpower. And the water source poses a significant challenge. Li Maoqiu promptly identified two critical issues. Precisely, that is why I referred to it as an idea, Yang San nonchalantly replied. And what about the other idea? Although the little dragon girl found it difficult to grasp, she understood that the realization of this idea seemed quite improbable. The other option is to chisel. Yang San stated succinctly. Chisel? Is that feasible? Li Maoqiu considered this approach to be somewhat more plausible, appearing to require less strenuous effort. Of course it is. After all, it is merely a stone, albeit there is a caveat: the entrance to the ancient tomb is quite narrow, allowing only one person to chisel at a time, Yang San explained. He retrieved the earlier square stone and propped it with a triangular stone before striking it forcefully, causing a corner of the square stone to break off. This is excellent. This is excellent. The little dragon girl, though unable to comprehend the intricacies, could certainly appreciate the efficacy of the result. All right, let me handle this. Li Maoqiu also deemed this method more reliable and willingly took on the responsibility. Time flowed like water, and months slipped by swiftly. It had been nearly half a year since Yang San and the others returned to the ancient tomb. A year prior, after Li Maoqiu undertook the project of the broken dragon stone, she had lavishly recruited 12 seasoned stonemasons from the vicinity, instructing each to chisel for 1 hour daily, rotating every half hour, working day and night without interruption. After countless hammers and chisels, the broken dragon stone was entirely hollowed out over the span of 6 months. The exact duration is of little consequence. Upon the stone's completion, Li Maoqiu and the little dragon girl were overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down their faces, relieved that their arduous journeys home would no longer feel like life and death struggles. During the subsequent 6 months at the ancient tomb, Yang San and the little dragon girl diligently practiced the martial arts found within the fragments of the 9-in manual by day, and at night, they utilized the cold jade bed to refine their skills in the bone forging section of the same manual. Their martial prowess and internal energy progressed significantly. Li Maoqiu, naturally aware of the existence of the 9-in manual fragments, often expressed her astonishment after witnessing its profound mysteries, reflecting on how her lifelong dedication to the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra was utterly eclipsed by it. Throughout the year, Yang San would consistently wander the Zongnang mountain, hoping to encounter Ouyang Feng. Alas, whether due to fate's cruel design or mere chance, he failed to cross paths with him. Reluctantly, Yang San found himself waiting for Ouyang Feng to seek him out. During this year, Li Maoqiu incessantly imparted her worldly wisdom to the little dragon girl and Yang San, cautioning them against walking with strangers and urging them to refrain from consuming food offered by unknown individuals. Yang San found himself bemused. After all, how old were they this year? Additionally, seemingly anticipating that Yang San and the little dragon girl would venture out, she mentioned her other disciple, Lu Wushuang, who was the limping beauty with whom Yang San had once shared a fleeting encounter. Previously, Li Maoqiu was in haste to arrive at the ancient tomb, which allowed her to escape. Now that she has cast aside the shackles of her past, she feels a profound sense of indebtedness. Therefore, she advises Yang San to take care of the little dragon girl during her journeys through the martial world, should they cross paths. Yang San is aware that this fierce woman, who had her ears severed upon her debut, can be considered the first victim of Yang Guo's ill-fated affection. Alas, this narrative is not one of harem romance, otherwise, Yang San would. Surely, having encountered Ouyang Feng, she would also meet Lu Wushuang. Regardless of the reason, it is imperative that she does not spend her life alongside Chongqing. Chapter 52, The Final Encounter with Ouyang Feng on a serene evening. With the moon shining brightly amidst the sparse stars, Yang San took the little dragon girl to admire the moon atop the Zongnang mountain. Suddenly, a burly man, appearing rather deranged, burst forth, exclaiming, "Have you seen my son?" Yang San was overwhelmed with excitement. Ouyang Feng had finally made his appearance. Before Yang San could utter a word, the man continued, "I haven't seen him." The little dragon girl observed the man's frenzied demeanor and surmised that he must be the madman Yang San had spoken of. However, his remarkable agility earlier suggested he was no ordinary person, surpassing even her previous senior sister. In a swift motion, Ouyang Feng approached Yang San and the little dragon girl, seizing the latter's hand with fury, demanding to know the whereabouts of his son. Yang San, taken aback, urged him not to act rashly. He knew that even the unhinged Ouyang Feng was an unparalleled master. In fact, even in his previous state of sanity, few could rival his prowess, especially after his recent mastery of the 9-in manual, which had significantly augmented his abilities. "Daddy, I'm here, I'm here," Yang San shouted, inexplicably devoid of any sense of shame. It had been 4 years since Ouyang Feng last encountered Yang Guo, who had matured from a child into a fine young man. Thus, Ouyang Feng did not immediately recognize him. However, upon hearing Yang San's words and scrutinizing the figure in the moonlight, he realized it was indeed the child he had searched for tirelessly. Ouyang Feng immediately released the little dragon girl and embraced Yang San, tears of joy streaming down his face. "My dear child, I have searched for you with great difficulty." Yang San understood the challenges Ouyang Feng faced in his search. Having spent these past few years either on Peach Blossom Island or in Zhongnang Mountain, both of which were strongholds of Ouyang Feng's sworn enemies. Despite his madness, Ouyang Feng retained some awareness of these matters, thus he could only prowl cautiously at night to seek out Yang Guo. Yang San had spent over 2 years largely in seclusion within the ancient tomb, rendering their encounters elusive. This year, Yang San frequently sought Ouyang Feng in Zhongnang Mountain, and the little dragon girl was well aware of Ouyang Feng's identity. She felt elated that Yang San and Ouyang Feng had finally reunited. Yang San then took the little dragon girl by the hand and joyfully introduced her to Ouyang Feng. "Father, this is my master, and now my wife. Long-er. This is my adoptive father, Ouyang Feng." Though the little dragon girl felt somewhat displeased at Ouyang Feng's interruption of their moonlit reverie, she was happy to see Yang San so delighted and gracefully bowed. Long-er pays respects to her adoptive father, master, wife. Even in his madness, Ouyang Feng had some understanding of societal norms and etiquette, albeit he largely disregarded them. The notion that his child had married his master filled him with a sense of pride, as he believed that the pupil had indeed surpassed the teacher. "Splendid, splendid. It is good to have a wife, and as for the master, let me teach you, for your skills do not match mine." Yang San felt elated by this, knowing that despite Ouyang Feng's current state, his martial arts foundation remained intact. Even a few pointers from him would greatly benefit Yang San. The little dragon girl, however, was indifferent to the titles. Her sole focus was on Yang San. As long as he was happy, she felt content. And she believed that being Yang San's wife was indeed a wonderful thing. Ouyang Feng grasped Yang San's hand and excitedly remarked, "Good boy. Your martial arts skills are quite commendable. However, are you aware that there exist 2 extraordinary techniques in this world?" Yang San chuckled, "Father, are you referring to the frog's technique and the 9-in manual?" "Precisely. It is indeed the frog's technique and the 9-in manual. Come, let me first teach you the frog's technique," Ouyang Feng exclaimed joyfully. "Father, have you forgotten? You have already taught me the frog's technique before." Ouyang Feng scratched his head, somewhat incredulous, and replied, "Did I? Well then, my son, demonstrate it for me." Although Yang San had never actually practiced the frog's technique, he held this supreme martial art in high regard. Coupled with his current mastery of the remnants of the 9-in manual, his internal energy was formidable, making the execution of the frog's technique rather effortless. Ouyang Feng nodded in satisfaction. "Good boy, your internal strength is quite robust. But there are still a few subtle nuances you have yet to master. Allow me to explain." As Yang San listened to Ouyang Feng alternate between discussing the frog's technique and the 9-in manual, albeit the flawed version, he recognized that while this erroneous version was not suitable for practice, recording it could prove beneficial in the future. As they conversed, Ouyang Feng caught sight of the little dragon girl and clapped his hands, exclaiming, "This is my unique secret. Do not let this young girl learn it." Yang San hurriedly intervened, "Father, even though Yin Jiping is gone, we must be cautious. What if another Zheng Jiping emerges? I would have nowhere to weep." "Father, she is your daughter-in-law, not a stranger." "Daughter-in-law? Yes, yes, daughter-in-law means family." Ouyang Feng smacked his forehead and addressed the little dragon girl, "Daughter-in-law, come, I shall teach you martial arts as well. The little dragon girl, who had been sitting idly counting stars while Yang San and Ouyang Feng engaged in lively conversation, turned crimson upon hearing Ouyang Feng refer to her as daughter-in-law. Had it not been for Yang San's hopeful gaze, she might have fled in embarrassment. Ah, the daughter-in-law is bashful. Ha ha ha! Ouyang Feng laughed heartily without restraint. Yang San quickly urged the little dragon girl to sit down. Father, please do not ridicule her. If you make her run away, who will bear you a robust grandson? A robust grandson. Now that sounds delightful. Daughter-in-law, do not be shy. Father will not laugh at you. The little dragon girl's face flushed even more, and she playfully pinched Yang San's waist with her 9-in divine claw. Yang San's face turned pale in an instant, too timid to counter with his internal energy. This truly was a universally effective feminine technique. Ouyang Feng, undeterred by the surrounding matters, continued to share his insights into martial arts, becoming so animated at times that he gestured wildly. The little dragon girl, initially shy, soon realized that no one was paying her any heed, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. She then became entranced by Ouyang Feng's exquisite theories. As the moon waned and the stars dimmed, dawn broke swiftly. It was only then that Ouyang Feng gradually ceased his discourse. Yang San meticulously reviewed the essential points of the frog's technique and the flawed 9-in manual, ensuring nothing was overlooked before he stood up. Adoptive father, I have also practiced the bone refining and muscle transforming chapters of the 9-in manual. Why is it that you practice the blood reversal and ascending pillar acupoint, while I practice the intent focus on the dantian and the opening of the Zongman acupoint? Little dragon girl only voiced her confusion when Ouyang Feng finally paused. After attentively listening, she realized that the 9-in manual he spoke of was entirely different from her own practice. It could be described as a reverse interpretation. However, observing Ouyang Feng animatedly discussing with Yang San while the latter listened intently, she refrained from interrupting until now. Upon hearing little dragon girl's words, Yang San immediately sensed impending trouble. Concentrate on the dantian and open the Zhongman acupoint. Indeed, Ouyang Feng, upon hearing this, clutched his head, his expression frantic. Just moments ago, he had attempted a technique, only to find his internal energy flowing more smoothly and harmoniously. Yet, this was the 9-in manual he had dedicated his entire life to. Being told it was erroneous was simply unacceptable. Chapter 53. Jipai Air Do Yang San observed as Ouyang Feng clutched his head and cried out in distress. He hurriedly grasped Ouyang Feng's hand and shouted, Father, please calm down and listen to me. At that moment, Ouyang Feng appeared dazed, his eyes vacant, utterly incapable of processing Yang San's words. Who am I? Who are you? Seeing Ouyang Feng on the verge of a frenzy, Yang San intended to subdue him first and explain gradually once he regained his composure. However, the moment he attempted to take action, Ouyang Feng instinctively struck out, aiming directly for Yang San's face. It became clear that at Ouyang Feng's level, martial arts had become second nature, every motion an ingrained instinct, making it nearly impossible to launch a surprise attack. Faced with a fierce gust of wind rushing towards him, Yang San dared not retaliate and withdrew his strike, instead meeting Ouyang Feng's palm with all his strength. Unbeknownst to him, Ouyang Feng was not intent on a life-or-death struggle. He leveraged the force of Yang San's palm to propel himself backward, flipping into an upside-down position, using his hands as feet to hastily flee. Yang San watched as Ouyang Feng vanished in an instant, letting out a sigh. Such is fate. He hoped that next time on Mount Hua, he could assist Ouyang Feng. Otherwise, young Gu would once again be left without a father. Gu'er, did I say something wrong? The little dragon maiden had not anticipated that her words would send Ouyang Feng into a frenzied escape. Long-er, it is not your fault. My foster father has been ill for a long time. I will find a way to save him, Yang San reassured the little dragon maiden, giving her a gentle embrace and patting her cheek. Instantly, the little dragon maiden's face flushed red, and she pushed Yang San away, running off. Yang San laughed heartily as he followed her back to the ancient tomb. On that day, Li Moqiu sought out Yang San. Are you preparing to leave the ancient tomb? Yes, it is time to depart, Yang San replied, taking in the sights of the ancient tomb, knowing that this time, his absence would stretch long. Very well. Remember to take good care of my junior sister. If she suffers any grievances, I shall not spare you, Li Moqiu said, clearly unprepared to keep them there. Ha ha! Rest assured, even if I must endure hardship, I shall not let Long-er suffer, Yang San assured her. Do not inform me when you leave, I am quite busy, Li Moqiu said, casting a deep glance at Yang San before departing. After a while, the little dragon maiden approached Yang San, carrying a bundle. Guor. I just saw my senior sister looking very dejected. I called out to her several times, but she did not respond. Yang San couldn't help but chuckle. He had not expected the once merciless Chen fairy to feel sadness over their departure. Long it is nothing. Senior sister may have other matters to attend to. Is that so? Then it's good. Guer, let us set off, the little dragon maiden said, her simple heart choosing not to dwell on the matter. Yang San took the little dragon maiden's bundle, and the two slowly made their way out of the ancient tomb, turning back to imprint the tomb deeply in their memories before finally leaving. Master, the martial uncles have already gone far. The wind here is strong, let us return. Hong Lingbo suggested at a high point on Mount Zongnan, addressing Li Mocho. Li Mocho silently gazed at the distant path down the mountain, where the figures of the little dragon maiden and Yang San had long since disappeared. After a moment of contemplation, she turned and departed with Hong Lingbo. Lingbo, have you ever held any grievances against our master? No, Lingbo is currently quite content. After a leisurely journey, Yang San and the little dragon girl finally arrived at a quaint town, where the houses stood in close proximity, arranged with an intricate charm, making them feel as though they had transitioned from a desolate wilderness to the heart of civilization. Yang San resolved to investigate whether Lu Wushuang had made an appearance. Her distinctive features would make her presence unmistakable. Dragon girl, there is an inn ahead. Let us take a respite and perhaps indulge in some sustenance, Yang San suggested, pointing towards an inn. I have heard of it, the little dragon girl replied, seemingly indifferent to such matters. Upon entering, they discovered that the inn bore the name Wulai Inn, renowned as the largest chain of inns in ancient China. Waiter, bring forth some food and wine. Soon enough, a lean young lad, resembling a waiter, arrived with their order. Both Yang San and the little dragon girl were martial artists with considerable appetites, and after a long day's journey, they were ravenous. Thus, they prioritized satisfying their hunger above all else. Once they had dined to their heart's content, Yang San summoned the waiter again. Dear guest, how did you find the meal? It was rather unsatisfactory, far inferior to what Guer would prepare. The little dragon girl candidly replied, unaccustomed to subtlety. The waiter found himself in an awkward predicament, having never encountered such forthright patrons before. Yang San, unfazed, waved his hand dismissively and tossed a piece of silver to the waiter. My good fellow, have there been any intriguing happenings of late? The waiter, seizing the silver with a beaming smile, replied, though there are no notable tales, a trivial matter comes to mind. A trivial matter? Pray, enlighten me. Unperturbed by the earlier discomfort, the waiter, now eager to share, began, you may not know, but today a young lady in white visited, remarkably beautiful. Though her temper was quite fierce, she severed the ears of two Taoist priests at the slightest provocation. Yang San's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lu Wushuang was indeed present. The waiter, noticing their silence, thought they were skeptical and pointed to the marks of blades on a nearby table. Dear guest, do not doubt. These are the remnants of that encounter. Yang San glanced around, noting that Jipai Air Dao had yet to make an appearance. I believe you. But did she truly harm them over a mere disagreement? Surely those two Taoists did not provoke her. The waiter, knowing only the aftermath, shook his head. I cannot say. But it seemed those priests were fixated on her feet for a time. Just as he finished speaking, his expression shifted, and he turned to leave. Yang San heard the sound of two pairs of footsteps entering the unlikely Jipai Air Dao. Guer, why are you so curious about this? The little dragon girl, initially uninterested, became attentive upon hearing the waiter's description of the lady's beauty. Dragon girl, have you forgotten? We promised our senior sister to assist her in locating Lu Wushuang. Yang San chuckled at the little dragon girl's slightly envious tone, noting how she had become more relatable, even capable of feeling jealousy. Lu Wushuang? You believe this young lady in white is Lu Wushuang? The little dragon girl was taken aback, having only ventured out herself for a short while, yet already encountering her. Long consider this, a beautiful maiden with a fierce temperament, who takes great care of her feet and possesses remarkable swordsmanship. Do you not find this description rather fitting? Yang San elaborated slowly to the little dragon maiden, reflecting on the attributes described by Li Mocho and combining them with the earlier portrayal by the innkeeper. The little dragon maiden felt it was indeed plausible. While one or two traits could be mere coincidence, the alignment of all these characteristics seemed rather extravagant. Guar, if that is the case, shall we pursue them to investigate further? The little dragon maiden recognized that Yang San's good spirits were not due to an infatuation with another woman. Look over there. Those two insufferable Taoists. They are most likely the other two protagonists. If we follow them, we are bound to uncover something of interest, Yang San whispered, pointing discreetly at Ji-Pai and Erdal, who were engrossed in their meal. Chapter 54. The woman in white. After Ji-Pai Erdal had his fill, he summoned the innkeeper to secure a room for rest. Following their entrance, Yang San and the others also requested a room, and as they ascended the stairs, the innkeeper whispered, Sir, those two Taoists are the ones who had their ears cropped. They are from the Chuanshan sect. Yet they could not even contend with a single young woman. Oh, they belong to the Chuanshan sect. Truly, each generation seems to fall short of the last. Yang San gestured deliberately. Alas, who can argue with that? But let us speak no more of it. Please, sir, rest well, the innkeeper replied, nodding in agreement with a sigh. Guar, shall we teach them a lesson? The little dragon girl expressed her discontent, purely out of disdain for their presence. Patience, longer. I shall deal with them tonight, and ensure they learn their lesson, Yang San quickly reassured her, wary of alarming the quarry and losing a promising opportunity. Silence enveloped the night until the courtyard echoed with the sounds of climbing over walls. Soon, light flickered from Ji-Pai Erdal's room. Yang San, careful not to awaken the slumbering little dragon girl, quietly exited and stealthily approached the door of Ji-Pai Erdal's chamber. Overhearing the exchange of flattery between Ji-Pai Erdal and a member of the beggar sect, nearly causing him to erupt in laughter. Yet, Yang San was not there merely to listen. He was there to fulfill his promise to the little dragon girl and to redistribute wealth from the affluent. Moments later, the occupants of the room slipped out through the window. Once he confirmed the room was vacant, Yang San cautiously entered, heading straight for the bedside. He swiftly pocketed over 20 taels of silver from Ji-Pai Erdal's belongings, contemplating for a moment before abandoning the thought of the juvenile act of urinating on the bed. Gore, is the task completed? Upon his return, Yang San discovered the little dragon girl was already awake, sitting at the edge of the bed awaiting his return. Did I disturb you? He inquired, hurrying to her side. No, I just happened to wake up, she replied, her cheeks flushed, resembling a child caught in mischief. Hee. Then let us steal a few more moments of slumber. I've dealt with those two foul Taoists, and you shall learn of it tomorrow, Yang San said, not revealing the details, as he took her hand and returned to bed, causing her face to redden further. At the break of dawn, Yang San was roused by a cacophony. He called to the little dragon girl to join him downstairs for a couple of bowls of noodles, only to find the innkeeper grumbling in frustration. My good fellow, why the ire so early in the day? Yang San jested. The innkeeper, brimming with pride, replied, Sir, you cannot fathom the audacity of those two Taoists. They dared to attempt to dine and lodge for free. Initially, I overlooked it for the sake of the Chongyang Palace. But they then had the gall to claim we ran a black shop and that their silver was stolen. The nerve! I had to scold them into silence. Had it not been for the manager's intervention, they would have left in disgrace. Yang San's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The Chongyang Palace was a prestigious sect surely. They could not be in need of gold or silver. Indeed, this matter cannot end here. I shall bring it to the attention of the Chongyang Palace. The Taoists of the Chuanshan sect are numerous, and each one upholds the strictest of moral codes, he declared. I distinctly remember those two scoundrels and am certain I shall recognize them. Yang San also took pleasure in the music. The innkeeper was remarkably eloquent, incessantly berating Ji-Pai Erdal without repetition. Yang San, while enjoying his noodles, occasionally interjected with comments, much to the innkeeper's delight, who ultimately waived the payment for the noodles, only requesting the lodging fee. After confirming the directions to Wolf Valley, Yang San departed with the little dragon maiden. Gore, you performed admirably, the little dragon maiden remarked cryptically. Yang San understood her reference and, noticing her cheerful demeanor, felt a sudden gratitude towards Ji-Pai Erdal. You both are contributors to society. After traversing approximately 30 miles, they discovered a valley, presumably Wolf Valley. Estimating the time, they realized it was still early, and neither party had arrived, so they sought a concealed spot to hide. It was not until the sun was well overhead that the sound of applause drifted from outside the valley, prompting Yang San to signal to the little dragon maiden. 3 Taoists entered from the valley's mouth. The 2 younger ones were indeed Ji-Pai Erdal, while the middle-aged Taoist was recognized by Yang San as the short and stout Shen Xifan. Shortly thereafter, 2 beggars came rushing down from the mountain. One was robust, and the other, with a head full of white hair, was likely the invited Hongchong air guy. The 5 exchanged courteous gestures without a word, forming a line to gaze at the valley entrance. At that moment, the sound of bells echoed. and a woman clad in white was seen riding a black donkey, galloping towards them. Is that Lu Wushuang? She appears quite fair. The little dragon maiden observed with a detached gaze. Yet she pales in comparison to Long Air. Yang San thought aloud. The little dragon maiden smiled approvingly at Yang San before redirecting her focus to the valley. Yang San wiped the imaginary cold sweat from his forehead. The little dragon maiden's jealousy was growing more pronounced. Lu Wushuang halted her donkey a short distance from the five, casting them a scornful glance and seemingly disinclined to converse. Ji Pai Air Dao exchanged looks with Shen Jifan, who subtly gestured, prompting Ji Qingsu to declare. You have quite the audacity, young lady, to truly come to this meeting. Quickly summon your accomplices. Lu Wushuang unsheathed her sword, spinning it in a flourish, and coldly retorted, This is my accomplice. Grr, Lu Wushuang is indeed bold and skilled, the little dragon maiden remarked in surprise. Recalling her senior's assertion that Lu Wushuang had been left with a handicap, resulting in her lack of proficiency. Long Air will discern this, Yang San thought. Unable to elucidate further. At this juncture, Shen Jifan spoke, You are quite daring, young lady, to attend alone with just a sword. However, we cannot engage with you just yet. Let us propose this. We grant you 10 days to summon 4 individuals, and then we shall compete. Lu Wushuang, growing impatient, retorted, You speak too much nonsense. I have already brought my helpers. Dealing with you ineffectual gluttons requires no further arrangements. Shen Jifan, incensed, replied, Very well. You are indeed quite arrogant. I shall ask you once more, are you of the ancient tomb sect? And if I am? What if I am not? She countered defiantly. So many have gathered, and are they truly ready to relent over a mere utterance? Your seasoned wisdom seems to have regressed with age. Lu Wushuang was forcibly abducted by Li Maoqiu. Upon hearing the mention of the ancient tomb sect, her ire only intensified. Shen Jifang suppressed his overwhelming anger and continued. My Quanzhen sect and the ancient tomb sect are neighbors. You have unjustly harmed a member of my sect without cause. What could possibly be the reason for this? If my 2 disciples were in the wrong, I would personally pay my respects and offer my apologies. However, if this is not the case, should matters escalate, we shall not show mercy simply because you are a woman. Lu Wushuang let out a cold laugh and replied. It is precisely because these 2 insolent Taoists acted disrespectfully first that I severed their ears. Otherwise, with so many ruffians in the world, why would I have chosen to punish only them? Chapter 55. The sect comes to demand justice since being forcibly abducted by Li Maoqiu. Lu Wushuang has endured a life akin to that of a pig or dog. Had it not been for Hong Lingbo's intercession, Li Maoqiu would never have taken her as a disciple. In her daily life, she dared not venture beyond the confines of her dwelling, thus remaining oblivious to the intricate relationship between the ancient tomb sect and the Quanzhen sect, nor was she aware that Li Maoqiu had a junior sister, whom they feared, causing them to hesitate in taking action. The 3 Taoists, led by Shen Jifang, found themselves at a loss for words in the face of Lu Wushuang's retorts, which left the 2 beggars nearby anxious. The elder beggar, surnamed Chen, despite his advanced age, had an equally fiery temperament. He hurried forward, admonishing, You young girl, speaking to your elders while perched upon a donkey. In an instant, he reached the black donkey, attempting to seize Lu Wushuang's right hand to pull her down. Before Lu Wushuang could evade, her hand was grasped. Yet, she displayed no fear. With a swift twist of her arm, her curved blade struck towards the old beggar. The beggar was taken aback, astonished by the girl's unexpected martial prowess, and hastily withdrew his hand, though he still suffered cuts to 2 of his fingers. Enraged, he exclaimed, You little wretch, you truly seek to court death. Another beggar, surnamed Han, recognized that a peaceful resolution was impossible today and swiftly drew a chain hammer from his waist. Shen Jifang and the others likewise unsheathed their long swords, encircling the black donkey as they advanced on Lu Wushuang. Despite her youth and limited skills derived from the ancient tomb sect, Lu Wushuang managed to fend off the 5 of them, each wielding a blade with remarkable determination. Yang San observed for a while, noting that Lu Wushuang's execution of swordplay with a curved blade appeared rather awkward. Yet, the martial arts of the ancient tomb sect, despite its unappealing name, surpassed many of the skills found in the martial world. Grr, this is the martial art of our ancient tomb sect. Little Dragon Girl quickly disowned Lu Wushuang's foundation, further solidifying her identity. As Lu Wushuang seemed to reach her limit, her blade techniques growing increasingly chaotic, Yang San decided to act. He picked up several stones from the ground and swiftly launched them towards the vital points of the 5 men. The sounds of impact echoed ouch, X5, followed by the clatter of weapons clang. X5. Yang San had become considerably more formidable since his initial ambush on Limocho, and the 5 men were no match for her. By the time they heard the whistling and attempted to evade, it was already too late. They were struck at their back pressure points, causing them to lose grip on their weapons. In a state of panic, Shen Jifang and his companions quickly huddled together, cautiously scanning their surroundings. Who is the esteemed master present? Please reveal yourself. Seeing the apprehensive demeanor of the 5 men, Lu Wushuang could not help but smile. Yet, she wondered, was there truly a master who had come to her aid? At that moment, Yang San approached, leading little dragon girl with a mix of urgency and calm. And within a few strides, they stood beside Lu Wushuang. I believe I heard you calling for me. Shen Jifang felt a flicker of recognition towards Yang San, but upon glimpsing little dragon girl, recalled her as the maiden from the ancient tomb and Yang Guo, the notorious traitor. The elderly beggar, surnamed Chen, was indeed known for his temper, as he once again interjected, young child, who are you? Why did you ambush us? With that, he brandished his saber and charged forward, clearly dismissing the 2 young men, Yang San and his companion. However, Yang San simply raised his hand and sent him reeling back, spitting blood. Oh! Were you not just calling for her elder to appear? Now that we are here, you dare inquire about our identities? Yang San remarked coolly, pondering whether the man was suffering from senility. Having encountered the dragon maiden, I wonder if this girl truly belongs to the ancient tomb sect. Shen Jifang regarded the young girl with trepidation, speaking cautiously. Indeed, she is a disciple of my elder sister, the dragon maiden responded, maintaining a reserved demeanor towards outsiders. At that moment, Jipai Erdeo realized the dragon maiden possessed a beauty akin to that of a celestial being, leaving him momentarily entranced. Phew! Yang San observed Jipai Erdeo's foolishness with disdain. Gathering his internal energy, he coldly snorted and subtly employed the soul transference technique from the 9-in manual. Instantly, Erdeo was beset by vivid illusions, and with a startled cry, he collapsed to the ground. Yang Guo, what are you doing? They are your senior brothers. Shen Jifang, though unfamiliar with Yang San's methods, could easily deduce who was behind the action. Senior brothers? Do these cowards even deserve such a title? Yang San scoffed, casting a scornful glance at the trembling Erdeo. Shen Jifang longed to retaliate against Yang San, yet the disparity in strength was evident. Dragon Maiden, I recognize my limitations. Please, tell us how you wish to proceed. Oh, so when reason fails, you resort to brute force, and when that fails, you wish to reason again. Yang San mockingly retorted, expressing his disdain for such individuals. His words reddened the faces of Shen Jifang and his companions, who struggled to articulate a response. Nevertheless, it mattered not, today. We are in good spirits and shall impart some wisdom. Did you not wish to know why this girl severed the ears of those 2 cowards? Allow me to enlighten you, they were brazenly staring at a woman's feet in broad daylight. Do you not think they deserved such a punishment? Impossible. My Quanzhen sect upholds strict discipline, Shen Jifang countered without hesitation, fully aware of the implications for the sect's reputation. There is nothing impossible. I have thoroughly investigated the circumstances and gathered witnesses who can attest that they were indeed fixated on this girl's feet before their ears were severed. Moreover, they had the audacity to continue their leering at my wife. I showed them mercy by not exacting further punishment. Yang San dismissed any concerns regarding the reputation of the Quanzhen sect, asserting that a good name could not be preserved through fear alone. Observing Jipai Erdeo, who hung his head in silence, Shen Jifang realized the truth of the matter, leaving him speechless with indignation. The 2 beggars from the beggar sect, taken aback by the revelation of events, felt their pride wounded. How could they face the world if others learned they had come to the aid of such individuals? Brother Shen, my apologies. We shall take our leave, the elderly beggar, surnamed Chen, declared to Shen Jifang, unwilling to endure the humiliation. With a respectful gesture towards Yang San, he and the other beggar hastily departed. Shen Jifang was inclined to intervene against the 2 beggars but found himself at a loss for words. With a stern expression, he forced himself to ask, Yang Guo, what do you intend to do? Speak freely. Ha, do not speak so sweetly. Do you expect me to grant their lives as well? Yang San retorted with disdain. Long as the leader of the ancient tomb sect, what do you believe is the appropriate course of action for them? Suddenly, the serene Zilong, who had been engaged in light conversation with Lu Wushuang, responded to Yang San's remark without a hint of emotion. Let those 2 who have strayed from the righteous path each relinquish 2 of their fingers. Master, save me! Cried the 2 Jipai in unison, their faces paling at Zilong's words. their minds clouded with panic as they turned to Shen Jifang for assistance. Casting a sharp gaze at the two inept Jipai, Shen Jifang swiftly seized the sword lying on the ground and, with a couple of swift strokes, severed 2 fingers from each of them. Are you satisfied now, my lord? Chapter 56. Arriving late with a dark expression, Shen Jifang uttered a phrase before departing, leaving Jipai to follow behind, crying out in despair. The tranquility of Wolf Valley was restored. Long what were you discussing? Yang San inquired. Unable to resist interrupting the animated conversation between the little dragon maiden and Lu Wushuang after a considerable pause. Ever since Yang San and the little dragon maiden emerged, Lu Wushuang had cautiously retreated to the side, still wary of engaging with outsiders. However, upon the little dragon maiden's inquiry, Lu Wushuang gradually lowered her guard. Initially, upon learning that the little dragon maiden was a junior of Limocho, she had contemplated confronting her, only to be swiftly subdued by the little dragon maiden. Subsequently, the little dragon maiden elucidated the origins of the ancient tomb sect and the reasons behind Limocho's defection, including the fact that both Limocho and Hong Lingbo had renounced their martial prowess and sought seclusion within the tomb. Upon hearing that Limocho had been stripped of her martial abilities, Lu Wushuang tightened her grip on the silver arc blade several times, her gaze growing increasingly fierce, though the naive little dragon maiden remained oblivious. When the little dragon maiden mentioned that Limocho had reformed and dedicated herself to studying Taoist texts, Lu Wushuang's expression momentarily froze, her countenance shifting multiple times, until her grip on the blade gradually relaxed. Master Uncle, thank you for saving our lives. We shall meet again. Farewell. Lu Wushuang respectfully bowed to Yang San and the little dragon maiden before taking her leave. Yang San held back the little dragon maiden, who wished to keep her. Long let her go. You've shared so much with her today. She needs time to contemplate it, does she not? Go. Do you think Wushuang will forgive her senior sister? The little dragon maiden anxiously gazed in the direction Lu Wushuang had departed. Yang San gently embraced the little dragon maiden, reassuring her, do not worry, Long she has likely already forgiven her senior sister. She merely requires time to come to terms with it. Really? That is wonderful. Shall we invite her back to the ancient tomb? Senior sister would surely be overjoyed. The little dragon maiden's spirit lifted instantly. Silly Long I said to give her some time regardless. We have nowhere else to go for now. Let us accompany her for the time being. Yang San quickly interjected as he noticed the little dragon maiden's lips puffing up again. Guar is the best. Yang San and the little dragon maiden leisurely made their way toward Lu Wushuang. After a considerable time, they arrived at a small town, where inquiries revealed that Lu Wushuang had just passed through. However, as dusk had fallen, Yang San preferred not to have the little dragon maiden sleep in the wilderness. So they decided to stay the night in the town and set off again early the next morning. Not long after departing the town, they spotted a dilapidated stone house in the distance, where the sounds of a scuffle could be faintly heard. Yang San's heart raced. Had they arrived too late? After informing the little dragon maiden, he hastened forward to investigate. Just as Yang San arrived, he witnessed Lu Wushuang being hurled through the air by a burly man, landing unconscious on the ground. Enraged, Yang San instructed the little dragon maiden to tend to Lu Wushuang while he confronted the fierce man, who was preparing to seize Lu Wushuang. Upon noticing the presence of a man and woman beside Lu Wushuang, the burly man turned, startled, as a palm was thrust toward him. The formidable man heard the wind of the palm strike howling, and without a moment to ponder, he gathered all his strength to meet it with a counterstrike. Alas, despite his commendable martial prowess, he could not withstand Yang San's mastery of the 9 in manual. In that moment, Yang San, fueled by righteous fury, unleashed a force that was beyond the man's capacity to endure. As their energies clashed, the man's internal power was swiftly obliterated by the 9 in manual, producing a sharp crack as his arm was severed. Not only that, but the violent impact also caused his internal organs to shift dangerously. Yang San gazed at the bloodied and weak man, realizing that had he not restrained nearly 80% of his power at the last moment, the man would likely have perished on the spot. Yang Guo. The nearby Ji Qingshu was taken aback at the sight of Yang San. Yang San seized the architect of this chaos and delivered several resounding slaps, reddening Ji Qingshu's cheeks. What have you done? I spared you yesterday out of kindness, yet you dare to return. Were it not for the grace of Taoist Chiu, I would have struck you dead with a single blow. The short man, witnessing the formidable man's inability to withstand even a single strike from Yang San, hesitated to act. With trepidation, he inspected the man's injuries, his heart filled with dread, and refrained from making any threats. without a hint of loyalty. He hoisted the injured man and fled. Ji Qingshu, seeing this, turned ashen and fell to his knees, crying out for mercy. Yang San, disgusted by the sight of the sobbing Ji Qingshu, kicked him away and barked, "Begone! Should I see you again, I shall break your legs." "Not at all. I swear on my honor that I shall never appear before the hero again." Ji Qingshu repeatedly bowed in gratitude, then scrambled out, neglecting even the sword he had dropped. Once the scene had cleared, Yang San returned to the side of the little dragon maiden. "Dragon, is Lu Wushuang gravely injured? Guar, come help me carry her inside." "Her ribs are broken. We must set them quickly," the little dragon maiden urged. Yang San gently lifted Lu Wushuang and laid her upon a table within the stone dwelling. At that moment, Lu Wushuang stirred, groaning softly, her brows furrowed, and sweat beading on her forehead, clearly in considerable pain. Noticing Yang San and the little dragon maiden present and no sign of enemies, she understood she had been rescued once more. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Master, for saving my life." "Is it merely thanks to your Uncle Master? I was the one who took action," Yang San teased. "Why did you run off alone? Would it not have been better to stay with us?" Lu Wushuang, ever sharp-tongued, disregarded her discomfort and retorted, "You are my Uncle Master's beloved. May I call you Auntie?" Yang San found no humor in this, while the little dragon maiden, suppressing a laugh, sternly admonished Yang San. "Shouldn't you be outside keeping watch? Do you wish to witness my setting of bones?" Seizing the opportunity, Yang San swiftly exited, closing the door behind him. Faint echoes of laughter trailing from within. Although the threat of Li Macho seeking retribution had abated, Yang San remained vigilant outside, carefully observing any rustle in the surroundings. "Come in, Guer," came the little dragon maiden's voice after a while from within the room. Yang San once again entered the stone chamber and observed that although Lu Wushuang remained slumped over the table, her expression had noticeably relaxed. It was evident that the little dragon girl had already assisted her in mending the broken bones. "Thank you, Long-er, for your efforts," the little dragon girl replied with a sweet smile. "Wushuang, where do you intend to go? We shall accompany you. This time." The little dragon girl was determined not to let Lu Wushuang venture alone, especially given her current state of injury, which rendered solitary travel impossible. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Wushuang lowered her head and slowly articulated, "I wish to go to Jiangnan." Chapter 57, The Flying Chopsticks and the Beggars due to Lu Wushuang's injury. Yang San had no choice but to return to the town and procure a horse-drawn carriage, ultimately descending into the role of a beleaguered driver. Meanwhile, Lu Wushuang and the little dragon girl laughed and joked along the way, prompting Yang San to feel an overwhelming desire to kick them off the carriage. Eventually, they arrived at a small town, where Yang San sought out an inn and ordered an extravagant feast to reward himself. Just as the trio was indulging in their meal, 4 beggars appeared outside the establishment. The beggars instinctively formed a line, and one of them raised his voice, singing, "Young man and lady, do a good deed." Soon, a second beggar chimed in, "Spare a bowl of rice, please." Lu Wushuang, taken aback by the peculiar scene, looked up to see the 4 beggars standing in a row, their left hands clutching tree branches and their right hands holding battered bowls, rhythmically tapping and singing a tune reminiscent of a beggar's song. Each beggar bore 6 tattered bags slung over their shoulders. Lu Wushuang recalled her senior sister, Hong Lingbo, mentioning that in the beggar's set, individuals were ranked according to the number of bags they carried. She vaguely remembered that the 2 beggars from Wolf Valley had only 5 bags, indicating that these 4 were of a higher rank. As Lu Wushuang fretted silently, the little dragon girl patted her shoulder and said, "Wushuang, pay them no mind. Let us focus on our meal." Although the little dragon girl was inexperienced in worldly matters, she could discern between malice and goodwill, and it was evident that these 4 beggars harbored ill intentions. Seeing that Yang San and the little dragon girl were engrossed in their meal, with Yang San even swaying his head to the rhythm of the tune as if they were mere entertainers, Lu Wushuang recalled that both of them were exceptionally skilled martial artists, having even bested Li Macho. 4 6th-generation beggars, regardless of their prowess, could not possibly compare to Li Macho. With this realization, she felt reassured and chose to ignore the commotion outside, relishing the delightful dishes before her. At that moment, the 3rd beggar sang, "Heaven has a path you do not tread." The 4th beggar quickly responded, "Hell has no door, yet you enter." After finishing their song, the 4 beggars noticed that Yang San and his companions completely disregarded them, and instead of becoming angry, they observed Yang San, who had closed his eyes and was savoring his meal, seemingly unsatisfied. Though they had come seeking vengeance, the beggars' sect adhered to its own rules. forbidding the disruption of innocent people's lives. Otherwise, they would face the consequences if the innkeeper reported them to the sect. Consequently, they remained outside, watching helplessly. After exchanging glances with one another, the beggars resumed their singing, but it was merely a repetition of those 4 lines, which began to irritate Yang San. Just as Yang San was about to lose his temper, the first beggar spoke up. Friends, since you are unwilling to spare a bowl of humble rice, how about offering a slap instead? The second beggar added, here's the deal. As long as you accompany us back to our sect, we shall not make things difficult for you. We will fairly ascertain the truth of the matter. Enough of this noise, the little dragon girl remarked. Her brow furrowed slightly as she delicately picked up a piece of the secret beef, casting a disdainful glance at the 4 beggars outside. Lu Wushuang found the incessant singing of the 4 beggars quite vexing. Despite the delectable dishes laid before her, the presence of 4 flies rendered the experience less than perfect. The incessant chatter and discordant melodies dampened her appetite. Regardless of the circumstances, disturbing the dining experience of 2 beautiful women was undoubtedly their fault. I shall drive them away, declared Yang Sanyi with unwavering resolve. The 4 beggars, noticing that Yang Sanyi and his companions were not paying them any heed and were instead engaged in jovial conversation, grew irate. The 3rd beggar bellowed, why don't you step forward and accompany us? Do you wish for us to resort to force? The 4th beggar quickly added, no, no. As disciples of the beggars sect, how could we bully mere children? If word of this spread, it would only bring ridicule upon us. Please rest assured. We merely wish to invite you to settle a matter of principle. We would never impose upon you. Waiter, bring another pot of fine wine, Yang Sanyi exclaimed, slamming his hand upon the table, inadvertently causing the chopstick holder to rattle and scatter chopsticks across the table. With a seemingly casual flick of his wrist, 4 chopsticks suddenly soared from the scattered pile, hurtling towards the right wrist of the 4th beggar. With a series of sharp cracks, the 4th beggar felt a painful jolt in his wrist, causing the broken bowl in his hand to shatter upon the ground. Upon closer inspection, he realized there were 4 chopsticks lying on the floor, leaving him utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Exchanging glances with his companions, they comprehended that Yang Sanyi was a formidable opponent, and they needed to call upon a senior member of their sect. Without further ado, the 4th beggar tossed aside the broken branch in his left hand and fled in disgrace. Lu Wushuang, unable to discern Yang Sanyi's technique, merely observed the beggar's sudden retreat after one of them had smashed the bowl in frustration. Although she found the situation perplexing, she relished the peace that followed their departure. Yang Sanyi himself was puzzled by the beggar's desire for vengeance. This time, under his intervention, Lu Wushuang had refrained from wounding any of the beggars. So, why had they come seeking trouble? Little did he know, his intent to prevent her from harming the beggars had inadvertently led to the injury of one of their own. During the confrontation in Wolf Valley, his palm, infused with the internal energy of the 9 Emmanuel, had struck hard enough to cause significant harm. Even if he had not exerted all his strength, the beggar sect, known as the foremost organization in the realm, maintained strict discipline and never instigated trouble. Yet they were unafraid of it. Should any harm befall their disciples, an explanation must be provided, otherwise, how could they maintain their influence among the beggars of the world? Hence, Yang Sanyi's injury to a member of the sect necessitated an inquiry into the matter, so as to provide accountability to all disciples. At this moment, Yang Sanyi remained oblivious to the darkness clouding his thoughts, preoccupied with others while neglecting his own predicament. However, he understood that in the world of martial arts, everyone espoused the ideals of justice and reason, yet it was often the might of one's fist that dictated the outcome. Thus, he resolutely chose to dismiss the 4 beggars without a second thought. Come, let us feast on meat. Lu Wushuang was perplexed. Yet the little dragon maiden perceived everything with clarity and was quite pleased with Yang San's actions. Thus, she promptly rewarded Yang San with a piece of meat. Delightfully, Yang San relished the beef that the little dragon maiden had offered him, absent the disturbances caused by the 4 beggars. The trio of Yang San once again indulged in their culinary delights amidst laughter and camaraderie. After their meal and drinks, they sought out a reputable bone-setting physician in the town to thoroughly reassess Lu Wushuang's fractured bone. Once assured of her well-being, they resumed their journey. This time, a remarkable tranquility enveloped them. The beggar clan did not return to harass them, allowing Yang San and his companions to revel in their peace. They strolled leisurely, pausing to admire the blossoms, play in the water, and their laughter echoed continuously, creating an atmosphere of utmost contentment. Chapter 58. The 8 beggars Yang San and his companions made their way to a quaint town, reveling in their carefree journey. Just as they were about to enter, 2 elderly beggars emerged at the town's entrance, each bearing 8 cloth bags slung over their shoulders. Their piercing gazes swept over the passers-by until they locked eyes with Yang San, their expressions brightening as they approached to obstruct the path of the carriage. Yang San had no choice but to halt the carriage, contemplating the prowess of the beggar sect, renowned as the foremost sect in the realm. While they may not possess the same formidable presence as during the Tianlong era, their ability to swiftly uncover their whereabouts and dispatch skilled fighters was indeed commendable. One of the beggars spoke. At last, you 3 have arrived. We have been waiting for you. Please accompany us to the law elder to resolve this matter. Leaning casually against the carriage, Yang San chuckled. Is it not true that your disciples sought the assistance of the Chuanshan sect, only to find themselves outmatched? Now, you come seeking a resolution after failing to make your point. Is this how the so-called greatest sect conducts itself? The second beggar nodded in agreement. Young hero, you raise a valid point. However, this matter is beyond our authority. The law elder shall adjudicate. If you are in the right, the beggar sect shall offer its apologies. While Yang San had no particular qualms about meeting the law elder, he detested unnecessary complications. He pondered how much time would be squandered on such trivialities. Time that could be better spent enjoying the company of the enchanting Zai Longing. What irked him most was the beggar sect's brazen insistence on dragging him along, returning time and again until he was thoroughly vexed. The so-called greatest sect had become arrogant, it seemed. I had intended to overlook this matter out of respect for Elder Hong and Chief Wen, but it appears the beggar sect has grown complacent with its reputation. Should I succeed in driving you away today, who might come next time? Without waiting for a response from the beggars, Yang San urged the carriage forward. Launching himself at the second beggar with a sudden burst of speed, he executed the 9 in Divine Claw from the 9 in manual, targeting the beggar's face. Yang San's mastery of the 9 in Divine Claw was authentic Taoist skill, distinct from the flawed practices of Mei Chaofeng and Zhou Shiru. As he unleashed the attack, the aura was not one of foreboding, but rather resonated with a powerful, roaring force. The second beggar, unaccustomed to facing the 9 in Divine Claw, was momentarily taken aback by its sheer might. The agility of the ancient tomb sect's techniques, combined with Yang San's own proficiency in the 9 in manual's footwork, allowed him to close the distance in the blink of an eye. Despite the second beggar's formidable skills, he was overwhelmed with dread as Yang San descended upon him with the weight of a mountain. Reacting instinctively, the beggar raised his iron staff in defense. With a crack, the iron staff was shattered by Yang San's claw, and the assault continued unabated toward the beggar. With no other recourse, the beggar instinctively shut his eyes, only for Yang San to shift from claw to palm, striking the beggar squarely in the chest and sending him hurtling several meters away. The forlorn and resigned beggar, previously awaiting his demise, suddenly opened his eyes, feeling only a slight discomfort in his chest, yet otherwise entirely unharmed. Filled with gratitude and astonishment, he marveled at Yang San's extraordinary prowess at such a tender age. Had the beggar known that Yang San had indeed held back, he would surely have been taken aback by the implications. Had Yang San unleashed his sword in earnest, the beggar would have met a far grimmer fate. In that moment, the beggar fully believed the words of his disciples and dared not utter another word. Discarding the remnants of his broken staff, he turned and fled into the town. Yang San observed the fleeing figure of the beggar but chose not to pursue him, hoping this encounter would instill a sense of fear. Otherwise, they might not be so fortunate in the future. Master, uncle, you truly are soft-hearted in matters of the martial world. If you do not inflict pain upon them, they will return. If 1 fails, 3 will come. If 3 fail, 10 will follow, and then 100. The beggar clan lacks nothing but manpower. Since the incident with the master's wife, Lu Wushuang had taken to addressing Yang San as master uncle at the behest of the little dragon maiden, and Yang San naturally reciprocated by calling her disciple Thief. Lu Wushuang would always give Yang San a disapproving look upon hearing this title. Well, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. For now, let's enter the town and enjoy a hearty meal. Yang San mounted the carriage, escorting the 2 beauties into the town. This is the place. To his surprise, he discovered a branch of the chain inn, Yuelai Inn, was also present here. Yang San instructed the little dragon maiden and Lu Wushuang to enter and place their orders, while he entrusted the carriage to the young attendant, casually surveying his surroundings. He had felt as though someone was watching the 3 of them, yet found nothing amiss. After indulging in a delightful feast, the trio requested 2 guest rooms for rest. However, No sooner had a cup of tea been sipped than a hurried knocking resounded at the door. Who is it? Did we not request not to be disturbed? Yang San, initially assuming it to be the inn attendant, rose in irritation to open the door. To his astonishment, he was greeted by an unattractive woman clad in a green robe, her face marred with deep pockmarks, barely qualifying as a face at all. Upon seeing Yang San, the woman hastily spoke, Master Yang, the 3 disciples of the great hero Zhou Ying have arrived. It would be prudent to follow me and take refuge. At first, Yang San did not recognize her, but upon hearing the title Master Yang, he immediately realized it was Zhou Ying. Her disguise was indeed quite effective. Yang San feigned surprise. Oh. So it is you. I thought I had managed to shake you off this entire journey. Zhou Ying was taken aback, having believed her concealment was impeccable, only to realize she had been discovered long ago. Master Yang is indeed formidable, having sensed my presence. You mentioned the 3 disciples of the great hero Guo. Are they Gu Fu and the Wu brothers? Yang San feigned indifference, yet he was unprepared for the unexpected arrival of Gu Fu and her companions. This time, there was no Li Mo Chou to contend with. What could their purpose be? Unbeknownst to Yang San, Gu Fu and her companions had accompanied the Guo Jing couple to attend the hero conference. Along the way, they had become entangled in mischief with the Wu brothers, wandering about in carefree exploration. Just moments ago, they had encountered 2 frantic beggars, and through persistent inquiry, they learned of Yang San and his associate's situation. The current leader of the beggars' sect was none other than Huang Rong, and with Gu Fu's noble heart brimming with chivalry, she could not stand idly by. In a fit of anger, she resolved to confront the matter alongside the Wu brothers. At this juncture, Zhou Ying had already become a disciple of Huang Yaosui, placing her in a delicate position as she found herself torn between the 2 parties. Thus, she contemplated leading Yang San and his companions away to evade the brewing storm. Chapter 59. The Guo family girl Dou Chongying and Lu Wushuang are cousins. Their destinies diverge vastly. Lu Wushuang was abducted by Li Moqiu in her youth, living in constant fear and uncertainty, often going without food. In contrast, Chongying was taken as a disciple by the Eastern heretic, Huang Yaosui, mastering a remarkable array of martial arts. Despite her inherent limitations, she stands as a formidable expert among her peers, far surpassing Lu Wushuang in skill. Concerned for Lu Wushuang's safety, Chongying persistently sought Huang Yaoshui's permission to venture out. After much effort, she finally uncovered Li Moqiu's whereabouts. She also learned of a limping girl who accompanied Li Moqiu, and after discreetly investigating, Chongying discovered that Lu Wushuang had escaped her captor. Unfortunately, before she could reveal herself, Yang San and the little dragon girl appeared, and having witnessed Yang San's prowess, Chongying refrained from revealing her presence. It was only when she ascertained that Yang San and the little dragon girl were benevolent that she decided to remain hidden, prepared to assist should any unforeseen events arise. At that moment, the sudden cries of eagles pierced the air. Alarmed, Chongying realized they had arrived. Do not fear. Go to Wushuang's room. Everything will be fine soon, she urged. Thank you, Yang Yi, Chongying replied, mistakenly believing Yang San intended to drive away Gu Fu and the others. Yang San, not wishing to clarify the misunderstanding, donned her clothing and descended the stairs. Meanwhile, downstairs, Gu Fu intercepted a young waiter, inquiring, Have you seen a man and 2 women? They are all exceedingly handsome. Despite Gu Fu's pampered upbringing, her beauty was akin to that of Huang Rong, with Li Moqiu having remarked on her skin as fair as jade and her features like a painting. The waiter, having never encountered such beauty, was momentarily rendered speechless. Before Gu Fu could express her frustration, the Wu brothers became incensed. Xiao Wu stepped forward, jabbing a finger at the waiter. My sister is asking you a question. Are you deaf or mute? The waiter, startled, quickly regained his composure and responded, Forgive me, young hero, forgive me. Phew! Xiao Wu glared at the waiter. I ask you again, have you seen a man and 2 women? All strikingly handsome. Just as the waiter was about to respond, Yang San descended the stairs, interrupting him. You are Yang Guo. Gu Fu and the Wu brothers had not initially recognized Yang San, but her reference to Xiao Wu sparked their recollection, and they exclaimed in unison. Ah, Fu Da Wu, Xiao Wu, it has been many years. Have you missed me? Yang Guo replied with a smile. Brother Yang, what brings you here? Aren't you studying at Quanshan? Gu Fu asked eagerly, her eyes sparkling as she approached him, scrutinizing him closely while bombarding him with questions. My tale is lengthy, but I shall recount it all once I see Uncle Guo. What of you? Why have you left Peach Blossom Island instead of practicing diligently? Yang San was acutely aware of the purpose of their journey, it was merely to seek some engaging conversation. Gu Fu remarked that her mother intended to pass the leadership of the beggars set to Uncle Lu, thus inviting heroes from all corners of the world to convene for a grand banquet at the Lu family manor in Dashing Pass, where they could bear witness together. They should have already arrived, we, being a bit playful, ha ha. Oh, the grand banquet of heroes, it must be quite a spectacle. If you delay and miss it, would that not be a pity? Gu Fu smiled sweetly, assuring them that there was still more than a month to go. They planned to enjoy the scenic beauty along the way, and by the time they reached Dashing Pass, the event would be imminent, so there was no need for concern. By the way, brother Yang, why not accompany us? Father and mother have not seen you for quite some time and are very much looking forward to your visit. They would surely be delighted to see you. Upon Yang San's arrival, the Wu brothers noticed that Gu Fu's gaze had not strayed from him, her eyes sparkling with interest. When she expressed her desire to bring Yang San along, they grew anxious. Sister Fu, do we not still need to apprehend those 3 little thieves? Brother Yang surely has pressing matters to attend to. Let us not delay him. The elder Wu, being the more composed and perceptive of the two, sought to redirect the conversation, albeit with a hint of irony. Little thieves! What is this about? Yang San feigned ignorance, fully aware of the situation. Gu Fu proceeded to embellish the tale she had overheard from the 2 old beggars, painting Yang San and his companions as despicable rogues engaged in all manner of villainy, fraud, deceit, and bullying the weak, while she and her friends were depicted as paragons of virtue, determined to eradicate such evil. Listening to this devilish portrayal of himself, Yang San felt an involuntary twitch of his eyelid, resolutely deciding not to broach the topic further. I had no idea there were such nefarious individuals. Unfortunately, I do have pressing matters and cannot accompany you, he replied, feigning deep regret, as if lamenting the inability to join in the adventure. Really? In stark contrast to Gu Fu's disappointment, the Wu brothers beamed with joy, astonished that their fanciful musings had come to fruition. Brother Yang Guo, do you truly not wish to join me? Gu Fu asked, her tone now despondent. Ha ha, how could that be? Before Yang San could finish his sentence, Xiao Longnu descended the stairs. Upon spotting Gu Fu, she immediately approached and stood beside Yang San. They have left? Very well, come here, Long Er, let me introduce you. Yang San was taken aback by Zhou Ying and Lu Wushuang's sudden departure, but this was not the time for inquiries. Gu Fu, Wu Dunru, Wu Xuan. This is my wife, you must address her as sister-in-law, he announced proudly. Wife! Gu Fu and the Wu brothers exclaimed in unison, astonished by Yang San's unexpected marital status. Their reactions varied, with the Wu brothers expressing delight while Gu Fu felt a twinge of melancholy. Brother Yang Gu, when did you get married? Why did you not return to Peach Blossom Island to inform us? At this moment, Gu Fu's feelings towards Yang San were still rather tenuous. And upon learning that Yang San had started a family, her affections were swiftly extinguished, leaving only a fleeting sense of disappointment. Ah, the incident was indeed unexpected. Which is why I could not inform you sooner. Let us recount the details during the grand banquet of heroes. Yang San, however, was eager to extricate himself and inquire about Zhou Ying and her companion. Very well then, Brother Yang Guo, we shall take our leave, Gu Fu said, acknowledging Yang San's resolute intent to depart. With their farewells exchanged, she and the Wu brothers departed, having entirely forgotten their original purpose of battling monsters. Chapter 60. The Perils of Mount Hua. After bidding farewell to Gu Fu and her companions, Yang San finally seized the opportunity to inquire about Xiao Longnu. It turned out that Zhou Ying and Lu Wushuang had not remained obediently indoors. Although Lu Wushuang frequently engaged in banter with Yang San, the prospect of Yang San possibly confronting Gu Jin's 3 esteemed disciples filled her with concern. Thus, she and Zhou Ying stealthily ventured out, hiding in an upper floor to observe the situation unfolding with Yang San. Little did they realize that Yang San was an old acquaintance of Gu Fu, and upon witnessing their jovial exchange, Lu Wushuang experienced a blend of relief and heartache. When Gu Fu extended an invitation for Yang San to accompany them, Lu Wushuang could no longer endure the scene and put Zhou Ying back inside. Once they had composed themselves, they approached Xiao Longnu's quarters to express their intention to depart. Xiao Longnu, being inherently reticent and unfamiliar with worldly affairs, did not make much of an effort to dissuade them. Thus, it was after Lu Wushuang and Zhou Ying's departure that Xiao Longnu descended the stairs. Of course, what Yang San received was a version of events that had been simplified to the utmost degree. Lu Wushuang was looking for her cousin, and she had no intention of continuing her journey to the south, hence she left with her cousin. Yang San was taken aback to find himself parting ways with Lu Wushuang and Chong Ying right there, yet he considered it fortuitous, as it would be far more convenient to escort Shao Longnu to Mount Hua. Consequently, Yang San and Shao Longnu set off southward, now heading towards the direction of Mount Hua. Along the way, they enjoyed the breathtaking scenery and sought out delightful delicacies, reveling in the sheer bliss of their journey, truly a honeymoon in every sense. In less than a month, Yang San and Shao Longnu arrived at the foot of Mount Hua. Gazing upon the towering, precipitous peaks of this renowned mountain, Yang San's heart surged with exhilaration. What a magnificent parallel of the world! Long-er, do you have the inclination to ascend this Mount Hua with me? Wherever you go, I shall follow, Shao Longnu replied, her eyes devoid of any awe for the magnificent mountain. Very well. With a hearty laugh, Yang San leaped forward, bounding upward with ease, and Shao Longnu followed closely in his wake. Although both possessed exceptional lightness of foot, their movements reflected two distinctly different styles. Yang San was bold and carefree, striding forth with confidence, undeterred by the treacherous terrain ahead. In contrast, Shao Longnu moved with ethereal grace, resembling not a climber but rather a wanderer in a serene grove, light and fluid in her motions. Both, relying on their extraordinary agility, traversed the perilous paths of Mount Hua, and should they have been witnessed by others, they would surely have been regarded as celestial beings. As they ascended to the midway point, dusk began to settle in, and the temperature dropped with elevation. Just as they reached a ledge, a flurry of large snowflakes began to fall. The wind and snow intensified, yet even with their unparalleled skills, Yang San was willing to brave the elements alongside Shao Longnu. At that moment, sounds emerged from a nearby cliff, prompting Yang San to investigate. Whereupon he encountered an elderly beggar. The sight was astonishing, the old beggar suspended in mid-air, gripping a rock solely with 3 fingers. Yang San marveled at the beggar's ability to cling to the abyss with such mastery. His martial prowess surpassed even that of Yang San and Shao Longnu by unfathomable degrees. Yang San recognized that this person was undoubtedly the legendary 9-fingered beggar, Hong Qigong. In his own estimation, having entered the realm of transformation, he believed his martial arts prowess, while not surpassing the likes of Guo Jing, Huang Rong, and the King of the Golden Wheel, was certainly formidable enough to contend with them. Yet, it seemed that only a select few at the pinnacle of the world could achieve such heights. With utmost respect, Yang San bowed and invited the elder to approach. Hong Qigong's laughter resonated through the valley, reverberating off the walls and stirring the air. He leaped from the edge of the cliff with a commanding presence, suddenly demanding, "Are you an accomplice of the 5 things of Cangbian? What business do you have lurking here in the dead of night amidst the howling wind and snow?" Yang San found himself at a loss for words, caught between amusement and bewilderment, and gestured towards the young woman beside him. "Elder, you jest. This is my wife. Have you ever seen someone sneaking around with their spouse?" Hong Qigong paused, momentarily taken aback. Upon closer inspection, he noticed both Yang San and the young woman, who appeared to be in their 20s, were strikingly beautiful and elegantly attired, fitting the description of refined gentlemen and ladies. Moreover, the young woman exuded an ethereal aura, making Hong Qigong feel more like the one lurking in the shadows. The more he scrutinized, the more astonished he became. Yang San and the young woman possessed a harmonious and profound aura, marking them as exceptional martial artists. Such youthful yet extraordinary talent was something Hong Qigong had never encountered in his decades of life. Even his esteemed disciple, Guo Jing, had only reached such a level in his 40s. Surely, in the martial world, one would have heard of such prodigies. Could they be disciples of reclusive masters? Realizing his mistake, Hong Qigong was unfazed. Indeed, while you are youthful, your inner strength is abundant and unified. Such capability naturally sets you apart from the 5 things of Cangbian. I, the old beggar, was in the wrong. Yang San bowed again. "I am Yang Guo, and this is my wife. It is an honor to meet you, elder." Hong Qigong circled around Yang San and the young woman, his curiosity piqued. "This little lad is impressive. Which school do you hail from?" Yang San quickly replied, "Elder, you flatter me. I am a disciple of the ancient tomb sect on Mount Songnang, and as for my teachings, they come from my wife." "What? Your teachings come from your wife? You little rascal, if you don't wish to share, just say so. Why concoct such a tale?" Watching Hong Qigong scratch his head in frustration, waving his bamboo staff in agitation, Yang San burst into laughter, and even the young woman could not hold back her amusement. "Why are you laughing, you little brat?" "Of course, I'm laughing at you, elder. What is so amusing about that?" "Plenty. My wife has already met you. Do you think she is qualified to teach me?" Hong Qigong paused for a moment, then erupted into hearty laughter, his mirth echoing through the snow-laden air, clearing a space beneath him as he did so. Indeed, indeed. Your wife possesses even deeper inner strength than you. She is more than capable of instructing you. Hong Qigong, being inherently carefree, especially at the venerable age of over 70, had long ceased to concern himself with worldly ethics. Furthermore, given that Huang Rong had once taught Gu Jing martial arts, he found no shame in learning skills from his own wife. Yang San scratched his head and proudly proclaimed, "My wife is a few years older than I am. Yet I not only mastered her skills but also brought her home as my bride." Upon hearing this, the little dragon girl, incensed, employed the knight in white bone claw to pinch Yang San. "Ha ha, you are indeed impressive. Very well, let's go. I shall treat you to a feast." Upon hearing the mention of a feast, little dragon girl's eyes sparkled with delight, though she wondered if there could truly be any delicacies in this frigid weather. Chapter 61. The culinary delights of Mount Hua. Hong Qigong gathered some dry twigs and stacked them in the cleared space, while Yang San naturally watched and assisted in collecting a few as well. Once they had amassed a sufficient amount of firewood, Hong Qigong encircled it with stones, set a small pot on top, and casually tossed in a handful of snow. After lighting the fire, he remarked, "Let us go in search of delicacies, my dear girl. You stay here and tend to the pot." As he spoke, Hong Qigong leaped gracefully, scaling the nearby cliff with several effortless bounds, reaching heights within moments. He paused briefly and beckoned to Yang San, encouraging, "Come along, little one." Yang San understood that Hong Qigong intended to test his skills, but he was undaunted. With a powerful push, he propelled himself upward, using the steep cliff for leverage, and soon joined Hong Qigong. Impressed, Hong Qigong thought to himself, "This boy possesses remarkable skills. Truly worthy of sharing a meal of centipedes with an old vagabond." The duo progressed steadily, and after a short while, they reached a seldom visited peak. As they ascended, Hong Qigong observed Yang San's calm demeanor and unruffled spirit, silently admiring the exquisite mastery of the ancient tomb sex martial arts. Although he contemplated further testing Yang San's abilities, the thought of delicious food lingered in his mind. He approached a large boulder and swiftly unearthed a magnificent rooster, only to discover it was teeming with long centipedes, over 100, in fact. Though Yang San was aware of this phenomenon, witnessing it for the first time left him momentarily speechless. The centipedes, adorned in a striking black and red pattern, writhed about. "Very good, very good. You are in for a treat today." The centipedes are naturally drawn to the rooster, which I buried here yesterday, Hong Qigong exclaimed with delight, wrapping the rooster and its accompanying centipedes in a bundle and joyfully descending the mountain. However, upon returning to their original spot, Hong Qigong noted with surprise that Yang San was nowhere to be seen. To his astonishment, he found the little dragon girl had kindled another fire and was cooking in her own pot. Puzzled by Yang San's sudden disappearance, he soon spotted him leaping down from above, a bundle slung over his shoulder. "Little one, where have you been?" Hong Qigong inquired, intrigued by the bundle Yang San carried. Without explanation, Yang San unfurled the package, revealing it to be filled with pine nuts, a rarity in the modern world, now considered an endangered delicacy. Given the seclusion of Mount Hua, these nuts were more plentiful, and Yang San had discovered quite a bounty on his descent. "What do you intend to do with those?" Hong Qigong asked. "Why, to eat, of course. We came here to climb, and we must prepare some food. Such a natural delicacy cannot be overlooked." Yang San had anticipated the availability of centipedes, but fearing the little dragon girl might not partake, he had prepared a pot and an old hen for their ascent. Upon hearing of additional culinary delights, Hong Qigong's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Excellent, excellent. Since you have brought more delicacies, let us join forces and engage in a delightful competition." With a chuckle, one might say that it is better to comply with a request than to offer resistance. At this moment, Hong Qigong and Yang San commenced their respective culinary endeavors. As for Yang San, his dish was nothing more than a snowy mountain version of chicken stewed with mushrooms. Now, let us turn our attention to Hong Qigong. He appeared casual, yet with remarkable precision. He grasped the tail of a centipede and tossed it into the boiling snow water. The centipede struggled for a brief moment before succumbing to the heat. Observing this, Hong Qigong remarked that as the centipede faced its demise, it would expel its venom, rendering the pot of snow water exceedingly toxic. In the midst of his words, he poured the poisonous snow water into a deep ravine and replenished it with fresh snow water. While waiting for the snow water to boil, he retrieved a small knife and deftly removed the head and tail of the centipedes. With a gentle squeeze, the outer shell fell away, revealing flesh that was pristine and translucent, reminiscent of succulent shrimp, truly a sight to behold. After boiling the flesh twice more to ensure the absence of toxins, he produced 7 or 8 iron boxes filled with oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar from his satchel. This time, Hong Qigong opted to deep fry the centipede meat, and an enticing aroma wafted through the air. As he waited for the centipede meat to turn a golden hue, he added some seasonings and, with a swift motion, retrieved a piece from the pot and placed it in his mouth, savoring it with closed eyes. His expression one of utter delight. Meanwhile, Yang San's chicken stew had long been prepared, merely requiring a gentle simmer before it could be served. Yang San had been eyeing the centipedes in Hong Qigong's iron pot, but as Hong Qigong remained silent, he felt too bashful to seize them directly, merely swallowing hard in longing. Little dragon girl, just as Yang San had anticipated, upon witnessing Hong Qigong's so-called delicacy of large centipedes, furrowed her brow and moved away, taking her position beside Yang San's pot. A loud gulp escaped Yang San, startling Hong Qigong awake. Observing Yang San's greedy expression, he burst into hearty laughter. Little one, it seems you have quite the appetite for old Huazi's fare. You must know that countless valiant heroes have shunned old Huazi's fried centipedes. Yet you are the first to salivate at the sight. Don't just stand there, eat up. Yang San, no longer feeling shy, swiftly grabbed a pair of chopsticks, plucked out 2 or 3 centipedes, and stuffed them into his mouth, chewing heartily. They were indeed crispy, though regrettably not tasting of chicken. Delicious! Delicious! Exclaimed Yang San, his hands never pausing as he snatched up a few more. Seeing Yang San eat with such fervor, Hong Qigong hurriedly joined in, and soon the two were engaged in a playful tug-of-war over the centipedes, until, in no time at all, the 100 or so centipedes had vanished into their bellies. Hong Qigong licked his lips, gazing longingly at the iron pot, clearly unsatisfied, wishing for another 100 or 80 centipedes. Elder, are you still not satiated? Just in time. My delicacy is ready to be served. Please indulge a little more. Yang San wiped the grease from his lips, took the large bowl from little dragon girl's hands, lifted the pot lid, and a rich, fragrant steam wafted forth. Hong Qigong's eyes widened in delight as he beheld the chicken and mushrooms bobbing in the pot. Receiving a generous bowl of chicken soup from Yang San, he marveled at the clear, golden broth, steaming and fragrant, igniting his appetite. Hong Qigong, disregarding the scalding heat of the chicken soup, hastily brought it to his lips. As he exclaimed about the burning temperature, he continued to gulp and chew fervently. After consuming a bowl of the soup, beads of perspiration dotted his forehead. Without needing Yang Sangshan's assistance, he ladled himself another bowl. In a short while, the large pot of delectable chicken soup was nearly emptied. Fortunately, both Hong Qigong and Yang Sansheng were aware of moderation, ensuring that more than half of the soup was reserved for the little dragon girl. How delightful! As Hong Qigong swallowed the final mouthful of soup, he carelessly tossed the bowl aside and let out a long sigh of relief. To his astonishment, the young girl's culinary skills were indeed remarkable, rivaling those of Rong Yetu. Yang Sansheng understood that the Rong Yetu in Hong Qigong's words referred to Huang Rong, whose culinary prowess was also exceptional. It was she who once captivated Hong Qigong with a dish known as beggar's chicken. Chapter 62, The Truly Ugly Five from the Tibetan Border. After concluding his words, Hong Qigong reclined onto the ground. The old beggar had relentlessly pursued the 5 ugly men from the Tibetan border for 5 consecutive days and nights without a moment's rest. Today, as a rare opportunity for a sumptuous meal presented itself, he resolved to indulge in slumber for 3 days and nights, even if the sky were to collapse. You must support me. Just keep an eye out to prevent wild beasts from carrying me away. Yang San chuckled, assuring, Senior, fret not. Before long, Hong Qigong fell into a deep sleep. It was only then that Yang San turned to the little dragon girl and said, Dragon, this centipede is indeed a remarkable creature. I shall first cultivate my energy for a while. Upon receiving a note from the little dragon girl, Yang San sought a large stone upon which to sit, absorbing the chilling energy of the centipede. The centipedes from Mount Hua are the coldest creatures in the world. Even a mere dozen of them could rival the effects of a cold jade bed for several months. Regrettably, the method of preparation is not commonly known, and it was evident that the secret seasoning added by Hong Qigong possessed extraordinary efficacy. Yang San continuously circulated the 9-in manual, swiftly digesting the cold energy emanating from the centipedes. His abdomen swelled and contracted intermittently, as if alive. The little dragon girl watched in astonishment, nearly wishing to poke him to confirm the presence of life, had she not feared disturbing his cultivation. In truth, this phenomenon was a result of the peculiar effects of the Mount Hua centipedes. Yang San had consumed dozens of them, and the sudden surge of internal energy was too great for his dantian to contain at once. Fortunately, having mastered the 9 in manual, his internal energy naturally aligned with the essence of the centipedes, and as Yang San had reached the transformative realm, he was able to withstand such a change. Had it been an ordinary person, they would likely have perished from the strain. After a considerable time, as dawn gradually broke, Yang San finally absorbed the last remnants of cold energy within him. Sensing the substantial increase in his internal strength, he smiled contentedly, rising to stretch. A series of crisp cracking sounds echoed from his joints. Having heard the little dragon girl's account of the strange occurrences, Yang San felt a twinge of trepidation. The consequences of indiscriminate eating were indeed daunting. Perhaps he should moderate his consumption next time. At that moment, the snow continued to fall like goose feathers, and the area where Hong Qigong lay had transformed into a small snow mound, rendering him indistinguishable. In fact, not only Hong Qigong, but even Yang San, who had spent the night sitting outdoors, bore not a single flake of snow upon him. This demonstrated how Hong Qigong, while asleep, had withdrawn his aura, resembling wood or stone. One could only wonder how long it would take him to reach such a state. Just then, the sound of crunching snow approached from the mountain path, indicating that someone was hastening up from below. It must be the 5 ugly men from the Tibetan border. Yang San alerted the little dragon girl to conceal herself quietly and act according to the situation. Indeed, shortly thereafter, 5 burly men, each bearing a large blade, rushed up. Their martial prowess was evident, yet their appearances were rather unseemly. Hey! One of them accidentally stepped onto the snow mound where Hong Qigong lay, nearly stumbling over. The 5 quickly cleared the snow, revealing Hong Qigong sprawled there, resembling a lifeless corpse. The 5 erupted in joyous exclamations, with one of the ugly men exclaiming gleefully, "The old beggar is dead! Good riddance! That thieving beggar has pursued us relentlessly. Who would have thought he would perish here on Mount Hua?" The second rogue expressed his confusion. No. How could the formidable Hong Qigong perish here?" The third rogue replied, "What does it matter how high his martial arts skills were? Have you considered his age? It is hardly surprising that he has died." The other 4 rogues nodded in agreement. The fourth rogue added, "Surely it is heaven's will that Yoma has taken him, otherwise, we would have been in dire straits." The first rogue called to the others, "Regardless of how he met his end, let us all take a few slices at him. This old fellow has relentlessly pursued us, and we must reduce him to mincemeat." As he spoke, he drew the large knife from his back, aiming to chop at Hong Qigong. Yang San shouted, having already prepared 2 jade needles, which he hurled at the first rogue, one striking the knife, the other targeting his wrist, with a resounding clang. The first rogue felt a tremendous force against the back of his blade, accompanied by a sharp pain in his wrist. The long knife slipped from his grasp, embedding itself in the nearby cliff. The 5 rogues turned to see a pair of handsome youths, both quite young, which eased their apprehension. One rogue bellowed, "Who are these wild lovebirds? How dare you meddle in the affairs of the 5 rogues of Zhangbian? Are you seeking a death wish?" Yang San replied with a smile, "You are quite right. It seems you are the ones on the verge of impatience. Having gauged their abilities." Yang San noted that although they were disciples of the Golden Wheel Dharma King, their skills were lacking. Though they shared a common training, they could not possibly rival the combined might of the Jade Maiden and Chuanshan sword techniques. The first rogue retrieved his knife and shouted, "You little brat! Let me show you who is truly impatient." With that, he swung his knife toward Yang San's head, and the other 4 rogues joined in the fray, encircling him with their blades in an instant. Yang San faced the 5 blades without the slightest hint of fear. The foundational martial arts of the ancient Tomb sect, the Heavenly Net, was more than sufficient to counter their assault. He stepped forward, skillfully evading the first rogue's knife, grasping the hilt in his left hand. With a twist of his foot and a pull with his left, he used the first rogue's own blade to parry the attacks from the others, making it seem as though he was teaching the rogue a lesson in swordplay. After a brief moment of amusement, Yang San lost interest. He swiftly patted the first rogue's waist with his right hand, pulling him to the side, then pushed him forward with both palms, sending him crashing into the remaining 4 rogues. The other 4 were taken aback, hastily retracting their knives, but it was too late to evade. They were struck by the first rogue in a spectacular collision. At this moment, they realized the young man before them possessed extraordinary martial prowess. After helping each other regain their footing, they dared not advance further. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the first rogue cautiously said, young hero, we have no grievances or enmities. Why must we engage in conflict over a mere corpse? If you desire it, we shall yield it to you and take our leave." With that, he exchanged glances with the other rogues, intending to flee down the mountain. Yang San laughed heartily, saying nothing further, and simply launched 5 JB needles, striking the necks of the 5 rogues. These 5 JB needles are imbued with the unique poison of the ancient tomb sect. A single shot to the neck would render the 5 wretches writhing in agony upon the ground. The term 5 wretches does not refer to their appearance, but rather to their nefarious methods. They have taken countless lives and committed numerous heinous acts. Otherwise, Hong Qigong would not have pursued them relentlessly for 5 days and nights. Despite their extensive misdeeds, the 5 wretches never anticipated such relentless pursuit. They have encountered various forms of death, yet now they would prefer a swift blade to end their suffering. Chapter 63. The 5 dogs of the Tibetan border. The 5 ugly ones crawled to Yang San's feet, repeatedly bowing in supplication. "Hero, spare us, please. Grant me a swift end," they pleaded. Yang San, with a smile, gazed at the 5 before him. "Oh no, killing you would be far too dull. In this icy wilderness, we can have some fun together. But, hero, it hurts, it hurts." At this moment, the 5 ugly ones were a pitiful sight, tears and snot streaming down their faces, clearly on the verge of collapse. "Enough, it's too noisy." Little Dragon Girl was not particularly sympathetic to their plight. Rather, the incessant wailing of the 5 ugly ones was indeed quite bothersome. Yang San found himself both amused and exasperated, as one might mistakenly think he was the villain here. He promptly alleviated their pain temporarily. "All right, you won't feel any pain for the next 4 hours. If you wish to flee, feel free. I shall not obstruct you." The 5 ugly ones, realizing that Yang San had merely pressed a few acupoints and had not truly neutralized the poison, dared not attempt an escape. After all, there were countless secret remedies in this world, and if they failed to cure themselves, they would surely suffer unbearably. They quickly shook their heads, exclaiming their fear. "Then it's settled. You shall descend the mountain and bring back some provisions. Bring plenty, as we shall have a picnic." The 5 ugly ones exchanged bewildered glances, astonished by the eccentricity of this remarkable individual. Who would think to have a picnic in such frigid conditions? Nevertheless, they dared not voice their objections. 2 of them set off down the mountain, while the others remained, with one staying behind to wait and the other 2 wandering off. Moments later, the 2 returned, carrying a considerable amount of branches and leaves. Without uttering a word, they began to construct a makeshift shelter beside Yang San and Little Dragon Girl. Before long, a rudimentary refuge was erected. Yang San observed the drafty structure above, realizing it was sufficient to shield them from rain and snow. "Not bad. Glad to hear it, hero. Glad to hear it," one of the ugly ones hastily replied, eager to avoid any semblance of boasting. Yang San looked at the 3rd ugly one, who was nodding and bowing with obsequiousness, and found it rather amusing. How had the once arrogant 5 ugly ones been reduced to such a state? Over the next 3 days, every 4 hours, Yang San would relieve the 5 dogs' pain. During the remainder of the time, whenever hunger struck, he would prepare meals using the ingredients brought by the 5 dogs, even managing to whip up a barbecue. When fatigue set in, he would meditate and rest. Life was indeed quite pleasant. These 3 days had profoundly transformed the 5 dogs' perspective on life. They had not anticipated that this extraordinary individual possessed not only remarkable martial prowess but also exceptional culinary skills. Each time Yang San prepared a meal, the 5 would watch, swallowing their saliva in envy. Yang San had no intention of cooking for them, leaving them to nibble on their dry rations, much to their dismay. Of course, Yang San and Little Dragon Girl spent at least half their time in meditation and training, which further impressed the 5 dogs, who resolved to double their effort should they survive this calamity. At that moment, the seemingly slumbering Hong Qigong suddenly rose and stretched with a yawn. He had enjoyed a most refreshing nap, leaving the 5 dogs thoroughly alarmed, half convinced that Hong Qigong had returned from the dead. Isn't it said that the soul can only return after 7 days? Yet, this scoundrel has managed to thrive for a full week. Is it that in the Central Plains, a soul can return in just 3 days? Cho, terrified, lost all color from his face, retreating while exclaiming, "Young hero, this is dire. The scoundrel has risen from the dead." In truth, Hong Qigong had awakened 3 days prior, but he feigned sleep to test whether Yang San would truly honor his word and watch over him for 3 days. The martial world has indeed fallen into decay. While there are many skilled fighters, there are even more hypocrites. Hong Qigong yearned to discern whether Yang San was among them. It is well known that Yang San possesses extraordinary martial prowess. Should he choose to do evil, he would undoubtedly unleash a storm of bloodshed upon the realm. Thus, Hong Qigong sought to take precautions if Yang San were indeed a nefarious character. He would not allow him to depart unscathed. Fortunately, the outcome left Hong Qigong immensely satisfied. Of course, it would have been even more perfect had Yang San not prepared such delectable dishes, which nearly tempted him on several occasions. However, upon awakening to the sound of insults directed at him, Hong Qigong's temper flared. He exclaimed, "You grotesque creature, dare to curse the old beggar and rise from the dead. Watch as I strike you down so fiercely that you won't even be able to rise again." With fury coursing through him, Hong Qigong unleashed his signature technique from the dragon subduing 18 pounds the Konglong Yui. A Chou, unable to evade the attack and too fearful to confront it head-on, could only clasp his palms together in a desperate defense. Hong Qigong wielded his power with precision, and even at a mere fraction of his strength, a Chou found himself forced to retreat. Seeing his companion in peril, Air Chou hurriedly placed his hands against a Chou's back, yet still felt the overwhelming force bearing down on them. The other 3 Chous followed suit, bracing against one another in a desperate attempt to withstand the onslaught. Hong Qigong laughed heartily. "You 5 have committed countless misdeeds. Today, the old beggar shall strike you down with a single palm. Surely, this is a mercy." The 5 Chous, already struggling to hold their ground, felt the pressure intensify under Hong Qigong's increased force, leading to severe discomfort with every breath. "Ah!" Hong Qigong observed with astonishment. He had not anticipated that these 5 had such resilience. He had thought to send them tumbling over the cliff, yet they managed to endure. "Old Senior. They are disciples of the Mongolian master, King Jinlun. Their inner strength can be transferred among them. You must exert even more effort." Initially, the 5 Chous felt a flicker of hope at Yang San's words, having flattered him profusely over the past few days. Surely that counted for something. However, upon hearing Yang San urge Hong Qigong to apply more force, their faces drained of color, cursing Yang San for being ungrateful after their prolonged flattery. The Mongolian master, King Jinlun. Hong Qigong had not heard of such a figure, but with such formidable martial arts, he could only assume they were not lacking. "Old beggar shall certainly engage in a contest," Hong Qigong declared, his eyes narrowing as he intensified his effort. "As for you rascals, let the old beggar escort you on your final journey." The 5 Chous were pushed back repeatedly, on the verge of collapse, when suddenly a figure emerged from around the mountain bend, balancing 2 stones in hand and walking on his hands. This disheveled individual appeared even more like a beggar than Hong Qigong himself. It was none other than the West Poison, Ouyang Feng. Yang San's visit to Mount Huashan was predominantly related to Ouyang Feng. Upon seeing Ouyang Feng, he was filled with joy and exclaimed, "Father! Father!" Unfortunately, every time Ouyang Feng walked on his hands, it coincided with the onset of his madness. As his mind was plagued by a cacophony of chaotic thoughts that distracted him from hearing Yang San's calls. Observing an obstruction ahead, Yang San leaped forward, positioning himself behind Wu Chou, and extended his right foot to nudge Wu Chou aside, intending to clear the path. Little did he expect that an overwhelming force would emanate from Wu Chou's body. Chapter 64. The Peerless Duel. When Hong Qigong encountered Ouyang Feng, he was taken aback. Upon hearing Yang San call out "Father," he realized the situation. No wonder the child exhibited such extraordinary prowess at such a tender age. At that moment, sensing the immense force emanating from the 5 wretched beings of the Tibetan border, he could not help but amplify his internal energy and push back once more. Hong Qigong had previously gleaned fragments of the 9-in manual from Guojing and Huangrong, and through years of rigorous study and validation, his abilities now rivaled those of Ouyang Feng, who practiced the reverse technique of the 9-in manual, creating a fascinating balance of opposites between them. Thus, the unfortunate Tibetan 5 wretches found themselves oscillating between the 2 paragons of martial prowess, their bodies experiencing alternating waves of heat and cold. Even their breaths came in fits and starts, their bones creaking as if they were subjected to the most brutal of tortures. Worse than the infamous 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty. Ouyang Feng, perplexed, initially intended merely to push aside the obstructing figures, but was taken aback by the relentless force pressing against him. Raising his gaze, he beheld 5 ruddy-faced ruffians standing there, who, instead of regarding the formidable Hong Qigong, inquired, "Your martial arts are impressive. Who is your master?" At that moment, the Tibetan 5 wretches were too dazed to respond, and Hong Qigong's voice echoed, "Your son claims to be the disciple of the Mongolian master, King of the Golden Wheel." Only then did Ouyang Feng take notice of Hong Qigong, laughing heartily. "Ah, so it is you. How does the King of the Golden Wheel compare to you?" "I am unsure. They are likely of equal standing," replied Hong Qigong. "And what of my prowess in comparison?" Hong Qigong, well aware of Ouyang Feng's muddled state of mind, replied, naturally, I am considerably stronger. Ouyang Feng was momentarily taken aback. For he loathed being deemed inferior to others. Enraged, he declared, I do not believe it. As they bantered, both intensified their efforts to dislodge one another. Yet their attempts were deftly neutralized, leading them to secretly admire each other's profound internal strength. In unison, they burst into hearty laughter before releasing their hold and stepping back. The Tibetan 5 wretches, caught in the middle, swayed like drunken men, collapsing to the ground. The internal energy they had endured between the two masters left them utterly spent. Their vital organs felt as though they could barely function, their limbs limp and devoid of strength, rendering them incapable even against a mere child of 7 or 8. Hong Qigong bellowed, consider yourselves fortunate today. From now on, you shall no longer pose a threat. Begone, and remember to summon your master, the king of the golden wheel, to the central plains, so we may engage in a friendly contest. Let us indeed have a match. The Tibetan 5 wretches, realizing that Hong Qigong truly meant no further harm, expressed their gratitude repeatedly, supporting one another as they awkwardly descended the mountain. Ouyang Feng regained his footing. And after the recent exertion, he seemed to regain a semblance of clarity. Turning to Yang San and the little dragon girl, he inquired, my dear son and daughter-in-law, what brings you here? Who is this old fellow? His prowess is formidable. Yang San understood that Ouyang Feng's memories were muddled after so many years, and many people and events had faded from his mind. Just as he was about to speak, Hong Qigong interjected, I am Hong Qigong. What is your name? Upon hearing Hong Qigong, Ouyang Feng was momentarily shaken, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with the name, as if his dear son had once called him that. Shaking his head, he muttered, no, I am Ouyang Feng. Hong Qigong, filled with mischief, laughed heartily, exclaiming, no, I am Ouyang Feng. You are the foul toad. Ouyang Feng, sensing the familiarity of the toad reference, instinctively distrusted the man's words. In truth, Hong Qigong and Ouyang Feng had been sworn enemies for decades. Although Ouyang Feng had forgotten, the animosity lay deeply embedded in his mind. Upon seeing Hong Qigong's face, he could not help but feel an overwhelming rage. No, I am Ouyang Feng. You deceive me. Ouyang Feng's brief moment of clarity once again spiraled into chaos as he unleashed his full strength and lunged at Hong Qigong. Faced with Ouyang Feng, especially in his current unpredictable state, Hong Qigong did not show an ounce of complacency. He had already secretly gathered his energy. And as Ouyang Feng charged with all his might, Hong Qigong slightly lowered his stance and unleashed the 18 dragon subduing palms. After more than a decade, the 18 dragon subduing palms and the toad technique clashed once more. The air crackled with energy, and snowflakes danced in the chaos, causing Yang San to exclaim in delight. This was far more thrilling than any 4D or 5D movie. However, Yang San did not wish for these two formidable foes to meet their end atop Mount Guoshan. If possible, he would ensure a more honorable conclusion for them. As he observed their intricate duel, realizing that such a confrontation between the two titans was a rare spectacle, he contemplated their stamina. Should either show signs of fatigue, he would intervene, gently persuading them that a well-cooked meal is worth the wait. The duality of these masters could only be halted by someone possessing superior power. It was not a matter easily settled. Time slipped away as Hong Qigong and Ouyang Feng's strength gradually waned, their speed and power diminishing from their initial fervor. Yang San recognized the moment had arrived. Seizing the brief separation between the two combatants, he swiftly interjected, channeling all his energy to redirect their combined force skyward. The already volatile energy field erupted explosively, akin to pouring gasoline onto a fire. The three were immediately swept into the air by the shockwave. Yang San had anticipated this and grasped both Hong Qigong and Ouyang Feng firmly. Just as they were about to plunge into the abyss, a white ribbon wrapped around Yang San's waist. It was the little dragon girl, pulling them back with a deft motion, allowing the trio to return to the cliff's edge. With a smile, Yang San exclaimed, you two must be hungry. Shall we have a meal first? For Hong Qigong, culinary delights took precedence over combat unless it was a matter of equally matched rivals. Ouyang Feng, having endured a life of erratic meals since his descent into madness, found his stomach empty and, seeing Hong Qigong's lack of further fighting intent, gladly accepted the opportunity to indulge. Thus, the two elders and two youths each held a bowl of chicken soup in one hand and roasted meat in the other, feasting joyously. Indeed, Yang San had previously instructed the 5 ugly men at the border to bring food, anticipating such a scenario: fight, eat, and rest, a strategy likely to calm the tensions. Yang San felt a certain item within his bosom and hoped it would remain unused. Most importantly, This arrangement would allow him to better absorb the martial arts techniques of both masters, ultimately enhancing his chances of saving them both. Ouyang savored the delicacies in his hand, discarding the bowl carelessly and wiping the grease from the corners of his mouth. He turned to Hong Qigong and declared, "Old beggar, our fists and feet yield no conclusion. This time, let us measure our prowess with weapons." Without waiting for Hong Qigong's response, who was still savoring his half-finished chicken soup, he seized a branch and launched an attack. Hong Qigong hastily set down his bow and picked up a piece of wood, ready to engage in combat with Ouyang once more. Meanwhile, Yang San, the little dragon girl, paid no heed to their duel, engrossed in her own feast, spitting out bones while observing the extraordinary clash of skill. Chapter 65. The Duel of Absolute Masters in Days of Yore. Ouyang wielded his serpent staff with unmatched prowess, rarely encountering worthy adversaries, while the beggar's sex dog beat stick, renowned throughout the realm, reflected the extraordinary skills of Master Hong Qigong. Though the branches in their hands could not fully convey the finesse of the serpent staff or the dog beat stick, both masters exhibited a plethora of other techniques. Their wooden staffs danced through the air, at times curling like a serpent, at others soaring like a dragon, transforming the mundane into the extraordinary. As evening descended, their fierce contest continued, neither yielding an inch. Observing that it was nearly time, Yang San commenced preparing a meal, heating several jars of fine wine, filling the air with an enticing aroma. This time, Hong Qigong did not wait for Yang San's invitation. He skillfully swept aside Ouyang staff and made his way to Yang San's side. Ouyang, taken aback by his opponent's sudden departure, turned to see Hong Qigong joyfully partaking of a jar of exquisite wine. "Old beggar, you're slacking off. Even while drinking, you cannot surpass me." With that, he tossed aside his staff and stepped forward, seizing a jar of warm wine to indulge in. "Father, senior, don't just drink. There are numerous delectable dishes to enjoy as well. Please partake," Yang San urged, aware that they had exerted considerable energy throughout the day. So he had thoughtfully infused the meal with medicinal herbs, rendering it a nourishing feast. Hong Qigong and Ouyang eagerly began to compete for the sumptuous food before them, consuming meat and wine in hearty gulps, while Yang San diligently served them fresh, warm wine. Throughout the evening, Hong Qigong exchanged knowing smiles with Yang San. That night, Ouyang and Hong Qigong drank until the wee hours, each downing dozens of jars of wine, thanks to Yang San's ample preparations. "Drink another. Old beggar can still drink." Hong Qigong, with bleary eyes, staggered to the ground, spilling his unfinished wine over himself. "Old beggar, again, you cannot outdrink me." Ouyang, already a bit unhinged, did not bother to channel his inner strength to mitigate the effects of the alcohol. After finishing his last jar, he too collapsed, swaying and mumbling for more. As Yang San carried Ouyang into a cave, he returned to find Hong Qigong sitting up again, his gaze fixed on Yang San with an inscrutable expression. Yang San respectfully bowed to Hong Qigong, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, senior, for your understanding. I am immensely grateful. Ha ha, it's clever of you to devise such a scheme. However, for the sake of the feast, the old beggar shall overlook it." Yang San shrugged helplessly. "I acted out of necessity. If you both continue to fight like this, I fear my adoptive father would not endure." Hong Qigong suddenly enlightened. "Ah, so you are Ouyang adopted son. Do you know who your adoptive father is?" Yang San nodded. "Indeed." With a look of profound sorrow, Hong Qigong regarded Yang San. "Then why do you still?" Yang San interrupted. "I was an orphan from a very young age. Once, I fell victim to limacho as I saw silver needle. And it was my adoptive father who saved my life. Perhaps he was once irredeemably wicked, but now he is merely a frail old man, lost in madness. Perhaps this is his retribution." Hong Qigong sighed deeply, sharing in Yang San's lament. "Indeed, perhaps this is the retribution for the foul toad." Yang San pondered that it would be best to reveal his lineage to Hong Qigong. Thus he continued, "Esteemed elder, my late mother was Mu Nianxi. In her lifetime, she mentioned that you had once imparted martial wisdom to her. By this account, I must regard you as my grandmaster." Hong Qigong was taken aback. "You are the child of Mu Nianxi. Then you must be young. Have you heard of my disciples Bu Jing and Huang Rong?" Yang San nodded affirmatively. "Yes. After encountering Limacho, I met Uncle Gu and Auntie Rong, and even stayed with them on Peach Blossom Island for a time, although due to my adoptive father's circumstances." That evening, Yang San conversed with Hong Qigong for an extended period, allowing Hong Qigong to gain a general understanding of Yang San's experiences over the years, leading him to reflect upon the unpredictability of life. "Alas, my child, you have endured much, yet fortune has not entirely forsaken you. For you have acquired the skills of the ancient tomb sect. Moreover, from your earlier display, it seems you possess the internal energy of the Nine in manual. Could it be that the ancient tomb sect also holds this tome? Yang San chuckled. I have merely learned fragments, remnants left by the Chuanshan sect's founder Wang Chongyang, who was a close acquaintance of the ancient tomb sect's matriarch Lin Chaoying. Lin Chaoying? Hong Qigong mused. I have heard Wang Chongyang mention her, though we have never met. I am astonished that a woman could rival Wang Chongyang in martial arts. There truly are realms beyond our own. Yawning and stretching, Hong Qigong declared, time for sleep. After a day of battling the foul toad, I am utterly exhausted. With that, he rose and made his way toward the cave. By the way, in light of your culinary skills, I shall refrain from contesting with the foul toad this time. I will depart at dawn. Yang San expressed his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed elder. The next morning, Yang San was startled awake by the sounds of combat. He quickly dashed out of the cave and, indeed, found Hong Qigong and Ouyang Feng engaged in battle once more. Upon seeing Yang San, Hong Qigong lamented, Boy, your wine is delightful, but alas, it lacks potency. Just as I was about to leave, this foul toad woke up and is adamantly preventing my departure. It seems you must devise another strategy. Yang San sighed inwardly, contemplating the small pouch within his robe. Must he truly resort to this? Though he had discovered it on the body of the 5 villains of the border, he was reluctant to use it. After their heartfelt conversation the previous night, Hong Qigong had lost the will to contend with Ouyang Feng. Thus, even as Ouyang Feng persistently pursued him, he chose to avoid confrontation. Though Ouyang Feng appeared somewhat deranged, his fighting instincts were honed, and he quickly discerned Hong Qigong's evasive maneuvers. In a fit of rage, he exclaimed, Oh, you old beggar, do you look down upon me? If so, I shall take your life today. Realizing that Ouyang Feng was intent on a life-or-death struggle, Hong Qigong understood that continued evasion would not suffice. He could very well meet his end here. Therefore, he cast aside all other thoughts and focused on battling Ouyang Feng. Although both Hong Qigong and Ouyang Feng were martial arts prodigies, they had both reached an age where their recovery was no longer what it once was. And after a day of intense combat, they found it increasingly arduous to continue. In less than half an hour, both individuals began to perspire profusely. And Yang San realized they were nearing their limits. Continuing their duel would likely result in mutual destruction. Without hesitation, he leaped into the fray, positioning himself between the combatants and exerting all his strength to intercept Ouyang Feng's strike. Ouyang Feng was momentarily taken aback, allowing Yang San the opportunity to seize him by the waist, hoping to prevent any further aggression. Upon Yang San's entry into the battle circle, Hong Qigong hastily withdrew his attack, redirecting his energy to execute the 18 dragon subduing palms against a nearby tree, which succumbed with a resounding crash. Hong Qigong swiftly returned to the combat area, anxious that the frenzied Ouyang Feng might lash out indiscriminately, potentially harming Yang San as well. Chapter 66. A blessing in disguise. Yang San embraced Ouyang Feng, exclaiming, Father, please stop. Shall we return home? Ouyang Feng appeared frenzied, struggling incessantly. My good son, release me. Let me vanquish this old beggar, and then we shall go home. Yang San dared not let go, realizing that if their confrontation continued, neither would emerge unscathed, rendering his recent efforts futile. Seeing Yang San's grip tighten, Ouyang Feng, fearing that Hong Qigong might seize the opportunity to strike, suddenly swung his arm backward, transforming it into a whip-like extension that struck Yang San's acupoint, rendering him momentarily powerless. This was yet another of Ouyang Feng's formidable techniques, the Spirit Serpent Fist. With Yang San's hand compromised, Ouyang Feng swiftly extricated himself from his son's embrace. Witnessing Ouyang Feng's reckless assault on Yang San, Hong Qigong, alarmed for Yang San's safety, launched an attack on Ouyang Feng, attempting to divert his attention. However, Ouyang Feng seemed to have succumbed to madness, disregarding Hong Qigong entirely and retaliating against Yang San, seemingly intent on avenging the earlier restraint. In a desperate attempt, Hong Qigong transformed his palm strike into a claw, grasping Yang San's left hand, aiming to pull him away. Yet, Ouyang Feng, enraged by the sudden separation, charged forward with a roar, seizing Yang San's right hand in a bid to reclaim him. Yang San found himself in a dire predicament, his acupoint compromised, and any attempt to counter was now too late. He could only endure the tug-of-war between the two. Observing that the stalemate persisted, Ouyang Feng, filled with urgency, channeled his internal energy through Yang San's right hand towards Hong Qigong's grasp on his left. Hong Qigong, taken aback by Ouyang Feng's use of internal energy, feared for Yang San's safety and quickly reinforced his grip on Yang San's left hand to counter Ouyang Feng's force. At that moment, Yang San experienced the torment once inflicted by the 5 ugly ones, as two streams of internal energy clashed violently within him. Fortunately, possessing the 9 in scriptures, his internal strength was not inferior in quality to that of the two, though he was vastly outmatched in quantity, leading him to focus solely on protecting his vital organs. Struggling to maintain his composure, Yang San lamented that he had not trained in the Northern Darkness divine skill. Realizing he could only buy time. However, he could not foresee the emergence of new complications. Unbeknownst to him, Zhou had also been awakened by the commotion. Observing Yang San's anguish, she understood the peril he faced. She positioned herself behind him, pressing her palms against his back and channeling her internal energy to assist him. Upon sensing her energy, Yang San recognized the impending danger. Indeed, the once precarious balance of internal forces between Ouyang and Hong Qigong was shattered by Zhou intervention. Erupting like oil igniting in flames, causing internal energies to burst forth uncontrollably. With a violent cough, Yang San spewed forth blood, his previously fortified defenses collapsing instantly, resulting in varying degrees of damage to his internal organs. He could no longer control the chaotic flow of energy. Watching helplessly as he neared the fate once suffered by the 5 ugly ones. In a moment of clarity, Yang San recalled Zhou previous dispersal of energy. Recognizing the similarity to his own plight, resolutely, he decided to grasp at hope, mastering the strength to utter healing method before succumbing to unconsciousness. The little dragon maiden was initially engulfed in sorrow over the harm her recklessness had caused Yang San. Suddenly, upon hearing Yang San's words, she quickly focused her mind and channeled her energy. Fortunately, both Yang San and the little dragon maiden had practiced the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra and were simultaneously cultivating the 9 in manual. Their inner energy stemming from the same source. Thus, the little dragon maiden swiftly took over Yang San's inner power. With utmost care, she controlled Yang San's energy, guiding it through the healing chapters of the 9 in manual, continuously circulating it through numerous small circulations within her body, mending Yang San's damaged organs. At this moment, Yang San gradually regained consciousness, sensing the improving condition within himself. He eagerly took over the little dragon maiden's task, continuing the healing process. As time progressed, Yang San noticed that the inner energies emitted by Hong Qigong and Ouyang seemed to gradually merge with his own as the healing chapters unfolded. Upon reflection, he realized that Hong Qigong had also practiced a portion of the 9 in manual and had reached a profound level, while Ouyang had inversely cultivated the manual, nearing its extreme limits. As the saying goes, extremes turn into opposites, their energies intertwined, transitioning from positive to negative and vice versa, with the old yin transforming into yang and the old yang into yang yin. Immediately, he turned to the chapter of the 9 in manual that focused on the transformation of bones and muscles, continually integrating the wandering energies into his own. Thus, the lifelong efforts of Hong Qigong and Ouyang inadvertently benefited Yang San. Observing the diminishing energies of both masters, Yang San hastily severed the connection, forcibly retaining a portion of their inner strength within himself. Hong Qigong, initially anxious, feared that his attempt to save another would lead to his own demise. Fortunately, it seemed that Yang San had successfully cut off their connection. Though their remaining energies were scant, it was not a significant issue, and they promptly retracted their hands to meditate and recuperate. Ouyang and Hong Qigong's situations were similarly grim, despite their near exhaustion. The insights gained from their transformative experience lingered deeply in their minds, proving to be a blessing in disguise. After nearly half an hour, Yang San slowly opened his eyes. A radiant light seemingly emanating from them, a result of the sudden surge of inner energy that he could not fully contain. "Go, are you alright?" The concerned voice of the little dragon maiden reached him at that moment. "Brat, if you don't wake up soon, this little girl will turn into a stone waiting for her husband," Hong Qigong remarked, his voice still somewhat strained. Yang San then noticed the little dragon maiden anxiously watching him while Hong Qigong and Ouyang sat in meditation. He quickly rose and reassured the little dragon maiden, "Longer. I'm fine, I just need a few more days to recuperate." Both Hong Qigong and Ouyang, masters of their craft, had only regained about 10% of their inner strength and were no longer inclined to compete. "Ah, old beggar, our inner powers may be comparable, but in terms of martial skills, you are surely inferior to me." Hong Qigong immediately puffed up, glaring. "Nonsense. I have an ultimate technique that I haven't yet revealed. If it weren't for the fear of accidentally harming you, your son would be heartbroken." "Ridiculous. If you have any technique, feel free to demonstrate." "Have you heard of the dog beating stick technique?" "I never mind, it doesn't matter now since I'm still recovering my inner strength. Let's just say you won this time." Upon hearing the name of the dog-beating stick technique, Ouyang felt a sense of familiarity. It seemed remarkably formidable. Could it be that this old beggar possessed such skill? Shaking his head dismissively, he proclaimed, "What does it matter? Without inner strength, there is no need for contest. In a purely technical duel, you shall find it exceedingly difficult to triumph over me." Yang San's eyelids twitched in response. It is essential to note that in the original narrative, the ultimate demise of Hong Qigong and Ouyang was not merely due to the depletion of their inner strength. Rather, it was the final clash of their techniques that led to an overexertion of their minds, compounded by the lack of internal energy to sustain them, resulting in their mutual downfall. Chapter 67, the final episode on Mount Hua. Yang San quickly intervened to prevent the two from continuing their quarrel, exclaiming, "Let us not create further chaos after all my efforts. Stop, stop. Are you two done bickering, preparing to engage in war of words? The esteemed duo of this age hiding on this mountain to argue, aren't you afraid of becoming a laughingstock? After all this fighting, if you're not hungry." "I certainly am. I shall cook now. After we eat, rest well, and once you've regained your strength, you may compete in whatever manner you wish." Without waiting for a response, he busied himself with the cooking. While the little dragon girl couldn't help but stifle a laugh at the sight of the two elderly men glaring at each other. In truth, Yang San was quite eager to learn Hong Qigong's dog-beating stick technique, yet the thought of it leading to their demise seemed too steep a price to pay. Moreover, there would be ample opportunity to learn such techniques at the hero gathering. In recent days, Yang San had made significant progress, both in internal strength and martial arts skills, far surpassing his previous self. At this moment, if Hong Qigong and Ouyang were to face Yang San individually, they would not dare claim victory over him. Their only advantage lay in their battle experience. Furthermore, Yang San's youth and vigor meant that in a prolonged confrontation, he would undoubtedly emerge victorious. Consequently, the two men had no words to counter Yang San's jests, resorting instead to a contest of who could widen their eyes the most. Stealing a glance, Yang San observed them engage in this peculiar contest and quietly retrieved a small pouch from his robe, pouring its contents into the food he was preparing. Alas, the illustrious reputation he had built over the years was at risk of being tarnished on this very Mount Hua. Thankfully, Hong Qigong was not one to gossip, otherwise, there would be no way to clear his name. Once the meal was ready, he carried the dishes towards the two men, who were still locked in their staring contest. He served the spiced portion of the meal to Ouyang, while Hong Qigong received the untainted serving. Ouyang, entirely unsuspecting, eagerly dug into his meal. Hong Qigong cast a meaningful glance at Yang San before resuming his meal. Yang San expressed his gratitude with a glance at Hong Qigong, relieved that he had not exposed him. True to the nature of the spiced dish, Ouyang soon succumbed to slumber after finishing his meal, prompting Hong Qigong to erupt into laughter. "Ha ha ha! You crafty rascal, employing such underhanded tactics. Only a wretched toad like him, in his delirium, would fall for your trick." Yang San scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward. "Please forgive my impropriety, senior. I had no other choice but to resort to this tactic. Fortunately, I managed to acquire a pouch of sleep-inducing powder from the 5 themes of the hidden border." Indeed, the special ingredient Yang San had added was the legendary sleep-inducing powder, a staple among those in the martial world for home and travel. His greatest fear in using this underhanded method was that Hong Qigong would expose him. Given Ouyang current state, it was unlikely he would refuse even the most potent of poisons, let alone the sleep powder. However, Hong Qigong's discerning palate would surely not be deceived by the spiced meal. Hong Qigong nodded to himself, realizing it had come from the 5 themes, which eased his concerns. Otherwise, he would not consider anyone who carried such powder to be a good person. "Are you not worried that the toad will sleep so deeply he may never awaken?" Hong Qigong mused, reveling in the satisfaction of seeing Ouyang, a lifelong poison master, bested by his own medicine. Upon hearing this, Yang San was startled, exclaiming, "What? Is that truly the case? This is my first time using it, and I'm uncertain of the dosage. What shall I do?" Observing his reaction, Hong Qigong finally relaxed, erupting into hearty laughter. "Fear not, I was merely jesting with you. The foul toad will recover after a couple of days' rest. Let us not forget what the vile toad was once adept at." Yang San, in a flurry of concern, momentarily forgot that Ouyang was indeed a master of poison, with an immunity that must be top-notch. He then carried Ouyang back to the cave and settled him comfortably before returning to Hong Qigong's side, bowing respectfully. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your continual restraint. You may now descend the mountain in peace." Hong Qigong regarded young Sanny and couldn't help but reflect. This loathsome toad has committed innumerable evils throughout his life. Yet in his twilight years, he has been granted such a loyal and righteous son. One wonders how much virtue he has accumulated in his past life. Where do you intend to go next, young lad? I must caution you, should you wish to traverse the martial world with this foul toad, you will certainly become a target for the entire community of martial artists. Young Sanny paused, taken aback. He had not contemplated this aspect. He had been solely focused on the safety of the two elders. However, Ouyang Feng remained in a state of madness, and returning him to the ancient tomb was not an option. For the moment, he found himself at a loss for a plan. Hong Qigong, perceiving the situation, chuckled. Worry not, old beggar has already devised a solution for you. I assure you, that foul toad will remain calm and not wander. Young Sanny quickly replied, I implore you, esteemed elder, to share your wisdom. In truth, it is quite simple. Just fabricate a reason for him to wait at Mount Huo for my return. I guarantee he will obediently remain there without straying. Young Sanny's eyes sparkled with realization. This made perfect sense. At this moment, Ouyang Feng's greatest fixation was likely Hong Qigong himself. By concocting a promise, Ouyang Feng would likely remain at Mount Hua until he could see Hong Qigong again. Thus, young Sanny would no longer need to fear Ouyang Feng wandering about. What a splendid idea! Esteemed elder, your plan is truly magnificent. Thank you. Hong Qigong laughed heartily. No need for thanks. In your words, you could be considered my disciple. Ah! By such reasoning, does this not place you a generation above the foul toad? Quite amusing. Young Sanny, half amused and half exasperated, regarded the proud Hong Qigong, realizing that the elder had not relinquished his playful spirit, even measuring generations. Young lad, I recall you mentioning that Jing and Rong are to convene a gathering of heroes at Lu family village, correct? Young Sanny nodded, indeed. And Guo intends to pass the leadership to Elder Lu. Will you be attending, esteemed elder? I had no intention of going, but it seems I must now. Alas! Old age! Hong Qigong sighed as he departed from Mount Hua. Young Sanny initially intended to see him off, but a single stern glance from Hong Qigong rendered him immobile. And the elder's parting words left him rooted in place. What? Has the old beggar grown too feeble to walk? Thus, it was not until the third day that Ouyang Feng languidly awoke, and upon opening his eyes, he bellowed for a rematch with Hong Qigong. Young Sanny employed various means to soothe Ouyang Feng, finally revealing that Hong Qigong had instructed him to wait at Mount Huo for his return. If he did not find Ouyang Feng upon his arrival, it would be assumed that Ouyang Feng had fled in fear of Hong Qigong's formidable dog-whacking stick technique. Indeed, upon hearing this, Ouyang Feng was so incensed that he began to stomp his feet in frustration, vowing that if he could not encounter Hong Qigong, he would never descend from Mount Hua in this lifetime. At that moment, young San was finally at ease, no longer burdened by the worry of Ouyang Feng's erratic wandering. Resembling a mischievous child, after his bout of madness, the once notorious martial arts adversary, willing to resort to any means to achieve his ends, transformed into a man of his word, truly illustrating the marvels of the world. Chapter 68. The first encounter with Huang Rong. Young San had spent nearly a month accompanying Ouyang Feng on Mount Hua, during which he diligently absorbed the knowledge and skills gained from this journey. His progress in both internal and external martial arts was significant. In moments of lucidity, Ouyang Feng candidly remarked that young San was now no weaker than himself. Though he lacked in combat experience, his internal energy was indeed comparable, albeit in lesser quantity. It was high time to head to the Lu family manor, for any further delay would mean missing the grand gathering of heroes. On this day, young San bid farewell to Ouyang Feng and set off from Mount Hua, accompanied by the blushing Zai Longnu, as they journeyed southward. The echoes of Ouyang Feng's admonition still resonating in his ears. My dear son and daughter-in-law, do remember to bring along my plump grandson next time. This left young San with a rather flushed waistline, a sentiment easily understood. Upon entering the southern region of Hunan, the number of beggars increased, each bearing several cloth bags slung over their shoulders, clearly indicating their affiliation with the beggar sect. They also encountered more groups of armed wanderers, undoubtedly en route to the grand gathering of heroes. As dusk descended, young San arrived at a dilapidated temple alongside the members of the beggar sect, while the other martial artists dispersed in various directions. There, he observed the Wu brothers, each holding a plate of raw meat, feeding two large white eagles beneath a towering pine tree. Young San glanced at himself and Zai Longnu. Despite the weariness of their travels, they remained presentable, far surpassing the appearance of other wanderers. Brother Wu, little Wu, long time no see. Upon hearing this distinctive salutation, the Wu brothers immediately recognized Yang San. Looking up, they were indeed greeted by his familiar figure alongside Zai Longnu, who still captivated them, despite having seen her before. Brother Yang, sister-in-law, how have you been? Asked the elder brother. Da Wu was more composed and quickly regained his bearings. After patting Shao Wu, he returned the greeting. Since learning of Yang San's marriage, both Wu brothers had been elated, finding Yang San increasingly endearing. Brother Yang, sister-in-law, it's splendid that you are here. Just the other day, the master's wife mentioned you. Shao Wu enthusiastically welcomed Yang San, though he occasionally stole glances at Zai Longnu, prompting Yang San to shake his head. Truly a quintessentially foolish demeanor. At that moment, a melodious voice resonated from within the temple. Brother Da Wu, did you buy me a softer whip? Da Wu hurriedly approached, producing a whip from his bosom. I got it for you already. Come, try it out. Yang San looked up to see Gu Fu, adorned in a vibrant green outfit, hurrying toward them. Her lively, delicate appearance resembled that of a charming sprite, which explained the Wu brothers' infatuation with her. Shao Wu, seizing the opportunity, rushed over to curry favor and draw her attention. Sister Fu, guess who has arrived? Oh, have more acquaintances come? Let me guess, Grandmaster arrived just a few days ago. Could it be grandfather? Observing the sycophantic antics of the Wu brothers from outside the temple, Yang San could not help but burst into laughter. As Gu Fu was about to return to the temple, she suddenly turned around, her face lighting up with joy as she dashed out, pushing aside Da and Shao Wu. Brother Yang Guo, sister-in-law, you have finally arrived. Just the other day, I heard Grandmaster mention you. Ever since she learned that Yang San had married and that the little dragon girl resembled a celestial being, Gu Fu had relinquished her fantasies about Yang San. At that moment, she resembled a sister greeting her long-lost brother. We were held up by some matters, and I rushed here as soon as I could, without even having time to change my clothes. Sister-in-law has reminded me several times. No worries. I'll have Brother Wu buy you a new outfit. If sister-in-law doesn't mind, I have a few new garments that have yet to be worn, which would be perfect for her. Gu Fu affectionately took little dragon girl's hand. One cannot deny that Gu Fu was a striking beauty in her own right, and alongside little dragon girl, they formed a captivating tableau of grace and charm, two extraordinary beauties in their prime, each dazzling in her own way. Even Yang San found it difficult to tear his gaze away. Gu Fu tugged little dragon girl towards the temple, and just as they reached the entrance, she turned back to Da and Shao Wu. Big Brother Wu, little Brother Wu, could you please assist Brother Yang Guo in selecting a new outfit? Da Wu promptly replied. Of course, we will surely help Brother Yang pick out something splendid. Shao Wu thumped his chest, vowing to complete the task. Gu Fu smiled sweetly. You brothers are the best. With that, she pulled little dragon girl inside the dilapidated temple. Yang San clasped his hands in gratitude towards Da and Shao Wu, saying, I appreciate your assistance. I will go see and go first. It's a trivial matter. There is no need for concern, Brother Yang. Gu Fu's voice echoed from within. Hurry up, Brother Yang Guo. Let us give mother a surprise. Before Yang San could finish his words, Gu Fu's exclamation rang out, and after bidding farewell to Da and Shao Wu, he followed Gu Fu and little dragon girl into the temple. At that moment, Gu Fu resembled a child eager to showcase her prized possession to her family. Mother, look who I've brought. Gu Fu led little dragon girl to a room and flung the door open, calling out loudly before even stepping inside. Inside, Huang Rong had just finished attending to matters concerning the beggar's sack and was about to enjoy a cup of tea when she heard Gu Fu's voice, followed by the door being forcefully pushed open. Upon seeing her impetuous daughter clasping the hand of a breathtakingly beautiful woman, Huang Rong was momentarily taken aback, only to notice the elegant young man sauntering in behind them. A thought struck her. Could they be here? Maintaining a composed demeanor, she addressed Gu Fu, Fu-er. Must you always be so reckless? I truly do not know whom you are bringing along. You must be the dragon girl, as master described, indeed a paragon of beauty. Yang San observed the strikingly graceful woman seated with a teacup in hand, a visage remarkably similar to Gu Fu's, unmistakably Huang Rong. Despite her years, Huang Rong bore no signs of aging, appearing more as a sister to Gu Fu than a mother. I have not seen Aunt Guo in many years. I trust you have been well, Yang San said respectfully. Quickly, sit down. If your Uncle Gu knew you had come, he would surely be overjoyed. Huang Rong appeared to be warm-hearted, yet Yang San could still perceive a hint of aloofness. However, considering that Huang Rong had never been fond of Yang Gu since childhood, her current demeanor was quite an improvement, likely influenced by the events involving Hong Qigong. Mother, how dull. How did you get so quickly? Gu Fu exclaimed as she pulled little dragon girl to sit down before rushing to Huang Rong's side, shaking her hand. With such an outstanding presence, who else could it be but the dragon girl mentioned by your esteemed ancestor? Huang Rong, somewhat exasperated, patted Gu Fu on the head. She felt utterly helpless with her daughter. While Gu Fu had inherited her beauty, her intellect seemed to have mirrored that of her father to a remarkable extent. Chapter 69. The Lu family village. Initially, Gu Fu intended to escort Yang San and his companions to the Lu family village overnight. However, Huang Rong was exceedingly curious about Yang San's experiences over the years. Recently, when she encountered her master, Hong Qigong, he had extolled Yang San to the heavens. Coincidentally, just as the elder of the beggars sect arrived to report on matters, Hong Qigong, finding it bothersome, discreetly slipped away. Thus, Huang Rong was left with only the knowledge that Yang San was both academically and morally exceptional, a paragon of loyalty, a martial artist of extraordinary prowess, and had wed a breathtaking beauty of ethereal grace. This was starkly different from the young Gu she had known in her youth. Since she had the opportunity to meet him in advance, she naturally wished to learn more, although she believed Yang San could not possibly deceive Hong Qigong. Still, seeing is believing, is it not? That evening, Yang San and Huang Rong engaged in a heartfelt conversation, vividly recounting his journey of joining and subsequently leaving the Quanzhen sect. At this point, even Huang Rong could not help but sigh, acknowledging that they had acted thoughtlessly in sending the young Yang Gu alone to Mount Sona. Yet, Ouyang Feng was indeed their mortal enemy, and she hoped Yang Gu would not hold a grudge against his uncle Gu. Fortunately, Aunt Gu had taught her son the classics, and he understood these principles well. Moreover, were it not for this, he would not have encountered long ere. Yang San shook his head, asserting that Yang Gu would undoubtedly feel anger towards Gu Jing for leaving him alone in the Quanzhen sect, especially given the trials Gu Jing had to face in uniting the sect. It would be strange if Yang Gu did not suffer. However, Yang San had never experienced such tribulations. He opened his eyes to find himself already in the ancient tomb. Yang Gu's memories played out like a film. He might feel a twinge of nostalgia, but it was inconceivable for him to harbor resentment towards others for it. Seeing Yang San's sincerity, Wang Rong nodded subtly, beginning to believe in Hong Qigong's assessment. They then discussed various anecdotes concerning the ancient tomb sect, including Li Maoqiu's descent into madness for love, her eventual enlightenment, the loss of her martial arts, and her subsequent life in seclusion within the tomb, as well as her serendipitous acquisition of the 9-in manual. Huang Rong was astonished by Lin Chaoying's extraordinary talent, lamented Li Maoqiu's unfortunate encounters, and felt gratified by Yang Guo's willingness to sacrifice himself for love. At this moment, her faith in Hong Qigong's opinion deepened further. Is it merely an incomplete manuscript? Fear not, when I have some leisure in a few days, I shall have your uncle Gu transmit the complete text to you. Yang San replied with fervent gratitude. As they spoke of the events at Mount Hua and the matters concerning Hong Qigong and Ouyang Feng, Wang Rong openly praised Yang San. At that moment, she had fully come to trust Hong Qigong's evaluation, seeing in Yang San all the qualities of a true hero, distinct from Yang Guo's father, Yang Kang, and no longer associating the two. My master mentioned you just a few days ago. His standards are quite high. He was often displeased while imparting martial arts to your uncle Guo, yet he spoke of you with unbridled admiration. Hong is a hero of our era, and to earn his favor is indeed a stroke of luck for Yang Guo. Yang San expressed his profound respect for the charismatic old beggar. Well then, it is getting late. You should rest early. Tomorrow at dawn, accompany me to Dashing Pass. Huang Rong, having achieved her objective, decided not to retain Yang San any longer, for it was evident that he must be weary from his journey. Very well, and Guo should also rest early. Guo, you have returned. As soon as he entered the room, he was greeted by the gentle voice of Xilong. Yang San hurried to the bedside and, upon seeing Xilong reclining there, was moved to grasp her delicate hands. Long did I not instruct you to sleep first? Why did you not heed my words? Xilong's cheeks flushed slightly as she bestowed upon him a breathtaking smile, replying, I wished to wait for you. The night passed in silence. At dawn the following day, Huang Rong, accompanied by several elders from the beggar sect, set forth towards Dashing Pass. Yang San, Xilong, Gu Fu, and the duo of Da Xiao and Shao Wu followed closely behind, with the remaining members of the sect and various heroes trailing in their wake. By midday, they arrived at Dashing Pass. Although it was not the designated day for the grand banquet, numerous heroes had already gathered in anticipation, likely to converge later that evening. Huang Rong promptly led Yang San and Zai Long to meet Guo Jing and Hong Qigong. Guo Jing, having regarded Yang Guo as a son since his youth, was overjoyed to see Yang San. However, he remained unaware of Yang San's departure from the Chuanshan sect, even in his discussions with Hong Qigong about Yang Guo. The conversation had revolved around his exemplary character and remarkable martial arts, with Hong Qigong being the type to refrain from disparaging others. Guo Jing, too, took it for granted and never considered that Yang San might have trained in a different school's techniques. As Guo Jing needed to attend to his guests, he exchanged only a few casual words with Yang San and Zai Long before taking his leave. Yang San had intended to converse more deeply with Hong Qigong, but Gu Fu seized Zai Long's hand, insisting on showing her around the manor. Observing Zai Long's helpless gaze, Yang San had no choice but to accompany them. Fortunately, the manor was adorned with peculiar stones and exotic flowers, and Gu Fu excitedly introduced each marvel as they arrived. Yang San held Zai Long's hand, quietly appreciating the beauty around them, wishing only for the absence of a trumpet nearby. As night fell, the manor was illuminated with red candles, resembling daylight. Shortly thereafter, a servant approached with news that the Chuanshan sect had arrived. The lady of the manor, Chong Youjia, a disciple of the renowned seven sons of Chuanshan, and Guo Jing, who had learned from the Chuanshan disciples Mao Yu and Qiu Chuji in his youth, promptly went forth to greet their guests. At the opportune moment, firecrackers erupted outside the manor, accompanied by the sound of drums and music, heralding the arrival of esteemed guests. As the hosts, the master and mistress of the manor naturally led the way, with Guo Jing and Huang Rong slightly lagging behind as organizers. Guo Fu, linking arms with Zai Long, followed closely, while Da Xiao and Xiao Wu lingered at the back, attempting to cozy up to Yang San. The guests gathered outside, conversing animatedly among themselves. Look, look! The master and mistress have personally come out to welcome the guests. I wonder which hero has arrived. Let's go see, exclaimed one. Oh my! Look at the back on those Gu Daxia and Huang Banxu. They have come out too, remarked another. Wait, didn't we hear that Gu Daxia has only one daughter? Who is this celestial beauty? Another voice chimed in. She is truly stunning. I wonder, is that graceful young man Gu Daxia's son? Certainly not. Gu the hero has only one daughter, but he does have two disciples. Look, the young gentleman beside him is indeed one of Gu the hero's disciples. Shortly thereafter, accompanied by the sounds of drums and music, 4 Taoist priests entered. Leading them was the white-haired and white-browed figure, exuding an aura of purple energy. This was none other than the esteemed Guangningzi, Hao Datong. Following him was an elderly Taoist nun with grayish-white hair, presumably the only female among the 7 of Chuanshan, Qingjing Sanren, Sun Bu'er. Behind them trailed 2 middle-aged Taoist priests, one of whom Yang San found remarkably familiar, undoubtedly belonging to the same generation of disciples. Chapter 70, Confrontation with the Chuanshan sect. As the 4 paths of Chuanshan approached the grand entrance, Master Lu and his wife hurriedly stepped forward to pay their respects to Sun Bu'er and the other disciples. After exchanging salutations, Guo Jing and his wife followed suit. At this moment, Hao Datong spotted Yang San and exclaimed, Yang Guo, what brings you here? Sun Bu'er, having never before encountered Yang Guo, turned to follow Hao Datong's gaze. She beheld a dashing young man, a faint smile gracing his lips as he regarded their group. It was then she comprehended his identity and could not suppress a cold snort. The 2 Taoists of the Z generation, positioned behind, also noticed Yang San's presence and gasped in astonishment. Guo Jing swiftly drew Yang San closer, instructing, Gu Er, quickly pay your respects to your esteemed elders. Hao Datong shot Yang San a glare before turning away, while Sun Bu'er maintained an icy stare, saying, How could we, humble practitioners, be worthy of being the elders of the great hero Yang? The Z generation Taoists chimed in, adding, Hero Guo, do not jest. This esteemed Yang has already surpassed us. My meager skills are hardly worthy of even carrying his shoes. Though Yang San preferred to avoid trouble, he was not one to shy away from confrontation. With their faces presented so invitingly, he felt compelled to respond in kind. Indeed, you possess a modicum of self-awareness. Guer, do not be disrespectful. Quickly apologize to your elders. The surrounding guests were bewildered yet visibly excited, relishing the chaos, particularly as it pertained to the esteemed Gu hero and the Chuanshan sect, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. At that moment, Huang Rong was suddenly reminded that Guo Jing was still unaware of Yang San's defection from the Chuanshan sect. Having never held a favorable view of the sect, she found herself increasingly inclined to support Yang San, intending to confront the Chuanshan sect for an explanation. Little did she expect the Taoists to launch an attack upon their arrival. One must admit that Huang Rong, as depicted in the Return of the Condor Heroes, was fiercely protective, perhaps a maternal instinct compelling her to defend Yang San as if he were family, unaware that their position was far from justifiable. They had knowingly sent Yang Guo, the adopted son of Ouyang Feng, to the Quanzhen sect. Was it not evident that the sect and Ouyang Feng were bitter enemies? Huang Rong quickly leaned in closer to Guo Jing, whispering a few words to convey the situation regarding Yang San and the Quanzhen sect, leaving Guo Jing utterly stunned. Jing Gu, the greater picture must take precedence. We shall address this matter later. With a sigh, Guo Jing acquiesced. Very well. They agreed to discuss the issue with Hao Datang and the others at a later time before turning their attention back to the other guests. Xiao Long approached, grasping Yang San's hand tightly. Had Gu Fu not intervened, she would have already engaged in a fierce battle with Hao Datang and the others. Yang San gently patted Xiao Long's hand, smiling softly and shaking his head to indicate he was unharmed. Gu Fu and Da Xiaowu had deduced the situation from the brief exchanges and stood firmly in support of Yang San. Brother Yang Guo, rest assured. We will stand by your side no matter what. Indeed, Yang Dagu, we shall fight alongside you to the end. Though it was not the day of the grand heroic banquet, the feast remained lively, with mountains of food and drink. As the guests engaged in games and reminisced about old times, after several rounds of wine and an array of dishes, the gathering of heroes was in disarray, leaving the attendants quite flustered as they worked diligently to seat each guest. At this moment, Sun Buer spoke up, addressing Guo Daxia. My humble self has come with another matter. Guo Jing, ever polite, responded, Master Qing Jing, please, you are an elder, let us step into the study to discuss this. The group moved to the study and took their seats, while Yang San, being junior, stood aside. Guo Jing, with his straightforward nature, only considered Yang San's departure from the Quanzhen sect, unaware that Yang San was the adopted son of Ouyang Feng. Guo quickly apologized to the esteemed elder. Yang San was about to retort when Huang Rong raised her hand to silence him, calmly stating, Jing Gich, the truth of this matter is not yet clear. It would be wise to listen to the elders first. Sun Buer, slamming his hand on the table, retorted, Is there an implication in your words, Wang Genshu? Are we truly the ones causing trouble? Unfazed, Huang Rong sipped her tea and replied, Truth and justice will reveal themselves in due course. Guer is a child I have watched grow. Though a bit mischievous, he understands right from wrong. Initially, Jing Gich wished to send him to Zhongnang Mountain, but I disagreed. However, given Jing Gich's respect for the seven of Quanzhen and Guer's father being a disciple of Qiu Zhenren, I had no choice but to consent. Who would have thought that years later, Guer would not only be expelled from the sect but also fail to inform us? If it weren't for his fortunate encounter with my master, Jing Gich and I might still be in the dark about his well-being. Huang Rong was renowned for her eloquence and sharp intellect. Perhaps there were others in the martial world who could match her in debate. But certainly not within the Quanzhen sect. Observing the speechless expressions of the elders, Yang San felt an inexplicable sense of relief and silently gave Huang Rong a thumbs up. Huang Rong, with a slight smile, continued, Initially, upon learning of Guer's safety, we had no intention of pursuing the matter further. Yet, here we are, confronted by several elders as if we were the ones in the wrong. Alas! Her final sigh was deeply poignant, resonating with emotion and evoking a chill in the hearts of those who heard it, a lingering sense of misplaced trust. This left Hao Datang and Sun Buer blushing furiously. While another elder, unwilling to see his master humiliated, stammered, But Yang Guo is the adopted son of Ouyang Feng. Upon hearing this, Guo Jing was taken aback. Understanding the gravity of the situation, guilt washed over him as he realized it was due to Ouyang Feng's influence that he had sent Guer to the Quanzhen sect. Unaware that they were bitter enemies. Esteemed elders, this is all my fault. I shall certainly come to Chongyang Palace in the future to apologize in person. Yang San could only blink in disbelief at Guo Jing's naivety. If he weren't the protagonist of the legend of the Condor Heroes, he surely would not survive more than 2 episodes. Huang Rong shot him a disapproving glance. His apology rendered her previous statements moot. Unable to bear it any longer, Yang San interjected, Uncle Guo, the fault lies with Guer. If anyone should apologize, it should be him. I was just about to visit the esteemed elders myself. Hao Datang, observing Yang San's submission, raised his head and remarked, It seems you still possess a semblance of conscience. Your brothers, Master Mao and Master Qiu, often think fondly of you. Suddenly, Yang San recalled that during this period, Master Mao should already be bedridden. He hurriedly inquired, How is Master Zhu's health? Is his illness serious? Sun Buer, puzzled, asked, How did you come to know that Master is unwell? In a moment of inadvertent candor, Yang San, maintaining a composed demeanor, replied. I overheard a few disciples of the Chuanshan sect discussing it a few days ago. Chapter 71, a heart-to-heart between uncle and nephew with this diversion. The group tacitly agreed to refrain from discussing Yang San's defection from the Chuanshan sect any further. Originally, Ma Yu and Qiu Chuji had instructed everyone not to interfere with the matter, yet Sun Bu, being Ma Yu's spouse, could not contain her frustration. Upon seeing Yang Gu present, she sought an explanation from Guo Jing, only to be reprimanded by Huang Rong instead. As fate would have it, both Yang San and Guo Jing had yielded, deciding to let the issue rest. Otherwise, provoking Huang Rong could lead to trouble, for in her youth, she was not one to be trifled with. After some awkward conversation, Hao Daotong rose to take his leave. Guo Jing accompanied him out, exchanging pleasantries about visiting Master Ma and Master Qiu another day. Upon his return, he found that Shao Longfu, Guo Fu, and the 4 Wu siblings had joined them, likely caught eavesdropping outside. Yang San couldn't help but ponder whether allowing Shao Longfu and Guo Fu to play together would lead to any mischief. As everyone settled back down, Guo Jing sighed. Guo, I am truly sorry for the hardships you have endured over the years. He continued, however. Why did you not return to Peach Blossom Island after escaping the Chuanshan sect? And from whom did you acquire your remarkable martial skills? Both Ronger and Master have spoken highly of your abilities. Is it true? Uncle Guo, Yang San interjected, as I told Aunt Guo. If you had not sent me to the Chuanshan sect, I would not have met Long. Thus, you would have one less niece-in-law. Yang San quickly took over the conversation, recognizing that Guo Jing was quite the straightforward fellow. Indeed, it seems the Chuanshan sect's esteemed reputation is somewhat misplaced. Brother Yang and sister-in-law are such a perfect match, how could he consider becoming a Taoist? Guo Fu chimed in, having long harbored disdain for those pompous Taoists. Seizing the opportunity to express her feelings, Guo Jing chuckled. Guo, how fortunate you are to wed a lady as talented and graceful as Miss Long. Why did you not inform us of this joyous occasion earlier? We would have loved to share in your happiness. Yang San smiled, grasping Shao Long's hand, and replied. Uncle Guo, please forgive me. The circumstances were unexpected, and I did not manage to inform you in time. No worries, Guo Jing reassured. In the world of martial arts, we do not sweat the small details. This young lady must be the dragon girl of the Gumu sect. Guo has benefited greatly from your care over the years. At that moment, Guo Jing recalled Qiu Chuji mentioning the dragon girl during their journey to Shounan Mountain, never imagining that Guo would find such a match. Greetings, Uncle Guo. Shao Long's cheeks flushed, feeling as though she were meeting her in-laws. Indeed, Guo is indeed fortunate. Guo Jing exclaimed, feeling a sense of pride akin to that of a father-in-law admiring his son-in-law, finding him ever more agreeable. Wang Rong, having not witnessed such eagerness in Guo Jing for many years, smiled and said, Jinggu, Guo has his own fortune. Peach Blossom Island may not necessarily be the right fit for him. Can't you see? Guo has reached a remarkable level in both his internal and external martial arts. Upon closer inspection, Guo Jing indeed recognized Yang San's extraordinary prowess. For an ordinary person, regardless of their training in internal or external martial arts, unless one reaches an exceptionally high level, their aura would inevitably leak, especially with internal skills just as Guo Fu and the Wu siblings demonstrated. This explains why skilled practitioners can easily detect when someone is stalking or spying, simply by sensing the leaked aura. At that moment, Yang San stood there just like an ordinary person, had it not been for Guo Jing, a master of martial arts himself. He might not have discerned the peculiarities of Yang San. Guo Jing, akin to a parent concealing their child's examination results, felt a blend of delight and impatience. He was overjoyed at his child's commendable performance yet anxious to ascertain the precise details of the achievement. Guo, why not spar with Uncle Guo? The crowd gasped with astonishment and joy upon hearing this, while Huang Rong's laughter illuminated her delicate brows. Guo Jing's current impatience reminded her of many amusing anecdotes from their youth, prompting her to enthusiastically agree. Guo, do engage in a contest with your Uncle Guo, so we may witness it. Guo Fu, witnessing her father's eagerness to spar with Yang San, clapped her hands in delight, eager for the ensuing chaos. Yang San, filled with exhilaration, recognized that his skills had surged rapidly during this time, and he sought a worthy opponent to gauge his abilities. During his time at Mount Hua, he had refrained from engaging in a genuine confrontation with Ouyang Feng, as he had only just regained his strength. A misstep could lead to dire consequences. Seeing that Yang San had not opposed the idea, Huang Rong decisively declared, Let us proceed to Master S' place. There is ample space there. The group made their way to the courtyard of the manor, which had originally served as the residence for the estate's owners. Upon learning of Hong Qigong's arrival, the lord of the manor naturally arranged for the finest accommodations for this venerable martial arts figure. Hong Qigong, elated at Yang San's arrival, was even more jubilant upon hearing of the impending duel with Gu Jing, clapping his hands and feet in delight. Xiao Fu, quickly fetch some snacks and pastries. No contest can be complete without refreshments. Huang Rong, well aware of Hong Qigong's character, had already prepared for this, and was now carrying an assortment of treats. Jing do be cautious. Do not underestimate Gu's prowess despite her youth, Gu Jing said, bowing respectfully and expressing gratitude to his master. Thank you for the reminder, master. I shall keep it in mind. Humph, Grandmaster is biased, specifically cautioning your disciple. Are you conspiring to bully brother Yang Gu? Hong Qigong teased. What is this? Xiao Fu is impatient. Does that mean my disciple is no longer your father? Ah, I shall ignore you. Yang saw, let us take the snacks away so Grandmaster cannot partake. Gu Fu blushed crimson, at a loss for words. Just as the snacks were being arranged by the two martial artists. Seizing a platter, she declared vehemently that Hong Qigong would not be allowed to eat. Seeing this, Hong Qigong quickly showered her with compliments, promising to assist if Yang San found himself at a disadvantage. Only after Xiao Longnu nodded in agreement did Gu Fu return the snacks to the table. Xiao Longnu, glancing at Hong Qigong, produced several bottles of jade honey syrup to share with the onlookers. This jade honey syrup, a specialty of the ancient tomb, is both a poison antidote and a beauty elixir. The initial part of her statement went unnoticed, but the latter part caused Wang Rong and Gu Fu's eyes to widen with excitement. Beauty elixir. That was the crux of the matter. Dou Wu, Shou Wu, well. You two gentlemen need not indulge in honey. Pastries will suffice. The two martial artists, indifferent, passed their jars of jade honey syrup to Huang Rong, though Gu Fu intercepted one along the way. Mommy, let us split it in half. Gu Fu whispered softly into Huang Rong's ear, yet the assembled martial artists, all of whom were masters in their own right, caught her words with clarity. Yang San wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead, pondering how this woman, regardless of the era, possessed an enduring love for beauty. Naturally, no one dared to contest the bottle in the hands of Hong Qigong. As he gently uncorked the bottle, an intoxicating fragrance wafted through the air, making one salivate uncontrollably. At that moment, Da Wu and Xiao Wu lamented their choices. Their regret palpable, for if the aroma was so exquisite, the taste could only be imagined to be sublime. The sight of Hong Qigong indulging further confirmed their thoughts. Chapter 72. The duel of uncle and nephew. Yang San observed the tearful expressions of the young Wu and silently shook his head, pondering their youthfulness. Gu Jing, catching the fragrant scent, surmised that the honey must be extraordinary. However, he could not fathom its allure for women. Go ahead, Gu Heir, show your skills to Uncle Gu. All right, Uncle Gu, be cautious. Yang San, not daring to underestimate Gu Jing, swiftly approached him and gently unleashed a palm strike. Oh! The 9-in manual. Gu Jing instantly recognized the foundation of Yang San's internal power. Yang San's palm strike was purely a manifestation of internal energy, devoid of any technique. Hence, Gu Jing also raised his palm to retaliate, employing the same 9-in manual, equally absent of any tactics. The two palms collided with a remarkable balance. As Yang San realized that Gu Jing countered his force with an equal amount of internal energy, revealing the disparity in their combat experience, Yang San quickly retracted his palm, transforming it into a fist, and executed the drunken concubine technique from the beautiful fist style, aiming directly at Gu Jing's head. Originally a technique for women, the beautiful fist exuded elegance and grace. However, Yang San, being a man, found it ill-suited for himself. Thus, he creatively adapted it into the handsome fist style, executing it with a suave flair while retaining its potency. Gu Jing, an adept in boxing himself, understood that the essence of the soft mind fist lay in overcoming rigidity with softness and weakness with strength. Despite finding Yang San's techniques peculiar, he refrained from any counteraction, as if Yang San's punch were directed at another. Even though Yang San was familiar with the soft mind fist, he had never witnessed it in action. He quickly restrained 70% of his strength, yet Gu Jing, in perfect harmony with the essence of the soft mind fist, effortlessly evaded Yang San's punch without any visible movement. Perplexed, Yang San attempted several more strikes in the handsome fist style, but regrettably, each was similarly sidestepped by Gu Jing in an astonishing manner. A realization dawned upon him: this must be the old rascal's soft mind fist. Young lad, This is your Uncle Guo's soft mind fist. Do not hold back. Hong Qigong promptly advised under Guo Fu's reproachful gaze. Guo Fu's face lit up with joy as she presented a plethora of delicacies to Hong Qigong. After a moment's hesitation, Xiaolong produced a bottle of jade honey and handed it to Hong Qigong, leaving Huang Rong both amused and exasperated. Upon hearing this, Yang San felt reassured. However, he pondered the significance of the soft mind fist. Behold my heavenly net. Suddenly, he shifted his techniques, and everyone, except for Xiaolong, was taken aback. Yang San's figure wavered, each motion seemingly creating an additional apparition, and in the blink of an eye, Guo Jing found himself encircled by multiple Yang Sans. Each of these figures wielded lethal techniques, all converging upon Guo Jing. Not daring to underestimate the situation, Guo Jing hastily gathered his internal energy and assumed the stance of the 18 dragon subduing palms. Guo Fu, accustomed to witnessing her father's execution of the 18 palms, quickly warned, "Brother Yang Guo, be careful. Father is about to unleash his ultimate move." Yang San's eyes gleamed with excitement, for he had long desired to experience the legendary prowess of Guo Jing as 18 dragon subduing palms. Ha! With a low shout, Guo Jing unleashed a surge of energy, stirring the air in the courtyard into a swirling wind, as a golden dragon aura spiraled upward from him. At that moment, Yang San's palm technique struck Guo Jing once more, yet he found Guo Jing remarkably elusive, as the force of his strikes was continuously deflected and dissipated. This was Yang San's first encounter with the dragon subduing 18 palms, unaware that one of its defensive maneuvers, the fish leaping over the abyss, was specifically designed to counter the relentless attacks of skilled adversaries. Seizing the opportunity, Guo Jing grasped Yang San, momentarily halting his retreat, leaving him wide open. Guo Jing advanced swiftly, executing the technique of the hidden dragon, landing a punch directly on Yang San's chest. In a hurry, Yang San activated the 9 in true scriptures to withstand Guo Jing's palm strike. Both practitioners were adept in the 9 in techniques, and Guo Jing discreetly retracted 30% of his strength. Otherwise, that single strike would have severely injured Yang San. With a resounding thud, Yang San was sent flying. But in a moment of inspiration, he utilized the momentum to perform a backflip, rotating gracefully before landing flawlessly, his movements fluid and elegant. Applause erupted from Guo Fu and the 2 Wu siblings, who cheered enthusiastically, momentarily mistaking Yang San's prowess for victory. Even Hong Qigong was taken aback. Crumbs of pastry scattered from his mouth, utterly astonished. "Not bad, young lad. Few can withstand such strikes, and yet your form is so captivating." Guo Jing, pleased with Yang San's performance, couldn't suppress his grin. "Marvelous. You managed to endure my 2 strikes. At your age, I was merely a foolish boy skilled in hunting." Only Xiaolong stepped forward, her concern evident as she gently patted Yang San's chest, unabashedly asking, "Guo, are you alright?" Yang San, feeling the teasing gazes of the onlookers, flushed with embarrassment and hastily replied, "Fear not, Long Air." Uncle Guo held back his strength. "Guo, you two should engage in a sword match." Xiaolong gazed at Guo Jing with a look that suggested she wished to pierce him with a few well-placed jabs. Guo Jing, blissfully unaware of her peculiar expression, brightened at her suggestion. "You are proficient in swordsmanship as well?" Yang San chuckled awkwardly. "Well, I suppose so. Most techniques of the ancient tomb sect revolve around swordplay." Guo Jing erupted in laughter. "Ha! This is splendid. Long Air, quickly fetch a fine sword for Guo." "No need, I brought one." Xiaolong silently approached with a sword in hand. "Ah, splendid." Yang San wiped the beads of cold sweat from his forehead. With the sword in hand, Yang San felt a sense of tranquility envelop him, his aura transforming entirely. Yet, only Guo Jing and Hong Qigong perceived the subtle shift. Huang Rong and Xiaolong sensed it vaguely, while Guo Fu and the Wu siblings remained blissfully unaware. This was the aura possessed solely by a master of profound swordsmanship. Guo Jing could not contain himself, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "Excellent." Accepting the sword from Huang Rong, he sighed, "It has been over 20 years since I last wielded a sword. Today, I shall employ the Yu Maiden swordplay taught by my 7th master to spar with Guo." Yu Maiden swordplay. Yang San's heart stirred. Apart from the legendary Yu Qing, no one else could revive the brilliance of this sword technique. It is said that this swordplay is the foremost divine skill of the age, surpassing even the unparalleled Duguqiubai. Yet the true method of cultivation has been lost to time. Yang San's own mastery of the sword had already reached a realm where the sword resided within his heart. But the Yu swordplay begins from a state of formlessness. It is rumored that a Qing once wielded a simple bamboo pole to topple 2,000 foes, a feat that even Duguqiubai might find insurmountable. although the new swordplay may no longer radiate its former brilliance. Catching a glimpse of its essence fills Yang San with a desire to experience its power firsthand. Chapter 73. The swordplay contest. Yang San engaged in a duel with Guo Jing using the complete truth sword technique. Although Guo Jing was also familiar with this technique, his understanding was superficial, lacking many of the subtleties. Nevertheless, being a martial arts master, he could easily discern the quality of a martial art. Thus, upon Yang San's first strike, he recognized the profound depth of his swordsmanship. Guo Jing's new sword technique had undergone centuries of transmission, marred by countless inaccuracies and omissions, leading to a significant loss of the original spirit that the legendary Yu Qing displayed when contending with the White Ape. Over time, what was initially a formless technique had been artificially embellished with forms and moves. This might very well be the crucial reason behind Zhou Ying's tragic fate of taking her own life. A once divine skill had been reduced to a third-rate technique. Fortunately, Guo Jing's lack of deep mastery in swordsmanship allowed his years of martial arts comprehension to infuse the Yu sword with newfound elegance. As he grew increasingly adept, his seemingly ordinary moves unexpectedly proved more effective than rigidly executed forms. After an intense exchange, Yang San began to feel mounting pressure. Inadvertently blending in elements of the Jade Maiden sword technique, realizing that Guo Jing had unintentionally stumbled upon the essence of this art. Uncle Guo, forget the sword forms. The essence of this divine skill lies in the formlessness that surpasses form. Upon hearing this, a flicker of enlightenment ignited in Guo Jing's mind. He instinctively closed his eyes, his heart becoming as clear as a mirror. With a swift motion, he unleashed 3 strikes, each embodying the fundamental movements of swordplay: thrust, sweep, and slice. Yet, for reasons unknown, Guo Jing felt that these were indeed the rightful techniques of the Yu sword. The embellishments were mere superfluities. It is often said that the sword is an extension of the fist, and the fist serves as the foundation for swordplay. Guo Jing, being well versed in the calming fist, which emphasizes clarity through emptiness rather than form, found a harmonious resonance with the Yu sword technique. Thus, mastering one method led him to grasp myriad techniques. And in an instant, he comprehended this extraordinary skill. At this moment, Guo Jing's swordsmanship soared to new heights. Transitioning from wielding a sword to embodying the sword within his heart, even brushing against the realm of formlessness. With diligent effort, he believed he could formally enter this realm within 3 to 5 years. However, given Guo Jing's current martial prowess, shifting his focus solely to swordplay would not be prudent. He understood that his present circumstances were largely due to the divine dragon 18 palms, and he was not inclined to forsake his roots in favor of sword techniques, as his temperament was not suited for it. Even without transitioning to swordsmanship, the interconnected nature of martial arts alone allowed him to elevate his abilities, granting him a delightful surprise that filled his heart with joy. How, what you said, Guo Heir, is indeed true. Your entire martial prowess resides in the sword. Surely, you must have reached the realm of formlessness. Not yet. I am still in the stage of embodying the sword within my heart. The art of swordplay is vast and profound, and the formless surpasses the formed. While it sounds simple, it is challenging to execute. I still have a long journey ahead of me. As the two continued their duel, their conversation flowed seamlessly, a testament to their exceptional mastery of swordplay. However, due to the unique swordplay of the two individuals, while Guo Jing had just begun to comprehend the formless realm of the Yu sword, Yang San had already ingrained the sword techniques into his very bones, making it effortless for him to handle Guo Jing, who was somewhat lacking in prowess. Even in the absence of a weapon, Yang San remained unfazed in his approach. After nearly 1,000 exchanges, Guo Jing's shortcomings in swordsmanship became evident. Had it not been for his years of combat experience, he would have already faced defeat. Huang Rong, Guo Fu, and the others were left in astonishment. For in Guo Fu's eyes, her father was unparalleled in martial arts, invincible in the world, yet now he appeared to be on the verge of losing. Hang Qigong burst into hearty laughter. Jing'er, what do you think? Am I not right? This young lad's martial skills are remarkable. Guo Jing and Yang San sheathed their swords and stood at attention. Guo Jing felt a sense of satisfaction, patting Yang San on the shoulder. Indeed. Your skills are truly extraordinary. That set of sword techniques I just witnessed is something I have never encountered before. It must originate from the ancient tomb. Correct. This set of techniques is called the Jade Maiden's Pure Heart Swordplay, a dual combat technique that, when combined with the True Engine Swordplay, possesses immense power. This is the first time I've employed it in battle. Dual combat swordplay, and tied to the True Engine Swordplay, is it the creation of that remarkable woman Lin Qiaoying. Upon hearing this, Hong Qigong expressed great interest, wishing to meet this extraordinary woman. Yang San then recounted the tale of Lin Chaoying and Wang Chongyang. Their lives intertwined in love and conflict. Hearing about Lin Chaoying's seemingly countering yet inherently cooperative sword techniques, they could not help but marvel. It is indeed a significant lament in life that such a remarkable woman cannot be encountered. Guo Jing, feeling a sense of urgency, said, "We're. You and the dragon girl should let me try this dual combat swordplay." "You simpleton, you still wish to compete?" Huang Rong scolded, playfully tapping Guo Jing on the back of his head, casting him an exasperated glance. "Ha ha, then let us eat." Although Guo Jing was unaware of what he had said wrong, his years of experience told him that following Ronger as lead was always the right choice. "Go or. I heard from Ronger that you have only learned half of the 9-in manual. Now that we have the time, I shall pass the complete 9-in manual to you." Guo Jing took the manual from Huang Rong and handed it to Yang San. "Here, Guer. You two can study it on your own. If you have any questions, I shall explain further." Guo Jing held a uniquely indulgent affection for Yang Guo. Perhaps stemming from his guilt over his foster brother Yang Kong, thus he wished to cultivate Yang Guo into a great hero. Yang San bowed deeply, filled with excitement. "Thank you, Uncle Guo and Auntie Guo, for your generosity. I shall not disappoint your expectations." "Ha ha ha, splendid." Yang San received the manual and diligently studied it with the little dragon girl. The 9-in manual is not lengthy, and most of it consists of various martial arts techniques and the nuances of internal energy cultivation. The most unfamiliar part to Yang San and the little dragon girl was the initial Sanskrit summary. With Guo Jing as explanations, their understanding of the 9-in manual deepened significantly, and within less than an hour, they had comprehended it entirely. At this point, Yang San's internal energy operation route was thoroughly established. Although it did not yet enhance his internal strength, it did allow for a more adept application of his internal energy. Huang Rong sighed, "Jinggu, it is evident that Guer and Longgu are indeed prodigies in martial arts. They have managed to grasp the fundamentals in such a short span of time, while it took you quite a while just to memorize them." Guo Jing, filled with delight, laughed heartily and, with an arm around Yang San's shoulder, replied, "Of course. Guer's innate talent is unparalleled, undoubtedly surpassing me by 1,000-fold." Observing this, Xiaolongnu silently took out 2 vials of jade honey and handed one to Guo Jing and the other to Huang Rong. Chapter 74, The Dog Whacking Stick Technique. The following day, Yang San and the little dragon girl intended to leisurely explore the enchanting scenery and culture of Jiangnan. "Brother Yang, sister-in-law, where are you headed?" Just as they stepped out of the manor, Guo Fu's voice rang out. Hardly had her words faded when a hand clasped around the little dragon girl's arm. "Sister Fu, my wife and I plan to wander about." Yang San lamented internally, feeling like a cumbersome light bulb, and now he had 2 smaller ones in tow. "Brother Yang, sister-in-law, greetings." The voices of Da Wu and Xiao Wu soon followed. Thus, what was intended to be a romantic and intimate outing for the couple transformed into an excursion for a group of 5. As they ambled along, they unknowingly arrived at a small grove, discovering Guo Jing, Huang Rong, and Elder Lu venturing deeper into the woods. At this moment, Wang Rong was already with child, and Guo Jing could not bear to let her wander alone. Therefore, unless there were pressing matters at hand, he was always by her side. "Ah, Mother is going to teach Elder Lu the dog whacking stick technique again. Brother Yang, sister-in-law, let us go take a look," Guo Fu exclaimed, not allowing Yang San a chance to respond, as she pulled the little dragon girl forward. Alas, before Yang San could intervene, Guo Fu and the siblings stealthily followed suit. Only Guo Fu, accustomed to such mischief, would dare act so boldly. One must understand that eavesdropping on others' teachings in the martial world is a grave taboo, often punishable by death. Even though Yang San was quite eager to learn the dog whacking stick technique, he would never resort to such underhanded means. Indeed, Guo Jing and Huang Rong paused momentarily, exchanged knowing glances, and then continued their way into the depths of the grove as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Yang San had no choice but to muster his courage and follow. He observed as Guo Fu and the siblings deftly climbed a tree, believing themselves well hidden, while incessantly waving to Yang San and the little dragon girl. Yang San felt a wave of embarrassment beneath the tree, particularly as he noticed Huang Rong's keen eyes occasionally scanning their direction. With the situation as it was, Yang San could not retreat any longer. After exchanging a glance with the little dragon girl, they gracefully ascended to the branches above. Before long, Guo Jing and Huang Rong led Elder Lu to an open area, where Elder Lu began to practice alone. Though his movements were somewhat awkward, Yang San, with his profound martial arts understanding, could still discern the extraordinary nature of this stick technique. Old Lu is rather clumsy. After so long, he still hasn't grasped it. Wu Shuwan murmured quietly. Guo Fu, brimming with pride, retorted, Mother said that the dog-whacking stick technique is the pinnacle of all weapon arts. It cannot be mastered in a mere moment. Otherwise, how could it be called a divine skill? Gu Jing and Huang Rong whispered to one another before approaching Elder Lu, pointing out his shortcomings one by one. Elder Lu, being of advanced years, had been taught the 36 variations of the stick technique by Huang Rong for a month, yet he had only managed to barely memorize the moves, which still required diligent practice to perfect. Unbeknownst to Huang Rong, Elder Lu's clumsy attempts at practice allowed Yang San to comprehend the technique with remarkable clarity. After witnessing it just once, he had already internalized the essence of the moves. Even though Huang Rong was aware of Yang San's exceptional talent, this was still quite astonishing. A martial arts system, devoid of its accompanying mental techniques and principles, is rendered ineffective. After imparting the movements, Huang Rong commenced the instruction of the mental formulas. For time was of the essence for Elder Lu. He needed to master the dog handling staff technique within this limited time frame. Elder Lu, with his mediocre talent and advancing years, found it arduous to grasp the 36 sequences, and the intricate and convoluted formulas left him in a state of despair, nearly causing him to lose his hair. Fortunately, Huang Rong, having known Gu Jing since childhood, possessed an extraordinary patience for those of lesser intellect. If one recitation proved insufficient, she would repeat it twice. If that failed, thrice. After numerous repetitions, Elder Lu managed to stumble through memorizing about 70 to 80% of the formulas, while Gu Jing rubbed his hands together. Thinking to himself how slow Elder Lu was, he had already memorized nearly 90%. However, unbeknownst to them, by the time Huang Rong had completed her second recitation, Yang San had already committed everything to memory. At that moment, Huang Rong suddenly turned her gaze toward the tree where Yang San and the others were hiding, shouting, Gu Fu, Ru air, one air, Gu air, long air, why aren't you coming over here at once? Gu Fu and the younger Wu siblings were taken aback, astonished to find themselves discovered. The five of them quickly descended from the tree, with Gu Fu rushing to Huang Rong's side, embracing her arm while exclaiming, Mother, you are truly remarkable, nothing escapes your notice. Huang Rong feigned anger, tapping Gu Fu's forehead, with your level of skill, if we were unable to detect you, imagine how many times your parents would have been ambushed by nefarious individuals while traversing the martial world. Gu Jing chuckled and shook his head. You three need to practice diligently. If it weren't for your distraction, we might not have noticed Gu air and long air at all. Gu Fu and the younger Wu siblings were left speechless, realizing that Yang San and the little dragon girl possessed formidable martial prowess. Astonished that they could elude the vigilance of Gu Jing and Huang Rong. Yet, no skill could surpass the dog handling staff technique of their mother. They merely wished to witness it in action, unaware that Elder Lu, as a novice, was struggling with its execution. Mother, why not demonstrate it for us? They implored. Gu Jing admonished, Nonsense. Your mother is unwell. Gu Fu then recalled, Oh, yes. Mother is expecting a child. I shall have another little brother. We won't practice anymore. Huang Rong took the short bamboo pole from Elder Lu's hands, smiling. To deal with a small dog, there is no need for true energy. Watch closely as I trip this little pup. With a flick of the bamboo pole, Gu Fu instinctively jumped back, only for the pole to inadvertently encircle her foot, tripping her as though she had willingly offered herself to the bamboo's grasp. With a gentle nudge, Huang Rong sent Gu Fu tumbling to the ground. Gu Fu quickly sprang up, exclaiming, That doesn't count. I wasn't ready. Again. Laughter erupted among the onlookers. Very well, prepare as you wish. Gu Fu eagerly pulled the younger Wu siblings closer, the three of them forming a back-to-back stance, holding hands and settling into a horse stance. With a grin, she declared, Mother, I am no longer afraid of you. Except for Father S 18 dragon subduing palms, no one can push me down. Yang San chuckled silently, shaking his head inwardly. Gu Fu had underestimated the intricacies of the dog handling staff technique. This set of techniques emphasized cunning and strategy, not merely a stable stance. Such simplicity would hardly earn it the title of the world's foremost staff technique. Huang Rong smiled silently, swinging her bamboo staff towards the heads of the three individuals. The motion stirred the air, creating an imposing force. Gu Fu and her companions were so frightened that they quickly recoiled to evade her strike, unknowingly playing into Huang Rong's hands. With a swift flick of her staff, she executed a clever maneuver, sweeping the bamboo pole across their ankles. Instantly, The trio lost their balance and fell to the ground. As they touched the ground, they swiftly rolled back to their feet, with Gufu still refusing to concede, exclaiming, "Mother, you used trickery. That doesn't count." Chapter 75. The Heroic Banquet. Huang Rong smiled faintly and remarked, "In the stick techniques I just imparted to Elder Lu, namely the 8 principles of tripping, chopping, entangling, stabbing, prodding, drawing, sealing, and turning, tell me, which of them relies on brute force? It is true that you accuse me of cunning. Indeed, in the realm of martial arts, deception often prevails. Once you outwit your adversary, victory is assured. Aside from your father's 18 dragon subduing palms, which is purely reliant on genuine skill, how many can truly attain such mastery?" Gufu and the others, lacking experience, grasped Huang Rong's words but failed to comprehend their deeper implications. Yang San, however, nodded in agreement, having been well versed in the bombardment of information prevalent in later times, and thus understood Huang Rong's meaning. Huang Rong continued, "The dog subduing stick technique is the most extraordinary martial art in the world. One must harmonize the moves with the mindset. Otherwise, even if you possess innate talent, you shall never create your own formulas. Furthermore, this technique is intricate and challenging to master, even through oral transmission. Many nuances remain elusive. Therefore, I am not concerned about you few little thieves learning it. However, should I choose to teach you any other martial arts in the future, you must not eavesdrop without my consent, or I shall break your legs. Do you understand?" Gufu and the others quickly acquiesced. Yet, Gufu then dashed into Huang Rong's embrace, playfully saying, "Mother, if I wish to learn martial arts, why would I need to steal lessons? Is there anything you would refuse to teach me?" Huang Rong gently tapped her with a bamboo stick and laughed. "All right. Go play with your 2 brothers from the Wu family. Guer and Longer, please stay a moment, your Uncle Gu has something to discuss with you. Elder Lu, you must diligently practice this stick technique. If there are any further uncertainties, I shall elaborate in due time." With that, Gufu and Elder Lu took their leave and returned to the manor. "What instructions do Uncle Gu and Aunt Gu have?" Huang Rong inquired. Guo, recalling past grievances due to your father's influence, said, "In my childhood, I was not fond of you and never taught you a single move, only imparting knowledge. Later, due to the influence of Ouyang Feng, I had to send you to the Chuanshan sect, believing you would live a peaceful life. Little did I expect you would encounter such extraordinary adventures. Whether this is good or bad remains uncertain, but you are indeed a likable child. After discussing with your Uncle Guo, we have decided that since you have started a family, you need not depart this time, stay with us and live together." Having had a heartfelt conversation previously, Wang Rong had come to regard Yang San as her own. After discussions with Guo Jing the previous night, they resolved to keep Yang San close. At this moment, Guo Jing added, "Indeed, Guer, I initially intended to betroth Fuer to you. But you are fortunate to have formed a bond with Longer. Given that, you both should remain here, and I shall gladly pass on my martial arts to you." Upon hearing Guo Jing's initial words, Xiaolong tightened her grip on Yang San's hand instinctively, relieved that Guo Jing did not persist, otherwise she might have bestowed a few jade bee needles upon him. As the 4 individuals grew closer through heartfelt conversations, Xiaolong genuinely regarded Guo Jing and Huang Rong as family. Although Guo Jing was somewhat pedantic, it stemmed merely from his deep-rooted values of justice and decorum. In contrast, Huang Rong, possessing unparalleled intelligence, never flaunted her wit and showed immense affection for her loved ones. Realizing the day was waning, they made their way toward the Lu family's estate. At that moment, they spotted Gufu rushing toward them, exclaiming, "Mother, guess who has arrived?" Huang Rong chuckled. With all the heroes gathered, how could I possibly guess? Yet, a thought crossed her mind. Could it be the martial brothers' masters have come? It must have been many years since I last saw them. As Gufu approached, she remarked, "Mother, how did you guess so cleverly?" Guo Jing, having a rare moment of insight, interjected, "What is so difficult? The Wu brothers are usually inseparable from you, and their absence suggests they are with their family. If I can deduce that, surely your mother can." Yang San chimed in, "Congratulations, Sister Fu, on learning another martial art, though I fear you may struggle to master it." Gufu retorted, "What martial art could I possibly fail to learn?" Huang Rong gently patted Gufu's head, bemused, "I wonder who you inherited this lack of perception from." The answer was practically handed to you. It is indeed the one young finger. I shall certainly master it. The group jovially returned to the Lu estate, where the courtyard was teeming with heroes who had come to partake in the feast. Early that morning, tables and chairs had been set up, and the assembled heroes exchanged pleasantries. Upon the appearance of Gu Jing and Huang Rong, everyone rose and clasped their fists in greeting. Gu Jing and Huang Rong had not seen Master Yidan's disciples, Zhou Ying and Zhu Zilu, for over a decade, and their reunion was a cause for lively conversation. Subsequently, Zhou Ying and Zhu Zilu requested a quiet room from Gu Jing to impart the fundamentals of the one young finger to both Gu Jing and Huang Rong's children. When they emerged, the ceremony for the handover of the beggar's sect leadership commenced. In the presence of Hong Qigong, Huang Rong presented the symbolic item of the sect, the dog-whacking stick, to Liu Youjio. Following this, the most distasteful custom of the beggar's sect began, as numerous disciples encircled Liu Youjio, each spitting on him in turn. This spectacle nearly made Xiaolong retch, and Yang San felt a wave of nausea as well. One must possess remarkable mental fortitude to endure such a ritual, or else it would be a matter of time before one succumbs to despair. They glanced at Hong Qigong and Huang Rong, recalling that when Huang Rong assumed the leadership of the beggar's sect, Hong Qigong had personally intervened to abolish this vile tradition, for had he not, Huang Rong would never have accepted the position. Finally, once the last disciple had finished, the handover ceremony was deemed complete, and guests extended their congratulations. From that day forth, all affairs of the beggar's sect would rest entirely in Liu Youjio's hands. At this moment, Liu Youjio resembled a groom, moving through the crowd with frequency, toasting with the guests. Among those present, the martial prowess of Yang San and Xiaolong Niu was second only to that of Hong Qigong, Gu Jing, and Huang Rong. Furthermore, Hong Qigong, who was utterly enamored with the exquisite jade bihani from the previous day, insisted on having the two young heroes seated beside him. The table was also graced by the presence of distinguished figures such as Gu Jing, Huang Rong, Zhou Ying, Zhu Zilu, Hao Datong, Sun Bu Er, and Liu Yujiao. It was somewhat incongruous for the youthful Yang San and Xiaolong Niu to share a table with such renowned chivalrous characters. Yet Hong Qigong and Huang Rong strategically positioned the two in the center, fostering a lively conversation among them. The others assumed that this arrangement was a mark of favor from Hong Qigong and Gu Jing, and given the stature of the three, none dared voice any objections. However, at the same table, Hao Datong and Sun Bu Er were visibly uncomfortable, feeling a deep sense of humiliation in the company of Yang San. Hao Datong's face flushed crimson, as he could scarcely bring himself to meet Xiaolong Niu's gaze. Haunted by the memory of the incident that led to the demise of Granny Sun, which still lingered vividly in his mind. Chapter 76, Resistance against the Mongols and the Salvation of the Nation. Noticing the atmosphere at the banquet had grown somewhat stagnant, Zhu Zilu turned to Yang San and inquired with cupped fists, "This young gentleman appears rather unfamiliar. May I ask from whom you have taken your teachings?" Yang San returned the greeting and replied, "I am Yang Guo, the nephew of Gu Dage, and I hail from the ancient Tomb sect." "Oh, the ancient Tomb sect. Li Macho?" Hao Datong and Sun Bu were well aware of Yang San's background. However, they held him in low regard. The ancient Tomb sect, associated with the enigmatic Cylon, was indeed a taboo subject for the Chuanshan sect, and thus they refrained from engaging in conversation. Zhou Ying nodded, expressing, "I have heard whispers of a female devil named Li Macho emerging from the Central Plains martial world, also hailing from the ancient Tomb sect." Hearing this, Cylon's palms tightened in anxiety. Yang San, noticing her reaction, comfortingly patted her hand and stated, "Indeed, in terms of seniority, she is my senior sister. However, she was expelled from the ancient Tomb sect long ago. Recently, she attempted to invade the tomb, but has since been permanently confined there by me." The assembly fell silent, tension palpable as they considered the notorious reputation of Li Macho in the martial world. It was unexpected that such a formidable figure had fallen to this young lad. Yang San, perceiving their misinterpretation, recognized that this was precisely the outcome they desired. Liu Youjio also nodded in acknowledgement, having witnessed Yang San's prowess the previous day. The fact that he could evade the perceptions of Gu Jing and Huang Rong spoke volumes of his formidable abilities. He noted that he had not heard of Li Macho recently, realizing she had indeed met her match in Yang San. It was said that her most fearsome techniques were the Scarlet Serpent Palm and the Ice Soul Silver Needle. Yang San affirmed that is indeed correct. However, the Scarlet Serpent Palm is not a technique of the ancient Tomb sect, while only the Ice Soul Silver Needle is part of our legacy. The crowd nodded in agreement. Their curiosity about the ancient Tomb sect piqued further. Liu Youjio rose with his goblet in hand, extending a toast to Yang San. "Come, come, brother Yang. Allow me to raise a glass in gratitude for your valor in ridding the martial world of a formidable demon." Yang San promptly stood to reciprocate the gesture, saying, "I am unworthy of such praise. I merely took advantage of my surroundings." Instantly, the banquet grew lively, with toasts being exchanged frequently, while only Hao Datang and Song Bu'er remained awkwardly silent, unsure of how to interject. Suddenly, Zhu Ziliu exclaimed, "I remember now. The ancient Tong sect's founder is Lin Chaoying. Isn't it? How do you know this?" Zhu Ziliu fanned himself, saying, "I have heard my master mention her. This Lin predecessor is the only woman in the martial world who could rival Wang Chongyang. It is a pity she has never participated in the Kuoshang sword debate. A fact my master often laments." He continued, "The ancient Tong sect is said to reside on Mount Zongnan, which means you, brother Yang, and Taoists Hao and Song are neighbors." Yang San glanced at Hao Datang and Song Bu'er, who were engrossed in watching the brawny men engage in drinking games, seemingly having never witnessed such a spectacle. Huan Rong, ever perceptive, immediately grasped the situation and seized the opportunity to engage in banter with Zhu Ziliu, as their encounters often led to spirited exchanges. Today, they had only enjoyed a brief contest of wits, and now it was the perfect moment to alleviate the awkwardness with another verbal sparring match. At that moment, a beggar clad in 9 ragged bags, whether intoxicated or otherwise, suddenly leaped onto a large stone and bellowed, esteemed guests, lend me your ears." The crowd turned their attention towards the old beggar, who swayed slightly as he spoke. "Fellow wanderers of the realm, today I have the distinct honor of witnessing the handover ceremony alongside the venerable Chief Hong. It is with immense gratitude that I stand here, for Chief Hong is the one I admire most in this life. Not long ago, I chanced upon him in Guangdong, where he was in pursuit of the 5 miscreants of the Tibetan border. I had intended to offer my assistance, yet alas, I was preoccupied with invitations for a grand banquet honoring heroes. Recently, upon encountering Chief Hong again, I learned that the 5 miscreants have met their demise. However, are you all aware of their origins?" A wave of curiosity swept through the guests as they began to murmur among themselves, quickly discovering that the notorious 5 miscreants were, in fact, Mongolians, disciples of the Mongolian nation. At this juncture, the Mongolian Empire was at the zenith of its military power, sweeping through the lands and conquering vast territories, subjugating numerous ancient civilizations beneath its iron hoofs.